The Blast Premier 2024 schedule is split into spring and fall seasons and culminates with the World Final. Here's how it works. 16 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in groups. Teams are seeded, creating 4 groups of 4. These teams play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 4 group winners go straight to the season final. The 4 second-place teams from each group will enter playoffs for 2 places at the season final. The 10 teams that fail to qualify from the gauntlet will be cast into the showdown. There, they must fight to survive in a merciless single-elimination format. They will compete against 6 teams from global qualifiers. This year, each showdown is no longer split into regions, but is a single tournament played in Europe. 2 teams from the showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the groups. At each season final, the 8 teams will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by teams who qualify based on their performance in tournaments throughout the year, including the winners of the Copenhagen Major, winners of IEM Katowice and Cologne, and top-ranking teams on the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh, my God.
Day 2 at the Blast Spring Groups here in Copenhagen. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Maniac, your host. I'm accompanied by Mr. Pimp. And straight off the bat, I can understand we were a confusing pair. I'm in Copenhagen. I'm in winter. I'm cold. I have a turtleneck. This guy's in goddamn Mexico.
It's hot in here, man. It's hot. It's hot with the players. It's hot with me, of course. And you're here, man. It's good.
Yeah, I like your shirt. You tried something. That's interesting. A flower theme today.
I was inspired by Bubsky yesterday. I feel like he showed up with a new style, and I was like, listen, I want to try it out as well. See what HLTV thinks of it.
I mean, you got to be out there. You got to take some risks as well. Speaking of risk, who says risk says winners, and we had a bunch of them yesterday. We are starting, of course, with the overview of Group A, and straight off the bat, Astralis making easy work of Falcons. I'm going to do my mea culpa. I thought Falcons would be much stronger off the bat, but Astralis really dominated them.
Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing, actually, coming in from Falcons. I don't want to take anything away from Astralis. They played a good game of Counter-Strike, as you said, dominated their opponent. But on paper, it looked like it was supposed to be a good matchup. It was supposed to be an even matchup. But as you could see, a 2-0 and an easy victory for Astralis.
Yeah, if any easy victory was supposed to be found, it would have been Vitality versus OG. Of course, 13-0 to kickstart this series on Mirage. Vitality, undeniable, inevitable on that camp. Way too much firepower we see here. The elation, they had a whole lot of hype as well from the French camp, if I can call them like that. Even the second map, a few rounds from OG, but there was never really a game.
Best team in 2023, without a doubt, and still, you know, the best team in 2024 for now. They are the heavy favorites coming into the beginning of the season, maybe even for the major. And yesterday, they showed us another example of exactly why that is.
That was a classic Vitality, of course. We started by covering Group C. That was yesterday morning. And of that, we saw, of course, G2 making easy work of NIP. That here, I don't really think there was a game either. G2 were very much in control, and I kind of like the attitude that they brought to this series.
There was a lot of hype, a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming, a lot of positive energy coming out of G2, and I'm happy because we spoke about it. One of the main reasons why they brought in Nexa was to bring in more energy. So if there wouldn't have been any energy, if they wouldn't have been hyped, then I would question, okay, why are you even here in the first place, Nexa? But he's playing well, G2's playing well, and yeah, I guess the same could be said for NIP in the correct opposite division. They were not playing well at all.
It was a little bit complicated, and speaking of complication, Complexity through that first map against NAVI. We're going to talk about it time and time again. They were so in control, but we would be remiss not to talk about NAVI and the level that they put forth, because once they unlocked that first map, very much in control. Good T-side from Alexi on Anubis.
Yeah, it's a team that is maturing a lot. Even on the second map, they're down 8-4 on Anubis, and they ended up winning 13-8, right? They didn't allow Complexity back in that game whatsoever. So great display by Navi. Less great by Complexity, but they have another chance today to make up for that.
It's not over quite yet. We had great plays, and for that, we also need our little traded play of the day. I'm going to have to learn how to say that one. And Jacob, you can kickstart us with number 3.
Yeah, we're starting off with a bit of an ace. Actually, the very first round of LAN Counter-Strike in 2024. Res shows up with his Glock. He's doing God's work with it. That kill right there, the third one, is nasty. All of them headshots, and he's finishing off with a bit of a rough duel against Nico, but he gets it done. A nice, beautiful ace.
You could have chosen so many heroes for the Astralis game, of course, but Snare had a beautiful play on that map of Ancient with the AK-47 through the smoke. Collateral, that was, of course, a 1 versus 3 clutch that he finishes towards the very end, pushing his opponent out the bomb with the Glock. Beautiful.
Play of the day, team of the day, call it what you want. Vitality winning 13-0 on LAN against OG. Clinical pistol right here coming out, a nice stack coming in for it. And of course, Spinks will make it happen with a 1v2 clutch. I don't see a lot of 13-0s happening, and I don't see them on LAN, and especially not on day 1 of competitive Counter-Strike in a new calendar year. Vitality off to a great start for OG. That's going to sting a bit, isn't it?
So I can only go upwards, right? I think that's the silver lining. Vitality extremely strong yesterday, but it is just the beginning of the road. We have a very full program for you at home today. Once again, thank you for joining us. Latest game is going to be Falcons versus OG. Of course, we have Astralis versus Vitality. That's a winner's match. Survival is on the cards for Complexity versus 9P. But first, Jacob, we have to talk about G2 Navi. A rematch, of course, of World Final, and an interesting matchup at that, because even though you would say G2 are favorites, I think probably the odds are going in that direction. Navi have something to say.
Yeah, I think Navi, as we spoke about so many times, it's a team that is trending upwards, and we're not quite sure where G2 is at yet. There's a couple of question marks attached to some of the players. We look at Nico. Is he back to his best in CS2? We haven't quite seen that yet,
right,
despite yesterday was looking all right. Whereas for Navi, it's a positive story. They lost Symbol. They lost the identity of the lineup. They've been restructuring the entire thing, and it seems like Alexi B and Blade are slowly but surely working this team. So for Navi, I'm positive. For G2, actually also positive.
I'll cut you right there. Let's talk about this video. We changed a little bit the order of things here for this show because we were made aware that Overpass was picked by Navi. And just for a little bit of context out there, Overpass is a map that G2 hasn't played. Hunter has never really played it in his entire career. They tried to dip their toes a little bit in the past, but when they faced each other at the World Finals, G2 tried to float Overpass and Navi didn't pick it. They couldn't believe that they had what was necessary to punish G2 on Overpass, and it is a different day today. We have, of course, Navi tried themselves against Complexity, and we have to be honest, it wasn't that great from Navi either. They were about to be punished. It was 12-9. It felt like they were out of solution.
They were out of solutions. To be completely honest, the NAVI performance on Overpass was not bad, but Complexity should have won. I think we have a couple of rounds we can potentially play from that game where Holzerg and Complexity are missing out big opportunities. And for me, that's a bit of a worrying sign. However, you're going up against G2, who's not playing Overpass and who haven't done it quite a lot. If I'm not mistaken, a couple of online games, that's it. But you must assume that's something they're trying to integrate into their map pool. And at what point in a game like this, you're in the group stage, it's not a win or lose game per se. You're not getting eliminated. You're not qualifying if you're winning. You're putting yourself in a good position. If you ever were to float it and test it in a LAN environment, now would be the time.
I'm right with you, Jacob. And for history as well, we have the rounds that you were mentioning, of course, 12-9 Complexity, misshot from Holzerg. But the story really here is about Alexibi and NAVI kind of digging themselves out of a very complicated situation. In terms of tempo, in terms of space and map control, I think they were a little bit too passive, too shy. Complexity gave them get out of jail free card coming back into this game. This could and should have been a clean Complexity win.
It should have been, right? You see 2 rounds in a row. It's even at a certain moment here a 5v2. Of course, credit to NAVI for fighting their way back into this round, and especially for the individuals. Bit had a couple of massive moments in the later stages of this game. Emma as well in this round, and Alexi B for that matter, leaving Alicia alone. But it was a 5v3 and a 5v2.
Yes.
So the game plan from Alexi B, the way they were opening up the rounds, the way they were setting themselves up in the T side was not looking good whatsoever. So if I'm G2, I wouldn't be worried if you look at NAVI winning against Complexity, because the way they won was more so Complexity throwing the game than NAVI actually winning it.
I'm right there with you, and I also think NAVI struggled to deal with the aggression of Complexity. We talked time and time again of how Elish was finding opening kills for Complexity, and now if we flip the script, if we talk about G2, m0NESY had an absolute burner of a first series. Holy hell did he bring the pen to NIP on Vertigo, finding opening kills left, right, front, south, north, east, west. He was all over the place, and I just expect exactly that. If the playbook isn't exactly defined on Overpass, what they're going to do, they're just going to throw him ahead. Just go ahead, m0NESY. Get these opening kills. Get in their faces. I think we're going to see m0NESY implicated in a whole lot of these entry duels on Overpass.
I agree, and I think NiKo will do the same. I think both NiKo and m0NESY have the abilities to go in there and disrupt the way the NAVI are playing the T side. And as you said, we did see the T side yesterday from NAVI struggle a bit. However, can we expect m0NESY to put up a 1.88 rating once more? Most likely not, but I think he's off to a good start, and I agree with you. I'm curious, though, for G2, because what are their T side going to look like? I don't worry on the CT side. I think they have all they need in terms of playmakers in NiKo, in m0NESY, the stable players in Nexa and Honda. They're going to be able to shut down certain areas of the map. But when they come to the T side, it takes a long time. And you know that from playing yourself as well. To get a rock-solid T side and Overpass, that can be incredibly tough. So that's where I would worry if I'm G2.
Well, Jacob has questions, and NiKo has answers.
Now, veto-wise, we've got to discuss this because this gets interesting. Last time around, you left Overpass open. They picked Anubis. This time, they've gone for the Overpass. And it's not a map we often see you play. You played it once online. So how much time have you been putting into this map? How ready are you?
Yeah, I mean, we have been constantly practicing it for the past, like 2 months, like before the Blast World Final and now before the group stage as well. So we have put a lot of time into it. And obviously, it's hard to feel ready when you just play practice. Every time you play official, it's always a bit different. People don't do the same rotations. They don't make the same moves. So we'll see how it works out. I think we are ready, but obviously we lack experience on the map in official games, especially on LAN, since this is our first one. So yeah, we expect them to go with Anubis regardless, because I think Blade is always picking the map, the same map throughout the whole event. So I'm not sure if they got us surprised. I need to talk to the coaching staff and the Rasmus, but I'm pretty sure that we are ready as a team at least, and that we will do things that we have practiced.
Is that a little bit of doubt that I'm sort of feeling under the surface when it comes to NiKo? I mean, he's got a good poker game, and he knows how to answer interviews, but he was just like, I don't know if we're surprised. Are we surprised? Maybe I should just talk to my captain. What did you make of that interview quickly?
I think the context of the situation is important to understand. We're not in elimination game. We're not in a game where you're winning or qualifying for the spring finals. So for them to test out Overpass now, heading into Katowice, heading into the RMAs, heading into the majors, now is the time if you ever want to test it. So I think it's a wise move for G2. And as you said, they've been practicing practicing it for 2 months. We spoke about that yesterday, Matthew, as well. One thing is how practice results are unfolding, how you feel in practice, but you gotta test it in an environment where it's very competitive, which it will be against a team like NAVI. So I'm all for it for G2, but I think he is, I wouldn't say surprised, but, you know, probably excited to play it.
And I'm excited to watch it. You talk about competition, I want to talk about predictions. Of course, yesterday was a relatively decent day for us. I would say, what is it, 3 out of 4 that we actually hit it. It feels like people haven't ganged up on us quite yet, Jacob, because we have a history of being targeted, hunted, some would say, by our colleagues. It hasn't happened quite yet.
No, I think it's going to happen one time or later, right? We are the biggest brains within this bracket. There's no doubt about it.
All right,
those fools on the screen don't know what the hell they're talking about. So at some point, they will gang us. But for now, we're good.
For now, we are good. The set has been set, or the scene rather has been set. We're going to take a 3-minute break, and when we come back, it is time to dive into Counter-Strike with Game 1. We'll be right there in 3 minutes.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's day 2 here at Spring Groups 2024. Can you feel the energy, the electricity in the room, Anders? We've got a banger of a matchup. G2 taking on NAVI. The quarterfinal at the World Finals in Abu Dhabi, which was a hell of a game. One of the best clutches of the year from m0NESY in that matchup. I'm expecting more of the same, considering his amazing form against NIP yesterday.
He's been looking so incredibly good. They're a really, really scary team right now. NAVI made it across the finish line in the game yesterday.
They limped across the finish line.
It was sketchy, wasn't it? It really was. Now, the odds look like they're going to be favoring G2 at the moment, so that makes sense to me. I can understand why. Although I feel like it also was just a tremendously slow start from NAVI. I want to see them hot off their heels today. At the end of that best of 3 yesterday, Bit was playing better. Like, he has to start at that same level, and m0NESY obviously just has to keep going what he's doing. More of that.
Wonderful versus m0NESY. It's quite a tantalizing prospect, if you ask me, Anders. I think this is going to be one of those series we will go on to remember for a while. It's got so much talent on the server right now, some history between these two teams. Taz trying to raise morale behind G2, and Blade trying to keep it together for NAVI. They were winning yesterday, sure, it's a 2-0, but it was dicey as you like. And interesting to note, we are kicking things off on Overpass. Our map G2 has never played on LAN, Anders. They don't play it at all. Hunter, I don't think even has a registered game on this particular one. So, yeah, maybe it's going to be an interesting affair. NiKo said they've been practicing it a lot. And speaking of which, the big man himself challenging towards middle, spots a couple and will fall back towards the bathrooms.
Yeah, just imagine Overpass. That is definitely something I wasn't expecting coming into work today, but I'm quite excited for it. It'd be cool to see if G2 can add to their map pool and expand a little bit in that direction.
Bear in mind, it was NAVI that played this yesterday against Complexity. They went down 0-5 to kick things off. They barely got the game over the line in overtime, and it felt like Complexity gave it up rather than NAVI winning. But here's NAVI winning the pistol by the looks of things, as Bit will be finding a couple of kills. Imma absolutely eviscerates NiKo with the P250. We got a 5-on-2.
Yeah, what a great read from Bit. Not just getting the first kill, that's fine, but he immediately knew someone was going to open the door. He knew the setup from, I think, the first kill that he got, so just a fantastic read. Make it a 5-on-1.
Yeah, you don't see many of these. Doesn't get much cleaner than this. Hooksy Mama, what have you got for us? The P2000 up and towards heaven. Gonna have to say a prayer he's gonna have any chance in this particular situation, and we'll be going down in the end. Clean sweep for NAVI. All 5 players survived. Didn't really have to run much tactical prowess there, Anders. Just send Bit towards the connector, get himself a double kill. Great response in the second. Hunter didn't see it coming, and his P250 shot glorious towards NiKo in the bathrooms there, and just piece by piece, torn limb from limb, and will be NAVI with a very convincing pistol. No bomb plant even required. We're seeing a lot of teams force buy in the second round as CS2 evolves on the CT side, Anders. So more of that coming through. Desert Eagles, an MP9 for Nexa, and in towards connector we go with 2 CT players on the defense.
Yeah, force buy in spite of that, they got no kills whatsoever, right? So they're not getting the extra for Master or anything like that. It's just the MP9 and the deal coming out. NiKo, always good for that. Now, it looks like they are trying the jumping MP9. I'm seeing it. I'm shaming them for it. No, they didn't find anyone back there, but, you know, I'm writing down my little book in the back of my mind, Henry, you know. They're that kind of team.
Yeah, they
jumping MP9 kind.
Let's have a look as to whether G2 can make further dents here in the NAVI machine. 4-4 for now. Still plenty of time at the 1:05 mark. We still have the majority of the utility available for NAVI as well. 3 smokes as we see Wonderful try and make his way through, but he's got a nasty surprise on the other side here. Checks it. It's a lazy clear though, Anders. Has a look, but doesn't really commit. Thankfully, they will trade it out, and now very important kills coming in towards short. Imma to find a double. Man advantage here for NAVI. CT's over fighting chance still.
Yeah, look at how low they are. JL would do great to get this one. Yeah, that's going to make a huge difference now. They're still all very low on health. There was a chance even for the grenade to have done something, but m0NESY far back with the deagle. 30 seconds. The bomb is coming his way. There's no way that they're not going to the B bomb site right now. There's the first one. Headshot not even required, but it's going to get the job done. 20 seconds. If they want to change their minds, they have to go right now. I don't know why they're walking. This is mental. No, they can't get to the A bomb site. Have they lost their minds?
No.
They're coming back now. They've looked at the clock. They finally realized m0NESY. There we go. Shot with one. On for the second. There we go. Oh my God.
Unbelievable scenes here. m0NESY is gifted an opportunity at the 3 versus 1. You're dead on, Anders. They're walking towards a connector with 15 seconds remaining. I was like, maybe he's on some other level. He's calculated to perfection, but they realize they've got to scramble back in towards the B side. m0NESY ready and waiting. Nothing but headshots, ladies and gentlemen. That is sublime Counter-Strike as they tie things up 1-1. It's NAVI giving it all up, and they're going to have to force buy in response themselves here. Tech9's Desert Eagles. That is unbelievable. Let's go over to the straight-up B rush here, Anders. We're getting straight back into the action.
Yeah, not slowing this one down. Nexa trying to hide in the corner, but actually great read. Before he got flashed, Alexi saw that Wonderful with the kill. The Tech9s powering through into the bomb site. Imma He goes down, but other than that, they should be having a bomb plant here. Alexi's picked up the bomb now. And Nico, nice use of the grenade, trying to see if he can see anything on the other side, but the Tech9s, they can't be stopped, Henry. 4 kills so far with him, and the bomb, it's planted now.
Yeah, what is this, 2015? Tech9 rushes in the B bomb site, just kill absolutely everyone. We'll take it, considering what happened in the previous round. That's a great return to form. The war of attrition officially begins now. We'll see if m0NESY can hold on to his M4A1S if possible, but yeah, straight up B rush, simple execution behind it, and it will be NAVI with the run and gun potential of that Tech9, finding both kills on entry, courtesy of Mr. Wonderful. And now JL sniffing out m0NESY in towards the bathroom tip to foul smell.
He's just dodging it without knowing.
Very well.
There we go.
So, there it is.
2015. Do you think Olofmeister's hands are tingling a little bit when someone's getting Tech9 kills?
That's all we used to have to commentate back in the day. We'd say, right, well, they've got Tech9s and smokes on Mirage. They're going to do an A execution and kill everyone. Like, that was just the way the game was played back then. Haven't seen one of these sort of rounds be so effective in years. That's excellent. Yeah, nice indeed, says Alexi B. 2-1, like I said. There's going to be 4 spy wards here, especially with the saved M4. m0NESY will have to deliver once again if they're going to stand a chance here. Huge advantage for NAVI, of course. Operating, though, with a couple of FAMASs and then an MP9 in the hands of Bits, Molotov. And fast pace once again here from NAVI. Trying to challenge m0NESY, who's waiting in towards that connector.
Yeah, he's super ready for this one, but the instant headshot, the MP9 is chewing them up. Bit absolutely making minced meat of them. I don't think any of them had any head armor. The last 3 certainly don't, so just getting rid of them so quickly. They hardly took any damage at all. Alexi's lost a single point of health, and that's it. NAVI. What a way to shrug off that incredible round for m0NESY. You just instantly rush to be a bomb site. You run them over, and now you're right back in the saddle. This is pretty sick.
You can just shake all those bad vibes off straight away, because you know everyone's going to be tilted as hell. Like, there was some disagreement in the comms. They couldn't work out which bomb side to go to. But when you win the follow-up round in such convincing manner, I guess all is forgiven. You just move on, especially when you've got the follow-up round against their 4 spy. You are going to be in a better position now, as we see it enter the 5 versus 3. There is a slight complication. Hunter, with that CZ, will get nothing done, but the CTs are lying in wait. They actually had all of their manpower this side, but it's dealt with in true class. As Bits will get himself another quad kill here as he finds kill after kill. Has to be the full eco for G2 going forward, Anders. So this is where things could start to spiral for them.
And in kind of a rare fashion, it's actually the T side that's stealing the CT's rifles here, right? They got FAMAS and an M4 instead of the MP9s. Like, they're just switching it up.
So a bit of a gimme round coming up next. No need for Blade to really stress when the following up round, as we can see HooXi and co just discussing their options.
Well, speaking of getting back up again, there's something that Taz said yesterday, right? That's one of the things that they wanted to focus on is trying to get back up when you fall pretty quickly. And we saw them really energetic. They were shouting a lot yesterday, G2. Like, the energy was super high. It's early days, but I want to see a return to that. I want to see that philosophy kind of last for more than one day, right? It's got to be a quick recovery here.
We've got to get warmed up, you know. Like, I know it's midday, but for gamers, this is like 6 a.m. So for me, it feels like it's 6 a.m. for me right now. We're all getting warmed up. Everyone's feeling their vibe. And I'm sure Taz will start bringing the heat as soon as they get on their feet here. Like we said, full eco, though. Not really much to speak of, apart from the flashbang for HooXi. Got himself that at the back of the pack. They're going to try and get some information. It's kind of deadly, actually. A lot of firepower. These 4 players, they can find an effective flash. I'm sure they can maybe get a kill or 2 as they set themselves up towards the bathrooms. Molotov down towards the divider itself. That will disallow the swing for now, but this flash, depending on the timing, could work out for them. Here it goes, it's deployed, and they'll find nothing. So, nice idea about what you would expect for this sort of round, a single flash, and try and find a couple of kills, but the stack has led them to nothing, as NAVI will be cracking open the B-bomb site, planting the bomb, and guaranteeing the round.
Yeah, I'm still happy about the flash, you know. It's a small, tiny investment. Why not do it? Maybe it works out. This time, not going to get that kind of reward. Oh, Bit actually overextending quite a bit. He's still going to be fine. He gets the triple. It's all good. But there was a chance that he could have got run down. Just that one casualty. Look at the kills on the G2 side right now. They have almost nothing. I think they have like maybe 8 kills combined. That's a low amount to start with.
So, just for a bit of context here, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned a few times yesterday, this is a new format for Spring Groups. So I just want to kind of lay out what's on the line in this particular game. This is a Group C upper bracket final. Now, winning this game doesn't guarantee you a place in the World Finals, but it does get you to the Group Final. So then whoever wins the group ends up getting one of our 6 slots. If you come second in the group, you get to fight it out with the other second places in the 4 groups for 2 more slots remaining. We make a new bracket at that stage. So, yeah, of course, you want to win this one, but it's not like elimination or qualification is on the line at this stage. But it's still a massive game, right? Like I said, this was the quarterfinal at Abu Dhabi. G2 versus NAVI had absolutely everything there. Some amazing clutches, but not quite the same amount of tension in this particular matchup.
Yeah, you have a little bit of a leeway to maybe screw something up here. Obviously, I think if you're one of these 2 teams, you want the momentum boost as well from just carrying on over from yesterday, right? You've already won the first game, just keep it going. What a recovery from BIT individually, right? 11-2 right now. I think that's at 212 ADR for BIT. That's so disgusting. Yeah. Obviously, that can't really keep being the case, but wow,
Hunter.
The boost is cancelled.
He was so blind. And Hunter, it looked... How did he tell that? He only took 40 damage. Like,
I have no idea.
Did Hunter get blind as well? Because that was like an alley-oop for him. Like, he had 2 seconds to find that kill, and he did 40 damage, sorry.
It feels like he must have been blind.
If we're able to see it from his POV, yeah, was he blind as well? I don't know. Like, for a player of his standard, that's a bit of a gimme. 0-6 right now, Anders. So having a bit of a rough start out. Bear in mind, Overpass is the map G2 just don't play. Like, officially, Hunter's got little experience on it recently.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm not saying that's the reason he's not performing right now. Still early days, but we'll see if Nexa can recover this one. They're looking too strong right now. The Wolfpack mentality, all 5 players is creeping through the monster tunnel, looking for trades, and you've got no choice really but to save, unless Hooksy goes absolutely wild with the smoke spam here. That bomb going down pretty much guarantees the round. NAVI looking incredibly comfortable. It was a weird start to the round. Like I said, it was a nice little alley-oop. G2 with the perfect flash for JL. He was fully blind. Wildly spamming his Galil, he dumped all 35 bullets and somehow got the kill after 2 seconds of spraying, and then only took 40 damage. Just a very bizarre way to kick things off there, but we'll see if they can hold on to the AWP of Monacy especially, and the 2 rifles here for Hooksy and Nico. B-bomb side seems to be a bit of an issue. We've got Nexa and Hunter, the B-bomb side players, and there's 0-6 each.
That's definitely an issue.
Yeah, I think you don't have to be a rocket scientist to work out what the issue might be here on this side of the map, but if you can't kill anyone, yeah, that's going to be problematic. But they're trying to throw the novel ideas, the boosts, and yeah, I think that's just unfortunate. This is the moment to see how blind he was. There's so much time to kill. Can't believe his luck. And it will be JL with a double kill as well. Bear in mind, already tagged up, got Nexa on entry as well. He's loving it.
That's a classic.
And what's the response here? Maximum loss bonus into the next round. 5-1 down though, CT side. Nico said they've been playing a lot in practice, but it's very difficult to translate that sort of form into officials. You need to get some reps on LAN.
Yeah, it is always going to feel different. I was going to say the most likely change would be to bring Monacy down to the B-bomb side and just try to sort of have him...
Well, against NIP, remember how mobile he was. Like, he was just everywhere, right? He was just transitioning every single round, being a real nuisance. This is an old school boost, Anders.
Yes, it is. Not used
often. Don't see it too often, do you?
Yeah, just rarely enough that people don't expect it. Oh, you can see the toes. This should be a kill. All right,
there we go.
I was getting
what's going on with these sprays on the boost, boys? Luckily, it's such a powerful boost. He's able to dump the mag again, but G2 finally with a man advantage. Got a 5 versus 4 here. Sub 1 minute on the clock. Still, though, plenty of time to operate with. NAVI can definitely still bring this round back. Majority of the utility is available. Rifles across the board here. Like we said, the B-bomb side has been under a lot of scrutiny. Hunter, Nexa, yet to frag. As they deploy the smoke, the problem is Alexi B, he's coming for you. Doesn't matter though, Nexa finds his first, Immo with the trade, and they're going to commit it towards B. Oh, apparently not. Off they go.
Yeah, I thought they were going to definitely follow through on that one. It is a bit scary because it does give up a chance for someone to pick up the AK down there. If they leave it on the ground for too long, Nico showing up. Not bad. His 3rd kill of the map. just now. And that's, yeah, kind of a sign of what's going on the G2 side here. Wonderful. We'll get a shot onto Hunter. Still not finding much luck at all. 0-7 on him. But with time running out, they're going to be able to pick up the round. Just Navi not finding the right entry. Maybe going through the smoke, like you were suggesting, was kind of the play for them because they didn't have a lot of time to do anything else.
Exactly. Considering the time, that's pretty much all you could do. Bear in mind, we've had some communication issues for Navi today. That second round, going back towards the A side, back towards B with 15 seconds. That shows you think they're winning right now, and they did manage to rush B and take it down with the Tech 9s, but there's certainly some issues here on both sides, but G2 posting their second round.
Yeah, it's needed. Still, the individuals not really feeling comfortable on the map yet, not getting the kills that you would really like. I think if you jump a second time there, Monacy just shoots you every single time, but Immer somehow sensing the danger, deciding to fall back a little bit further, and it looks like they might end up with the B-bomb side once again. I think Alexi's just hanging out here, but the bomb's dropped quite far back, and they're taking control of connector, so we'll see if they're going to be allowed to do this.
Quite a cool setup. You got Monacy patrolling the playground, allowing Nico just to really focus toward those T-steps position, but it's all getting a little bit complicated, but Monacy hits the all-important shot. Wonderful, and Immer respond in kind. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 with Nexa very low indeed. Still plenty of time on the clock. Monacy in no man's land, trying to get himself out of this sticky situation.
Yeah, he's got the right idea. He realizes, I can't believe it. He gets the shot on Immer regardless.
Yeah, so good, so nimble. That flashbang's the only way he comes out on top of that fight. He absolutely nails it. Monacy refuses to bow down, though. He'll still be holding that position, pushing in towards the playground. Another tricky boost. This time, Hunter nails the shot, finds his first frag of the game.
Yeah, and it's Jail again that dies, so just, you know, probably getting a little bit sick of the boost now. He did beat them one time, but they've got the better of him since. Monacy's pretty much locked in most of the other side of the map. He can't know if someone's going through the connector, but with 20 seconds left, it's unlikely for anyone to be there anyway, so he's probably fine with it. Wonderful. Sneaking in. He can get a bomb plant, but the problem is they're going to be right on top of him. He really wants a kill before he even attempts it, and I think now the time's up for it, and they definitely know, and they have no reason not to hunt him down here. Yeah, if he goes for it, he runs out of time. And if he doesn't, they probably shoot him in the smoke, so there was no way to win.
Yeah, he's done very well there.
That's sick.
Keeps the modest, keeps the money low, and holds on to the AWP. Would it be nice to get the plan, of course, but there was no real way with them hunting him down. Bit of a hollow victory for G2 in the end, considering they had a nice advantage there. Wonderful makes things very expensive indeed, but tremendous work here from Monacy. Like we said, so agile. Always such a nuisance. Just when you think he's done for, he finds his way to wiggle out of danger. It was a nice offensive setup as well. Well handled from Navi, good utility and response. They flashed them out of position, they made them uncomfortable, but the Monacy factor prevails. And we'll take our first tactical timeout for Navi here. Blade, a rare smile on his face. It looks like he's pretty comfortable with the situation so far. This is the pick of Navi, of course. There's Taz. Had his debut yesterday with G2, new coach against NIP. They got the 2-0, pretty convincing win, but it's easy to get those wins, Anders, when Monacy's dropping like 50 kills in a series.
Must be an amazing feeling as a coach, standing behind saying, you know what, just keep doing more of that.
Just go kill them all, kid.
Well, I'd be happy I was Blade 2, right? It's a 5-3. Remember the last time they played this map, they started out 0-5 and just got completely demolished at the start of it. And they still made their way back. It was tough, but they kind of managed to do it. So I think if I'm Navi on the T side of Oberhaus, I probably feel okay about the game at the moment. Like you said, they did a lot of damage to the G2 economy in the previous round, so they know they have them still in a really awkward position. They're going to try and see if they can go hard and fast to the B-bomb side once again, this time not with the Tech 9s, but it still will be the opening. Alexi, fantastic work to take down that player, and they do trade unfavorably here. It's a bit of a shame because they almost had the bomb side to themselves, but Nexa showing up just in time for the double kill.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's still plenty of the round left to be played, but it's going to be Nico trying to end it quickly. Painted into a corner. Wonderful trying to shut him down. Dotted the flashbang. Can't quite nail the no-scope, and it will be NiCo with a lovely flank there. Even after the entry kills going in favor of Na'Vi. Good rotations. Nexter with a quick backstab towards short. NiCo coming in from Monster as well. Actually denying the plant, and that's a very basic call from Na'Vi coming through. Just a 5-man B attack at the start of the round. You can see all the action kicking off at 1 minute 30. And nice work next up. Managing to find multiple kills on the bomb site itself. NiCo to close things down, and no bomb planted. And bear in mind that previous round was very close in terms of only having 2 players survive, so that would have been very detrimental to their finances if they gave that one up. It's now a 1-round game. G2 are officially on their feet as mid is under scrutiny once again. m0NESY not hyper-aggressive, but certainly present in towards the bathrooms.
Yeah, they've done some good damage to JL at the start of it. I don't know if that was a nade or some spam coming out, but either way, they've managed to tag him up just enough that it makes a difference. Yeah, he's feeling a bit uncomfortable, and he actually just has to straight exit that one. Can't stick around in case that they continue the spam or just dunk some more grenades on him. That's really slowed down Na'Vi. They're still under the restrooms. They might end up spending a lot of time here.
What's the next maneuver? Looks maybe to be a B execution. We've got the Molotov towards shore here. Trying to bait out some CT util. By the looks of things here, they've done well into getting one of the ultimate smokes deployed here at the B bomb site, but still a 5-on-5 for now. 45 seconds. Another smoke down. And in terms of manpower, it's the 2 players we mentioned before, Nexa and Hunter. The latter at 1 and 9, still having a rough time in this beat up the map, but Nexa is starting to find some form.
Yeah, defensive smoke going down. That's going to create a bit of a wall for them to play behind. It's Hunter with a good kill, his second of the map. He's going to keep it going. Oh my god, Hunter's having a great defensive play here with a double, but it's still 20 seconds left and a bomb plant to follow on through. Imma and Wonderful. They're not in great after-plant positions here, especially Wonderful with the AWP. You don't want to be stuck on the bomb side like this. But we'll see if he can make something off it anyway. Uncomfortable because you can tell. Flanking in from the one side is NiCo trying to even close the gap. It's m0NESY up top. NiCo might have to do a lot of the work here. m0NESY's already found one of them. Wonderful with a missed shot. And now NiCo's made the run across, so he has to come back out. He gets the leg shot, but the bomb's being defused on the other side. Wonderful. He can't get the job done. NiCo did come off the defuse trying to help out, but I think they have enough time for it anyway. I think he's just able to bring it back. A master of managing the time is NiCo, and it'll be the defuse at the end.
A little bit close, though, wasn't it? Like, I guess you just like, we're hearing the bombardment of bullets going in towards heaven. He thought, this doesn't feel safe at all. It was unfortunate for Wonderful there. If he gets that kill with the Glock, he already did the hard work by legging him. Couldn't connect a single bullet with the pistol, though, and it does enable a close but secure round for G2 there. They're actually going to tie things up here with the bombs planted. Might be time for another tactical timeout.
Yeah, that definitely got super sketchy. He's been playing, I mean, he's got 9 and 3 Wonderful. He's been playing a pretty good game. One Glock bullet.
He's looked great. And now we're starting to see all this mobile play from m0NESY. Different position every round. Always aggressive. And we'll see whether he can crack things open once again. This time, looking towards the connector. Gets the information, drops a nice grenade. Load of damage in towards Bits. Down to 31 points of health. That's his round pretty much nullified.
It's hard to do anything with that information. Yeah, you can call it out, say, yeah, there's a couple of people with HEs on the bomb side, but that's it. No real surprise there.
I like these protocols from G2. Like, getting the smoke down is one thing, but the fact they've got the protocol, they get the flashbang and make sure no one's sneaking through, that just secures it. Make sure it wasn't a wasted smoke and you don't get caught off guard. Back towards mid-control we go. Na'Vi will have Wonderful patrolling the proximity of Long. And they've actually got a bit of a focus on this side of the map as well. m0NESY's rotated over in towards the A side, like the most powerful position for a sniper here on overpass. And they'll be baiting in the big man himself, NiCo, who's in a prime position here for this particular round to find multiple kills. If m0NESY just gets one and sets him up, it's going to be a massacre here.
The flash is pretty good, but
there's the bomb.
There's a leg shot for m0NESY as well. He gets Imma in the meantime. So hard to break this down. There's only 25 seconds. The bomb is out on long on the AWP. Wonderful. I mean, I don't even know what you do at this point. How do you get back onto the bomb side?
Well, everyone's going to rotate over on the CT side, and you're dead on. With that bomb down in 15 seconds, you're probably not going for it, I would say, Anders. You're going to have to let this one go and yield to G2 as that perfect long setup. Well read. Sure, they managed to get a kill in return. Wonderful hitting some absolute bangers today, but the round was already over. As soon as that C4 gets dropped in such a difficult position, it is going to be G2 capitalizing upon that mistake, and they'll be taking the lead. After a really interesting start to the game, they've managed to grind their way back into this one, courtesy of some heroics from Nico and Monacy. And yeah, the hype starting to slowly but surely shrink for NAVI here after a fantastic start on their T-side campaign. Starting to fall a little bit flat now. We'll see what kind of resources they've got for the final round here of the first half.
I think hitting the leg shot on Alexi jumping up is just like, that's such a layup for Nico to just instantly get that kill. And then he got him towards the restroom. So just Monacy, he's really in the groove now. You could tell hitting all of the shots he's going to get this one as well.
Here we go.
Oh man, he's such a terror, isn't he? How do you play a map when you just know every single corner you turn? He could be there and you have so little time to do anything. You're just going to die instantly. I don't know how you solve that problem.
Well, remember, like, Bit had this amazing start to Overpass, Andy. So he was like, you said like 11-2 or something.
11-2, yeah.
Now he's 12-7. Like, since they started losing, there's been nothing but one-way traffic here. And now Hunter's starting to find some form as well. He's had a couple of decent kills on the B-bomb side. Now the boosts are working out for him. That's a huge frag there. That pretty much guarantees this round, and maybe the half as well. 7-5. Like, what a resurgence. They were 5-1 down. And to come back and just deny everything in the closing stages of the half completely changes things here on Overpass, a map they don't even play.
Staying alive, the grenade from Nexa. He's going to be good enough to get the kill onto Alexi, and Monacy will close it out with a kill. It's so disgusting, isn't it?
It really is. What an amazing comeback there from G2. Their debut on Overpass finds them with a 7-5 lead. What's up, gamers? We are back with the second half here in Overpass between G2 and NAVI. The latter found themselves 5-1 up on the T-side campaign on their own map pick. Things were going swimmingly, Anders, until we got a Counter-Strike masterclass from Monacy himself. Absolutely set the server ablaze, and here we are. They've now snatched the lead away, switching over to the T side with a 7-5 lead, which is impressive, but still, anyone's game, it's still wide open.
It's not the first time that we've seen Monacy change the course for his team, but my God, it's always impressive when you see it right in front of your eyes, and he's up there 11-3 right now. Once he got that AWP picked up, it was lights out at that point for NAVI. We'll see if they can make it a little bit better here in the second half. They're on the CT side, they should be favored, so I don't think they're too stressed right now, but obviously it is shocking running into a force like Monacy.
Well, speaking of which, he's got that deadly P250. Look at the utility as well. So he's got Molotov, smoke, flash, P250. This could be a full A execution. It's raining grenades, Anders, as the kills start to come through. Jump from Nico. Had he stayed on the ground, I think that was guaranteed to be his. Couldn't recover the shot in time, and Imma gets himself a hat-trick. Solid defense. It was looking so promising as Hooksy struggles to get the bomb down here. He needs the plant, trying to bait them out, and they've got themselves a winnable situation, but it's certainly not favored.
It's very tricky, especially now for Monacy. 1 versus 4. Good. Oh, actually, it's a team kill for Ben, so fair enough. But either way, Imma doing most of the work. He was flashed, especially on that second right. He was so blind. So maybe you're right. If Nico doesn't jump, maybe he just has the kill straight up. But,
yeah, I guess he was trying to avert the crosshair and trying to make it more of a difficult kill. But if he just swung wide and took him down, I think that was a bit of a freebie for him. It's really unfortunate. That's the moment there. You can see he actually stops the airstrafe mid-air, trying to land and get the shot off. But might have been better just spamming mid-air and trying to just try his luck. But unfortunately, for G2, it will be NAVI now picking up both pistols. This time courtesy of Imma, who gets himself a nice hat-trick. Taz knows that that's an important moment in this game. The comeback is certainly on here, and they need to make the difficult decision. Are they going to be force buying in their second round at this point? They did get the bomb planted, and it does suggest to bring out the AK-47s, but time will tell. Hooksy is going to discuss the options, and we'll see what they bring to the party. They could either bring out maybe a couple of AKs and SMGs or Galils across the board, and light utility. So I guess that's what they're discussing. A very important second round here in the second half. And it's conservative so far, Anders. We have got the Galils coming out eventually in the hands of Hunter and Nico. And there it is. So Hooksy and Nexus, that's why they've taken that sort of long discussion, because it's going to be an execution. They've sacrificed some firepower for these grenades. But the Tech-9's still a deadly weapon, of course, and aggression. At least hunting for a bit of intel towards Fountain right now.
And NAVI themselves showed how good the Tech-9 actually can be. They're rushing the B-bomb side like they did in the second round, which is really impressive. But no rushing coming out right now for G2. They're playing it a little bit more slowly. I like this from Imma, but there is always the danger you can get flashed. Some pretty brutal flashbangs can land over this wall, so you got to be careful.
The fact now he's given his position up, he's in a lot of trouble. He had the advantage, he had the element of surprise going in his favor, but now they've got him pinned, contained within the playground here. He needs to try and find a way out if possible. They're trying to isolate fights, but it's not working out. It will be NAVI with 2 opening frags. Nexa will pull one back, but it takes a lot of damage on routes.
Yeah, they still have to worry about Imma, so they're kind of spending a lot of resources and time here trying to get rid of another flashbang to set it up, but he's actually kind of immune from that one, and he does get the dink on Hunter, so even if it's a fair trade, look at the health that's left on G2 here, and it's cost them so much time.
And the fact they've got like, SMGs remaining, an MP9 and MP7 as well. This is the perfect weaponry to close this round out if you're NAVI. Still a danger of losing this one, of course, like the brutal aim we know G2 possesses. Like, they can find some one-taps here, you never know, but they've got an M4 and a coL. Difficult to find those one-taps against players of 100 HP.
Yeah, it definitely is. 20 seconds.
Should be no chance.
They really should be. If they get bit instantly, maybe. But I think other than that, if he just lives on this one, he's going to be fine. He even gets a kill. Even better. Nice headshot for Hunter.
God.
10 seconds. Bomb plant. I still don't think it's going to happen. Hard. Oh my God. They actually clear it out. I really can't believe it. Bomb surely getting planted. No, they slowed it down. No. Why? The bomb is all the way out there.
They couldn't recover it. So they did very well to get those kills. It was looking promising. This didn't have the C4 in their grasp, and it all goes horribly wrong. Like we said, it was almost impossible for them to win that round. The fact they actually had the man advantage towards the end of it, pretty unbelievable scenes here, but Nice aggression from the CTs. Immo is a real nuisance for them. I think he only gets 1 kill, but still the fact he did so much damage, dinged absolutely everyone. And you can see the MP7 closing things out. A close round. If they got the bomb planted, I dare say they'd buy again, and they're going to do it regardless, Anders. They're still going to buy here, knowing that they are on the precipice of destroying the finances of NAVI. We're all tied up at 7-7, but we've got a B rush to deal with.
6 flashbangs and a 6 smoke to get them all the way out of the tunnel here, but the spray, it's great. Bit back in action. 3 kills for him with the FAMAS. It is a rarity seeing those kind of multi-kills with the FAMAS especially, but that was very nicely done. I was going to say the setup otherwise for G2 was really great. They kind of extend the smoke coming out of the tunnel so that they can run and flash their way through that one. A little bit sketchy running through the smoke like that, but obviously if the enemies are flashed, it doesn't really matter. You're going to be fine with it. Nico and m0NESY left 2 versus 3. And Nico, got to be careful not giving away the sound cue. I don't think they know exactly where he is at the moment. And to be honest, if he gets a kill right now over towards the bank, then they can get up and get the bomb planted. But that's not going to happen any longer, unfortunately. It was on m0NESY.
Yeah, this was a bit of a risk to force by once again, one that has not paid off. It's going to be NAVI taking an 8-7 lead unless Nico does the unthinkable here. He's got the Desert Eagle. That's been known to be pretty handy with this particular pistol. Making his way towards heaven. If the timing works in his favor, maybe there's a chance of the kill and wonderful, but I think he's tucked himself away at the sandbags. Players towards short, just surrounding that bomb. Sound cues coming through now, and they can coordinate themselves accordingly.
Yeah, he's got about 20 seconds to just try and fight it out here, get the loss bonus in there. Not really worth doing anything else. Couple of shots, and ultimately it'll be the MP9 to pick him up, so good start here, second half. I think NAVI are going to be quite happy, especially because they lost so many players in the previous round, so kind of trying to make up for it now and defeating the force buy.
Well, like we said, they were up 5-1 in that first half. This fits them at 3-0 in the second, so yeah, they should be converting this game. It's their map pick. They've had some great individual moments. Bit starting to find some form once again. He went a little bit quiet towards the end of that first half, and now currently sat at 16-8. Let's see if he can continue it here. For now, though, has to be the eco. With the loss bonus, some partial investment. I wouldn't call it necessarily a partial buy. Some Kevlar on a few players, some Desert Eagles. Not much utility, trying to keep the money around that $2,000 mark. Hunter with the Tech 9. He has got Kevlar to note. And we'll see if there's anything that can be done here. Incredibly difficult round, but players like m0NESY always seem to find something in these sort of scenarios.
Yeah, you could see him really trying everything, like a little bit of a spam for the smoke, maybe a wall bang. I mean, sometimes you just have to give it a shot, see what happens. Kind of an important round either way here for NAVI. They need the money to keep flowing. G2 are going to be back on their feet pretty soon in terms of the cash, so can't really afford to drop too many players in a round like this. They should be winning it. Not worth taking a fight with the Deagle at range. You know it's out there. Dangerous stuff for Imma, but he's handling it quite well.
Yeah, he's playing well right now. No doubt about that. Not out of the woods just yet, but it is looking quite nice for them. 30 seconds remaining. The m0NESY headshot, like I said, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Still a dangerous situation for them. One more frag will level out the playing field. Can they find it? Of course he can. The young gun delivers yet another headshot here. The bomb is down, though, once again, and they're going to have to scramble all the way towards long as m0NESY's on for the ace right now. Finally shut down, but is that going to be enough? Maybe not. 5 seconds remaining, and it's just Nexa, and they're going to kill him after time, I think. They don't want to find this frag until the clock reads 0. It's a little bit too close, you know, but in fact, he saves this M4. It's actually not a big deal that he survives the clock because he's still got Kevlar, he's got a rifle, and he'll have enough to buy grenades. So they've actually done very well there. Sure, they don't win the round, but m0NESY gets 3 ridiculous kills of the Desert Eagle there. And if they had the bomb, who knows what they could have done with it.
Once again, it's not even anybody's fault, just like in the previous round, right? It just happened. The bomb dropped a little bit further away. If they would have had it, they could have put so much pressure on NAVI. m0NESY probably doesn't even have to continue the fight, right? He can just stay alive if they can plant the bomb, but wow. That is such an expensive round for NAVI. They win it, and that's great, but my God, it's costing them so much. Look at the cash that's left. they've got 700 bucks across the entire team on NAVI.
Yeah, good point. Might not have won the round, but certainly made things a lot more complicated for the CTs here. A rare miss from Monacy, an opportunity to find JL the star. He's thanking his lucky stars that he didn't actually even get tagged in that encounter. But it all comes to a bit of a standstill for now. JL now boosted up, looking towards a connector as the T side rotates back and towards the A side of the map here. Now going to be clearing out the playground and maybe a focus towards long here. Get an A split set up. Monacy will be the one given the responsibility of clearing out long. It is clear for now. CT's focusing on towards the bathrooms in the mid area. Deploying some utility, will have to check long eventually. But for now, they've got about 20 seconds before it becomes a problem.
Leaving the orb out on long like this is definitely an interesting switch up. I suppose it could really sell it, but if he doesn't see anyone, right? He's not running into anyone, so right now he's selling nothing at all.
30 seconds, so what's the big play here? Monacy's just going to have to run up and hope for the best here. So he's just going to try and sell somewhat of a fake, I suppose, Anders.
Yeah.
But they've been rumbled here. It's Nexa pulling one back, but 20 seconds, low HP. They'll trade blows 3-on-3, but bear in mind, Monacy's been dropped en route. The bomb, once again, it's going to be difficult to get this one planted. They'll give it their best shot with 10 seconds remaining.
Nice little jump from Alexi. He's in such a great position. What a move from him. Just the jump alone, putting him in a position you can hear that bomb being planted right on the other side, and a nice couple of shots coming out from Wonderful as well. This is huge. Again, they would have been forced to save right away if they would have lost this round, but they can keep it going, Navi, and again, they're kind of getting close to winning the map right now. So even if it's sketchy and they don't have a lot of money, who cares if they keep winning the rounds?
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Well read. JL very active this round. Hunting for information, spotted multiple players towards Monster, gets the boost going to spot them in towards Connector, and then the lovely Incendiary to deny access towards Shore with a swing behind it, finds the kill, and then Monacy's fake, as it were, didn't really do much for them. They didn't have enough time to really sink his teeth in towards the A side and cause a bit of a ruckus.
Yeah.
Wonderful took him down, and that's a significant round for Navi to pick up. They are now at double digits. It's Navi who have got a clean sheet once again. They were up 5-1 in the first half, now up 5-0 in the second.
I think for that to work, Monacy has to get a kill on long, right? And that's it's putting a lot of weight in on the entire round, just saying, hopefully you get a kill.
Yeah.
Because you can see, even when they found him and he missed a shot out there, they don't even rotate out of the B-bomb side. They actually went and flashed their way in, Navi, which is really cool. That's some great sort of proactive defense. You actually go look for the information at the L-bend, and they spotted a couple of people already, so they kind of knew what was coming. It was a really well-played round. I'm going to say on the calling front, Alexi's had a lot of really good decision-making throughout this game so far.
Couple of questionable moments as well, but
that's happened, yeah.
All part of the fun. And for now, what have we got here? A mishmash setup. We've got a single AK-47 for Monacy. He's got the hot hand right now. Understandable. He wants to be the hero. They kind of need one right now as well. They have got a partial buy behind this with Tech 9s, Kevlar, and very basic utility, but it's down to Monacy once again to try and crack the side open if possible. His teammates residing outside the monster tunnel. Once they get the cue to initiate the attack, they'll swarm the bomb site here, but it all comes down to this first contact. Can Monacy get anything? He absolutely can. Another stunning headshot is delivered.
So crisp, isn't he? Very hard to stop. This is the FAMAS, and it's not going to be quite enough, Monacy. One more kill will take down Alexi. He was tagged up from earlier already. And they're going to firebomb this out, make absolutely sure that there's no one challenging him in this one. So very clean, and like you said, just throwing Monacy in there. Just send him in to kill people.
He is the hero that G2 needs right now. A double kill on entry, crispy headshots as well. Not a one-trick pony by any stretch of the imagination. He get it done with all disciplines of Counter-Strike, this time with the AK-47. It's the first round for G2 as well. And we do know these previous rounds, and has been very close. Look at the cash. Even after this win streak, this is a full reset now. They get $1,400 going forward. If Hooksy can get this kill, it will be significant. That would have been a massive scalp to take. Wonderful's AWP could save the day going forward here, and they'll hold on to an AK-47 as well. So the fact they have this strong weaponry into the next round. Doesn't necessarily nullify their efforts here, but definitely makes things more complicated. If they got that kill on Wonderful, that'd be such a huge deal. But now they'll still have to deal with him, and you know he's going to have to be a little bit more proactive now. The money is broken on the Na'Vi side. They'll have the AWP, and I'm sure he'll be going for an opening pick.
Nice. I can drop you off, Elias.
All right,
Okay.
so he's going to have the AWP back.
Sneak peek. So yeah, full investment. Like I said, $1,400 in terms of loss bonus, aka the bottom of the barrel. And they'll give it everything they've got. It's not a bad buy, all things considered, with the AWP and the AK-47. Oh, good Lord, Monacy, how has he hit that? How has he got the presence of mind to know that gap exists and to utilize it? Like, he's ready for that. He's ready. I don't know how. Like,
It's so bizarre, isn't it? Because after watching Counter-Strike, I think you and I combined for like, you know, probably like 40 years or something like that. And it's, you still see something like that, you think, my God, like, what's happening?
It wasn't even a wall bang. He utilized that slither of the gap. Like, he's aware of that gap. And actually, it pays off. That's unreal. Huge opening frag, but that's one rifle dealt with. That was the AK-47 of Imma. Can he keep it going, though? Monacy, the one-man army right now. 18-7. Another fantastic performance. He got 50-plus kills yesterday against NIP. And we'll see if he can continue to dominate. Good smoke, though, from Na'Vi. Does make things uncomfortable. He's going to deal with that with a grenade. See if there's anyone behind it.
Next, picking up the bomb. Good to see them. Don't want to be losing that again. They run into Wonderful. Again, we've been talking a lot about Monacy.
The nade.
Well, he couldn't escape. What a shame. He's got 16 kills. He's actually been hitting really good shots, but obviously they take it away from him, leaving not really much left. 19 seconds on the clock as well. It's actually the MP9 that steps it up. They get the kill. Monacy will pick up another one. And that's the A-bomb side wiped out for the defense. But you look at the clock. I mean, it's not that much time left here. JL with the FAMAS to save.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
All they had to do was win this round and take down the majority of their players. Ideally, the AWP of Wonderful, because now, again, I know we bang on about the money a lot around here, but it's $1,900 on top of 0.
Yeah.
So that was the really difficult round, but now this comeback is on. 5-0 into 5-2. JL, nothing to do but save a FAMAS here. He's got a smoke, Kevlar, defuse kit. It's a nice bit of utility to go with it, but overall, has to be the full eco for Na'Vi going forward. It's going to be 10-9 and presumably 10-10.
Yeah, it's been coming for a while. G2 been chipping away at the economy, keeping it low on the Na'Vi side, and this is the reward. And I'm sure that that's a conversation they've had in between the rounds as well. So like keeping the focus and saying, you know what, we lost a round, but we got almost all the kills, right? So as long as you can keep doing that, you kind of keep the morale alive, I would say. This, from his point of view, the jump around.
Just like, he's just waiting for him to like, I know what you're going to do. Just give me the kill now. Just run into this little gap I've created for you. I'll hit the shot and we'll move on with the round. It's just unreal. Like a real prodigy of the game.
Absolutely. For Monacy, from being a name you'd never heard about to just being an absolute superstar, the ramp was so short for him, which is it's just so hard to believe, isn't it?
Well, like we said, it's a full eco, and that FAMAS I don't think will have much impact here. The bomb's already planted. That's cool. Straight up, getting the B-bomb side, all 5 players. Get the job done, and as we mentioned, it's going to be 10-10. Right back into this one with 3 rounds in a row. Difficult starts on either half, and they are going to send the MAC-10 in for the hunt, which I don't mind at all. Let's farm some cash. The money
Absolutely.
low, though. Like, the MAC-10 might be quite handy going into that next round, like, considering there's going to be the helmet sacrifice first, probably.
Yeah.
Better off just holding on to the MAC-10. We'll see what he can find, though. Going to try and find some juicy kills in the backstab. They're going to try and make things uncomfortable. There's Next up, making his presence known. The boost works out for him. Oh, that was the prime target, though. He could find JL with the rifle. That would have been excellent. We'll see if the bomb blast takes anyone down. Yeah, that's a bit messy. 2 players going down with the blast. I had a feeling it wasn't going to be that clean cut, so that's actually quite an expensive round for G2. They know it as well.
I wonder if they were pushing in at the end there, Navi, because JL still had a defuse kit. I wonder if they could have thought maybe G2 will make a mistake. It's not a common map for them. Maybe they're running away.
It would be a very G2 round, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If they all just run away hunting and the bomb gets defused, that actually is the G2 way.
Yeah, they were banking on it.
Yeah, actually not a bad shout. We've only added like a couple of G2 rounds last year. So it'd be nice to get one early.
Get it out the way, so
Get out
to
the way.
speak, you
Get
know?
out the way in January.
Don't leave it for the major.
Yeah, yeah. Let's do it now. Let's learn that lesson early on.
Okay, tactical timeout called. It's Blade on the microphone, getting a chance to, find a way to close this out. That's what you're thinking if you're NAVI, right? Like we're really close to doing this. Let's get it done. Get it over the finish line here. It'd be a weird experience for NAVI losing this map to a team that doesn't really play it. Even if they've been practicing, you've got to think, oh man, that shouldn't be happening. We should be winning this one every single time. But it's tied up. It's 10-10. And like you said, Helmet's the first team to go.
And actually, it was Alexi B in their last outing on Inferno. This matchup, G2 NAVI, where he got the 1v4 full defuse. That was the last G2 round we saw on Inferno.
Okay, great.
That was at World Finals. So yeah, there's always something about this matchup that seems to deliver in terms of the hype. That's an electrifying headshot from Hooksy as well. Finds the boosted player. The aforementioned Alexi B. In-game leaders locking horns, and Hooksy comes out on top. And JL to pick up the pieces here. Bear in mind he saved that Famous from the previous round. His money's not too bad. Nico, though's got his number. And that's a clean frag. Doesn't take any damage for his troubles whatsoever. 5 versus 3. This one's starting to spiral once again. Bear in mind they were up 5-1 in the first half and ended up losing 7-5. Again, they were up 5-0 here in the second. And now it's 5-4. We are all tied up. It's a 5 versus 3 right now. And in terms of CT utility overall, they've got a couple of HEs and a flash. One incendiary, no diffuse skip. Someone needs to step up, and they're going to have to just go with the gamble stack. We'll see if it works out for them.
I can respect this. I think actually a really sensible call. Having one person defend the 8 bomb site against 5 people that are coming in just doesn't make any sense. So it sucks because it probably means you're going to have to save out the round and just kind of ignore it. But at the end of the day, for the longevity of the match here, it's probably better to do it this way. Good to see Hooksy get a kill. Not too exciting for him today, but yesterday he was really on fire. He had some stunning, double and triple kills. Like, it was really sick.
Yeah, it seems like the whole team's enjoying themselves there right now. There's new look G2. Bear in mind, JKS taken out of the roster, bringing in Nexa. Not necessarily an upgrade in firepower or even roles, I think. Maybe just in general vibe and team chemistry, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm sure it's a massive luxury for Hooksy to have somebody to always be able to get an opinion, chime in, say, is there anything we've been missing? That's got to be such a luxury.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That does make a lot of sense. It definitely was questionable when it first came in. Are you bringing in Nexa when you got Hooksy here? But it seems to be working out quite nicely so far here at Spring Groups 2024. Nico's feeling himself as he picks up yet another couple of frags.
So worth it.
Finishing, with a hat trick. They know exactly what Wonderful is. Good flashbang, should be dealt with in due course. Hunter guarantees it, and this is where G2 take the lead now. Bear in mind on their opponent's pick here. G2 don't even play Overpass if you're just joining us. Monacy certainly does. He's having a field day out there, showing them how it's done. We're calling a timeout on the NAVI side of things.
They need that because it's slipped out of their hands. It's 11-10 now.
Yes. I think they just messed that boost up. You don't have to be that exposed. You don't have to be in the air. I think they just...
Well, especially now because the back pillar there has been extended, right? You can actually boost in safety of the pillar now and walk out. You don't have to do that at all.
They just fumbled the boost. You could see Alexi B. I'm not sure if it was his fault or his partner's, but yeah, that was so much hang time. Hooksy was just given a free kill. So, tactical timeout. This one, considering the starts they had, the huge scorelines, that luxury of 10 rounds up essentially on either side of the halves. If they were to lose this one, I'm not sure they recover because G2, sure, they've lost the pistols in the follow-up rounds, but they've looked like the better team overall, I have to say.
Yeah, they have. They really have. Bit was carrying for a bit, he was 11-2. We keep bringing it up. Now he's 19-30. He's playing well. It's a good game for him.
Has
wonderful.
These moments of heat, and then he kind of simmers down a little bit, but for now, he'll have to do something outrageous if they're going to stand a chance here. Pretty much full eco-Anders. So, like we said, JL had residual cash from that saved Famous, so he'll go for the Hero M4. It's not quite as potent as a Hero AK, but certainly still can work. They'll nade off the door. You can see he's being very active as we come to the dying stages here at the first map. What a map it's been. It's Inferno coming up next. Picked by G2, of course. Hello. Sit down.
Hello and good night, all in the same go. 4 versus 5 to begin with, and was going to say for a while that they were all 5 of them grouped up for G2, which is great if you're fighting the, the one M4 against JL. Not that they know that he really has it. I don't think they realize, but even if they were to run into him, it's kind of hard for JL to win a fight against every single one. Like, it's better for him if they are slowly trickling onto a site and trying to sort of go slowly at it, but it's a very team-oriented round coming out from G2. And I like this Nexa holding the back line. It's such an easy way to lose a round if somebody sneaks up behind. So here we go, just making sure.
He's got his player in T-spawn behind him, though, so he probably goes down here. Or does he, Anders?
Timing is everything.
Yeah, he just has the spidey sense tingling, checks the playground, and there he is. It's Bits, unfortunately, left in a 4 versus 1. This is map point.
It is. They're getting there.
What happened?
And that, I mean, I think you mentioned it, like NAVI doing a great job in winning the pistol rounds.
Yeah.
But outside of that, like they've definitely struggled. And part of it is also just, I think, running headfirst into m0NESY over and over again. Like that was painful even in the first half. I don't know how. Nobody knows how to deal with this. The problem. How do you stop him?
I guess it's a good point. And now they've got 2 opportunities to close this one out. Bear in mind, though, NAVI against Complexity yesterday were down 12-10 on this very map, and they recovered the game by winning 2 5-on-3s against them twice. So they're used to this. They did this yesterday. They can still take it to overtime. They won that overtime as well. Like the analyst said, though, that wasn't a case of NAVI winning the game. It felt like that was a case of Complexity losing it.
Yeah.
I don't want to use the word throw, but yeah, 2 5-on-3s that Elige built for them. And then they can't convert it for the map when you're going to lose a series. Like,
that wasn't
a good look. But NAVI, if they can pull it off again, I'll be very impressed. They take the eco in the previous. They need 2 in a row here to take us to overtime. On the CT side, more than possible.
It definitely is a lot of money on G2, so both rounds, regardless, are going to be heavy investments. But let's see what they've got, NAVI. Great time to show some strength and kind of show the world as well, maybe that you're not just going to get pushed out here, that you can summon a little bit.
Well, they're doing it the phase way right now. You go down 0-5.
Yes.
You have to grind all the way back into it, but you end up winning.
That is true.
It's the phase approach to CS2. It's very effective. Keeps things exciting, for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. From a viewership point of view, it's lovely. m0NESY obviously not committing to the jump there, but he's again out on long alone. They tried this last time, but they were very low on time. I think last time they were here, they had about 30 seconds left. This time it's a lot earlier, so... And look at this aggressive push from the CTs. They are actually getting kind of flanked by the T forces. This is a really, really wacky round, and this is going to be down to timing. Imma could win the whole round if he goes towards T-spawn, but he's not. He's clearing out towards the playground instead. m0NESY burned, and he can hear that on the other side. Alexi, good kill, but they should go. This is surely their time to go.
This is the strategy that was building up before. The idea, m0NESY gets a frag, hopefully, then everyone pounces on the B-bomb site. It's gone horribly wrong once again. He runs through the flames. It's a free frag for Alexi B, but can Bit hold on. He's had a good showing so far. Can't quite convert the double kill. A lot of damage inflicted, though. Flanks coming in from the back, surely no chance here for G2. Time is of the essence, 10 seconds to be exact. They'll scramble for the bomb plant, but Hooksy's too low. Doesn't work out once again. This strategy needs a little bit of refinement. I can see what they're trying to do with it, like send m0NESY in, get him some long space, and still good work from Nexa there to make things expensive. But yeah, that's twice now we've attempted it, and it seems like the idea is m0NESY will just creep in with the AWP. If he gets a kill, amazing, you probably win the round. You'll force a rotation for B, but twice now he's gone down pretty comfortably for NAVI, and then they have to limp in towards the B site, and no one's rotated.
And I'm not even sure if they could have gone right away. I think when m0NESY dies, I actually think there's a Molotov down from the CT side up towards the exit of Monster Tunnel. So maybe they couldn't even go for it. But the fact that they have to wait is devastating, right? That, like, even the element of surprise is kind of gone at that point in time. Well, here we go. NAVI, once again, fighting for overtime, just like they were against Complexity. We'll see if they can do it. They've won one of the rounds. They need this next one, too. And G2, they have tons of money. They're going to be able to get whatever they want in this one. So that's not going to be the issue. NAVI, could they do it again?
Hookzy, what have you got for us? Not much. Imma with the perfect lineup here. It's a 5 versus 3, but that doesn't mean the round is locked in by any stretch of the imagination. He's still got m0NESY, Nico alive. Sort of players that can recover these sort of desperate situations.
Oh, Imma, though, flashed in. He saw, I think, maybe even both of them. That's quite a bit of information to work with if he did. And wonderful. Don't want to overextend. Again, complexity, we're in this position and kind of kept giving up these 5 versus 3s, so don't be that team, Navi, here. There's a little bit of a sneak in, and it's Nico.
Oh.
Find the shot onto Wonderful. That's a good start.
It's kind of gutting, though. He got dinked in the processes. Now he can't be as aggressive as he'd like. He'd like to find a bit more space from that opening pick, but the round is back on. 35 seconds here. Smoke getting set up. Molotov, either for the dice box or the truck itself. Oh, it's a great incendiary, great response, and that's going to be the round. I think that guarantees overtime. Next had no choice but to push behind it.
Yeah. Yeah, the bomb there on the back of Modesty. I don't even know how I got to the shot, but it shouldn't make a difference here. Nico in a 1 versus 3 with only 17 seconds as he gets the first kill. Trying to run up there, but if they just stay back, he can't do anything, right? The only way he wins this round is if they go and fight him.
They just have to sacrifice one player on the plant. That's all they have to do. Oh my God, Anders. Okay, he can't plant. If the second player had been there, like I said, they played it correctly, sacrificed one player, denied the plan, job done. But if some reason 2 were there, he probably wins it. But there we go. It is going to be a 12-10 recovery there from Na'Vi. We do go to overtime, and it's all reset. But I think, considering the way things kicked off on either side of the equation here, the fact that we're down 5-1, then 5-0, I think G2 are fine with the fact it's going overtime. No pistol rounds to worry about now. It's all gun rounds from here on out.
True.
As, there's a double kill from Imma, just what the doctor ordered. Nico, if he doesn't get dinked in that situation, I dare say they probably win the round. So it's a very valuable tag from Alexi B. 12-12 are all reset.
Yeah, quietly been a pretty great game for Imma as well. He's one of the big question marks. A lot of people pointing fingers towards him, so want to see more of it. And he nearly got the double spray down there. But more importantly, it's a trade, but he got rid of Monacy. That has to count for something.
Certainly does, but a 4-on-4 special Nova pass favors the T side, and then some. You stretch very thin on the CT forces, but not a problem for Bits. Hooks here with the trade, and now JL isolated, alone on this B bomb site. Great smoke, though, to buy him a bit of space and time. Call for a rotation here. 1 minute 10 kind of resets the round as they make their way back in towards T-Sport.
Yeah, plenty of time here to walk across the map. We'll try and see if they can find another avenue to attack. They kind of soured on the monster tunnel. They didn't really want to hang out there any longer. Wonderful. At the A-bomb side with Alexi kind of rotating back and forth. He can do whatever he wants. Looks like he's going to be joining Wonderful up at the side, which at the moment seems like the absolute correct call. They're actually going to move forward a little bit. I think Alexi wants to see if he can find some information here. Jump in the past. They're going to live through. It's not Monacy, but it's Nico with the AWP. In the back line. Grenade right on top. That's devastating before they even set up for it here. 3 versus 3, yes, but a missed shot for Alexi. Do they know that he's here now?
I don't think so, because you have to silence M4, right? That's the benefit of this particular weapon. You can get away with those sort of plays. The Orb trying to deny the plant, but unable to do so. Wonderful finally gets the no-scope through the smoke, and we are going to see Nico thrusted in to a 3 versus 1. Capable of winning these rounds, but surrounded, and it will be Na'Vi. Picking up a complicated finish, but a wonderful no-scope through the smoke certainly helps things out.
It does. And a good point like you made with the silencer. That really makes a difference. If they know where he is, they can double peek him. And it's a different round completely. They really had no idea.
Yeah.
Fair play.
That's ridiculous, but we'll take it. It will be Na'Vi to find the first round here in the first round of overtime. 1-0 as we go 13-12. No reset, of course. We have got plenty of finances going forward. Close round there, but it will be Na'Vi coming out on top, taking the lead once again. And we'll see if they want to change their stance at all. Still the single AWP, a couple of AKs in their ranks as well now. And it's Monacy taking his second attempt. This time Alexi B, clean spam, will find Hooksy.
Frustrating start. You're in overtime. You don't even really get to do anything. You're just getting wall banged down. Some more is coming through. That's so much damage. This time, Nico, the recipient on the other side.
That's why it's so potent having the AK-47 on the defense. Allows you to go for those sort of plays. A lot higher damage output than the M4s. Speaking of damage output, here's Monacy looking to rebuttal here. Oh, it's a nice angle from Wonderful. Oh, 85 damage. And the grenade to follow things up. He's dissuaded them from the attack. As we hit the 1 minute mark, they might have to reassess their options.
It's always a fun conversation because sometimes when you get a wonderful versus Monacy, you imagine in your head that it's going to be straight alt versus off battle, but that's not usually how it plays out. Kind of rare that you get those straight engagements. Instead, it's a lot of the time about making the rifles on the map super uncomfortable, which obviously Monacy is an absolute expert at, but this is one of the rare times they actually ran into each other. And no real victory on either side just yet. A flick and a leg shot onto Imma. Can't believe he's still alive. Surely the grenade will get rid of him just before he can fire that rifle. Imma's out of the round, but look at the clock. There's only 20 seconds left, and they're locked in here. Bit is outside of the B bomb side. They know no one's coming down there, so it is a straight A attack. 3 people defending, and a nice shot. Wonderful, making sure they can't get close to the bomb side here. 8 seconds now. A missed opportunity. 5 seconds left. Wonderful. He's hitting everything he needs. And Bit was there with the flank to stop the bomb from going down. That's one hell of a round out of the Na'Vi sniper.
There's been a couple of rounds for both sides, whether it's a scramble towards the A-bomb side, 15 seconds remaining. You don't really have much to work with. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. Once again, though, it's G2 unable to close it down. So Alexi B, how did he get this spam at the start? The door gets naded out, and he spams towards the short pipe itself. Ridiculous. Huxley can't believe it. It's very unfortunate and wonderful. Amazing scenes here on the A site. Great presence of mind by Monacy in the back, and it's going to be 2-0 for Na'Vi. One more round here in the first half. Taz will be called in for the assistance here, trying to hold it all together. Need to try and post at least one round here on the T side.
Some pretty important work for Alexi in some of these last couple of rounds. He's had, I have to say, a below average performance throughout the majority of this game, but you know, last couple of rounds he's really stepped it up. He's up to 11 kills now. As long as you find that impact, even if it's late in the game, fine. Just, you know, keep the dream alive.
He single-handedly wins the previous round with that opening wallbang, so yeah.
Oh God,
that is wild. Nico, he's had enough. No more Mr. Nice Guy. He's going to be going straight up for those pre-fires towards the bathrooms, finding the AWPers with his AK-47. Wonderful, didn't even have any clue what just happened. And in towards B we go. Full commitment here. Flashbang looks decent. Could be difficult to deal with here. It's down to Bit to try and fend them off.
A lot more control than we've seen in previous B executes here for G2, but can they actually find the entry? Somehow Bits managed to get a double headshot, and now he's retaking this position that was previously Molotov out. They're going to try to get him a bit. My God, 3 kills, all of them headshots. He's locked them out of this round. The start was so good. They get rid of Wonderful on the other side, and they have all this real estate to try and do something with, but it's not even going to make any difference. Nico trying to fight his way back. The headshots are good. Don't fight him. Don't do it one at a time.
All right.
You know the power that he has with that rifle. It's not worth it.
They've given him an inch, but can he take a mile? 2 versus 1. Stunning headshots in the first interaction. He's got a lot more. That came from Nico. So close. 1 kill away from a glorious clutch here at the Spring Groups 2024, but he is denied as Na'Vi find 3-0 to kick things off, and we're going to swap halves at this point. As one more round will do it for Na'Vi, and they might have done it again, Anders, recovering a 12-10 deficit, take it to overtime, and close it out then and there. Did it yesterday, they're going to do it again today.
Quite a story to start the new season with, you know, but again, if you're a new team and they still kind of are, it's cool to be able to remind yourselves and to have this as a bit of recent history, saying, you know what, even when we're down and behind and it's not looking good, we have some strength to fight our way back. Like, we prove it time and again. So yeah, more power to Na'Vi if they can actually do this. They're close now, and they know it as well. Nice grenade to blow open the smoke, but it's an even trade. Alexi's going to be taking down a Nico. Huge scalp to get rid of, and a good trade in their favor. Problem was, in regulation, nobody could stop Monacy once he had the AWP. That's what killed the entire half for them when they were on the T side.
Well, he's starting to slow down in the last few rounds. Still a stunning performance, 24 kills, 12 deaths, but pressure on him now. Can he continue to deliver? They cannot afford to give up a single round at this stage. Has to be a clean sweep to take us double overtime. Match point still for Na'Vi, 15-12. Sub 1 minute. Still plenty of utility. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes, some Molotovs. As m0NESY desperately hunting for information here, sending a flash, looking to provoke some sort of a reaction.
Putting a lot of faith in m0NESY to be able to delay them, stay alive, maybe get a kill, but just... if he dies, the round is wiped out so quickly.
See, he's just trying to hold on to every bit of utility, get the most he can out of each place.
He saw
Great
that.
shot. And yes, here we go. Can he save the game? For G2, only good for one. The trade is very good for NAVI now. Guaranteed plant and a difficult retake as G2 come in through the bank.
Made so much more difficult by the fact that they do not have a smoke for the defuse. So if the T players of NAVI get to escape further on back towards the restrooms, it's going to be very hard. You're defusing out in the open. It's so uncomfortable. G2 need a miracle right now. Hunter, Nexa, and HooXi left. Try and see if they can break their way onto the bomb site. They've got the defuse kits a bit on for more headshots. Look at him! Absolutely deleting them one by one, and it's NAVI with another comeback. This time against G2 as they take the map on overpass.
They've done it once again. The 12-10 deficit, no problem. They swept away Complexity and now doing the same to G2. But bear in mind, a 5-1 start in the first half, 5-0 in the second. It was anything but a clean game.
There definitely is something to be said about the resilience of this Nadus Vincere team. Once again, Jacob, we have a very similar scenario. We're looking at an overpass. We're looking at Navi with 2 map points against them and still a comeback.
Still a comeback. Still a great game of Counter-Strike, a very hectic game of Counter-Strike. You and I were standing in here in overtime watching, and we're both, you know, talking to each other about the intensity of the game, the intensity of the communication. It's map 1 in a group stage game. Winner's not progressing. There's not that much on stake, but you can still feel exactly how much it means to both these squads. That was a good game of Counter-Strike. Quality-wise, not always on par or on top, but I think some of the individual performances we saw throughout this game was very, very entertaining to watch.
Oh, I agree with you. Some individuals will light up. We're of course going to talk about m0NESY and the performance he put forth, but if we stay on Navi as well, we talk resilience, we talk the ability to come back into the game, but we also have to mention winning key rounds. And in Counter-Strike, not every single round is similar in value. The fact that they got away with economical advantage every half, both of them, 5 round in the T side, 5 as well on the CT, that meant absolute value to them.
It meant the world. It meant the world. So they got off to very, very good starts in both half. For Navi to do that, you know, to be up 5-1 on the T side on a map like Overpass really helped them out a lot. I think G2 would have run away with it. Of course, G2 made a great comeback in the second state of the game, but for Navi to be up and having that caution, so to speak, in order to play up front, helped them to, you know, take a bit more risk, helped them to be a little bit more efficient, and helped them to inevitably get the win here.
And we talk about key moments in this game. There's been plenty, of course, of very tumultuous moments. Right there, first half, and we hit the ground running with m0NESY and an incredible 1 versus 3. This was the beginning of what was going to be an incredible half, an incredible map even for m0NESY. But we didn't only want to talk about this round, which of course has a huge impact on the game, and we are in awe of what this man is capable of doing in CS2. This is, again, great repositioning, and he's as fast as can be with the Deagle. But it's the reaction coming in from Navi that really interested us in the round that's going to come.
I absolutely love the reaction coming in from Navi. I love the call coming out from LXB. You can see in the player faces right here, of course, m0NESY, he's happy. He doesn't believe how good he is. Whereas for Navi, that's rough. They go straight into a B rush. They force up with Tech-9s, straight into a B rush. Good utility usage. They're going to swarm on towards Nexa, who is caught off guard. Hunter can't do anything as well. And all of a sudden, Navi is again in a prime position to not only win the round, but to get off to this good start that we were explaining. To have the balls, if you're LXB, early on in a game, to call a B rush that fast with that sort of efficiency, that's beautiful. And that was a theme throughout the first half. The B bomb site were bullied by Navi time and time again. You're looking towards the combination of Nexa, HooXi, and Hunter. They weren't able to put up the fight. Of course, m0NESY and Nico on the A bomb site, it's almost guaranteed that with the raw amount of firepower, they are going to cause trouble. But that B bomb site was a bit of a weakness for G2.
And this is definitely how LXB put most of these rounds on the T side, as you mentioned. And so what is quite interesting, rather, is that G2 tried to do exactly the same. It's almost a mirror situation here, Jacob. We're talking about round 15. It is the beginning of the second half, of course. And what does G2 try? To break the economic cycle with a B rush. Led the charge by HooXi, but then this is bit here with an incredible work with the FAMAS. Triple kill nonetheless. 1 mag in that pillar position that is going to stop G2. I think this was a pivotal moment. I think this is where Navi retook some control over that game. We have to also say, for context, that G2 had had been forcing into forcing again a second time in this attempt to break NAVI, and BIT was stellar in his position.
The 2 rounds we just showed you right here, that was the game-defining moments in that first half. That's the reason why NAVI were able to pull it into overtime. And let's not forget that NAVI were up for the vast majority in this game, and they were looking like the better team, I'd say, for the vast majority of it. But G2 were pulling off a great comeback, pulling himself into a winning position. But without these 2 rounds, I don't think NAVI would have won an overpass, which, again, I think needs for us, at least, to put on some focus towards BIT. You say it, right? The context of the kills, the context of the rounds. He had 29 kills in this game, but the amount of sheer impact with those kills. We're looking at pistol rounds, we're looking at rushes, we're looking at defensive rounds on the CT side. BIT was hands down the most impactful player on the server, and that's why m0NESY also played a good game of Counter-Strike. So it's just great to see this guy once again showing some of that, I guess, potential we saw 2-3 years ago.
I mean, it's a multi-kill factor that he truly put on the table on this map, and we're still, the jury's still a bit out on BIT in this NAVI jersey and how he can kind of find his footage in that international roster. But whenever he's got some of these maps where the multi-kill is almost a guarantee, whenever he's got his 2 legs planted on the ground and just literally zaps you into hell. And he'd done that a couple of times here. That was a great map. But he wasn't alone as well. I think Wonderful, quietly, passively, you would say, also put a couple of numbers. He was stabilizing a few situations with the AWP. 23-13, that's nothing to be shy about.
No, not at all. Again, Wonderful playing well. I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again today. He's very good at staying alive. He's very good at keeping the AWP in play in rounds where NAVI are looking to lose, in rounds where NAVI can't do much. He's great at saving his gun, and sometimes that's a bit boring. Sure, we've seen James do it time and time again in VP, but it just means that he's bringing in the AWP into the next round. And there's a lot of occasions where you can see right here where he's the game-defining player that is winning rounds for NAVI. Another thing I just want to quickly touch upon as well in regards to BIT, just before we round that off, is the positional change. We spoke about it yesterday. He used to be the A anchor. They're now giving that to Imma, so you move BIT over towards to be the B anchor, where he can just, as you said, stand still and just kill people. And that's exactly what he did with the FAMAS in that round we just saw right here. So for BIT to be able to change position and still find that amount of impact, that's a great sign for NAVI in the future.
I agree with you. Now, it would be criminal for us not to touch on m0NESY's performance in this map. Even though he's on the losing side, of course, this was an otherworldly performance out of m0NESY. And I just want to put it out there. I know the numbers themselves are pretty impressive, of course, 25 kills, but it is the fact that he almost by himself put Navi's defense to the test with the AWP. As soon as he put an AWP in his hands on the T side, he was able to just scan, lurk, find opening kills. G2 is redefining who is supposed to be the lurker in the aggressive lurker. Who else but G2 currently sends an AWP to be your aggressive lurker? Maybe Shiro did that a couple times.
Sure.
Maybe Zai won another situation. But on this map, they were sending m0NESY like a missile to try to find his opening kills, and he made life horrible for Navi.
Yeah, he did. He did. And it requires a lot of, I guess, skill and vista and able to be to do that performance
so
and
good.
to that role for m0NESY. I'll also say that it doesn't sound nice to say out loud, but it was almost like m0NESY kept T2 alive throughout that game for the vast majority of it. You look towards Honda, was nowhere to be seen on the server. Huxi, nowhere to be seen on the server. Nexa had a rough one as well. Even Nico in the first 15 rounds, 20 rounds was nowhere to be found on the server. It was all about m0NESY. So without him playing well, again, it's easy to say that if one player was taken out of the equation,
yeah, but what about
us, you know? But the amount of impact he found by playing that aggressive lurk style and opening kills and shutting down the rounds, he was involved in every aspect of the game right there for G2. So stellar performance for him. Unfortunately, not enough. Didn't have enough backup from the rest of the team.
Not enough for G2, but we were the winners of this map for sure. That was an excellent level of Counter-Strike. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We're gonna take a quick 3-minute break, and when we come back, we dive into map 2, or rather we preface it, and then we dive into it. Oh, welcome back, everybody. Here I am. My voice is in your ears. Thank you very much for being with us. We are currently watching G2 versus NAVI. Map 2 is looming around the corner, and I just want to up the ante just a little bit when it comes to Inferno, because you would be damned to think that, it's Inferno coming up. It's a GG map for G2. Yeah. That's going to be it. It used to be the case. There was a period of time where G2 was unnegotiable on that map. They were so strong. They had one of the strongest T side as well. They had incredible numbers. But the truth is, it's been tempered, moderated in the last few times they've played it. Plus, they lost against NAVI at World Final.
They did, in a very close game, 13-11. There's two things I want to bring up to people's attention before we move into Inferno. Something for Anders and Henry to look out for as well. One being NiKo and HooXi. The combination of those two players, CT side banana. NiKo has not been the same player in CS2 as we saw in CSGO. And in CSGO, he was arguably the best banana player. Both T side, CT-wise, he could shut down that bomb side by himself. He's flanked by HooXi, who, individually speaking, don't always have the same amount of impact. So if NiKo is just 10-15% below his normal level, that could be a point of contention. Another one I want to bring up to the debate is Honda as well. Honda used to be the highest rated CT player in CSGO on Inferno for a period of 6 months. And I mean the highest rated player in the entire world. Better than Saivu, better than Simple, stats-wise. On the CT side of Inferno, he's been struggling in CS2 as well. So if you had those two players from G2 not showing up, then I agree with your point. Then G2 is not the same force they used to be on Inferno. So there's definitely a chance here for NAVI.
And I do wonder to what extent they're going to try to punch on Nexa a little bit. Because we know in this iteration of the map, the pit players aren't as comfortable as they used to be. If you guys are familiar with CSGO, if you've been watching for a few years, this used to be one of the stronghold of any CT position all maps comprise. You would be so happy and comfortable in the pit. It's a multi-kill position. But the way they've changed the map, the way they've mapped it out and geometrically kind of changed the layout, it's not as comfortable as it is. Nexa is going to have to be much more solid than what might have been the case in the past.
And I agree with you. And see what we did right here, right? We just dissected the CT side of G2, saying that Banana could potentially be a bit of a weakness or something where you want to contend it. You have Pit as well being potentially a bit of a weakness for G2. You have Honda flanking Nexa in that area as well. A player who's not up to par, who just had a horrible first map as well. Who's going to fill out the gaps? Well, that's going to be m0NESY. So for me, that is the massive win condition. How much can m0NESY allow himself to move around with the AWP, be Banana once in a while, go up in apartments and install some fear in NAVI? Because if they're allowed to, on their T side, just walk around, take map control and execute on G2, I think G2 is going to be in big trouble. However, if m0NESY is able to disrupt that game plan and be all over the map and filling out the gaps for G2, then that could be enough to, I guess, show some of that weakness or make them less viable.
And I think if we have to be completely honest here, weaknesses are also to be found on the side of NAVI. And if we're going to put HooXi under the microscope on the CT side, I think Alexibi at times on B as well has suffered, has struggled. Now it's got the symptom of the leader who's trying to think about the round, what's going to come next, what should be the move in the next 20 seconds, and suddenly you get executed on or you get entryed on. Of course, he's going to be faced very likely by NiKo. We know how NiKo love to go up Banana, love to get aggressive. If NiKo can find a couple of kills on Alexibi, suddenly you might see a defense that's struggling.
I think that's the duel I want to look out for the most. Of course, there's a lot of players in contention right here. There's a lot of ways this map can go. I'd still argue G2 are the favorites, but for me, NiKo is the point of player you want to look towards. If he's having a great game, if he can dictate the game on the T side and on the CT side, I think G2 is going to be just fine.
I mean, I think we have to be honest as well. We are observing the steps of NiKo in CS2. We've come to a point where we wonder, how good is he going to be? Is there going to be a gap? Of course, there's been a gap in the transition, but we have to give in a little bit of time. Maybe people talk about playstyle. People talk about how he was playing in CSGO. Maybe it doesn't really apply to CS2. We can talk about frustration. But the fact of the matter is, it is one of the hottest topics, as far as I'm concerned, is his trajectory in CS2. I want to see NiKo that we had in CSGO. I think we need it in CS2 as well. When you think about other candidates that we have at the highest level right now.
He's the best player to ever play the rifle in Counter-Strike Global Offensive history. He is getting better in CS2 though. His performance on Overpass we just saw was all right. We saw at the World Finals he had a nuke where he absolutely went nuclear. So NiKo still got it, but not as consistent as he used to.
Well, our eyes are set on NiKo. We are hoping, we are demanding more from one of the best rifles to ever touch Counter-Strike. But for that first, we need two commentators. My friends, it is my pleasure to hand it over to you.
Great segment, guys. It really set the scene there for Inferno, kind of illustrated where some of the weaknesses might lie for G2, even on their map pick here. It was a decent showing, I think, from both teams. It's a map like they don't really play too much. NAVI is still rebuilding back into the new roster. G2, their first land showing. They actually managed to get it to overtime. They had the 12-10 lead, but unfortunately squandered it towards the end. I feel like Inferno, NAVI could take this again. They did mention this was the matchup over in World Finals where NAVI did win it, but that was the infamous 1v4 Alexibi defuse as well. So it's lots of different variables going into this one, but it does set the scene for an absolutely show-stopping second map here, Anders.
I look forward to the GG bet odds are going to be favoring Navi. All of a sudden, it started with G2 being, slightly favored there. So no surprise, obviously, a tough game to begin with on Overpass, but Navi pull ahead again with a comeback into overtime where they end up winning it. So quite a couple of days for Navi so far.
What a tournament it's been. Some absolutely brilliant performances so far. Monacy against NIP posted a 1.88 ratings, on track to do the same again if you can keep this level of form up. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Inferno here in the upper bracket final of Group C. It's the pick of G2, and they'll, of course, be starting on the T side here. We've got one smoke, a couple of flashbangs, actually, and we'll see whether they can actually find a pistol. They lost both of them on Overpass, leading them to a 5-0 deficit, and then a 5-1 in the second half as well. So they'd love to get a decent start here on Inferno.
Absolutely, and as it turns out, winning any one of those pistol rounds on Overpass would have won them the map, right? It wouldn't have been overtime at all. They would have just straight won it. So it is a big difference that they make in this MR12 format. A couple of flashbangs and a defuse kit as well on Alexi. So a little bit of utility to try and ward off the incoming T-forces. And they're pushing up middle right here. I feel like I don't see enough Inferno right now. It's been less popular.
That's true. Like every tournament we go to, like it's never Inferno.
It's
isn't. Like a dead map somehow.
Well, it's alive now. Opening kill goes the way of Imma, and Alexi also getting a chance to have a say. USP finding a shot with Nico right back into it. Monacy hitting a headshot. Imma, the only one now defending the bomb site and trying to keep his dreams alive, but he's going to get found by Hunter. In spite of a great early defensive couple of kills coming up from Navi, it's G2 planting the bomb, and JL with a massive task on his hands.
Very difficult clutch for JL, but certainly one within his wheelhouse. Slowly but surely, dissecting the bomb site here. He's just got no info as to where they could be residing, though. First kill doesn't connect. I thought he had that one.
I actually think that's a sick way to play it. Like, just, if he hits that headshot, he's ready for the next fight.
I was getting ready to kind of continue the sentence. Can he find the next 90-degree flick required? But no, didn't even connect. And that was a 5-on-3, essentially, as Navi got the first couple of kills, courtesy of Imma and Alexi B. But then Nico and CT Spawn, this moment right here, it's where the wheels fell off. I think this decision to challenge him from Library, yeah, that's where it all started to go wrong. As Hunter can't believe his luck. Doesn't even take any damage, and it will be a pistol. Yeah. It will be the first pistol that G2 have won in the series so far, and a full eco for Navi. Oh, here's the power of Zeus. Looking to strike fear in the hearts of G2, but I don't think I'll be connecting this time. But whenever I say that, Anders, it normally does seem to.
That is how you curse people, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's exactly how it's done. They've upgraded the Zeus animation. Unfortunately, I think they nerfed the sound of it. Like, the sound was better in Go. So that's something to think about. Maybe something we can change in the future.
Yeah, put that top of the priority list.
I think so.
CS2, yeah, I think that's the main priority right now. Get that up there, fix the Zeus animations, get a better sound.
Yeah, leave the rest for later.
Then we can talk about the operations, the skins, the anti-cheat, after all that.
Yeah. I'll write Valve about it later, I'll tell them.
Please do.
This is the prime objective at the moment. Well, Alexi dancing around the tree, not really managing to stay alive. Imma at the bottom of Banana, hanging out. Hasn't found the target yet. But there's still a chance.
There's a chance. Slim one, but it's a good position. Nice attempt, but unfortunately doesn't connect.
He went early, didn't he?
Yeah, he gave it a good go. And that was a full eco, bear in mind. We've got the guns coming out in the next round for Navi. So not all is lost, but very clean rounds here from G2. We didn't see many clean rounds on Overpass. Got a scrappy game generally, but an entertaining one nonetheless. So it's going to be an interesting buy, though. We've got MP7s, FAMASes, and a couple of M4s here. Like, Inferno's a utility-heavy map, so they've opted for more grenades rather than firepower here. Let's see if it comes back to Horn. Then they do have one kit, just to note as well, on the utility belt of Alexi B.
3 people without head armor. A lot of shooting through the smoke on Inferno. If you get caught by one of the MAC-10s or 2 of the Galils there, it could be really awkward, right? So some of those players will have to think about that. Maybe don't go for any extended smoke fights here. Just kind of leave it alone for a minute, because you catch a stray bullet and suddenly it's no longer worth it. We'll see. And they are making their way into the apartments. Smoke pretty early on, but I guess they don't have any mid control, so they have no idea someone could be up there. In fact, limited information in general for Navi. They're quite far back on the map. Rotating over Alexi, or at least thinking about it. I don't mind the 4-1 split. I just feel like having a 4-1 setup when you don't have any banana control is just extra risky. Yeah, they're going to slowly peel back Alexi, saying, you know what? We want the crossfire to stay at the B-bomb side, but looks like it's going to be a play. Ooh, running out with a flash in hand. That's scary. Hooksy going straight down. Hunter, the next to fall. The idea was here for G2, but the execution so far has been anything but perfect.
Can they get out of the apartments, though? This is the question. 30 seconds remaining. Can't really transition back in towards B at this stage. It would be too dicey. Nice little crossfire setup, and they do find the first player. It's down to Bit. Probably needs a double kill here. Got to try and stay alive at the very least. Rotations coming through, but frags being found left and right. Down to Monacy. He's got the intel on the first, and he will be closing out the round with the coL as well. It didn't look like they stood a chance there. They were completely stuck in the apartment's position, but they didn't panic. They didn't overcommit. They waited for their opportunity, and it's Monacy to capitalize upon it.
I'm a little bit shocked that I can't believe it. I feel like I was missing a kill in all of that. I feel like there were 4 people left. Nexa gets this one. Oh, Monacy is getting one exactly at the same time.
Yeah.
Sick.
Huge round. G2 know it as well. Opening frags for Navi once again, and we already knew that was quite a compromised setup with the MP7, the FAMASs, and now with a Desert Eagle 5-7 setup. Huge grenade. Oaksy taking damage as well. They're focusing their efforts towards middle. If you are just joining us, this is the pick of G2. Off to a flying start here, looking good for a 4-0. Will be maximum loss bonus after this round, of course, but we'll see if there's any bumps in the road here. As Wonderful lying in wait in towards that pit.
Slowing it down. I think if they keep going, the round is already settled, but they've kind of allowed the rest of the Navi to rotate on over, so they should still be okay, but maybe not. The flashbang setup. Alexi on the assist there. Hunter going down. Hooksy going down. And now it's a 3 versus 5. I don't know what prompted that level of slowdown there for G2. I feel like they had the round pretty much in control. You already spent all of the grenades to get in there. Monacy trying to claw his way back into the round. He's going to get rid of Bit. Wonderful's been laying in wait this whole time with the Deagle down in the pit, ready to try and see if he can hit the headshot on anyone coming by. 35 seconds. He's slowly edging his way out. And his opportunity was right then and there. He hits the shot on Nico and another one on Monacy. And Navi, they claw that round back. It's unbelievable.
Really nice round there. A little partial buy from Navi. Things starting to spiral, but the Desert Eagle of Wonderful prevails. Very patient play, waited for his moment to strike, and he couldn't have done a better job there, Anders, to close things out. It all started here, though. Like I said, a nice flashbang delivered by Alexi B. Some good damage output, and the 5-7s and Deagles come out on top as JL recovering that AK-47 for the star of the show. Certainly Wonderful here. 3-1. Plenty of money for G2. Might have a couple of concessions here. We're getting into round number 5. AK-47's recovered. Look how much they've got on the CT side. They found 4 of them, Anders.
Yeah.
What an injection of cash that is.
That's actually so crazy. It's one thing to win the round, but winning it with that many people alive, so you can just scavenge all of the rifles. Huge luxury. Okay, that should inspire some confidence, hopefully, for Navi.
Oh, very close to finding that kill through the smoke. Monacy. He has no idea they've actually got all the way down towards the bottom of Banana. Do they want to flash through and maybe surprise them here? Time will tell. Alexi is tucking himself in for now. With a default setup here from Navi. Problem with these setups is it does cost you the majority of utility to start. That's both your smokes gone on the B side at the start of the round, but they're allowing this opportunity now for Alexi B to rotate. He feels like they've done enough to funnel them in towards the A side, and so far so good, but the bombs are T steps. So that's not guaranteed by a long way.
And they've rotated over Alexi, right? He's completely given up on the B side. So they're leaving JL here just for the jump. He's going to be called back right away. JL has no more utility left, right? There's nothing that he can throw
This is the problem.
to slow them down. So yeah, absolutely right. And they know it. They can feel it. JL caught. I can't believe it. They actually found the headshot on him. A ridiculous kill from Hooksy. I want to see that. It looked like JL was all the way back and around the corner, but maybe he turned to take a look, and that was the end of him. They might just save this right away, Navi.
Yeah, it looks quite promising when you have that early banana control, but there's the reason you don't see it too often these days, at the very least. Like, it costs you incendiaries, flashes, both your smokes to even maintain that control, and you give it up so early. Let's say you have to fall back once the smokes dissipate, and then, like you said, you got nothing at all to hold the B-bomb side with, and he's just scrambling, trying to get back towards coffins. Even if they did survive, like, how is he going to hold them off? He was essentially alone there. Alexi B had made his way in towards A, hoping the presence towards Banana would be enough to push him in towards the A side, but no. Hooksy doesn't take the bait. In fact, he throws it back in their face. Beautiful headshot towards the coffins. Only one kill required here, Anders, and it will be G2 back to their winning ways. 4-1 on their map pick. Third map is Anubis if we require it.
That'd be a cool finish. I would appreciate that if we could get there. I feel like, just to add to the whole Banana conversation, I think the glory days, anyway, of holding deep Banana like that was when, Stewie ended up being so good at flanking people through there. Like, whenever there was trouble at the A-bomb side, he'd come through and shoot people in the back. That was really sick, but I think it's hard to do in CS2. Like, also, the Banana is a lot more closed off now. Like, it's so much tighter.
It's pokier around there, isn't it?
Very tricky to try and replay that kind of thing. I feel like most teams are they're really far back. Like, maybe they're jumping like JL was trying to do there, but otherwise they're further back on the map.
So, Blade, what have you got up your sleeve? It was a great round winning with those pistols. The good news is they scavenge all those AK-47s. So, yes, they lose a follow-up round, but they do have a nice reservoir of cash available to them. So, not all is lost. We'll see whether they can bounce back here. I'm sure there's a buy at the very least. Not sure how strong it'll be. Might be a couple of compromises in terms of the weaponry, but I think they're fine overall. Got those saved AKs. AWP, and a nice, healthy setup.
All right.
More like it. That will dissuade them from going towards Banana. That's the way you do it.
Better than smokes or anything else. Just a bullet to take down Hooksy. And allowing Wonderful to relocate. Again, it's a classic way to play the AWP, but just keep moving around. 3-man stack at the A-bomb side, 2 at B. And already quite a bit of utility expended by G2 with the early stages here. Gotta be careful they don't end up with nothing left at the end of the round. Let's see. Smoke going on over to try and create a bit of space towards the arch side. It falls pretty deep. Thought it was going to be closer towards the corner so they can make their way in the middle.
There we go then. What is the final play here? We've got decent mid control from G2.
B split?
Yeah, banana split. Extra creamy, Anders. But Imma,
that dream's dead.
He's having none of that. Lovely boost there. Couldn't be in a more prime position to find those two players. Mows them down with that saved AK. And we got ourselves a lovely 5-on-2. Navi, I think this one's in the bag. 30 seconds remaining, but it is the dastardly duo. m0NESY and NiKo, Anders. If ever there was going to be a couple of candidates for a 2 versus 5, they'd probably be at the tip of your tongue.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I think for that reason, Navi is staying so far back. They're making sure that no early kills can happen for the duo here. And that's how you want to play it. It's absolutely the right way to go. If you fight them a little bit early, they can just get the headshots and take the, at least get the bomb plant down, and then you're in trouble. Oh, see, right? a little bit of a taste of what could have happened.
Yeah. Some warning shots.
Yeah, but you know what? Well played to Navi. It's not about being scared of those two. It's just about having a good understanding of the type of player that you're up against. So I completely understand it.
Well, it was wonderful to open things up. A brave and audacious peek through the flames. And then that great boost from Imma as well. Ice cold on the dismount. He knows he's won the round, but it was expensive, admittedly, with those 2 kills from m0NESY towards the end. Keeps them modest on the Navi side. 4-on-2. Now, bear in mind, this is not considered a CT map anymore. I think it might even be leaning towards T side. Either way, it's not like it's a landslide. It's one of the more closely contested. maps we have in the pool, but it is going to be wonderful. This time, bested by Hunter.
A shot that he definitely could have hit. That's a bit disappointing. I would have wanted to see him get that one.
Yeah, I think by his standards, he'll be disappointed.
Yeah.
And that's another kill. Hunter, he'll be getting himself a little hat trick here in the apartments. And presumably, the A side's open. With that much space created, I think that's already round over. Unless a double kill through the smoke is found. Good flashbang, and that's the only way he was going to get it done. But m0NESY, perfect defensive position, will take care of JL and indeed the round. But that's Hunter stepping up. 3 kills in the apartments.
Spinning all over the place to get them as well. That wasn't necessarily that easy. We'll see if they can make it expensive for Alexi. A lot of cash on the Imma, but and maybe Bit also has enough to make it interesting, but the rest of them, not so much. This one rifle could actually be kind of important. And it looks like Alexi's managed to dodge. m0NESY's, or at least was for a second, walking the other way. But still, 5-2. So G2 in a nice position. Now we're going to have to come up with some more here on the CT side. Definitely m0NESY around the corner. It's going to be Alexi getting the first one, but shot at the back. Absolutely worth it.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, this is the map pick of G2, and they are looking incredibly comfortable right now. Already got a nice bank of rounds. Huge lead. Smiles on the faces of G2, and this is the moment Hunter goes absolutely berserk in the apartments. Can't believe it. There's kills everywhere around him. And it is going to be a nice clean finish for GT to close things out there as well. Money comes under scrutiny now, but they've still got enough for a decent buy. With the wonderful AWP, MP9 for Alexi, no grenades for JL, but certainly a winnable setup. We'll see whether they can find this opening kill once again. It was wonderful that narrowly missed down the kill on towards Hunter.
Yeah.
Kicked off his hat trick in the previous round. Here he goes again.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling, isn't it? You just miss a shot on someone and they go on to have a great round. Like I could have prevented all of it if I just hit one more shot. Forward defense towards the middle for NAVI, so that should give them some more information to work with. Something that they've been lacking in some of the previous rounds. Such a common dilemma on this map if you're on the CT side and you get denied mid and banana control, and now you're just blind. You're just sort of trying to rotate your players around, but you're not really sure what's happening. So I appreciate this. Decent enough nade. Nico down low enough that the M4s could start to have the one-shot potential. And wonderful again. Early shot here, this time not missing.
Yeah, he's keeping up. Making things more complicated here. Takes down one of the headline acts of G2. Nico removed early on. 5 versus 4 advantage for NAVI, but mid control is obtained at the very least. G2 still have a fighting chance here, but JL up towards the balcony position. We've got Imma patrolling towards library, but he's smoked off. JL is going to be tested here. He's got backup from Bits on the bomb site itself.
20 seconds. They're running this clock down very low, but that's a banging entry. They take down JL and Bit, and even if the trade comes in, it's going to be too late here. The bomb's going to get planted. And wonderful, and Alexi, they pick up an AK, and they're going to save the round instantly. There's no doubt. Why would you do anything else? So far away from the action. Going to go towards T-spawn to save this one, but that's a double entry for Nexa. They were running the clock very low. I mean, it is scary even if they're close to the bomb site like that, but it was perfect.
A 5-on-4 advantage for NAVI as well. Squandered, and it is going to be Nexa this time, finding the double kill upon entry, and there we have it. And it's going to be the save here. At least they'll have the sniper available to them and the Alexi AK-47 as well. But that's another very convincing round. Recovering the deficit. G2 are now up 6-2. A few more rounds left to play here. They're going to have plenty of cash after this one. You get an injection of $3,500 per player by winning by virtue of explosion. Here's Hunter opening things up. Then it was Nexa to make his presence known. Excellent pre-fire mechanics there. Gets himself the double, and yeah, that's round over. You've got no choice on a map like Inferno but to save your weapons once the bomb's planted. And we'll see whether there's any sort of tactical timeout here, as things getting a little bit alarming here for the NAVI side.
That first kill on the entry for Nexa was on JL, and he's 1-7 at the moment. So kind of brutal start for him individually. A little bit of a shame, because if he gets that one, it'll create space for his teammate coming through the smoke, and they have a different ability to try and defend the bomb site, but just doesn't work out that way. Boost on over. You can keep this for a while, not for a long time, because you're going to lose control of apartments next to you, so eventually you have to get rid of it, but it's a nice idea. Yeah, they're going to back off more or less immediately, and I understand why. AK and an AWP, and otherwise mostly just pistols. Some of them upgraded. They're going to go really quick, getting down into the pits, and it's already kind of mission accomplished here. The rifles are on the other side of the map, so they're just fighting pistols, using plenty of grenades to get rid of absolutely everything in the bomb site, but you can understand why.
Maybe this is why Inferno isn't picked too often, Anders, because all it takes is one kill around and it's over. Yeah, it's not the most exciting to commentate when these sort of rounds come through, but it's understandable, of course. They've got to hold on to the AWP and the AK. Bit goes down, they get the bomb planted, there's no chance you're going to win it. You just have to tuck yourselves in, burrow away, but NiKo's not going to allow any of that nonsense. Oh my goodness. The analysts said they wanted to see a bit more from NiKo. He's starting to wake up on the server right now. Beautiful tap. Gets himself 2 more kills, and unfortunately, those are not the kills that they wanted. These are the 2 targets they're looking for, Wonderful and Alexi B. The other 2 players he found did have pistols, but still, beautiful shots all the same.
Yeah, we bring up a good point, though. It is true. It is kind of the Inferno experience to some extent. It must be disappointing playing it as well. You're like, oh, we lost a guy, save. Just the call comes out instantly. You try and save, and that's it. How do you change that?
Good question.
You need a teleporter on either bomb site to real
like Valorant style.
Yeah. Just to get there. I don't know. Something is definitely up though. It is a bit disappointing that there's not more of a chance to get to get some help over to the bomb sites. Rotation is just so awkward, isn't it?
Well, they've done well to keep holding on to the saved weapons, so the money's pretty decent, all things considered. A lot of damage towards JL at the very start of the round, though. He's down to 29, but Imma, he's staying strong. He's being tricky in the smoke. He gets himself a double, finds the AK-47 on the ground. Can he stay alive? Apparently not. Finally silenced by the Nexa HE grenade. Speaking of which, Alexi B, he'll throw one out himself and find them in a 4 versus 2. It's NiKo and Nexa this time. Plenty of time on the clock, and with NiKo in this sort of form, maybe he can make this one work.
Yeah, great realization for Navi that if they leave too much of the map for G2, their ability to execute is just so strong, right? So you take that away from them, you fight them in the middle instead, and push in from Banana on the other side, and that actually works out really, really well. NiKo
yeah, they've been finding way too much space for free, right?
Yes.
On G2, they're just getting full mid control into an execution, or Bananaville's push them back, or just outlive their smokes and then have full execution potential on that side. So it's a nice adjustment for sure. And whether they can hold on to it is yet to be seen, though, because they will not be saving these AKs. They're going to try and do everything they can to make this at least an expensive round.
Bit spotted back there. Bomb being picked up by Nexa all the way at the bottom of the T-ramp. Very little time. He has to make a clean run. So NiKo has to clear out the space for him. Otherwise, they're going to run out of time. You can see it's going to happen anyway. Good position for Wonderful, and good awareness, I would say, as well. NiKo now, nothing you do in the round. Just save the AK, try again next time. It's so tempting to keep this up, but there's not much to be won if you go forward here. Okay, Navi getting another one. It's about time.
It is about time. That's quite a convincing one as well. It took some brute force in terms of the approach here from Imma. A brave maneuver, but he always just looks so calm with it.
In the smoke, there's no way.
No, there is a way, Hooksy. There is definitely a way. Imma found it. And there we have it. It will be another round for Navi, a much-needed one. But maybe not a sustainable approach, having Imma run down middle through the smoke and seeing if we get a double kill. A couple more rounds left to play here. 7-3. Ideally, Navi would love that 7-5 scoreline. And Imma, well, apparently he can keep up the aggression, Anders. And it continues to find success. There's the opening frag, but Hooksy replies in kind. Double kill on the car to JL, and he converts it.
He got tagged as well by m0NESY's AWP, but he stayed alive. It was m0NESY, I think, that clipped him over the wall.
Right.
And he just barely stayed alive. Otherwise, he gets traded and the bomb gets planted. That is on a knife's edge. JL surviving on 6 health. in a very scary position, I would say. This is so commonly naded in different ways. I don't know if I want to stick around here, but maybe it's going to be fine. Back with another one. This has worked out so well for him.
Yeah, he was having a bit of a rough game, as you mentioned. He was 1-8 before this round. Now it's 4-8. Make it 5. What a return to form that is from JL. Been struggling on that side of the map, but that is a resounding success. All kicked off by Emma once again, pushing the apartments this time, Anders. They're just throwing caution to the wind. They're saying, you know what? Our default crossfires are not working. They've got way too much freedom on the map. Let's throw a spanner in the works and start finding these opening picks. Find out where they're weak. And then JL does a great job here. Just ducking and weaving, avoiding the AWP shots, and gets that final kill as well. Going from 1-8 to 5-8. Great resurgence. Final round of this first half, and finally, G2 started to look a little bit weaker. Hooksy's down to a Tech 9. Barebones utility elsewhere, and Bit this time the one on the front foot. Deep in the apartments here with the AK-47, joined by Imma once again.
I mean, it's risky, but I do kind of like it.
It's
Imma's
working,
kinda
right?
paved the way. Yeah, it's really been working. See if they can do it one more time. Hunter, he beat them at least one of these times up in the apartments. Oh
no.
Bang goes short. It hits him right in the forehead.
No.
And he goes down. Nexer on the trade at the very least, but what a disaster.
Oh, yeah, couldn't have been more awkward for them, but I still think they might be okay here. There's the frag from Monacy. Imma couldn't quite sneak away. Man advantage for G2. Like we said, last round of this first half here, and it's going to be a pouncing towards the A side. They're going to get past Wonderful first. He's caught out of position, and it's going to be the 4 versus 2 final round, and JL will have to go above and beyond to try and save the day here, but the bomb's not even planted yet. It's actually being thrown out of the apartments, and he heard the beep of it, but it doesn't look like it'll be enough. Alexi B pretty far removed here, Anders, behind the smoke, and it's going to be a great half from G2. It was back and forth, but ultimately they come out as a stronger team and finish the half 8-4.
They must get up catwalk immediately. 15 seconds on the clock.
Cyber's down in CT spawn. I don't know if he could stop the plant with a jump shot. That would be quite something. He's hearing them. 5 seconds left. He's close enough. Is he going to try a jump? 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Oh my god! Oh, you gotta be kidding! Jax is on his own. He's going to have to get at least 2 more kills before this round is even close. And there's one of them hiding inside the smoke. He might be a genius. He's taking down Masutra, and now the pistol's out. On top! Oh, god!
cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th.
Over the top. Oh, no way to presets it out. Takes Nexa as well. 1 on 3 now. Nico.
The only thing is the element of surprise. Maybe get 1 quick kill. That's going to be the headshot. Yeah, he's being just into that corner all the time. He's going to get 1 more. Oh, tapping away.
What a way to start the day! The point is just take the bomb plant down, get what you can, and maybe somebody like Honda can pick up a couple kills. I mean, he's got that first one, second, and third. Honda looking for a potential 3rd ace. It has to be Honda. It has to be the 3rd ace, and he rounds the corner. He takes it again and again and again.
Smoke to put it out, so if it spreads, he's in trouble, and he peeks into it, does get the kill on Perfecto. A little more damage, JKS with a big double. That is huge, and they're gonna go pick up the bomb, but still, he did everything and then some.
Yeah, that's everything he needed to do right there. And, you know, talk about coming alive. Most electronic. No, there it is. Double headshot, and it's the clutch.
1 versus 4, and he's gonna get a headshot. Follow up.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my God.
Yes, that's right. Blast Spring Finals are coming to Old Blighty. Get your tickets now for London as the long road to that city begins right here, right now. And right here, we're in the upper bracket final of Group C. We've already got a map going in favor of NAVI and G2 looking to bounce back in Inferno, Anders. It's anyone's game still. 8-4 scoreline. It seems like a one-sided affair, but all it takes is this one pistol round, which we know NAVI can pick up, and this game can turn on its head.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to get ahead of myself either. If you're NAVI here, you just gotta keep your head to the grindstone. Just try and see if you can keep this going, because they've already proven a couple of times they're good on the comeback. They know how to do that. And G2, they need to win another pistol round. Just don't let go of this one. Follow through quickly. Don't let NAVI get into that comeback mentality, because that could get really ugly. Like you said, Anubis, the third and deciding map. If we get there, we all hope that we will, because it's been a really entertaining series so far. Yes. Dooley's set up defending the B-bomb side, and Hooksy's here with a smoke. I say this many times. I feel like smoking this position never means anything in a pistol round. I feel like people just run through.
We'll see if it works out for them.
I'm calling it now, Henry.
All right.
They're not going to slow down.
1 minute on the clock here. Looks like the B execution will certainly be coming through. Expect the smoke towards CT spawn and coffins. Molotov for new boxes, potentially, or oranges. And they do land it on top of oranges. That will flush out Monacy's position, but they are thinking better of it. This is odd. Like, you had 4 players in position, and they feel that the fact they've got some apartments control and no presence there whatsoever, they might be better off going in towards middle. So they've completely changed their approach here, mid-round.
That's very odd. I actually have no idea what it was that prompted it, but yeah, they're going to go fast on this one. No slowing it down. Hunter already tagged up a bit. It's very uncomfortable. Bit with the opening and making it double. He's dropped Nico, Alexi. They just power. Whatever the call was, Henry, it's worked out brilliantly.
They were perfectly set up for the B execution, but as soon as they got some control of the apartments itself, Alexi B changes things up. He goes for not even an execution towards middle, just one smoke down, couple of flashes over the top, and breach the A bomb site. It's bit with spectacular headshots on entry, which completely destroys the defense. And yeah, that's the much needed pistol for NAVI going in their favor. Monacy probably gets this kill. Himma gets a taste of the Julies, but they now know where Hooksy is. The dink may be a little bit misleading, as JL still gets the kill regardless. Only 1 player remaining, that's Monacy. No chance of winning the round. NAVI, great job. Great presence of mind there. This change up the call seemed to be the perfect decision as 3 players survived there, and it will be NAVI with a convincing victory. Will we see the force buy? As we always say, when you have these sort of leads on the CT side, losing the pistol, not a huge deal. You don't necessarily have the force buy, but it is Inferno. It's a little bit famous for bringing out 5.7 Deagles, maybe an MP9 or 2, and having smokes, and trying to play like a gun round. And historically speaking, I'm still not sure if you'd fancy it with this sort of lead. And they are going for it. So it is going to be the force buy.
There was a point in time, definitely in MR15, where they said this is a horrible mistake. Like, you got to lead, don't do it, just play the rounds normally.
Yeah.
It really feels like a lot of pro teams are leaning in this direction.
Yeah, it's definitely a bold and audacious maneuver, but if it works out for them, great. If it doesn't, though, we're looking at 8-7 scoreline if they give this round up. This will be full eco going into the next. So towards Banana we go. Pretty decent grenade, all things considered. Lexi B down to 74, JL 88. A 4-man stack from the CT side of G2 here in towards A. And unfortunately, it looks like the majority of the manpower for NAVI is heading in towards B. We have got Hooksy with the final smoke this side of the map.
He picked one up again. I think they dropped another one, so he's got a little nest stack back there.
Okay, that's not too bad. That might be enough to push them into the stack here.
That's surely what they're hoping, but also and there's something that happens so much that I'm sure NAVI will have a conversation about that. Like, wait a minute, like, there's a lot of smoking going. Like, surely they're not going to just walk in thinking it's an empty bomb site here. I would say at this point, if you're NAVI, it's going to feel suspicious, if nothing else. Well, they'll try anyway. They run into m0NESY's Deagle, but they've survived it so far. Look at them trying to all attack on the side. Getting shot in the back by the MAC-10. Finally, a Deagle kill comes through. NiKo almost with a double. m0NESY trying to hit another headshot. He's in the back. Oh, wonderful. Takes his head clean off as soon as he stands up behind the box. And now HooXi on his own here. A bit's very low with an MP5 as well. So, oh, no, sorry. So it is the Galil. I thought it was. I was getting excited.
No MP5s there today.
It's wishful thinking, Henry.
Not known to be a great weapon, but he's been spotted. I think they know exactly where HooXi is. And Wonderful should be able to get this final frag, but Bit will beat him to the punch. That was the force buy. It got a little bit scrappy there. It was by design that HooXi has all those smokes to try and push him in towards the A-side stack. They took the bait and kills were found, but Wonderful with the double kill sealed the deal. HooXi couldn't do much with his PG-1000 to try and save the day here, but NiKo certainly made things uncomfortable. This is the moment. If Bit doesn't find that frag, it all falls apart once again, and his double stack, Wonderful had to turn his head on a swivel.
Yeah.
And he will be winning the round for NAVI. Bear in mind it was close, but you are full eco on the CT side. You can't capitalize upon any sort of financial advantage you could maybe find here because you can't justify any sort of investment. So a Deagle for NiKo, that's about it. Another stack, this time towards B.
Yeah, really rolling the dice on this one, but who can blame them? MP7 on JL, so he can be let loose a little bit, trying to find something. Here in the Deagle ring out. A definite sign of warning that you should maybe stay away. See how they read it. NiKo taking up another position now. Still very hard to hit those kind of gap shots, but we say it time and again, it is NiKo. He has an uncanny ability with that particular weapon. Let's see what he could show us. It feels like NAVI are fairly determined to go for this, so this could be an interesting 5-on-5 full attack towards the bomb side. They get rid of NiKo at the beginning, and that's a great start here. Molotov down, they're kind of trapped in the corner, and a couple of casualties for NAVI, but ultimately they're going to secure control of the bomb side here, so I don't think they're going to worry too much.
Maybe there's one more kill here for Nexa, but that's a massive maybe. That's bloody hell. The HE lands in his boots there as he is removed. Another little too close for comfort round, but they managed to only give away 2 kills in the end. Not too bad. It was against a full eco. Now this is where the second half really begins. As NAVI did win the pistol, win the follow-up rounds. They've got a 3-0 start here, and they've closed the gap right down to just 1 round. So might be a time for a tactical timeout. Apparently not. 8-7. And their money's kind of brittle, you know. Like, these have been some close rounds for NAVI, so every chance GT can bring this one back. m0NESY's actually got the AWP nice and early right now.
Yeah, that is quite fast. Obviously, very deliberate decision on the side of G2 to bring that out. Who can blame them? I mean, we saw the effect that it had on Overpass. It was ridiculous. We want to see that again, even if Inferno not always the easiest map to AWP on, but I trust m0NESY to do it on any given day.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where you can be just transitioning around. Start of every single round itself, finding those opening frags, and I thought he got that one, but apparently Emma will get Hunter instead. Trying to pounce onto m0NESY, but that's a bad idea. He thrives in the chaos. These sort of scenarios is what he's begging for as he continues to rattle off shots. A couple of misses come through, but Nexa, he'll deliver absolutely everything here, and the round will fall in favor of G2. m0NESY not the star of the show this time. It's Nexa with a hat-trick from the pit, as it's a bit of an Alexi B special there, trying to pounce from the apartments, a couple of flashes over, but not working out for them whatsoever. Getting mowed down by Nexa, and it all started with the opening frag hit. That's how he got it through the smoke. I was going to say, look, m0NESY had that number at the start there, but this is where Nexa comes to life. Oh, that third kill was brutal as well. Gets the dink on Wonderful. Nothing he can do as NiKo closes things out. Yeah, let's go. Huge round. Like I said, the money would be brittle if they gave the one down with no plant. So there's an eagle for him up. MAC-10 on JL. He's lacking a helmet as well. His money is desperate.
This is a bit of an issue, right? If you're NAVI, fine, you win the pistol, you're trying to get started on that second half, but you wish you had more money to keep up the pressure. They have to win this one, otherwise G2 will go all the way to 11 rounds before they can really find their way back into it.
Retake utility deployed by G2. And you can see they're one step ahead of it. What a boost that is. Wonderful. Waiting for a curious Nico to let himself be known. Do they take the bait? Do they push on through? They certainly do. And it's wonderful. The second kill of the round. One more to find. That's Hooksy. Nice 8 cheater. Take down one player. But as we all know, in a 4-on-2 with the bomb planted, the CT's far removed from the equation. There's no choice but to save. It's Na'Vi on a difficult buy. The MAC-10, the pistol, and 3 AKs. And Mr. Wonderful seals the deal with the entries there with the rifle.
That's really sick. And again, it kind of highlights one of the problems, I guess, of holding the B bomb side. You had 3 people there, and I'm sure one of them dies, like you said, trying to retake Pop Flash your way through to the top of an Ana. But even the rest of them, they have a bit of a crossfire, but they just get completely blown open. They couldn't hold on. And try and save the couple of rifles that are left here. But that's a huge round out of NAVI.
The fact that 4 players survive as well, they're actually better off at the end of this round than when they started it. So, yeah, that's not bad. Immo will recover one of the fallen M4s. But the Monacy AWP has been saved. This is a great reaction from both sides of the server, to be honest with you. Like the fact that they lost Banana, they knew there was presence at the top. They did that retake utility, which is a smoke towards Harple. Molotov in front, double flash, set Nico in position, but they read it so well. They set up a boost behind the smoke, ready for that exact maneuver. And it will be Na'Vi, especially Wonderful, finding frag after frag. He gets 3 in total. But as mentioned, it's the Monacy AWP that survives the round, so not out of the woods just yet, I'm afraid. They'll take the tactical timeout, discuss their options, and work out how Monacy can sink his teeth in to the follow-up round here. They're not forcing into it, though.
No, they are. They are. I mean, they have a 1-round lead, so maybe just trying to play to their strengths here, get some more rifle rounds in. And maybe, like you said, Monacy can open up the round. It can be a bit different.
Yeah, all right, he can carry these rounds single-handedly, especially on Inferno, his sort of map. Got to be quick here, though, and now he's in trouble. Wow, really well handled there. Na'Vi making light work of the apartment setup. The Desert Eagle still could be a problem. There's a low HP Immo in towards that pit, and he will be taken care of as well. Towards library we go. Alexi B patrolling the extremities. And now Hunter surely has nothing left in the tank. He's absolutely surrounded. If he hits that headshot, maybe there was something else to be said about the round. But now a 3 versus 1. Hooksy very far removed at T steps. Won't be doing anything with this one.
Why did it feel like Hunter was in control of that fight?
I don't know.
Like so
I felt like he had a chance for that 3rd one, and who knows what happens next. But it wasn't meant to be. He goes down with the double, but bear in mind that wasn't the force buy at all. That was a saved Famus and AWP, but great maneuvers. Alexi B really enjoys those apartments, and once again they come out on top after a couple of players exploring their options on that side of the map.
The original setup, though, for Monacy and Nexa up in the apartments was a bit weird, because I think Nexa at the beginning of the setup was so far back that Monacy could have got peeked from the stairs and just died. Like, I don't think Nexa could see anything.
They had at least an incendiary down at the start of it, or a smoke.
Fair enough.
So he had like the 7 seconds to hold that position, but then as soon as that incendiary went down, that's when they peaked. And if the Famus finds nothing, then your AWP is going down as well. Like, it was always going to be a risk. Yeah, you can see the ash left from the incendiary at the bottom.
Yeah,
but
that's fair.
Double kill. And yeah, Hunter really stood a chance to it. He got that 2nd kill in the pit. You thought, okay, maybe he actually can win this round, but it was Alexi B that shut down the hopes and dreams of Hunter. And we are going to tie things up, and it's 9-9, recovering that 8-4 deficit in the first half. Like we said, if you win the pistol, all bets are off. CS2 comebacks are very possible, and we're seeing one materialize right before our very eyes.
Yeah, timeout has to be used now. Taz on the microphone, trying to rally the troops. They were howling and screaming not that long ago, G2, celebrating some of those victories, but turns out NAVI are a lot more difficult to put away these days than you would expect.
Yeah, and G2, after 6 rounds of play, have only picked up 1 in this second half so far. Let's see what can be done. Bear in mind, the eco in the previous round, that's the G2 smoke, right? So look out for that. Thrown from TT spawn allows you to peek in towards second middle. Or at least suggests that you might be considering that.
Yeah, puts a bit of pressure on the T side, you know. Good grenade on the JL. Well, once again, the CT forces pushed back on the map a little bit. Hard for them to know what's happening at the moment. 3 people on the A bomb side. We'll see if they eventually want to, you know, go take a look at middle, top mid, just to find out what's happening. Or if they want to stick around in this configuration. They've got quite a bit of utility still on the CT side, so that's always something to look for. It's important on every map, but I feel like especially on Inferno with the choke points here, it can be pretty devastating if you got the right smoke at the right time. Not that many grenades left on Navi, though. That's interesting. And take it over apartment slowly but surely. Still that 3-man setup for G2. The B-bomb site, they're not moving either, so this is going to be an interesting defense coming up. Nico in the corner just waiting. Nobody's Molotov'd it out. No one seems to be even checking for it. He knows once the smoke is gone, it's a free kill for him, but they get an entry on the other side. Immer and Bit still open it up. And that means they have a chance. The bomb, though, dropped on the corner. This is a nightmare. Imma's so low on health. He can't recover it. That might be the round.
Yeah, there's no time, really. This is a bit of a disaster, but this could save the day. JL with the opportunity, and now time is running incredibly low. They are going to pounce on. He sacrificed one member. That's going to be Nico. He'll deny the plant. And what a comeback that is. He gets all 5 as well. The ace for Nico as he sits in towards the cubby. Just waiting for his moment to strike, Anders, and he couldn't have picked his timing any better if he tried. He sits behind the smoke. They assume it's clear. Alexi B has found out the bomb's dropped, and then he just scoops up every single kill available.
What a bizarre fashion to get an ace from. Just guarding the bombs, slowly picking them off one at a time.
Not his flashiest ace by any stretch of the imagination, but one of his most cerebral. The fact he sits there and just waits for the time to pounce. They had no idea of his position, and the silenced M4 once again helps him out. As the time is running low, it's absolute pandemonium out there. Immo with low HP has to try and take the battle, and as soon as he goes down, that was pretty much round. Great stuff from Nico, and no plan found after getting a couple of impressive openings there. You'll see Alexi B hammer it home towards the A bomb side. Those apartment splits time and time again. This time it doesn't really work out. You can see they've got great pathing. Bit did very well, but they just didn't account for Nico in the cubby, and he absolutely dominates them.
That's so ridiculous.
Nico, you're so sick.
He's so sick. Alexi, I'm afraid you were the one that didn't check the cubby.
Yeah, so frustrating, isn't it? Common position, usually check with a Molotov or, you know, just anything to get in there. A little bit of an oversight. Okay, but I mean, G2, they're right back on top. 10-9. Gonna help out.
This round might decide the game.
Yes.
Both teams are fully invested, Anders. It will be an eco. Whoever gives this one up, depending on saved weapons and bomb plants, I suppose, but yeah, it's towards the B bomb side we go. We've actually got 4 players here once again. Do we just see the straight-up commitment here? It's Hooksy defending with the FAMAS. He's boosted up right now. m0NESY will join in with the AWP. It's a strong setup. m0NESY just trying to take the aggro for his in-game leader.
Yeah, and Hooksy can drop down nades. They just need the first kill. There we go. Instant nade down in front to try and slow them. Molotov. There's a smoke. Okay. Wonderful wants to see if he can power his way through. This is pretty bold. An audacious move coming out from Wonderful. He's going to get the opening on m0NESY, and in the back they know that Hooksy was here, but
JL!
they're on top of his head, and it's a double kill with the FAMAS instead. Imma goes down, and it leaves Bit inside of the flames. He's pushed out. Yeah, try and get your feet into the water a little bit. You're going to need it. 3rd degree burns, no doubt. Bit shot in the side. What a disaster.
It was going
Landing
so
on top
well.
Of Hooksy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what went on the comms there. He drops down towards first oranges, doesn't even look down. I think he assumed it was towards Emo or new boxes, sorry, but perfect setup. As mentioned, it was Hooksy with grenades in hand. He drops down, he gets the first, and then, it's an absolute blunder from JL. Presumably hears him beneath him, but can't get down quick enough, and it's a double kill for Hooksy. He can't believe his luck. The FAMAS prevails. Yeah, a bit of a weird one there. And like I said, that could be for the map itself. Money will be absolutely wrecked on the T side now. That was their opportunity to close this one out 2-0. But now they've got a lot of troubles ahead of them. I'm not sure what Blade can even say for this next round. There's going to be...
But I think it was Taz that called the timeout, right? I think Taz called the timeout out of the victory, which is interesting. Like, that could be one of those, let's get the energy under control. Like, that was a wacky round.
Yeah.
We're almost there. Just don't get too carried away here.
So like I said, we'll be eco. Whoever gives that one up, And you can see it's from map points as well, and you have to take Glocks pretty much across the board. Anuba's looking incredibly likely now, but bear in mind, it was a 12-10 lead for G2 on Overpass, and they gave that one up.
Yeah. You're G2, you don't want to see a repeat of that at all. But yeah, you got all your hopes and dreams on this one deal of Imma. Been a much better day for Imma than in some of the recent games.
Yeah.
Coming out of the Paris Major, both him and JL obviously really hot prospects. A lot of excitement around them joining Navi too. And I feel like it looks from the outside like it's been hard for them to have all of the roles that they want to play. Like sometimes you see some streaks of brilliance where you say, oh, that's it, that's what we want to see. But it's not consistent enough that you can really get super excited about it. Not yet.
So is there anything to be said about this full eco attack in towards B? If somehow m0NESY misses a shot, they pick up the AWP with the plant, maybe you're onto something, but he doesn't miss all that often. Lovely little flashbang. It's HooXi looking to mow them down once again, gets himself another double. Same story for m0NESY, one more kill to find. It should be absolutely no problem. And there it is, map point for G2. They've now got 3 rounds to convert the map and take us to Anubis.
It's never a great plan when the first line says, let's hope m0NESY misses a shot. Like,
exactly.
You already know it's not a good plan. It's like, oh, okay. Tell me what's the rest of it.
Yeah, that same position again. Managing to get a couple more kills. Alley-oop for HooXi.
It's like, you know, those Instagram influencers telling you how to make passive income, just buy 3 houses. And you're like, okay, I understand, like, if I can rent out 3 houses, that's sick. But I need the first part. Like, how do I get the houses?
Just give it a go.
Just buy them. And it's
just
all
buy
good.
them first, and yeah, and see what happens.
Just have m0NESY miss a shot, and then we're all good. Like, yeah, that's great, but that first point is important.
Well, Na'Vi, what have you got left in the tank? Not a whole lot of cash. Galil for Alexi B. A default to kick things off here in what could be the final round of Inferno. Good damage, nice grenades, the incendiary to flush them out of middle as well. CTs have full intel. Yeah, they've really been nullified here. That's a lot of utility wasted. They've taken damage on routes. It's down to 38 and they've got 0 map control.
This is where you need an individual to step it up and create the opening, right? It's going to be very hard to power your way through on this one, so get somebody. Alexi or JL have the most health. It's going to be kind of hard for Bit to swing into a fight, although he is trying up in the apartments. Looks like Nico's en route to rotate to the A-bomb side. That's really, really bad news for Na'Vi. They're about to walk into a pretty big stack. Next, yeah, he's just ready. He just wants to buy time. 30 seconds left. If he puts the smoke down here, they're in a lot of trouble. That's one arm of the attack practically gone already. Bit getting chewed up. This defense is still looking good, although missed flick for m0NESY. Gonna see if he can get another crack at it.
No.
Wonderful! Oh, that is so sick! Lands the shot on m0NESY. Nico and HooXi left here. I can't believe they make their way through. That was at least 3 people on the bomb side with Nico not that far away. They were smoked off. There was no time left. And somehow they make their way in for a bomb plant.
Oh, when the chips are down, Wonderful always seems to deliver. Taking on m0NESY with the rifle absolutely blows him out of the water there. 2 players survive. You might as well hold on to the AWP, especially if you're Nico. He's going to be ditching the bomb site. Off he goes. HooXi with the M4. He's in towards the apartments looking for exits here. But Na'Vi, they bring it back to the old classic blast scoreline of 12-10.
Yeah, we're back here again.
The most dangerous scoreline in the world.
That they do say that.
Is it going to come through once again? If you're not sure the references, yesterday, Complexity gave up a 12-10 lead to Na'Vi. Today, G2 gave up a 12-10 lead to Na'Vi. And again, we find ourselves in the second map of the series, a 12-10 lead against Na'Vi.
If they could do it again, they're starting to build like a bit of lore for themselves.
Yeah.
Which,
So it can be done.
It definitely can be done.
If they win, they pretty much have to win this round, because then the money will be broken.
Yeah.
Be 12-11 against the pistol to try and close things out. So this round might decide it. Got a bit of pep in their step, and they've opted for a MAC-10. 3 players without helmets.
I was going to say, and Hunter actually had money for it. This is like a classic, you know, the Counter-Strike gods are going to punish you if you don't do this. Like, you're always going to be the person to get found. Hunter, I'm worried.
It's a good point. If they go for that apartments pop they're so famous for, send the MAC-10 out first and can be very destructive with the run and gun ability. But it's m0NESY once again, he seems to be bolstering this B bomb side. I think the analyst mentioned that there's been a bit of an issue for G2. It's looking much stronger when m0NESY comes over there though. Back to Hooksy.
Okay, that's actually really nice timing on the Molotov.
Yeah, the retake grenades being deployed once again. Nice grenade from Hooksy. Yeah, he couldn't have done more damage if he tried there. m0NESY once again looking to close things out. Is this where it comes crumbling down for Na'Vi? A decent attempt at the comeback here, but now find themselves in a 5 versus 4. The CTs are on high alert. They've rotated everyone over in towards B. Surely no chance here. And it's going to be a player boosted up. That's Hooksy. Players walking by his crosshair right now. They don't seem to be aware of it. Nico mowing them down. It's going to be more than enough here. Wonderful with no chance in a 5 versus 1. Anders, I think we're done.
Yeah, he's trying to get a couple of shots through, but obviously not going to be possible here. No time anyway either, and the bomb is also not on his back, so there's nothing he could do any longer. G2 finding a way to close it out and stop Na'Vi from making the comeback means we're going to a 3rd map on Anubis, which is great news.
It's absolutely fantastic news. Another banger of a map there. We go the distance and recovering the 8-4 deficit. Na'Vi kept themselves in the game. 5 clean rounds on the T side. Wasn't quite enough towards the end. Still a fantastic series. And with Anubis up next, Anders, I'm very interested to see what happens.
There shall be no comeback this time. G2 puts that pesky round 13 that eluded them on map 1. A very strong first half. And once again, we find Hooksy leading a magistral T-side on Inferno.
Yeah, that was a good display coming in from G2 here on Inferno. We had high expectations, of course. We know what they can do on Inferno. We know how strong the T-side, historically speaking, have been, especially with JKS within the lineup. I don't think the switch between Nex and JKS have hurt them at all on their T-sides. More so was a question on the CT side, and I think G2 was in somewhat of control here as well. I'm not quite sure how much I fancy the way Na'Vi were approaching the game and how much I think G2 were pushed to the limits, so to speak. Overall, despite the close scoreline, it felt relatively safe for G2.
Listen, Jacob, I don't know where your opinion lands on this one, but by the eye test, it feels like the CT side of Inferno and CS2 is uncomfortable. Yeah. Is hella uncomfortable. You see teams throughout matches trying to figure out how the hell am I supposed to defend? We've gone so far away from the good old, we're going to have banana control, whatever happens, and then we're going to play 4-1. These were the heydays. We're far, far away from that. And we saw Na'Vi try multiple different things. We saw them try to be aggressive in apps. We saw them trying to be uber passive, trying to gamble, not finding out a way to stop G2. And G2 had the resort to m0NESY with the AWP. So I think they maybe solved the equation a little better than Na'Vi.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think one of the reasons why that may be is that the utility is a little less powerful maybe nowadays on Inferno, given the smokes and the fact that you can nade into the smoke and you're not really putting up a wall anymore like you used to. It used to be back in the days that if you could hold off the T side for a minute and then fall back and you still had a couple of smokes on the small bomb side, on the big bomb side, you'd win the round because you were forcing them to run through that smoke. That's not the case anymore. You see a lot of teams saving a grenade for popping that grenade into the smoke, and all of a sudden it opens up and it's not as powerful as it used to be. So I think you're right when you're saying that on the CT side, you need to be a bit more proactive, a little more up in your face, so to speak, and take more map control at the very least, unless you want to risk playing down the time.
And I think that's what Na'Vi lacked a little bit. We have round 8. We can bring it up for you guys at home to showcase some of these issues. We see here 29 seconds, a very passive setup from Na'Vi. 3 on the A side, 2 on the B side, but the power, the punch that comes out of G2, it's one flash and it's straight into the bomb side. Trades are absolutely in their favor. 3 for 1, and in about 13 seconds, the round just completely falls apart. And I think it is very complicated on the CT side to just say, listen, we're going to play 3-2. Good luck to you. I hope you trust your setup. If you don't have that one utility you're talking about, if you don't have that late Molotov, that late smoke, the T's just have a penetration power that's just unstoppable, and that was an example here.
They do, and the context of that round was that the round prior to what we just saw right here, Na'Vi were actually playing aggressive inside halls. I believe it was Hunter who got a triple kill, a hat trick up there, where Na'Vi didn't really were successful at all with being aggressive, so they resolved to the plan B, I guess, which was playing a little bit more back, and you can't do that against G2. I think we said that many, many times throughout the years. T-side, Inferno, G2, I think they have the most clean and most efficient executes out there, so if you're playing defensive Counter-Strike against G2 on your CT side, you will be punished as you can see in the first half, it was G2 dominant.
Definitely. I mean, the real estate they were taking and the timing with which they were taking map control, it just made life very easy for HooXi to call out and find solutions. And now, when we flip onto the CT side, we were talking about, of course, a bit more fragile, a bit more problematic. But the fact that you can bring m0NESY in on that B side a couple of times, just enough to push LXP outside of the comfort zone. And if you think about it, that's what Vitality does as well. When Vitality started being better a little bit on the map, that's when ZywOo started being a bit more mobile. When Simple had his great days, of course, he would be unplayable on the map. G2 had that card. I feel like maybe Navi didn't, but m0NESY was a huge problem to handle once he put to the CT side.
Gleb spoke about it coming into the game, right? He was filling out the gaps, he was being mobile, he was moving around, and he was making sure that at no point could LXP feel safe, take map control anywhere on the map. Look at the stats, right? 17 to 15 kills. Not necessarily the most crazy stat line for m0NESY. It's statistically speaking his worst map in the tournament so far, but the impact he found, of course, and the level he's been put up so far in this tournament has been absolutely stellar. This kid right here, whether it's with the Deagle, whether it's an Overpass, Inferno, doesn't matter. So far in this tournament, he's been the best player we've seen.
Oh, definitely. He's been a joy to follow. You're right. One last point that I would like to make before we move on to the break would be the way that Taz called that timeout after winning a round towards the very end, that was very telling to me. It was very telling of realizing, hey, listen, the intensity right now is probably one notch too high. We are in control. We let it slide on the first map. Let's everybody calm down just a little bit, because we have this great opportunity here in the Blast studio where we can literally hear the players play. Yeah. We can gauge sort of the intensity. And I think it was important for them to realize we made the mistake once. Let's just calm down a little and close it.
Yeah, man, I think that's what they did. You know, they were in control, and I think Taz stepped in, and he's, as he said, coming into the tournament, he's not necessarily here to be in charge, you know, to have big arm and big movement yet. He want to learn the team, he want to address them, and learn how they deal with pressured situations. So every single game right now for Taz as well is a learning experience for him as well. And I think what you just described right here was a nice little tidbit of what we can expect for the future as well.
Yeah, that's a moment where he can already have an impact, whether or not he's familiar with the team. He had that calming voice from the outside. We are now gearing towards map number 3, and this is the map that actually kickstarted their series at the World Final. It was a banger of a game. I have the exact same expectations. We're going to take a quick breather, and when we come back, we establish the scene for the last time.
to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my God.
The Blast Spring Final London. Of course, that's the carrot that all the teams here are chasing. We have 16 teams to begin with, and we're looking for 6 lucky, but actually not really lucky. I would call them successful teams to get, of course, to London. You guys, of course, can get your tickets and maybe meet us out there. Now, we are zooming in back in on our G2 versus NAVI series, which has delivered greatly right now, and I'm excited for a very simple reason. We mentioned history, we mentioned context, we said that's a rematch. If you guys don't remember how crazy Anubis was between these 2 teams at the World Final, how's about a little bit of a m0NESY 1v5? Just to talk about it, for example. Like the amount of crazy clutches we've had between m0NESY, LXCB, that was a crazy map, honestly. It was overtime in Abu Dhabi.
You reckon there's a bit of a PTSD still in the NAVI camp after that m0NESY
Maybe.
round? That was such a crazy game, such a crazy series where you could see NAVI ended up winning it, of course. We had Nico playing well. We had Nico showing up for the first time in CS2. We had m0NESY going off. We had BIT playing well, and that's a point of conversation I want to put into the mix right here. I think BIT so far in this tournament, the beginning of the year at the very least, what we've seen so far has been great. There's been some rumors circulating around BIT and his contractual situation, and as you said, the jury is still out a little bit in regards to him on this international version of NAVI, but so far he's been delivering, and honestly, we saw that 2 years ago when BIT was playing well together with Electronic and Simple on the lineup. They almost were unbeatable in that time, so if we can have the same old BIT come back to life despite his young age, that's a massive win condition for NAVI.
Am I feeling that you're slightly tilting towards NAVI for this map number 3? If you had to just put your finger on the pulse, I personally have G2. I don't think it's a clear cut. I don't think it's clear cut. I personally lean towards G2. Where do you looking at for map
I think
3?
it's a very close one. I think it's a very, very close one. Wonderful has been, statistically speaking, Navi's best player on Anubis. He's always delivering, so that's a massive win condition. I think it's up to m0NESY. m0NESY can be disruptive. m0NESY can be the guy on the CT side that can make it tough for Navi to get into the rhythm on their T side on a map that usually is dominated on that T side. So for me, it's down to m0NESY, down to Nico. Like always, it's a bit boring to say. If I had to choose...
You can't be wrong. You can't be wrong if you mention m0NESY as a win condition.
No, that's the thing, right? It's just you end up sounding like a broken record sometimes because it's always those 2 we're talking about. However, I do feel G2 are in a bit better state right now, and I think m0NESY at this tournament so far has been stellar.
All right, let me present it differently then.
Okay.
You're talking about win conditions, you're talking about strength in the G2 assets, and m0NESY is definitely on that list. He's been stellar. I like what I'm seeing from Nico as well. But we mentioned HooXi, we mentioned Hunter as sometimes being a little bit problematic on the skill angle. They're going to be playing the cave B side. Could that be an issue? Could that be somewhere where you see G2 being a little bit in disbalance, struggling? I can already have visions of JL going in and having duels with Hunter in the cave. I can imagine, I can see it coming already.
We already seen that on Overpass. We saw that B defense on CT side Overpass where it was those 3 players as well hanging out together. So yeah, that's a bit of a weakness. That could be an issue. Again, I'll refer to the point I made on Inferno. It depends on how much Nico and m0NESY can roam around the map and be a supportive element to those players, because if m0NESY is over there with the AWP, flanked by Nexa and flanked by HooXi, I don't think that's too big an issue. But if you're leaving those 2 alone against a full execute coming in from NAVI, then yes, we've seen Hunter struggle, and yes, we've seen HooXi struggle.
And we'll have to see if G2 can actually afford to play aggressive, because the way NAVI impressed us...
They have to.
But NAVI actually neutralized complexity when they were trying to be aggressive, right? If you remember this incredible T-side that they had, Floppy tried to be aggressive in A-main. They tried to fight in cave, but NAVI was almost always a step ahead. They always had the protocol. They was ready to win that first duel and just basically sail quietly into the 5v4 or the 4v3, however the trade is going in. So I think it's not going to be that easy for G2 to just get ahead right on the CT side, get these entry kills. It's a rough ordeal on this map currently on the city side.
It is, and I buy into your point. However, with all due respect to complexity as well, I don't think complexity and G2 are the same caliber of teams and the same caliber of individuals. It's like me playing football against my nephew. I can be Neymar in that game. I can run around and do all the tricks, but once I'm up against a real opponent or one of my same size, then I will have to alter my play and play a bit different. I think that's the same case for NAVI.
So hold on, who's your nephew in that comparison? Are you saying complexity is your nephew?
5 years of age, you know. I can always dribble him. I'm Neymar next to him.
All right. I don't really know where that nephew comparison it is coming to, but that's fair. I agree with what you're saying. The level might be a little bit different, but I do think that NAVI have shown a whole lot of mastery on their T side. G2 have impressed me as well.
Listen, NAVI was up against Halsek, who had a strugglesome map on
That's fair.
A strugglesome series. Now they're going against Monacy, and I think the AWP on Anubis on that CT side is the one weapon where you can allow yourself to disrupt the T flow of styles. So that's a massive, massive difference between the two maps that we've seen yesterday and we're going to see now.
Well, there's a little bit of back and forth here on that hybrid desk that we have with Jacob. We slightly tilt towards G2, but I think it's time that we ask the actual bigger brains of the operation. And there's Henry. Where do you see this one going?
Not sure about that one, Maniac, but must see. Either way. Yeah, third map, Anubis. We saw NAVI play this against Complexity. Pretty decent showing. Wonderful showed us that he has that nice hybrid style, defensive when he has to be, but can be super aggressive when he needs to take matters into his own hands. But up against G2, they're absolutely right. Different kettle of fish compared to Complexity.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, maybe that's why the odds have switched back in favor of G2 over GGBet. You know, it was for a minute there, NAVI were favored, but G2 back in the lead, according to the odds at the very least. I feel like I'm gonna have to still stick with G2. I think we were on board with them from the beginning. NAVI still, I mean, they're a pretty resilient team at the moment. I guess we'll find out. It's gonna be up to the test here. Third map coming up. We're on Anubis to try and figure out what is going on here. We've got Blade behind NAVI, we've got Taz behind G2, and this has been a fantastic series so far. We've really had a lot of individuals step it up and bring us some great action.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Third and final map, upper bracket game of Group C. P250 for Wonderful. And he's a bit of a master with it as well. He'll be looking towards the dark position. It's Nico defending middle, USP in hand. In terms of utility, 2 smokes on the CT side, Anders. Now, we'll see if that works out for them. We saw a crazy defuse yesterday on this map, on the B bomb site, smoking the main entrance, the bomb site itself, and there was no way for the bomb to be salvaged. We'll see if that comes through once again, but we have got a Molotov for bits. Smoke and flash is available for them as well, and they're starting to triangulate around the B bomb site, making progress up towards canals. That's going to be bits with the aforementioned molly, so he's going to use that in darkroom just to flush his position out and actually gain access as well. So B finish, completely locked in. Smoke's going down, and we'll see if they can find the first kill. The CT presence is almost nil.
Yeah, I think intentionally so. They're playing it like a retake. They've saved the smokes. If they wanted to, they could have put them down defensively, but they've already given up on that idea. Alexi, what a huge kill that would have been. Now they have to still worry about the middle. We'll see if these smokes, I think that's what it's about. Smoke main.
There it is.
Try and see if they can smoke the bomb and just go straight for it. It's Hooks who you have to watch for. He's the one with the kit, and he's dead already. Bit and JL will keep it going, and this is a disastrous retake. Not even a retake at all. Nico left to run away, but yeah, they tried to get close.
It was that exact approach we discussed there, the build-up. So they're going for the retake on the B bomb side with the 2 smokes, 1 for B main, 1 for the bomb site. They've got the kid on Hooksy, and they're going to try and steal the bomb away at that point. Unfortunately, though, all the kills found for NAVI. The retake didn't even really begin, as it will be bits to continue that amazing form we've seen in the last couple of maps. He's a bit of a pistol master, it seems, as it will be a NAVI victory on the T side here of Anubis. A very T-sided map as well. Nice pistol, slow and methodical, kick things off, and Bit waiting for his time to strike, and my God, does he ever find it. Really nice work here. It's wonderful to get that final frag. JL's loving it. He had a bit of a difficult Inferno, so smiles on the faces. Alexi B almost fumbled around with that kill towards Nico. Like he said, if he picks that one up, like it's pretty much round over. He misses a bit of a sitter, but it doesn't really matter. It's a convincing round for NAVI, and a force buy once again for G2. This is becoming a bit of a trend now.
All the time, yeah. It just keeps coming back. But again, it's all the teams that are doing it. I guess collectively people have settled on on what they think is the right play.
Oof, nasty grenade for next up. Hold strong in towards the barrels though, and we'll see whether he can actually maintain that position. Utility being exchanged. Could be a nice HE from Nico here. Very nice, in fact.
Do some real damage. Might make it a little bit more tricky for the MAC-10 to get put into play properly. Another grenade around the corner, this time a Molotov to try and burn out Monacy or Nexa. Wow, this has worked out incredibly well.
Yeah, just the way that smoke bounced there, you heard like the triple bounce. It suggests it's a right-click throw, so they could just take an educated guess that the Nexo was nearby. He was already tagged by that grenade, so unfortunate, but there is something to be said here.
5-7.
Hunter, yeah, I was about to say, he maybe gets 3 kills out of this. He gets the double. Still very impressive. It might not have a knock-on effect in the round, though. It looks like with the bomb being planted, this should be all said and done, but he has made things a little bit more problematic, that's for sure.
The 5-7 is such a ridiculous pistol, so when you get in the right range
spam it, yeah.
It's sick. I thought he spun around for the 3rd kill. That's why I was screeching. I thought that was going to be one more in there. How sick would that have been? Still, yeah, some good shooting from Hunter. NiCo chiming in.
They fancy it.
Get a bit closer. I don't think they can easily defuse the bomb because no kit, but still, you can make this very expensive and you're not really risking that much either. Oh, now you want to definitely save the AK. Yeah. Stealing it away. Great grab by NiCo. So worth it.
A player as potent as NiCo, having an AK-47 and in NiCo, you can still win those rounds. The scout will help out as well. If the scout can find a few tags, it'll set up the pistols they're definitely going to have into the next round as well. So not all is lost. The round is, but they certainly make things a little bit more problematic for Navi on routes. Nice work, though, flushing out A main. Monacy, nothing he could do. Like I said, when that smoke goes down, they had a pretty good idea that Nexo was nearby, and Bit found him through the smoke. Great work from Hunter. There definitely was a chance for a 3rd there. He did very well to even get 2. NiCo, lovely shot, recovers the AK-47, and will be a nuisance in this follow-up round now.
From what I recall when they were playing against Complexity, that opening into the A bomb site for Bit was one of the things that they really struggled with Complexity. Like, Bit was really good on those entries, so...
Yeah, it was floppy in A main, right? He was getting absolutely rocked in there.
I'm sure that he wants, like, if you're that confident in the position and you feel like you can keep it going.
Oh,
said it.
God.
Leaving the AK in the hands of NiCo could be a real issue.
He does take a lot of damage, though. He gives up the AK-47 to Hooks. He's got Kevlar as well. Monacy on the scouts. 8 points of health for NiCo. Hunter, once again, trying to utilize the 5-7 to great effect. Mid-control. The next objective here. Na'Vi, a 5 versus 4 deficit, but of course, they still have the advantage overall. With the eco players of G2 on the other side, it's Nexa found out towards the camera room. A split looking very likely. Monacy would have to do something unbelievable at this stage, Anders, to pull this one off. Good tag to open things up. Can't quite find the second. That opens up the bomb site, and indeed, the bomb will be going down.
Yeah, he got 1 tag. He nearly got the pre-fire, to be honest. That would have been interesting. But I think things are looking pretty safe at the moment. Still, G2 they could try and do a lot more damage. They're going to have enough money to buy in the next round, so they don't probably want to hold on to too many pistols here. Monacy, can do anything more with a scout? No, they're going to steal the AK and run away. That's fine. I don't mind that they're throwing away the scout and the pistols in this round just to try and see if they get another couple of kills, but fair play to Navi as well. They hold on. They win the first 3 rounds to start the 3rd map with. So, you know, mission accomplished for them, at least so far.
Monacy to hold on to the all-important AK-47. We saw the potential of it in NiCo's hands. Might want to throw that back over and bring out the AWP for himself. But time will tell. That's going to be a very clean start on this T-sided affair that is Anubis. But Na'Vi, this is the opening frag. Oh, so clean with it as well.
Yeah. Like everything that he does.
Yeah. A true icon of Counter-Strike, NiCo. And a convincing round for Na'Vi, though. They're going to have to step up here, finding themselves in the back for G2. And we've got it all for Monacy, and indeed, NiCo gets the AK-47 back, and rightly so.
In my opinion, still one of the all-time greats that has to win a major at some point, right? I feel like Counter-Strike somehow wouldn't be quite complete unless he does it. Like, in my opinion, Simple got his.
Yeah, it didn't happen in CSGO, but yeah, I think you're onto something there. CS2, we need to get him a major.
Yeah, I mean, something would be missing. He's had an insane career already, no matter what, right? But
yeah, he's in everyone's top 5, you know.
Yeah.
Like, that says it all. Without a major, still in everyone's top 5.
Yeah.
What a career. As we see them try and make their way in towards the A-bomb, or the B-bomb side, I beg your pardon. As Lexi B and JL working in tandem here. Monacy, he's fantastic on this map and continues to be a real pain. He takes down 1, and NiCo, there's that AK-47. Alexi B remains in the 2 versus 1. The bomb will be planted, and this is one he can definitely win. He's got time and space to work with here.
I'd actually love to see that spray from NiCo. How long range was that? Instant double headshot. Alexi down to the AWP. They're both coming in from this direction. He's got the right idea. Does he have the patience for it? He looks away just at the wrong time. They would have turned the corner. It would have probably been a free kill on the first player. Now he's in a lot more trouble. They're getting close. They have the kit as well. They have a little bit of time. No head armor on Nico. So actually the Glock could do some damage, but wow, the timing is insane.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate. Alexi B was onto something there. You're right. Without their helmet as well, the Glock was actually the perfect weapon at that sort of range. Very unfortunate for Alexi. He had the right idea. He was looking towards Temple. He looks for, what, half a second more. He gets that frag. It's a 1 versus 1. I dare say he wins it, but here's m0NESY getting it done. Alexi B managing to find the all-important frag to hit himself a plant, but that was the double kill from Nico. And Nexa with the pre-fire on the bomb side to close things out. The first round for G2. Oh, that's why. So he only had 1 bullet left. So even if he did find the first shot, there's nothing he could have done. So he's like, I might as well use the Glock at this point and go for the double kill.
Yeah, fair enough. That's an obstacle to overcome.
That's some good insight. I didn't notice.
Still sometimes kind of forget about the 5-bullet ult.
Yeah, absolutely. I do as well.
We've been playing for so long with 10 that you kind of forget about it. But, well, here we go. 5th round. m0NESY back on that AWP. Nico, what a start for him it's been. HooXi and m0NESY going to be pushing out. This is another feature of how they like to play the map. HooXi pushing forward, although it looks like NAVI, no. That's sick.
Well, they've taken care of the first 2 players, with 1 more to go. Hunter caught with the grenades out. Oh, there's no way they can even really consider going for this one. It's not a lockout like Inferno. Nico still fancies his chances. Maybe I should take it back. Thinking twice about it. If he does get a clean one here, you never know what he could do. And that's not clean. Anything above from Alexi B. Nexa will find him, and all of a sudden this round might be back on.
It's the confidence. They actually throw the bomb over rather than try and challenge Nico. And who can blame them? Who would want to fight someone who's just hitting this many headshots? Now they can try and fall back. They have 2 Molotovs, so Nexa has a smoke. Still, the grenades left there on NAVI should be enough to try and dissuade any kind of a defuse scenario. Nexa's weird. They made its way past, and I think JL's quite far away at the moment, so there is a chance. Imma goes down. Actually, if they get this kill right here, if Nico can somehow swing to get the headshot, there is a way to do it, but he's so low on health, and he will go down, and I think that's the end of the round. There was a way that JL would have been so far away that if Wonderful dies, that's it. Like, no one can stop the bomb from being defused.
Oh, huge kill to close things out as well. All 5 members of G2 are removed. Little wink there from JL, quite the character. And it is going to be quite the lead now. Now we have 4-1. Money in disarray on the G2 side of things. A decent attempt on the 4-on-2, but as I said, the round was pretty much over. They certainly made it interesting with a couple of kills there, but ultimately now they'll have pretty much nothing to work with. It was Nexa with a nice shot outside the B-bomb site, and then Nico trying to operate towards Ivy, but found out he was already low HP. Wonderful finishes things off. Hold it together, Nico. Early days, yeah.
Yes, it is. But the money situation is
pretty
frustrating.
Dire. Pretty dire. Yeah, they're going to have to take pretty much a full eco here. They've got some deagles. 5-7 for Hunter, of course. Those are the only 2 kills he's got so far. That double kill towards Darkroom, he's 2 and 5.
Hunter is one of those players that loves to fight in dark. Like, every single round, it feels like you can find him in that position. So that might in itself be a bit of a benefit to NAVI. They can guess that they're going to be able to take that fight a lot if they really want it. Oops. Pushed back. It looks like they're headed towards the A-bomb side, but there's a bit of an army waiting for them on the other side.
Yeah, sneaky smoke deployed to suggest they're playing it defensively. Oh, but wonderful. Always 1 step ahead. It should be set up for a hat-trick here. Maybe even the quad kill. But all of a sudden, Nexa, a double kill. And this round is getting a little bit more complicated now. 40 seconds remaining. Know exactly where Nexa is, but where does Hunter reside?
Can he pick up more grenades? That's theirs. The Molotov that he just picked up.
The bomb's down as well.
Yeah, that's it. It's on his side. Flashbang. I don't think there are any more nades for him to find. If he'd find 1 more smoke or a Molotov, that would have been a nightmare. They're trying to flash their way through to recover that bomb, and they're going to be able to get the kill.
They should go to B now.
Yeah. Good call. Good awareness that Hunter was going to be behind them inside of the A-bomb site.
Yeah. They were
they're
hoping
leaving
to
a player. Look at this.
Yeah, they were hoping to run the clock down as much as possible. Nexa hopefully gets one, and then they have to scramble back towards the A side where Hunter can maybe win out on a 1 versus 1. Unfortunately, though, good presence of mind there. As soon as they take down Nexa, they know Hunter's likely lurking in the A bomb site, and they run in towards B and guarantee the round. So, sure, a little dicey, but Nexa with that AK-47 certainly got the job done. Oh, that third kill was absolutely brutal, but not quite enough to win the round. Needed one more with the bomb down in the waters there. So a tactical timeout, a chance for new coach Taz, another legend of our icon of Counter-Strike, will chime in here. His debut event, he was out there in Abu Dhabi, wasn't actually officially coaching them at that point, was just kind of feeling the team out, bonding with the boys, making sure he understands their kind of culture, their values, and now first tournament as the head coach.
Yeah, going to be hard-pressed to find many more players with more experience than Taz playing the game.
It's kind of sick, right? You got Neo behind FaZe.
Yeah.
You got Taz behind G2, of course, and you got Snacks still playing in Game of Legion at this tournament. So VP lives on. Well, the Polish VP.
Cuban is coaching, is it Apex?
No, he's moved on to a bigger team. I think it's ENCE now.
It's ENCE now, all
yes,
right.
he's the Polish ENCE, yes.
Fair enough.
He kind of built that new roster with Glaive.
Beautiful. Yeah, keep it going. I love the fact that we still got all these people hanging out. 5-1, and what a lot of aggression coming out from Alexi. Almost a kill on Hooks. He's so lucky to be alive. Grenades being exchanged. Emma very down low. But Nico also taking a fair bit of damage, and Hunter finding himself deep on the map. Nico's pushing it from the other side. Very aggressive. There's sort of a pincer movement from the CT side, pushing out of A as well. But at the end of all of it, nobody's really died yet.
A lot of damage taken, though. Molotov towards Temple side. And a potential B attack coming in once again. Alexi B going to try and backstab towards the aforementioned Temple. Holding towards camera for rotations right now. Just wants to steal 1 kill away with his low HP. Just going to post up. And a nice execution coming in, but that's a really nice smoke from Hunter. A boatload of damage as well. The grenade might even find a double kill, Anders. Just the one, but he's doing a great job. Starting to come to life here on Anubis.
I can't believe that's not a double. We get a shot there from Odyssey. Close range, but he will still take down Bits. And Imma's burned alive in the back. He was so low from earlier. Alexi, unfortunately, you could do some damage here maybe. Try and see if you can find a pickoff on anyone, especially if it's Modesty on the AWP. If you get this kill and run and just die immediately, you might actually be able to do a lot, but not going to be possible. Strong round from G2. They needed it.
Oh, they absolutely did. They were 5-1 down. Monacy comes to life there from the dark room, hitting some fantastic shots there. It was actually looking quite promising for NAVI, that mid-push. Very aggressive, very quick. They had the Mac 10 to try and open things up. Doesn't quite do enough damage. They took a lot of HEs to the core of the group, and at that point, 2 players were the walking wounded, and we're going to have to take an eco here. Money's pretty bad. You can see bottom of the barrel loss bonus, $1,400 for Bit. That means like he'll get 1,900 for the next round. He'll kind of be like Mac 10, Tech 9 territory going forward. His teammates can buy, however, so they are going to take this a full eco, straight up. JL's got a Desert Eagle. That's about it. So G2 with a gimme round here. Need to make sure they keep this one clean and hold on to their rifles, and of course the Monacy AWP.
Stay out of range of the Deagle. Seems like a simple task, but surprisingly often you end up falling victim to it anyway. Next is kind of alone here. I mean, this could be a really fun round. If he gets 1D, it's on. They can probably get the bomb plant if they just straight go for it. Tell with the jiggle, oh, he's leaving nothing to chance. I appreciate that. Why would you? Hunter and Monacy, bit of a duo here. Yeah, they've been spotted. I can respect it. Why would you fight it? It's only the Deagle, but why lose anything at all?
Oh yeah, absolutely. No one needs to commit to these fights. Set up the blockades, force their hand, set themselves up for an uncomfortable final play in towards this B bomb site. Oh, it's a devastating smoke. Exactly what it is built up now, because they're going to have to wait the smoke out and then just scramble in towards the bomb side. Not before an HE lands at their front door. My God, it's devastating. 89 damage to Wonderful. They've had enough. Let's just run in towards A, boys. Hope for the best. Deep breath. And if they can get even 1 kill here, I'll be impressed. But next up, he'll be joined by Nico. Like lambs to the slaughter, they are thrown in towards the A side, but Anders, they could actually plant a bomb here.
This is
They're going to.
It's so much better than it should have been, really. They knew it was coming. It was really obviously going to be a switch around towards the other bomb site. So 2 kills and a bomb plant, that's way better than it should have been.
Good, actually. I didn't think they stood a chance there. You got Nico and Nexa in their crossfire, ready for that sort of play. 2 kills in the bomb plant? Yeah, you'll take that, considering, like I said, they get $1,900 into this next round. So they've just increased that a lot. They actually have a decent buy now, and we'll see whether it causes the tactical timeout. I think this is probably the right call. We're getting to the dying stages of this first half. The G2 comeback is alive and well, as NAVI now need to re-coordinate themselves, as Blade, he's got the old strat book out, describing what he wants to see in the next round. Seems like quite a methodical approach. Could be a set piece out of spawn here.
Yeah, we're talking about Taz and the experience, but obviously Blade, I mean, for a long time, I think one of the most revered in-game leaders in the CIS region. Like everyone just knew that he has a deep mind for this game. Took a while before he built some respect as a coach too. Right off the bat, it wasn't immediate. People were like, "Ooh, it's a bit scary." And he had to coach Simple at the start. I mean, how difficult is that? Like, to gain the respect of Simple.
Well. Here we go with the bomb planted. You can see it's still not the best buy. It's going to be Alexiv with the Galil, but more importantly, Wonderful has got his AWP looking to strike as he cracks things open on this side of the map. It's in-game leader Hooksy removed early on into the round. Now, do they want to continue with momentum here? m0NESY, an absolute master of the B-bomb side itself, will be challenged. Molotovs and grenades being deployed on either side, and Wonderful will find his second. Imma surely secures the round. There's nothing Hunter can do. He collapses under the pressure, and it's a clean sweep by the looks of things here for NAVI. 5 players survive as, there it is, the kind of set piece in towards B after finding the opening pick. And it works out very well for NAVI here, 6-3.
And truly a classic Counter-Strike experience for m0NESY, right? You throw out that grenade and it just costs you everything.
The moment you pull your grenade out, that's when Wonderful picks.
You ever seen that compilation of like it's like a whole series of clips where someone, like everyone's just pulling out the grenades and they get peaked, like
getting
like,
CSGO'd,
Yeah, it's so sick. Like, I love that compilation.
This is one of the most common spots to try and save a weapon on the beach. You got to be pre-fired here. Everyone's checking this one. And there it is. Imma will take him down. Yeah, don't go there. If you're trying to save a weapon, I would not recommend it. Every time I've tried it, that's what happens. They just run and just bayonet you from above. But Hooksy goes down first. He didn't anticipate that sort of pacing behind the AWP. Wonderful. 2 openers. Imma with the 3rd. No problem on the 4th either. Hunter didn't stand a chance.
Nico looking a bit frustrated now. It's a 6-3 scoreline. It's too early to start to feel that kind of frustration because, again, it's a bit T-sided map. You know, you can get away with being a little bit behind on the CT side. Unfortunately, they don't have a lot of money here. m0NESY, it'd be a gift for them if they could land this early shot, but hard to get that timing down right. The rest of them upgraded pistols and not much more than that. Looks like it could be another B finish here. They're bringing the bomb on over. They haven't really even looked outside of the A-bomb side. They don't care about it.
m0NESY with the AWP. More than enough to win a round. First kill looks certain to be his. Jail gets a taste of it. We saw Nico get a double kill from this position. Can't replicate it today. It is going to be the A finish here. The smoke down towards Temple side. They know m0NESY is towards B. They're going to make their way as quick as they can in towards this A site. It should be open, right? Yeah. No one there whatsoever. You're going to be saving the AWP. You've got an AK as well. No real reason to force the issue unless you're m0NESY, I suppose. I guess you are going for it now.
Now it's tempting. Now it's real tempting to try and run for it. Again, it's mostly pistols. They picked up an AK in the meantime, but Imma gets a kill. Takes down Nexa. And now the flank is coming in. Wonderful here. It's a great position. He's actually going to use the Glock instead, but fair play. He gets the job done and lands the headshot on m0NESY. That is another classic scenario where you get just one more kill and you get lured into the retake.
Everyone thinks, oh, actually, let's give this one a go. And it would have been great to save that AK in the AWP.
Yeah.
I think the money's okay. I did see one player down to $4,000, so that's why I'll take the tactical timeout just to juggle the resources around. But this is the third and final map, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Group C upper bracket, and this doesn't guarantee you the spring finals in London, but it does put you in the group final happening later in the week. So it's a massive game to win, and it does guarantee you at least second place in the group.
Yeah. And I must say as well, great call coming out from NAVI in the middle of that round, right? They run into m0NESY's AWP. They recognize there's a lot of danger over at that bomb site, and they make a very, very fast rotation, faster than the CTs could even get there. So good calling coming out from Alexi. Make sure get his troops out of danger before anything else would have happened. Wow. Good flicks, though. Still 7-3.
7-3 indeed. Yeah, Taz. What does that mean? What's that? Keep talking or stop talking? What's he saying with that? What's a universal symbol for that?
Could be a little hand puppet, but if you've got the sock,
yeah,
like a little act that he's putting on.
That's a decent theory. We'll run with that one. All right then. Of course, at this stage, all the rounds are important, especially for G2. It is a T-sided affair, Anubis, but let's see at least one more round here. 9-3 would be a bit of a death sentence. It was NAVI that had their number over in Abu Dhabi in the quarterfinals. Let's see now if they can hold on to middle. It's NiKo going to be flashed in by the looks of things here. There's the flash. And the T's handling it well, but they can't hold on. NiKo with the first. It's up to Alexi B to try and trade him out. Can't find the shot, and it's going to be the man advantage. But still a brittle round here, but NiKo hot on their tail.
Awkward fight at the start for NiKo. I'm surprised that he got both those kills. Oh, the timing on that spray. It's good. Jail, I think, strafed straight into it. Wonderful. Too many people on the other side. NiKo will find the last headshot. Okay, that'll bring them alive. I think they actually desperately needed this round. I think they were starting to fall a little bit too far behind. Another one, and they're within striking distance, right? Even if they don't get the next one coming up, the last of the half, they're still able to do something.
Really like this little maneuver towards middle. Good flashbang for NiKo. He's waiting by the double doors. Swarms them.
Let's fucking go, guys!
Oh, Hooksy's fired up.
Yeah, he's ready.
A little bit graphic, but I liked it. The final round here, Anders. All to play for. A lot of difference between 7-5 and 8-4. Let's see if G2 can close things out. A double orb setup here in the final round of the half.
The grenade then, not blowing open any smoke. I mean, it's a cool idea. You hear the smoke coming down from the T side, you instantly blow it open so that if anyone peeks, it's game over. No smoke blocking off m0NESY, so he's able to get the kill onto Bit. We started talking about at the beginning of the half how Bit is pretty good at that A main position, but m0NESY has him beat on this one. Kind of pauses NAVI. They've really slowed them down. Maybe a chance for Alexi to do some work in the middle. Been a bit of a rough first half for him, to be honest. Individually, 3-7. I think on the calling front they've been fine, but yeah, he wants to open it up here. Haven't found the target yet. It looks like G2, when they come back to this position, they might actually bring a bit of a double setup here.
Time is of the essence, Anders. Sub 40 seconds here. Hooksy, not known to be a sniper, but does a great job to find the second kill of the round. Alexi B fighting back, though. That's important. They're going to try and go for this B split, but they are running out of players left and right. This double orb setup absolutely dominates NAVI in the final round. It was a difficult start there for G2. Down 5-1, but they recover the half and go 7-5.
And now Boomich.
Here comes the boom.
Come on.
Here goes the boom.
You got all the money you need.
Here comes the boom.
All in on black. Black and yellow. You'd have to clear this close corner. Oh, the player just slipped down the ladder, man. That's unfair. Does this actually make things better for him? He's got a kit and he has a smoke.
You just come back up after.
He has a kit and he has a smoke, and Olaf has to leave. Now he's going to make a bunch of noise. He's going to get that kill. He's going to put the smoke on top of bomb, and no, not like this. You are kidding me. NAVI finish like this? Unbelievable.
Really can't do much about it. Too far away and in a 1 versus 3. Even if they have some money in the bank, this feels like it is not worth going for. You have a pretty good buffer. The one thing that could ruin this lead for Imperial is if they run out of money on the CT side. That's what's keeping this very winnable for them. And he's going to stick around just looking for exits, which is fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Just trying to see if he's gifted anything here. Because inflicting damage is... Okay, wait a second.
No way.
No.
Flashing his way through the Molotov as well. Either way, he could do some real damage because the blast radius on this bomb is massive. So Cadian and Yappy probably want to leave as quick as they can. This is scary.
He has a kit.
He might run straight for it. The smoke is up. Vinny, has he found a way? Has he done the impossible? 1 more second left and Cadian can't get him. Oh my
No way! Yes! That's what I'm talking about right there. That's Counter-Strike.
Safe's gonna plant that bomb. Ooh, ooh.
Yes.
Oh.
Wait. Yes.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Yes,
Oh my
Swisher.
god. He doesn't have the kit.
Yes.
Oh my god, they're all gone.
They're so far away. Oh, just get on it.
Come on, brother.
Come on, just read it.
At the very least, Swisher, win this round.
Oh, he thinks there's got to be one
Look
close.
how far they are.
They're
Stick
so
it.
damn
Swisher, stick
far
it.
away. It's
Do
fine.
it.
Please.
Embarrass them.
Swisher, 10 seconds.
NA.
Stick.
NA. NA.
He's on it.
Oh, he's
There's
got
no
it.
chance. Look at this mid-map, baby.
Let's go.
Remember this round, Furio. Remember this round.
Swisher, a highlight of a lifetime.
B4.
Let's go.
Phelps with no kit. VSM doesn't have one either.
Yeah, the question for Phelps is how does he even get out? I mean, he slotted himself into quad. He has an opportunity to find some frags at the very least, assuming he's going to do that. Oh, there's a kit. No.
Oh,
no
yes.
way.
Yes,
This
Maui.
is happening.
You're saying
no
no, but
way.
you know we want
this
it.
can't happen. It can't
No, we
happen
want
like this.
it.
This
Oh,
can't
he's
really be
straight
happening.
on it.
No way. Oh no, it really just happened like that. It doesn't matter how many picks EG finds. They find a way to lose in this one. Phelps sneaking in. People have called that spot ninja for so long.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The sort of highlight reel there that makes your skin crawl, Anders. So many ninja diffusers over the years. That's a great little highlight package we've got there. But the highlights are still yet to come. We've got the final half here of Anubis in the third and final map, actually, as we go 7-5. A recovery mission of sorts there for G2. They were down 5-1. And still, on the CT campaign, getting 5 rounds. Pretty decent, you know. Game's wide open.
Yes.
But still, G2, decent recovery. And we'll see who will be going on to the group final after this half.
Oh, it is still definitely on. Nothing's been decided yet. Double smoke and a Molotov as well. Could be an executor for any which bomb site, but the minimap suggests that maybe they want to end up at A right now. Bit of mid-control lurking around as Nico, trying to see if he can find anyone. With the right round of smokes to the high ground, we'll see if it's going to be possible. Counter grenade set up, but again, I don't think anyone's slowing down for a smoke and a pistol round like this. Oh,
we didn't throw it.
Throw it! Oh no!
Bit.
It's an absolute catastrophe. Bit goes down. Alexi trying to see if he can salvage the round, but that is a big mistake.
Yeah, blunder from Bit. But still, the round is salvageable. Comes down to this frag, to be honest, but it will be JL dropped in the process. 3-on-2, both the CTs stuck in towards A main. And Nico, he's waiting for his moment to pounce here. I can't see a world where G2 give this one up, especially Nico's positioning. Should be able to find an easy frag, he says. And it's down to Imma. Still has some time to defuse here, but with a 10-second defuse available to him, it's unlikely. Nico just had to survive that shot, and he should be absolutely fine here. Not closer than he might have anticipated, but still, it will be G2 picking up an all-important pistol.
Yeah, they really needed that. All right, decisive.
Well, he
Imma.
survives with 3 kills and Kevlar and Julie. So that suggests they will almost certainly be force buying in the second round on the CT side.
It'd be shocking if they didn't this time for sure. But still, that little slip up there.
Yeah, that's true. Like the fact he didn't deploy the smoke, it would have delayed them tremendously. They would have had to go through a gray screen. Like he really messed that one up, unfortunately. He knows it as well. If he just gets that smoke down, he can recalibrate, be ready for those duels. He just wasn't ready whatsoever. Maybe should have ditched the smoke after it wasn't deployed successfully. No force buy. I am shocked. Like with the 3 kills there, Imma could have dropped Julie's, could have got himself a FAMAS to go with it, but they've gone for the eco instead, which is absolutely fine. More meta than what we've seen in previous CS2 events, but for some reason here at Spring Groups, every team is force buying in the second round on the CT side after losing pistol, but not this time.
It really seems to be the preferred way to go, but
We'll see what NAVI are cooking. Probably not in this round. Bomb is going to be planted. All right. Find a kill on Nexa. Can they recover the Galil? That'd be fun. Galil definitely worth playing with. Dink onto Nico. That range, my God. That's a USP, by the way. Wonderful, just lasering in on Nico. Bit sticking around again. Nothing for him to save. He can try and make it expensive, right? He can sort of run in, try and shoot to the mister, trying to exit the bomb site, maybe make it a little bit more annoying. Hooksy gonna have to give up. Oh my God, all right.
How have they done all of this? I think Bit still goes down to the blast because CS2. No, he's absolutely fine.
I can't believe it.
They keep 4 players up. They steal 2 rifles. It's actually not a bad eco whatsoever. Keeps them very modest on the G2 side. Bit.
That's sickening.
Oh. We've all been there.
It's really relatable, isn't it, you know?
Oh, I like that. Well, they win the round, but at what cost? They've lost quite a lot in the last few rounds here, so sure, they've got the clean streak. They've fended off these ecos, won the pistol, but they know the guns are coming out here. The money's going to be pretty strong. I dare say they'll have an AWP on the CT side here.
I think they
Considering
could, yeah.
Imma didn't purchase anything, and he got those 3 kills in pistol, they managed to save 2 Galils. I think the AWP is almost a lock-in for Wonderful. Think being the operative word. What do I know? Because it's not there.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I thought they were going to be able to find a way to juggle it around, but
yeah,
I guess not.
I think it maybe went down in the previous round. He's like one of the few that did.
Oh, yeah.
If he saved that Kevlar, I think they can do the AWP, but wasn't meant to be.
Well, it's a tight game, Henry. 7-7. We'll see if G2 feel confident enough in their T side to be able to bring it through again. They should be slightly favored playing on the T side of Anubis. But again, NAVI have proven so far, even if it's early days in 2024, that they've proven that they're pretty good at making the comebacks. Resilient team. Haven't seen them get really crushed just yet, so...
We're going for some mid-space here. Smoke off towards the huts. Molotov at double doors. Removing vision and control for the CT side. Here's Nexa. Trying to make sure they can't actually reclaim territory with that Molotov. He'll probably push back through the smoke, knowing that there's no way the CTs can make it through, but for now, holding defensively. CTs happy with the control they presented at A main. Are going to go explore their options in towards middle. JL, a little bit hot on the trigger there, but it's absolutely fine.
Don't do that. No one's round, so he hasn't given up anything crazy, but, you know, it could be risky. Look at the time. 30 seconds. They are going for the A-bomb side here, so the question is, Wonderful, yes, got a Molotov in hand, but yeah, it's going to be too late. He can slow it down a little bit, but they still should be able to get the bomb plant here. Alexi and GL getting important kills, but the bomb will be planted.
Good discipline from Wonderful as well, just maintaining the advantage, allowing that bomb to go down. It's unlikely he can do much in a 3 versus 1 in that side of the map, so he's going to wait for his teammates to rotate over. The bomb's only just been planted. Nexus feeling brave here. We'll spot the first, and there will be an equal trade for now. They know Nico's in towards Heaven. Monacy patrolling towards camera. Hell of a shot, and the smoke down towards this side of the map should secure the round, as JL will find the 1 versus 1, but the bomb is ticking at such pace here. It's up to Nico just to try and stay alive. He doesn't necessarily want to challenge for these frags, but still finds him no problem whatsoever. G2 streak continues here on the T side of Anubis as they now take the lead, Anders.
Sick having Monacy and Nico left in that 2v3.
Right.
That first shot from Monacy was crisp, wasn't it?
Yep. So confident, is playing to all the advantages he could find. The fact that the camera was smoked off and many can actually peek in towards Heaven, and then all of a sudden they find the headshots. Nico left in the clutch where he had so many options, could have just stayed alive there, but goes for the swing, nails the headshot as he always does. Huge for G2 here. There was overtime, if you remember, on Overpass, the opening map. A map that G2 don't even play. They don't even have a recorded game with this roster on LAN. It went all the way to overtime. They fluffed their line slightly. They had the 12-10 lead.
Yeah.
And lost in overtime.
You kind of even forget the fact that they don't even play the map. Like, they just looked pretty good on it. So, yeah, that in itself might have been a little bit of a tell that G2 are actually quite fired up today. Obviously winning the second map, and now we were on the third.
Yeah, and they were 5-1 down here at Anubis too. So a great resurgence, time and time again. Back in toward this A-bomb site. G2, guns out. Oh, the smoke. They'll think better of it. Wonderful. He needs to be on high alert here. The crunch from middle is coming through, and it's a very successful one. Hunter finds the initial frag, takes the aggro away from main when Hooksy can strike. Bomb planted, job done. This was a bit of an eco from NAVI as G2 continue to add to their tally. 9-7 now, touching distance of this third and final map. And as I mentioned, this will take you to the group final and guarantee you at least second place in the group. Which is important, because as long as you get second in the group, you're at least in the conversation for the final 2 of the 6 slots.
Yeah, it massively increases your chances to make it. Everybody wants to go to London. Both these teams, I would say, have a really good shot at it at the moment. They're both playing quite well. m0NESY cleaning up a kill here or there. Bit looks like he's going to be able to make it up with the M4, so that's at least something. G2 celebrating another round win. They're getting very, very close right now. The pressure is on for NAVI. Can they make another comeback happen? Because that's kind of what we're looking at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a game of 2 halves. Looking so good for NAVI in the opening stages here on Anubis. They looked comfortable, precise, confident. And now it's starting to fall apart somewhat. Haven't had much success in this second half thus far. Currently down 4-0. Like we said, it's a T-sided map. And it's G2 giving them a good hiding on their T-side campaign. NiKo at the top of the scoreboard with 14 kills. m0NESY just believe him with 11. Hooksy up there in double digits as well with 10 frags to his name. Love to see it.
Yeah, he's been very animated. Nex has been shouting as well. Like, again, the energy seems to be sort of recovered somewhat here. Been some moments of frustration for them, but we talked about it on day 1. It feels like that would be a nice addition to G2 if they can sort of remain in good spirits throughout the games. I'm sure that's going to help out quite a bit. NiKo at 14-9, so he's having himself a bit of a classic game. Although, say that, but Immer's 14-8 on the other side. And I think all 3 maps so far for Immer have been really good. It's been a great day for him.
He's had some very impressive moments. Brutal aim, confident aggression.
Yeah.
Like an Inferno just pushing down middle, giving them hell. Finding double kill after double kill. Starting to see some of that major form he was known for. It's taken a while in the NAVI jersey, but he's getting there.
Not easy either, right? You're going to get criticized right away.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Not many people are going to be saying, oh, yeah, give him time. Like, that jersey does mean something in that sense.
Absolutely true.
Let's see, sneaking towards the middle. Looks like it's going to be another A execute with the mid presence from NiKo. They tried this earlier and it worked, so they're going to try and see if they can do it again. Oh, actually, NiKo down to the brew with him. I thought he was up on the bridge, but he's hanging around. Under 40 seconds now. Not many nades left on the CT side. Bit by the pillar. This is a flashbang instead of a smoke. You don't want to screw this up. They blow it open. There's one good flash and the peek behind it. Oh, this is devastating.
That's more like
the round.
Bits had a couple of struggles here in the second half, but that is an epic spray down. Wonderful. Pretty much confirms the round. You're right. 10 seconds remaining. Didn't really get much done here. NAVI have finally broken the streak, and they're going to find their first round now in the second half. Just what they needed. And it's a clean one as well. All 5 players surviving. Nice injection of cash. They've got an AK picked up and the AWP available.
It's tough because when the T side, when they blow open the smoke, they're really telling the defense, okay, something's happening. There's only 30 seconds left. So as soon as they blow open the smoke, there's a counter flash that comes out. It's just... It's a bit of a 1-2 punch in that sense.
Yeah, Lexi B's so good at setting up his teammates with those sort of flashes. You see it so often. I don't think he is celebrated enough for those sort of contributions. Double AKs on the CT side. As mentioned, wonderful in the AWP. Still plenty of time to even win this map if you're NAVI, even after going down 4-0 at the start of this half. Money is getting a little bit thin on the T side here. This is an important round. once again trying to brute force their way in towards A main. The exchange of utility to jostle for control in this key part of the map. You can see the CT's doing everything they can just to lock them out of A main. Deny that sort of control. And it's JL with a defensive setup in towards middle, trying to spam them down through the double doors with the AK. It's Nico, ready and waiting on the other side.
Well, this game is getting really, really close. I mean, it's in terms of the cash, in terms of the rounds, no one's getting away with all that much at the moment. Bit of an early rotation here. JL taking the back way through to get to the A bomb site, so they don't have any real info on middle or outside of the B bomb site. So I'd say this is a bit of a risk right now for NAVI, but it looks like it is a really good call. Oh, a bit wide swing. What a headshot. He brings down Hooksy as well. Disastrous for G2. They were setting up for an attack.
So much conviction behind the push as well. Brutal pre-fires. That's wonderful. Picks up the remaining pieces here. A 5 versus 2. It's m0NESY and Hunter. They could do something with this, but there's just no real time to work with. But you have got m0NESY hitting some bangers. Only good for the one, I'm afraid. Hunter left in no man's land all the way back at the beach.
I think that a little adventure for Bit works so well on two different fronts. Now, one, he gets both the kills, so fair play. Even if he dies, there would have been 3 people inside of the bomb site. So let's say he gets traded, and then G2 say, that's it, we have to go right now. We've been caught, like, let's go. They're actually running into a huge stack. So I think either way, it's just a good little trick to be thrown out there. But yeah, when it works so well, you never get to see that there was, I think, a plan B here for the NAVI defense. Pretty sick.
Bear in mind, it was the quarterfinals in Abu Dhabi, the last World Finals to be exact, where this was the quarterfinal, and we had NAVI taking it 2-1. They're on track to do it again. We said that was a very important swing round. You can see how that's affected G2's finances going forward here. It's been very back and forth today, to say the very least. This is only the first series of the day as well, ladies and gentlemen. We've got so much action coming your way. And so we have NIP and Complexity in an elimination game. Right after this one, Vitality, Astralis, and then OG Falcons. An epic day of Counter-Strike and a pretty epic spray down from Imma as well. Gets himself the double kill. Confirms on Eco here as NAVI hunt for double digits.
Yep. And another setup by Alexi B on the flashbang. Now he gets his own double. Like you said, something that he probably isn't recognized quite enough for. Wonderful. Easy enough to be able to clean up that last one. And the swing continues in favor of NAVI. They're back on top now. They've got much more money to work with after winning that round. This is quickly slipping out of the hands of G2. 10-9 getting to the scoreline. But nobody even dies on the CT side here. Beautiful stuff.
So after finding a couple of rounds, NAVI respond in kind. 10-9. And we do have a pretty decent buy. There is the orb for m0NESY. I didn't spot the Tech 9 of Hunter. It might not matter as Nico finds the opening frag, no problem. There's JL toppled at the start, but an interesting maneuver here. It's Imma, makes a bit of a meal of the spray, but equalizes the situation back to a 4-4. Are you kidding?
That is the bomb drop.
No way.
So they have to fall back now to try and pick it up. Otherwise, they could have kept going and probably would have planted the bomb already. And now he's relocated. Are they going to be checking? It doesn't look like it. Nexus crouched right underneath. Oh, it's so awkward. They're looking everywhere. But Imma's still up here. I think Alexi's rotated into the back of the A bomb site now, so very weird round. There's more.
The bomb's gone again.
Getting the shot on Nexa. I thought m0NESY was going to be able to hold the angle, but he's not. Wonderful going down, and so is Alexi, so maybe it's all for nothing now. Imma, they know that he's in this area somewhere. They're just not quite sure where. Blows open the smoke. Will find m0NESY. He needs 2 more kills to try and get this quad. Clutch it for his team. He has a chance for it. They're both very low on health on top of the smoke. Oh! Imma picking up 1 more now. Spinning around, and my God, he's done it!
Unbelievable scenes here. What a clutch that is from Imma. It looked like the round was done, but he found the timing. He finds the bomb. He causes an absolute nuisance for them, but it felt like just a matter of time before they recovered it. But what a thing of beauty that HE was to find the player residing behind the smoke just when they went to go recover the bomb. It's an absolute disaster for G2. Imma snatches the round away. We were just saying how he's really developing into another top-tier player in this NAVI roster and delivers a world-class clutch.
Absolutely nuts, wasn't it? Yeah, he's been criticized a lot since joining the lineup. There's been a lot of people saying, you know, we're just not seeing, that Paris major performance. But this is exactly what we're all hoping for. That could be it. That could be what seals the best of 3 right here. Look at the money. G2 losing the bomb in the previous round, then it being guarded by Imma the whole way through. He's on for more. A double kill in this round. And JL chiming in. They've absolutely cleaned it up. 12-9. They're getting there.
What a gut punch of a round.
Yeah.
Just when it felt like G2 had done enough to equalize the scoreboard, bring us in to a really exciting finish. But of course, they lose to Imma in the most uncomfortable way possible. The bomb dropped. Everything seemed like it was going swimmingly. And then a disastrous moment. G2 are known for them. And that could cost them this series. That one round might be enough to get NAVI over the finish line here. What have they got left? There was an eco at the previous. It's now series point for NAVI. They're officially on fire.
He's 23-8, Henry. He's completely run away with this map. Oh, it's so sick. G2 need 3 in a row to try and force this into overtime. And they can afford no slip-ups at all. No mistakes allowed. Don't get any more real than this for G2 right now. Here we go. They're not going to slow it down. They're going to be really quick with it. Pushing on to the bomb site. Wonderful, landing some shots. A double kill for him. JL to get another one. They've completely locked him out. It's just m0NESY left. They have no reason to fight him. They know where he is. Just leave him alone.
Surely it's a done deal, Anders. But you never know with this young superstar. With the AWP in his hands and time and space to work with. He's got the bomb as well. Never discount him. We've seen an absolutely stunning clutch against NAVI before on this very map. It was a 1v5 back then. He would have to do the same once more. Surely history will not be repeated. Oh, it's the big bomb site as well. This is where he did all the damage previously.
Yeah. I think smartly they're not fighting him. Sure, they could allow for the bomb plant, but nobody cares about that. He can get the bomb plant down. That's not the issue. The issue is whether or not he can find a couple of more kills before he gets there. Look at how much they're respecting him. And it's understandably why. There we go. The timing is in. And NAVI to pick up the series and take down G2 once again. A 2-1 victory in their favor.
It's absolutely true. And it's going to be that one haunting round, Anders. G2 always seem to have one every single series. This time it's Imma to deliver the pain. And if, my God, there's ever sting as G2 were tantalizingly close. But this time, no cigar.
It will always astonish me how one round here and there can change the entire course of a series. And that one round took the form of a beautiful 1v3 from Imma. He was stunning on this third map. This was the same history as in Abu Dhabi. He puts G2 into the lower bracket of this group. Oh my God, was that good from Imma?
That was a great clutch coming out of Imma, a great map coming out from Imma, potentially the best map we've seen him play within the NAVI jersey. We've been asking for him, we've been questioning when is the Imma from the Paris Major coming alive, and this was a great showing for him. NAVI winning right here, putting G2 into the lower bracket. I don't think a lot of people saw that coming, but overall, the course of the entire series, very much back and forth, close game. Could have gone both ways, but I think it's fair that NAVI ends up winning.
I mean, as I said, everything changed pretty much in the last few minutes of this matchup. That is going to be it for our openers. We see here NAVI 2-1 victory over G2 Esports, but there is much more Counter-Strike to be coming your way. So what I'm going to suggest you guys, that you get yourself some water, you stay hydrated, because right around the corner is a little bit of NIP versus Complexity. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. Catch you on the Flippity Flop. Welcome back, everybody, to the Blast Premier Spring Groups. Thank you very much for tuning in. I am still Maniac, accompanied by Pimp, and the gravitas of the situation is about to change just a little bit. A few changes to this new Spring Groups, of course, 16 teams instead of 12, but also a change in format. One of the criticism that teams would never get eliminated, none of that anymore. This is survival time in Copenhagen. NIP started, of course, with a loss against G2. They looked a little bit bleak, they looked a little bit out of their depth. But Complexity, on the other hand, did not look much better against NAVI. There were a couple of crucial rounds that were thrown away. I'm going to use that word, thrown away in various situations. And Jacob, the loser of this game is going to show down. This is non-negotiable.
This is the favorite part of the tournament for me. Get the, let's call them less good playing teams out of the tournament.
Why did you censor yourself? That was going to be so great.
I wanted to throw out the word noobs. Get the noobs out of the tournament. I love that. You know, I love the fact that we already get it into now where we have two teams fighting for survival, where there's a lot of intensity, there's a lot at stake. And as you said, two teams who had different causes yesterday.
Right.
NIP didn't show up at all, whereas Complexity looked good until they didn't. You know, there was a point in the game against NAVI where I thought you guys are going to win this one 2-0 most likely, but they just couldn't get over the hurdle. So I feel like it's a game where I have a couple of questions and I want them answered right here, right now.
And I think it's fair to say expectations and demands are heavily on the side of Complexity.
Yeah.
Not only are they favorites, but also people are looking at them for a reaction. A little bit of a history piece, of course. The end of 2023 was relatively favorable to Complexity. They pushed through new heights. They kind of broke through this glass ceiling. We had Sydney was a great event. Copenhagen was a great event. But then where there should have been capitalization at the very, very end, it started getting a little shaky, and we saw that again here on day one.
It's the second place at Sydney that was impressive. It's the third to
really
fourth at the fall finals, very impressive. And then at the less good tournaments where they played against less good opponents, they couldn't get it done whatsoever. Home turf in Atlanta wasn't looking good. So they ended the year in a way that wasn't too optimal. They even said that yesterday before the game, that they would have liked to show a better face of themselves at the end of 23. The way they played yesterday against NAVI, it left me puzzled a little bit because they were looking good. For the vast majority of overpass on the first map, they were looking like the better team. They should have won 13-9, and we would have been saying great performance coming out of Complexity. But then a couple of misplays happened, and then we saw the old face of Complexity where the mental fortitude not always is at the level that you're supposed to have when you are contending to be a top 5 team in the world.
You're right, and now the question is, are they shook by this situation? Are they shook by the loss that happened on day one? Holzerk is obviously a name that we mentioned quite a lot, not because we like to kick someone that's down, not at all, but because on an individual level, of course, there were a couple of misses on that game that should have turned the tides, and we don't really know how he feels about it, but luckily enough, we have James catching up with him.
And personally for you right now in the team and in CS2, how are you feeling? Where's your own individual confidence at?
I mean, it's not an all-time high, to be honest. I mean, I know I can play much better than I have been doing personally the last few months. I've been underperforming, especially for my role. So I know I have to step it up because, like, if I don't, we, keep not playing that well. So I just have to. I'm trying to improve that every single day as well. Like, I've been doing a lot of individual practice as well, and just trying to do new stuff and see if that works.
Are you still struggling with like the move over to CS2 we've seen some AWPers have, or what do you put it down to?
I wouldn't put it down to that really. I think to me it's like basically online is basically the same game. Like online is a bit worse, but online is the same game, so there's no excuse there. It's just me not being where I should be right now.
We have to address how complicated of a position Holzer currently is in. And it's not a question of making excuses, no, because I don't think the performance is enough. I don't think it's valid when you think about the AWP and how much impact it's got in the game. But I think realizing that Katowice is on the line, that the major is right around the corner, I think he might be on a chopping block. I think this is the situation. I think he's fighting for a contract. He's fighting for his spot. Because if you're Complexity, and if you're considering what could be an improvement that we can do, what is an area of the game that we can get ahead of, I really think that your first name on the list might be your sniper.
I 100% buy into that sentiment. I thought to myself during the off break here as well, during the off season, that there was a potential change coming into Complexity. They could be looking towards Holzerk and thinking we need to find a new player. They've given him another shot, and I think that's fair enough because he has shown at certain times within Complexity that he can be the player making the difference. Perhaps not consistent enough. Another layer to that conversation, context for the matter as well. Who are you going to replace him with? There's no obvious candidate from NA coming in with the AWP. OC is not on the market anymore and would would be a small upgrade, so to speak. So you're not really interested in that. So unless some European star upper comes into play, then I think Halsey is safe for now. But you're right. If he doesn't perform during this tournament, Katowice, and potentially the major, then
that would be the
moment.
moment.
Be out.
It probably will be the moment. And listen, I picked them as favorite in this matchup versus NIP. I have no problem making that statement because NIP didn't really show us much against G2. Like, arguably, there's definitely a differential between the two teams, but I was expecting a little more. Just, you know, it's the beginning of the season. The Ogres, they're not really ready. Everyone is kind of halfway through, maybe using this slightly as a boot camp and all. But the difference was just night and day. I don't think there ever was a game. I even think that the scoreline of the first map is deceiving. I think G2 were flying high all the way. So I don't exactly know how much credit I can put into NIP, just even shaking complexity.
No, and I was hoping, and I think you were as well, we were hoping that NIP, with this long break they've had ever since the fall finals in Royal Arena, it's been almost 2 months, actually more than 2 months since we've seen them play on LAN. They've had time to integrate Alex into the lineup. They've had time to integrate at.CET into the lineup. We hear certain players speak about now we have a team we trust in, now we have a team that we believe the roles are fitting within the lineup, but it still hasn't worked out for NIP, and that's a massive issue. There's no productivity on this team at all.
I mean, listen, I know we're not getting paid just to read numbers out there. I do realize that. But when you have 4 players that are below 0.8 rating and Raz is the only one putting up a fight, that really gets complicated. For the top level, I feel like there's a ceiling that can't be broken through. We have the ranking over there, of course. It's been a turbulent period for NIP. And I say period, it's been a turbulent few years now that I really think of it. When was the last time I could refer to NIP as a team that I would very, very gladly put at the very top? It just hasn't been the case. It's been a deep rework. It's been a revolving door time and time again. And I think the only hope is that now that you've brought in Alex from Movistar Riders, that you have someone that's got a vision. The question is, first, is it a good vision? And are people buying into it?
But this is where I want to put context into the matter, right? Because we're not looking at a team that doesn't have the budget to be good. If that was OG's world ranking graphic, I'd be like, yeah, I guess it makes sense the way they're not buying out players, the way they're not spending too much money. But I know the salary cap within NIP. I know how much money they're investing into the lineup. NIP is not a team that is not paid well to play Counter-Strike. It's not a team that is struggling with budget in terms of attracting manpower to their lineup. So for them to only have been within the top 10 of the world ranking for a couple of weeks in the past 2 years is completely unacceptable.
Well, Jacob has doubts, and we wanted to see a little bit how Config feels about this new lineup and this new adventure.
Config, I'm going to start off with a not-so-easy question. It's been a full year for you on NIP, but there's been a lot of changes, rosters, things that was like kind of hindered the team. But do you feel like you guys are having a chance to develop at all?
Yeah, for sure. I think that now we finally got a stable roster. I think everyone is satisfied with the 5 people that are here, including the coach as well. So I think like we're working and on the right things and always fixing our mistakes and having a really healthy work ethic. So I think that we will prevail at some point.
You're smiling while saying it. When we're talking about prevailing, though, the G2 game, you already spoke to me. You said, okay, it's not what you want to see go down in a game like that. Thing for me I want to look at is where was the adjustment for you guys? Because it felt flat at times.
I mean, on Vertigo, we lost some unlucky rounds on CT side where we could have started rolling, but on Anubis, we just got owned by their utility usage and how well they played on both sides, A and B. So, I mean, I think we already solved our issues on that map, and we're actually not afraid to play it against anyone.
Not afraid to play against anyone. Okay, I like that. Would you say right now, though, that you understand how you guys want to play and it's just about trying to get this execution down?
I mean, I think there's a lot of small things that we haven't fixed yet as a team and as individuals, and we need to focus on that a lot. And also, DJL has a lot of ideas that he's coming with, and Alex as well. So we are trying to maximize all the things that we can add into the team in a short period of time.
Listen, what's in the past is in the past. It's fair enough that it's been a struggle some couple of years for NIP. We've only seen them play 1 best-of-3 so far, so we can't count them out.
That's
but
right.
Now I want to see something. I want to see a reaction. You're playing against a Complexity team that is not frightening as per se. It's a team that you should be able to contest with. So let's see it on the server. Instead of all this talking about, yeah, it's looking great, we believe in the lineup, we're finally finding our path. We heard the same thing the past 2 years. Let's see it on the server instead of hearing it in the interviews.
We want to see some teeth, we want to see some nerves, we want to see some emotions, and some quality from NIP. The first game against G2 was not enough, but today's a new day, but the same casters. Anders, Henry, up to you.
At least for one more game, Anders, and what a game it is. The first elimination at Spring Groups right now. Complexity taking on NIP, and I agree with the analysts. Complexity certainly the favorites here, but it's not by a huge margin. NIP only 1 best-of-3 with this roster so far, and hopefully they've got a lot more to show.
Yeah, they had better turn up today. The odds are saying that it's complexity coming out on top of a GG bet. So, yeah, I guess, I don't know. I'm not too surprised by this. I kind of share the sentiment of the desk. I'm a little bit confused about NIP, and really have been for a long time. I hate to say it.
I mean, it's fair enough, isn't it? Like, we've been waiting for this NIP project to come online for about 4 years now. It's been a while since they've had some deep, impressive runs. But
it's a long time to wait.
Everything on the line right now. This is not like the old format. This is the new spring groups. There's no last chance anymore. Lose 2 games, you are done. This is the lower bracket. This series will be eliminating at least one of these teams. It's likely to be NIP, but would love to be proven wrong. And it's Vertigo to kick things off. That's where they played G2 yesterday as well. It was a 13-7 loss. They managed to get 5 rounds on a T side, but couldn't get going at all on the defense. So we'll see if they could turn their fortune here. It's their map pick. We'll kick things off. Ladies and gentlemen, Complexity taking on NIP here with it all to play for. And it will be the North Americans starting on the CT side. Double dual elite Sanders and a cheeky flashbang to boot. Lots of utility on the NIP side. Multiple ways to execute, but for now, focusing towards the B side of the map.
Oh, Liege. Gotta be careful around the corner. Yeah, this is much better. Set up like this, bait them in, see if you can get them to push forward. Oh, they're still going for it. This is dangerous.
Yo.
Head trick on the other side. Instant shot down to Liege. It's too much to handle. Not hitting the shots, and he'll get taken down as well. Double for head trick to begin with.
Yeah, not too bad. The fact he gets one, the round is still somewhat alive. It's unlikely they pull this one back, but...
Look at S-Tag. He's got the A-bomb sign.
Oh,
he's just chilling there.
Yeah, he's calling for some backup right now. Looking towards the headshot position. Trying to detect if there's any CT presence here whatsoever. And there is. It's JT. Jumps up, tucks himself in. He peeks. He's in a lot of trouble. And that's exactly why they will be pre-buying that position. And the bomb will be planted. That should be it. It's all Zerk and Floppy remaining. They're pretty far removed from the situation, but they've got some time. If they can find a quick double kill, maybe there's something to be said, but it's incredibly unlikely. You see the AI prediction at the top there. Artificial intelligence, the overlords, as we're calling them, have said this one's done.
Yeah, the robots are against them. Can't really blame them, to be honest. Also firing off some shots here. Head trick, his triple.
There's the double
come
kill.
to an end, yeah, but it's very, very late in the round to get the double. Rez will find a way to get a double of his own, and it's going to be the round for NIP. Good start.
Oh, absolutely true. Waiting for that CT push. They seem to have a solid understanding of the tendencies of Complexity's body. You can see they're absolutely ready. It must be a protocol of Complexity. They don't sense any presence to be at the start. They will push for control. They've got a lot more than they bargained for there. As you mentioned, S-Tag sneaks in towards the A side, gets him a ton of space, bomb planted, job done. Those consolation frags at the end, sure, a slight chance of the double kill upon entry, but essentially still a full eco here in round number 2. NIP off to a flying start and an interesting setup here in towards middle. See if they get anything from it whatsoever as they lie in wait. NIP for now making their way up towards the A ramp.
I quite like it. I feel like it's fun to try these kind of things. I mean, chances are you're not going to win the round off the back of this, but, you know, it's better than to stretch out and just stay on the bomb sites, you know?
Yeah,
more fun that way.
Give it a go. And unfortunately, I think this round's already concluded because the A site is wide open. Good measure, they'll double nade towards the sandbags. Kind of gives up the game that this middle stack isn't going to do anything for them. And now, just got to hope to get a couple of kills. They'll probably just swing out on a set time and try and cause some chaos. And it seems to be working quite effectively for now.
All right, one casualty so far as Alex going down. But it'd be the only one at the end.
It was S-Tag who had a pretty lousy performance against G2. He couldn't get going. I think it was 5 kills on both maps. He's a great player. We all know I rate him. But hasn't shown his true potential in recent times with NIP. He's a jack of all trades. He's happy to put in all these different positions and take on any role, but sometimes can go absent, particularly in this roster. We'll see whether he can continue as he finds a decent start here. 3-1. Towards B we go. First gun round. Now it's Complexity, pull out the rifles.
Surprising that grenade doesn't do more damage. It actually lands on head trick, but he's able to sort of jump away from it, so fair enough. That could have been a lot more devastating. Setting up some nades. Elige not enjoying that at all. The double right on top. He's down to 17 health. And they're going to Molotov out Floppy, who otherwise, you know, probably was thinking, okay, maybe I can revenge some of this damage a little bit, but now he's been pushed back as well. Good work for NIP early on here.
Yeah, nice chip damage. Back into a more standard protocol, though. Smoke at the top of the ramp, deny the vision. Slowly but surely make your way up scaffolding. No boost to deal with just yet, but there are a lot of them available. What have they got up their sleeve here? 2 players, and yeah, maybe a boost. It's about to be set up, but
it's risky. They're thinking about it, but you could be in a really awkward position as well. Oh, they're not looking for it. Rez goes down. It worked out just fine. 40 seconds, and it's still a 4-on-5 here. JT realizes someone's on the other side, but he's not quite ready to swing for it. Instead, they're going to get swung upon. Also doing a fine job. He's actually getting the double kill. 2 people left on the NIP side. 25 seconds, and backup is being called for. Floppy now rotating in. Elige is very low on health from earlier, but he's still alive back here, at least for a second. Config landing the headshot. Head trick will keep it going. 1 versus 1. 10 seconds on the clock, and Grim sneaking around, doing some more chip damage. Head trick, able to get the headshot and win the round.
You love to see that. Head trick pulls out the rabbit from the hat with the Glock in hand. 1 versus 1. Didn't have any bullets in the AK-47. He was pinned on the bomb side, but somehow, someway, he connects with the pistol and continues the streak here for NIP. They're off to an absolute flying start here, Anders. It's their map pick, and they've got a 3-0, potentially 4, as we get into round number 4. And it's going to be a bit of a partial buy from the CT forces. A couple of MP9s, default pistol for JT, and a Deagle otherwise.
It's everything you could have dreamed of. A little bit of a trade. Alex being put into the mix. But the MP9, only the 1 kill. Oh, that is a cool attempted jump. I appreciate that, JT. Elige. He will follow it up and get Alex. That is really cool. 3 versus 3. A ramp being attacked now by NIP, trying to see get their way through, but it's already 2 people here. Config working in the middle. That could be interesting if he could find a way to break through.
Could be. Give themselves a fighting chance here at the very least. Elige, spectacular yesterday. Really felt like he had a chance to get them over the line. It wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, he was playing lights out, wasn't he? So many great openings.
Yeah, they had that 12-10 lead on overpass, and he kept finding them 5-on-3s. They had 2 opportunities to close it out, but wasn't meant to be. Can he snatch this round away? Going to be an awkward first encounter for Horzak. Grim makes light work at the first one, but now at least a possibility for Elige. 2-on-1, but
don't forget about the bomb, guys.
True.
20 seconds. I think Config spent all of this time looking for Elige, and he just hasn't found him. He just hasn't seen him at all. So somehow they managed to dodge each other. Smoke is pretty devastating. Molotov on the other side. I think barring Elige from doing anything, only 5 seconds left here. They're so low on time. Oh my god! If he doesn't get that flick, the round is lost.
That was wild. Why were they taking that? You've already given up the fact you're going towards A. You've smoked the elevators, you Molotov the side. Why are you coming in on the 4-second mark of the plant? I guess it really doesn't matter. They managed to avert the danger. Elige had a real chance. If he gets that first kill, it's 100% going in his favor.
Yeah.
Wild situation there, but NIP stick the landing. The nice heroics there from Rez. Elige unable to convert the round, but certainly made it uncomfortable. 4-0, NIP. That was against the Eco. He's got a bit more complicated now.
Oh, the Molotov got banked off the top there. Provides space for also to throw some shots down their way, see if he can land anything. But yeah, 4-0. My god, that was an uncomfortable round. I can't believe it. It was 20 seconds and nobody had even picked up the bomb, and they were just sort of, I mean, they were trying to coordinate because Config was coming through the middle, so I guess there was a lot of communication happening, but it was very awkward for a moment there. Missed shot, but Hetrick takes a lot of damage. He has to get away because otherwise the grenades are going to land like that. Good start for Complexity.
Yeah, they've done a lot of damage. They've got full A-ramp control. Investigating the prospect of middle is Grim, and he's actually got a ton of information here, Anders. Doesn't have to go down the ladder. Just maintaining control of it is absolutely fine.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff here, right? You listen in, see if anything's happening. Be quick on the rotation. If they do decide to go back to the B bomb side, he's still in a great position then. Also checking it out. JT, yeah, that's the one way you can lose this round. If you peek into the AWP and die somehow, maybe that'll do it. JT feeling uncomfortable here, and Config handling himself very nicely. A double makes it a 3-on-3. The flank is really quick for Grim, but like we said last time we saw Vertigo, it's hard to get the timing down right. He's dead on the money. That is perfect.
Yeah, couldn't have timed that any better. Still grounds for them to lose this one, Complexity. It's a 3-on-2 in their favor. Config down to 4 points of health. Can Esatag step up and show us what he's made of here? Like we said, difficult showing for him yesterday against NAVI. Couldn't really get going, but this clutch is possible. Even in the 3 versus 1.
No kit.
Got the position. There's no kit available. If he can find a quick kill here. Oh, it's anything but. Maybe he was onto something, Anders, but not meant to be.
It would have been quite a tricky 1 versus 2 if he gets the kill. Yep. Again, 10-second on the defuse, right. So he can just jiggle out against the one player while someone else is kind of out of the match for 10 seconds. That could have maybe worked out. But Complexity are on the board.
First round. A little bit close for comfort there. Would have been really devastating if Estag even got 1 more kill.
Yeah.
Just to keep them incredibly modest in terms of the finances. That'll still be the case. But they've got a nice full buy heading into round number 6 here. Can't say the same for NIP. They've had a lot of casualties en route to this 4-0 lead they found. And after giving up 1 single opportunity to Complexity, they're now down to an eco, pretty much. They've got some investment as a partial buy, I suppose, with some Kevlar and upgraded pistols, but trying to keep the money reserve high. As we go back in towards the A-bomb side once again, it's JT to defend with the M4. Sets up the blockade for now with the incendiary and smoke combo. And it's defensive positioning here from Hulzerk. He gets a sound cue, so they are en route to his bomb site.
Yeah, hearing all the footsteps. Just a lot of players on the other side here. They want to go investigate. It could be dangerous. Tech9's on the other side. Look at how overworked they are. I'm worried for that CT side. The spray is pretty good, but it's even better coming back into it. 2 versus 2 now. Config not able to hit the headshot, but that is incredibly dangerous for the CTs. I mean, they could have just as well come out way on bottom of that fight.
Is Config just going to book him over towards B? He hasn't got the bomb, so he's suggesting he's trying to give away as many sound cues as possible to set up Alex for release a plan here. The thing is, they ain't taking that bait. Even if he runs over there, they don't even hear the sound cue, I don't think. So, yeah, they might have been better off just taking the bomb that side of the map and planting. Maybe overcook this one slightly, but if they can sneak away now, it's like all is lost.
The one time on Vertigo where nobody hears you. Like every other time you step down below, everyone can hear it. But
all right, let's get our skates on, Alex. We need to get you over there towards B right now. Config just needs to put himself in the trickiest of positions here.
Yeah.
Just needs to try and find 1 kill. He's low HP. This is quite nice.
It is through the middle. He's missing the
hard shots. Hard shots.
So hard to do.
Yeah.
And now they're pushing in on Alex, and he's going to burn alive. Look at how low they are. 15 health, 16 health.
Yeah, it was a really nice idea there. The fact that you got the bomb down, like I said, if Config just gets that quick headshot, but it was such a difficult shot. High-speed CT with the knife out, jumping around. You're trying to position yourself carefully just because you've got 4 points of health yourself. So that's unfortunate for Config. If he hits it, they probably win the round. He knows it as well. But like I said, very, very difficult shot. Good effort, though. This was just a partial buy. It wasn't a force from NIP. Bear that in mind. So they definitely kept it close. Kept them on a leash. Leash knows how close that was. Yeah, so does Config. 4-2. Money back online for NIP. Their 4-0 start starting to diminish now. There's 2 rounds separating them. Let's see if JT on the front foot can cause some damage. Negating these smokes. Flashed through potentially, but there's a flurry of frags coming through here, Anders. Who's winning this round? I'm not sure. 2-on-2 though. 1 minute 30. Absolute chaos at the start of round 7.
And it's Config and Alex again left alive. This time different rifles though. Good for the first one. Nearly gets caught, but he's back around the corner. They have the information of where Hulzerk is. They have the man advantage. The fact that he gets back there, Config, is huge. But he's actually still going fairly aggressive in the middle, which not too unlike what he usually plays. I mean, this is his style, isn't it? More fighting, more aggression all the time.
The same duo as before, Alex and Config. 2-on-1 this time in their favor. He knows Config was towards middle. He can just full defuse this, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's done it. He's owned it. He can't do anything.
Nope. Try to run through, trying to burn alive, but the defuse is already there. Fair play to Config. He really, really wanted to win that, but a huge 1 versus 2 clutch there for Holzerk. That makes all the difference.
Yeah, really well played. Understood what he's up against there. He was the one that got the intel. The Config was towards middle. As soon as he finds that first kill on a low HP Alex, who planted the bomb, yeah, it was all over. He had the utility to deal with it. He had the smoke, the incendiary. There was just nothing Config could do. After running the gauntlet of the flames, he's down to this 10 HP.
3 HP. Nice, and he died.
And he died. It's true. Allegiance is suggesting it wasn't even worth going for the challenge there. You'd already lost the round. You weren't going to stop the defuse, and now you've thrown away your rifle as well. So he's definitely onto something there. Wasn't much reason for Config to stick around once the incendiary was deployed. And we have a chance to catch our breath here. NIP needs to work out how they get back online. As we said, that...
I mean, it's quite an expensive round anyway, right, for the CTs?
There's been a lot of them. Yeah, the rounds have been close. The point remains, it's 3 in a row for complexity. Even with those close rounds and the loss bonus accumulating here, NIP will be down to pistols once again. Config, Hero AK. He's kind of feeling it right now. He's had a number of frags in the last couple of rounds. They've kept it close, kept it modest, and going for the bomb plant towards B once again. Now, Floppy needs to be careful. Are the HEs available? There's not, so he can't get dunked at the start. Needs to be careful he doesn't get swarmed by these Tech 9s.
Yeah, that is the key, isn't it? Config on the other side. More Tech 9s are coming, but the flash is amazing. That was Elige setting up Floppy to get one more kill. That's a huge defensive grenade coming out. 3 versus 4, and Elige swinging in. This time he's set up by Holzerk. It just keeps on going. This is beautiful. Really, really great communication out of complexity. So many fights that are initiated by a friendly flashbang, and it secures the kills so quickly.
It absolutely does. Really well handled there. Floppy does not get swarmed. He's able to hold on, calls for the backup, deny the plant, and the partial investment doesn't really work out there for NIP. They don't get close to a plant. Floppy getting the job done, not overstepping the mark, slowing them down, finding the headshots, and Elige to help close things out. A little bit of help here from Grim with the double kill at the end. 4-4, and you can see Config paying the price of that Hero AK. Yeah. He'll be down to a Deagle and basic utility.
A bit of a flying start for NIP, and now it's slowly been given up. It's not really disaster time yet. Again, they're playing the T side of Vertigo, so I think 4 rounds still a pretty good baseline to work with. Oh my god.
That's more like it. Making that Deagle sing, huh? Elige, given the difficult task of defending this B bomb site. Multiple players there, but a solid HE grenade should do significant damage towards Hetrick at the very least, but he'll get his own back by virtue of the Molotov. And now they've found themselves a rare advantage here. After giving up 4 rounds in a row, NIP might be able to do something with just the Desert Eagle in the hands of Config, but Holzerk on this flank makes things a lot more complicated. Now, beautiful shot to the AK-47. You heard it, the bomb gets dropped. God damn.
Let loose the Norwegian beast. He's got 13 kills.
Yeah.
The accuracy, he's obviously known for being an AWPer, but him with the AK right now is looking pretty crispy, I've got to say. That's terrifying. I mean, there's a reason Holzerk's on this lineup, and there definitely are games where he will just take over. Like I said, normally, with the AWP, his flicks are pretty impressive. Like, he's just a fun player to watch all around. There we go. They get rid of Config. They knew that he was coming in from one direction or another, so it's pretty easy for them to guess. A bit of a 50-50 choice there. Wow. Complexity. Marching at this time with 3 people alive. It's improving for them.
Yeah, slowly but surely they are returning to full strength after quite a disappointing start to Vertigo, but like we said, this is NIP's map pick, and now not really posting anything since their initial success. We're getting to the dying embers of this first half here. Round number 10, pistols across the board for NIP. Maximum loss bonus in the bag, but it's not quite enough without the plants coming through. Oh, destructive grenade. Sends Rez to an early grave. And that's a great opening pick. They've got nothing behind it as well. They're going to have to respect the utility and wait for the next opportunity now.
Do some damage in this round at the very least if you're NIP. Just try and get a couple of kills in here to make it a bit more expensive. That'd be nice. JT. Been talking a lot more about him recently, although he does get absolutely trucked by the Tech-9, but his individual sort of step up
In
over the
CS2,
years has been really impressive.
The early tournament CS2, he was an absolute god.
Yeah.
Like, he looked really, really respectable at some of the big tournaments, especially that second place in Sydney. Got to the grand final against FaZe, you know, that was wild. And he was instrumental in that performance.
I just feel like he was starting to fit the mold a lot more of being an in-game leader that was kind of an anchor when it came to the fragging department. It's like a bit disappointing because there aren't that many in-game leaders in NA, right? So getting anyone over there is important. But obviously, at the current level of Counter-Strike, you have to be able to output a lot of kills too. And I feel like JT's massively stepped it up in that front. Like, it's been quite a fun journey to watch, actually.
Yeah, it really has. His fellow South African behind him. TC will be chiming in. NIP really in a rough spot here. 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
After another successful campaign here. It's JT, big spray down. Did get dropped by the Tech-9 in the end, but the round was already secure. Well done. So we've had big moments now from Hulzerk. JT stepping up as well. 6 rounds in a row. Starting to spiral out of control, this one, if you're an NIP fan. As Hulzerk brings out the AWP towards middle this time. Working with Elise, trying to get some key territory at the start. There are flashes you can do in towards his generator position, but it looks like it's going to peek it dry. Oh, God, S-Tag, that's rough. You got the initial advantage, you had the peak, but didn't anticipate you'd be up against the AWP, gets its head blown off.
It's not ideal, is it? Oh, this elevated position back here is so sick. Grim with the spray, the Molotov on top. And JT even adding in with a kill. It's a flawless round. They're just right back in it. Complexity. Yeah, they lost the first 4 rounds, but now they've gone on to win the next 7 in a row. They've absolutely wrecked NIP to begin with here.
The morale's going to be so low.
Yeah.
Like, you're just holding your default. You're sat there saying, like, no one died. No one died at the start of the round. And that's playing the defensive position, but, yeah, gets absolutely wrecked by Hulzerk, who the analyst said we need to see more from him. Going into this series, like, he's been pretty underwhelming the last few events. He's currently sat at 15 kills and 6 deaths, so he has delivered on all fronts so far. Great performance. Can he keep it up? Elise certainly can. Finds the talisman of NIP to kick things off. Config removed early, and Elise helps himself. There's so much territory on the map here. This is a death sentence.
It is.
For NIP.
Oddly, it's one of those rounds, it can be hard to play really. Like, you don't know how far you can push up.
Yeah.
So, but it is obviously a killer position if you can find the right timing. Elise, more of a conservative player in that sense, and you can kind of tell he's hanging out in his T-spawn.
He's walking around T-spawn. He wants this clear that no one's anchoring towards B. It's allowing him to have multiple teammates at the A bomb side right now. They haven't left the B side just yet, so he hasn't got a ton of info. It's very conservative, but they haven't committed towards A as well. Sure, they've got 4 players over there, but you can see they're considering falling back, and he'd be in a prime position to really cause some trouble here.
Yeah.
Final round of this first half, Anders. 5 versus 4. It would be 8 rounds in a row for Complexity if they pull this one off.
It's looking likely. Look at JT. He's got so many grenades to try and slow them down. They don't have a smoke to put on top of the bomb, so he can just Molotov the bomb plant, and they have to slow it down. If that happens, Hulzerk can come in with another Molotov. He actually already has it here, so I'm surprised that anyone's being allowed. Yeah, there we go. Instant grenade on top. They have 1 more. They can keep it up, and they know they're going up. JT, here we go.
Get him!
Kills and a headshot to close it out. What a maniac.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh, my God.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. We are witnessing the unraveling of NIP after going up 4-0. They give up 8 rounds in a row. And what a show-stopping maneuver this was from JT to close out the half. An absolute gut punch for the Ninjas here, Anders, as he delivers an absolutely spectacular moment with the AK-47.
Yeah, that was really well handled. Just NIP crumbling from a brilliant start. And then this is what we're left with. They're in a really, really difficult position right now.
It's a really rough one. Alex being brought in to be the new in-game leader of the squad. A team that's had troubles over the years, a project that hasn't really come to fruition. It's been around a while. Keep chopping and changing players, but nothing seems to stick. Let's see if they can recover this one. The pistol was theirs in the first half. They desperately need it now.
Yeah, it's a must-win round. A little bit of pressure being put on, but the return is amazing. S-Tag with the double hits, the dualies really making a difference on this one. JT, what do you do now? Alone against an army of NIP, and Hetrick will find one. This one, very easy. And they needed it. If they wanted a chance to win this map, it had to be this round victory. So all the work is still ahead of them, but yeah. A little bit of a labored shot from the beginning there, but okay. 8-5. There's something to build on now, and that's, I don't know. Yeah, it's been 8 rounds since they've won anything, so I guess it's good. Ozark still seems to be the main obstacle. He's got 16 kills at the end of the first half there, so
yeah, hell of a showing. But that's now both pistols in the bag for an IP. Up against the full eco now, just a single flashbang objective. Get that bomb planted in the B bomb site. S-Tag hasn't had a terrible showing today, but we'd love to see a bit more output from him. We know what he's capable of. And so get themselves in position here. Like I said, 1 flash over, a pounce on the bomb site, and here we go.
Flashbang's pretty good. They don't have a lot of weapons, obviously, to follow through with. But I mean, they got a couple of dinks in here. A kill at the least on Alex, and that's all it will be. But S-Tag dropped a bit low. Yeah, I mean, it's worth a try. You never know. Sometimes it's just one person defending. You get the right flashbang in, you can overwhelm them. This time it was like 3 of them, so a lot more tricky. Still, for NIP, it's just the beginning. They need to keep this momentum, keep the roll going. Otherwise, Complexity, I'm sure, are going to get activated right away. Speaking of which, Complexity picking up some AKs in this round, so they're going to be ready to fight 4 M4s on NIP. That's quite a lot.
That is quite a lot. We'll see JT continue that strong form we saw towards the end of that first half. 4 massive kills with the AK on the CT side. They get decent territory though. Elige has at least got the scaffolding under his remit, but peels off slightly as Rez investigates the area. You see there's strong utility on the CT side deployed. And Rez is more than willing to take the challenge. He's 9-9 right now. Pretty much the same scoreline everyone's got, but there he is once again, JT. Another beautiful headshot delivered to the dome of Rez.
See, Rez normally quite comfortable in that position. Also going down, but it's JT on the trade. There's only one person defending. It's Alex here. He has no tools to really slow them down. He needs some backup right away. It's Config showing up. He's only got the MP9, but again, if you want a backup, I mean, it's a good player for it. Gonna throw out a bit of a nade. He also has nothing. Yeah, they've pulled in even a 3rd player in S-Tag. They're so sure that this is where it's gonna happen. 45 seconds. Insane grenade landing onto JT, and there's the cleanup for S-Tag. A couple of kills for him. Grim and Elige. There is a flank coming. It's a bit of a stretch, but they can still win the round. Elige, though, had to stay alive for Grim to really have the flank working.
Yeah, if he gets one pick there, you never know. This round is still possible for Grim, but it's going to be incredibly difficult. Smoke, or should I say molly off towards short. Trying to segregate this player on the bomb site itself, but a lot of sound cues allows him to wiggle and maneuver around the bomb site, and should be finding the frag as Config continues to streak here. 3 rounds in a row. There's S-Tag rotating in from the B bomb side and managing to get a huge double spray down. Just what they needed in that moment. After losing the first couple of kills, JT sends Reds packing. But that was the moment. The round went back in their favor. 3 versus 1, and Grim could do nothing.
Critical couple of kills there for S-Tag. I think winning that fight against the Liege, I mean, if it goes the other way, then all eyes are going to be on Elige, and Grim can walk up and probably get a kill almost for free, so... Got a bit tight there. Still 8-2-7. 1 Tech 9, 3... Actually, 2 Deagles on a P250, and then the 1 AK on Elige. NIP definitely not out of the woods yet. They win that last round, but they only survived with 2 players. So Complexity know for sure that the economy is not going to be that great on the CT side. Gonna go for a bit of an Exile-inspired boost here.
Oh, maybe not like that.
Maybe not.
So, it's the Hero AK in the hands of Elige. It's JT that's dropped first. Nice shot there from at.CET to warm up into the series now. There's that AK-47. There's always going to be a nuisance in the hands of the Master. Nice swing, though. Config good for 1, but the trades keep coming through. That AK-47 paying dividends right now, and a nice little boost.
Surely not.
You normally see this in a post-plant scenario, Anders. Deploying this now could find him a 3rd frag.
Be so sick if somebody had been elevated up in that position. Elige, I mean, really amazing work.
Oh! Touchdown.
That's it. It's home safe, isn't it? Grim, alone, wide swing there, and just everyone peeking at the same time. That's one hell of a grenade. But still, I've got to say, I mean, Elige making the most out of that Hero AK, right?
Oh, absolutely. Kept them modest. Gets himself $600 for his troubles. We'll see if that compromises the buy going forward, though. Closing the gap after a 4-0 start in the first half. They gave up 8 rounds in a row, NIP, that is. They've kicked off the second. Managing to actually tie things up, Anders. 4 rounds in a row once again. So they are yet to really sink their teeth into a proper gun round and find success in that way, but these great starts they found on either side of the server has certainly been a welcomed asset here, as NIP will now have a timeout themselves to discuss what Complexity will bring to the table next, as this one just got a lot more complicated for them. 8-8 in our first map of this elimination game of Group C here at Spring Groups 2024. One of these teams has to go home.
Yeah, not really how you want to start the season, is it? I think for both teams, NIP obviously freshly minted in-game leader. Haven't really had a lot of runway to sort of build up, obviously, over the player break and everything else, but they did get an early start, as far as we know, boot camping a little bit earlier than everybody else.
Yeah, January 3rd, we heard.
Yeah.
So they have been grinding. But will it be enough?
Changing an in-game leader is just really difficult, right?
Yeah, and they lost Hampus as well, like...
Yeah.
One of the poster boys of NIP.
I would say so. Definitely still one of the interesting prospects in Sweden. I guess we'll see what happens there, but the game is tied. NIP, don't let it just be the 4 rounds like it was in the opening half. You have to keep this going. Tag. Definitely a better outing for him so far than it was yesterday. A lot of responsibility anchoring the B bomb side like this. And he's playing very carefully. I can't really blame him for it. Grim takes a bit of damage. Config, I think, calling it out, saying definitely somebody was in middle, but so far it's just a lot of time off the clock. Complexity waiting around. We're down under 50 seconds, close to 40 now.
What's the next maneuver? Still have the majority of the utility. 3 smokes, make it 4. Molotovs and flashes as they make their way up the A round, but that's a bit of a ruse. The bombs over towards B on the back of in-game leader JT. Nice grenade at the A side of the map. It's down to Horzak and Grim to cause a bit of a distraction here. Suggester finishing up towards A with 20 seconds remaining, trying to cause a few rotations here, Anders. Has it worked out? Time will tell. Estag's out of position, but he is now aware it will be a B finish, and this is looking good now. They need to get that bomb planted with 10 seconds to go. I don't think they can deny it. Comp needs to be very careful here, not overextend. As he sends himself, he launches into the bomb site, starts mowing them down with the AK-47. A ton of damage inflicted towards Elige. 7 points of health. The CTs have done enough here. It was the right maneuver. Brute force into the B bomb site from Config.
It's really hard to call at the moment because it could have also just as well been that Config goes a little too aggressive and he just dies on his own, but he is an absolute wrecking ball when he gets going, and that's a classic Config round, isn't it? Brute force onto the bomb site, quick double kill, and that's it. The T's never got a chance to really do much of anything. Huge for NIP. They needed this.
Oh, they really did. Now they take the lead for the first time in a while. 9-8. As we see 5 rounds in a row now. On the CT side for the Ninjas, they pick this map. Seems like the CT side is very comfortable here. Another full buy. Pretty much for Complexity. A couple of concessions in terms of utility. No AWP for Hulzerk. And once again, patiently waiting, jostling for control at the bottom of the A ramp. They want to feel out what utility they're up against, what tendencies the NIP squad gives away at the start. It's all very quiet out there for now. Always got to be careful entering this B area. Plenty of hiding spots of those pesky CTs. Up the A ramp we go. Seems a little bit too quiet on this side of the map.
Yeah, suspiciously so. Got to be careful that there isn't a boost or some sort of elaborate retake of the ramp going on. Bit of a trade here. Config going down next, and Elige opening it up on the short side. Rez dead. Alex and Headtrick, 2 versus 4, and
yeah,
they've won like 4 or 5 rounds in a row here, but they don't have all the money in the world to throw it away. If they wanted to fight for the 2-on-4, probably not worth it.
Probably not. The money's pretty decent, but yeah, this one's not worth going for. It will be Complexity posting their first round on the T side. Not a moment too late, as this one was starting to spiral for them. They're going to tie things up at 9-9 here, keep 4 players alive themselves, and get an extra $3,500 per player if they all survive. So that looks absolutely fine. As you can see, they can just sit in the corner of that A bomb site. You take about 65 damage, I think, in that corner, so everyone can stay alive here. No one needs to hunt, and they can just tuck in towards that top right corner.
Moment of levity, just jumping around, having a good time, you know.
Just enjoying yourself. Huddle up, keep warm.
Bomb will definitely help with that. Okay, we're tied up again, 9-9. Like you said, actually pretty decent economy for NIP, all things considered. So something that they can at least be happy with. But yeah, it is dangerous giving up that much ramp control to the C side. I mean, there's a reason why the CTs are typically fighting to do a little bit more damage.
Yeah, tried to deny the access, but it was a nice little B fake as well. Like Floppy jumping up with Grim. They get a trade there. They continue to find frag after frag. It makes the A defense question their setup. And just as they did, that's when Complexity committed and managed to close things out. But bear in mind, we did save 2 weapons on the CT side, so their money is absolutely fine. We're picking up the pace, though. Not necessarily a B rush, but certainly a bit of B action as the grenades are delivered. Damage inflicted on either side. S-Tag down to 46. He'll hold back at the generators, but he's got 2 teammates with him. Headtrick opens things up, finds a lead to the A ramp. And all that pace, all that momentum is starting to dissipate here somewhat. JT will answer back with a frag. Got the Molotov descending towards the generators. Not before another cheeky frag through the smoke.
That's config AWPing, by the way, on the secondary AWP, but I can't believe JT got that one for the smoke. That's so disgusting. Still very hard round here for Complexity to try and win. First of all, they need a bomb plant, and they've slowed it down. I think he saw the gun barrel, but not much you can do about it. There's an opportunity for a kill. I'm surprised Headtrick lives through that one. Yeah, no more waiting it out. They're going to fake it one more time. Oh, they run right into it. It's Config. 1 versus 2 when he gets a quick shot off on JT. Grim on the other side now. Plenty of time for him to wait it out. Config slowly drawing back. He's aware that he could be pushed by Grim.
Oh, this is smart from Config. Playing the mind games now. He's disappeared. Grim has to give it up. Fake the plant. Advantage Config for sure. Oh, he can now close the space. He knows that's a guaranteed plant. He can wait for his opportunity to strike! And he delivers the goods. He was in his pocket the entire time. Grim offers himself up. Not known to be a sniper, but there's Config with a spectacular 2v1 clutch. Grim didn't stand a chance. Had to take a swing, had to get out of that position, and Config's ready and waiting. Big brain play.
It's definitely not all rifle players that are able to just pick up the AWP and kind of keep going, but Config showing us a lot in this one. Great stuff as well, pushing in front of the smoke to get his second kill right here. Absolutely rocked JT. And then a little flick to show it off with. I mean, great showmanship.
Oh, he's got the hot hand right now. That's a massive round. Complexity only get one round before that streak is broken, if you can call it a streak. Config will find double digits here for NIP. After being down 8-4 at half, they didn't post really a single gun round on their T-side campaign. Now looking alive and well on the CT forces. Complexity running out of time here. Have a timeout. TC can chime in. They were the heavy favorites entering this one. It was looking great. Felt like a done deal.
Yeah, that string of rounds, right? Winning 8 in a row, just absolute look. I mean, it must have been a dreadful experience for NIP losing that much. Holzerk back with the 8, but he's in very quiet. He's been on 16. He hasn't got a single kill in the second half. He was 16 at the start of the half, so that's a little bit concerning. Grim, good trade. And taking down Rez, who's also been kind of muted over at the A-Rap. Normally, he's such a force at this position. Alex missing the spray. Oh, that should have been a kill on Elige right away.
Well, he's done enough to make them uncomfortable. The rotations here have come through towards the A-bomb site. Now they need to decide that they continue with their push on this side of the map. They've lost tempo. CT's looking to re-aggress towards the ramp itself. Nice utility usage. And Config continues to be an absolute beast. Another hat-trick delivered, this time with the M4A1S. Destroys the round for Complexity. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Config, he wanted a slice of the action and took the whole thing.
He just is such a ridiculous X factor, and it doesn't really matter what caliber of opponent he's up against. Every once in a while, just do this stuff. Sickening couple of rounds coming out of Config. Another triple for him. He obviously clutched the last round. Complexity forced into another timeout here as they are starting to feel the pressure. And, you know, obviously this is NIP's map pick, but the second one is Ancient, and that's another map a Config can be absolutely crazy on. He's one of the OG mid players on that map that's just so hard to get rid of. So quite curious how that's going to be playing out, but we're not there yet. NIP, they can feel it now. They're a couple of steps away, leading the game 11-9. This spray, back for it. Oh, surgical, absolutely.
So sick. Yeah, frustration starting to set in now for Complexity. They had this game in the palm of their hand. Bear in mind, Anders, when they played yesterday against NAVI, they had the 12-10 lead. They fumbled it. They lost in overtime. Then they went on to lose 2-0 here. I should say. And now here they had the 8-4 lead at half, only posting a single round on their T-side campaign. It's NIP, one away from map point in its elimination bout between Complexity and NIP.
I was going to say, that's the part that really stings. Like, just imagine if that's how you have to look back at the start of the season. You're like, we could have actually won that first map on Overpass yesterday, and instead it kind of all fell apart here. Oh, damage for Headtrick. He's already get the kill on Grim.
Oh, the grenade might finish him off.
Is he going to be able to land it?
Yeah. That's the one. If he was there, would have taken him down.
Yeah, JT, very lucky that there was a bit of a delay. But still, it's really slowed them down, right? That's the entire mid portion of the attack, or whatever they were trying to do there, just get some map control. It's gone. Trying to sneak through the smoke instead. Floppy falls off the ledge. Might have tried to escape, but either way, they're going to re-smoke it once again. The bomb now being brought back away from the B-bomb site towards A instead. Holzerk still absolutely disappeared from the second half. We haven't seen anything from him yet.
Yeah,
they need him now more than ever.
A really interesting point. The fact he's got so many kills, but not a single frag in the second half. He's gone missing. Rez, he certainly has, and that's a lovely double kill. That secures the round almost certainly. We've got a 5-on-2 with JT at 9 points of health. Like, you gotta go for it, I suppose. There's nothing you really can do. You're surrounded at this stage, and there we have it. Head trick to find the penultimate kill. Floppy down to 22 points of health. At this point, saving the AK is his only option. There's just no time. And how has this happened? It was NIP that couldn't get going on their T-side whatsoever. They had the good start, but then they started to completely fall apart, unravel at the seams after a destructive JT 4-man spray down at the A-bomb side. It felt like we were all done. They lost the pistol, sure, but it was just a matter of time before they came online. But yeah, this is maybe is it the final timeout? Yep,
it is.
Complexity just have done nothing in this second half, and It's Config and Rez doing everything right now.
Head trick as well at 18 kills, right? Like, it's they have a couple of players right now that are really hitting the shots. But I think, again, it's being spearheaded by Config, and that's not the first time that we've seen that out of NIP. He's such a force of nature once he gets going. Timeout coming to a close soon. Complexity backs to the wall here on Vertigo. If they want to step it up now, it's no more mistakes. NIP, I have no doubt that they want to finish this really quickly and not give a chance here for the NA side to do much of anything. They need 3 in a row to get us into overtime. Probably feel like they're owed that from yesterday, but obviously that's not how the universe works at all. Oh, right on top of the boost. JT, before he can do anything, he's down to 6 health. And Floppy gets demolished as well, trying to get up there. They ran into 2 HEs right at the start.
All right, Complexity, if you've got anything left in the tank, it doesn't seem to be the case. JT down to 6 points of health, a 5-on-4 map point, and they continue to be dominated at this A ramp. Grim will pull one back at the very least with the Galil, but it still looks desperate out there. Config maintains control. B steps, powerful smoke. You see JT, there's nothing he can do with it now.
He's just happy it wasn't a Molotov, I think.
Yeah, right.
Thank God that wasn't it. Okay. The other 2, they have to work the A ramp. They can't really call on JT to do anything. So he's just kind of parked over there for a minute until the smoke fades. But even then, surely it's Grim and Holzerk to try and get some kind of an entry in here.
Nice work from Alex. So you can see he's got the smoke in hand. As soon as he detects any aggro, drop that. Deny entrance, and it will be a perfect time to do so. So here comes that smoke. Wants to just cut off the bomb site, make things very uncomfortable for them.
Perfect.
Still has 8 bullets. Doesn't want to reload at this point as well. Just wants to try and deny the plant.
Yeah, there's the reload. But again, he's bought a lot of time for his team. People are getting on over here. Head trick. Oh, what a shot from JT. Even on low health. Has an impact there. Now, they have plenty of kits, but there are no more smokes left on the NIP side. So if they want to go for it, they have to try and tap that bomb a little bit earlier because they have to force the T's into a bit of a fight here. This could be an awkward retake coming through. Alex on a mission on the one side, trying to hold it back. JT, I can't believe that he's done so much. It's S-Tag on the spray down the Config. Able to clean it up at the end. NIP with a victory on Vertigo.
It's Complexity with their woes continuing here. After going down 2-0 to the hands of NAVI yesterday, they lose the opening map here against NIP. An 8-4 lead fumbled. NIP looked like they were done. They were getting nothing here on Vertigo, but all of a sudden, Config roared into life and absolutely dominated Complexity. My goodness.
Now that's more like it from the Ninjas. That is what we wanted to see, a little bit more depth to the playbook, not only relying on pistol round wins, which they did, admittedly, in this game they did, but there was something more to it. Once we got down to the gun rounds, once we got down to the finish line, they had the quality to close some of these clutches.
I think this scoreboard reflects kind of what we saw from NIP today that we didn't have yesterday, and that was all players turning up, having moments in the game where they contributed to the win. It was a much more well-rounded performance coming in from NIP. I agree with you, the pistol rounds and the conversions played a massive role.
Huge.
You see the round distribution right here. In general, a very streaky game of Counter-Strike where no teams were able to break their opponents once they were into the flow. However, for NIP to win the game in the fashion they did by controlling that CT side, by being proactive, by being aggressive and not leaving any space for Complexity to execute upon them, that was beautiful to see. That's more like it for NIP.
Yeah, these last few rounds, I think to me, that's the difference maker because up until round 15, 16, 17, this is very similar to the G2 scenario. You're looking at an NIP who was only really capable of winning pistol, converting, and then behind letting kind of Complexity roll them over, but not this time around. In fact, it was Complexity who seemed a little bit shook. A couple of situations kind of slide right out of their hands, you know, bone plant situations. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about it. And now there's danger. Now there's an actual danger. We are talking about survival. We are talking about elimination. Complexity are one map away from being eliminated, sent to the showdown.
Yeah, they are, and we did speak about it coming into the game, that the way they finished 23 was a bit disappointing as well. The Atlanta tournament, the Elisa tournament, where they couldn't get anything done either. So for Complexity to come in and start this season again being shaky, that's not what we saw at Sydney. That's not what we saw in Copenhagen when they were playing at the fall finals. So I am worried on behalf of Complexity, but I'm happy for NIP to finally play well.
Exactly. Let's focus on the positives just a little bit. We wanted to see more from NIP, and they delivered just that. Now, you've heard us talk about Config probably a million times. You've heard us talk about how he can be inconsistent, but whenever he's got a game, suddenly he's here. I think he's one of the players whose performance correlates with a win or loss the most in Counter-Strike. Like, he can literally make it rain or make it sunny, whether he's having a good game or a bad game. And this was a good Config that we saw. Very capable, versatile. Obviously, with the Deagle, he's known for that. With the rifle, he clutches with the damn AWP. He did it all.
Yeah, he did it all this game, and I agree with you. It's a valid point to bring out there. I think I've said it before, even when he was in Astralis or a couple of years ago in Complexity, he's one of the few rifle players out there who can dictate the game. This round right here, this play right here, 10-9, pivotal moment in the game. He's walking out there proactive in a 3v4, recharging control, retaking control of the game with a nasty triple kill. That's what Config does for you. He's winning rounds you're not supposed to win, and he also has the habit sometimes of losing rounds you're not supposed to lose. But he didn't do that in this game. There was a beautiful performance and a big part of the reason why NIP were winning.
He's capable of initiative and explosiveness in the game. And sometimes, he throws away the rulebook just a little bit, and it can catch you off guard if he's having a good game. I think round 17 is a good example. It's NIP with that retake that kind of is being sent out of nowhere. We see here the couple of first exchanges. at.CET, we're going to touch on him as well. He played a very decent CT half, but here it's Complexity making their way in with a 1-for-1 trade. That's beautiful. And who but Config to actually just bomb rush immediately to bomb site, get that double kill, or head trick in the back as well, helping him out. This is textbook Config right there.
Yeah, it's textbook Config, but I just can't help to think as well, it's beautiful to witness when it works, right? But also, if you're playing against a team that is just slightly better or is a little bit more calm in a situation like that, you will be punished. He walked in there with 0 backup, 0 trade frag potential, 0 flashes or nades for any teammates. I know the time was of the essence. There was only 8 seconds left, so he thought to himself, here's the timing where I can go in. But that's the thing with Config. He's not afraid to work alone. Exactly. He doesn't need a teammate next to him. He's just going to go for it if he believes in it.
And hear me out. I'm not trying to make the case that this was the most proper way to play Counter-Strike in this round, but I do think that when we're talking about NIP and win conditions, we want them to sometimes just say, you know, F this situation. I'm just going to get in. They're not going to be the team here in Copenhagen with the deepest playbook. They're not going to be having the best protocols and the most experience. No, they need to have a little bit of flair, a little bit of pizzazz, and Config obviously embodies that. Another player that we quickly mentioned, but I think at.CET deserves a little bit of praise because I'm breathing down his neck every single time he's having a bad game. I'm always on his back saying, you know, that's not enough, that's insufficient, that's not enough for tier 1. In this game, I think he did what he had to do. He wasn't a liability. He stood most of the situations on the B side of Vertigo, which is very complicated to handle, by the way. He did that pretty properly. This was an at.CET that was not an issue, and that did actually handle what he had to do.
I agree. He was not only not an issue, but he was a positive influence on the win for NIP. I think he played a good game of Counter-Strike. Again, when he was signed to NIP, I thought to myself that on paper it doesn't make sense. You know, if you're not signing him to be the in-game leader of your lineup, then you're signing a player where the productivity, the frag ability is not up there, up par with some of the better players out there. But he's not necessarily supposed to do that. If he can have 18 kills and 90 ADI in a game like this, where he's on the server doing his job without being flashy, without being the player that takes up the most space, then he's doing his job. So that was a beautiful performance from at.CET.
Right, now we will get somber just a little bit. I know it's only been one map, and I know this was NIP's choice, but still, we have to be honest, and we have to face a potential situation where Complexity is looking down the barrel of last place finish here in Copenhagen at the Spring Rooms. And you're talking about the last place finish at Elisa and at the Challenger stage, the Challenger event, rather, sorry, at the end of last year. So you're going towards what is going to be the most important peak of the season. We're talking Katowice into Major. You're supposed to absolutely gather confidence and momentum and pick up speed. And this is pretty much the opposite that's happening with Complexity right now. And I don't know how much confidence, trust, and credit I have moving into map 2.
No, I'm starting to get worried a little bit. Not only is the results on the server not reflecting too well on Complexity, the individuals are struggling as well. We spoke about it yesterday in Hall Circ. I think he's a point of conversation we have to bring up as well. A beautiful first half. He was playing well. with the rifle. He was picking up the rifle, he was being assertive, he was being aggressive. Felt like he made a decision to say, listen, I'm not feeling it with the AWP, I'm going to go for the rifle, and it paid off in the first half. However, in the second half, he was nowhere to be found, and here's my issue with doing this. It doesn't matter if Holzerk is having a good half or a good game with the rifle. He's hired to play the AWP. He's supposed to fulfill a role with the AWP. So if he's not feeling it and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to play the rifle instead, you're not only letting yourself down, you're not only showing us that you have no confidence, but you're letting your team down and you're disabling your team to play the style that you're supposed to when you don't have an op. So this is an issue for me. That's something they need to address ASAP.
I'm not going to challenge you on that because I respect your underlying issue and I think you're right. I only believe that on very short term, if that's what's necessary just to grab a little bit of confidence individually. But the thing is, you have to immediately get back on the horse once you're there, right? You get a couple of these kills, the game feels a little smoother to you, straight to the op. Because the more you wait to do it, the more likely it is that you're going to struggle and try to put it forth. So this period of time, I'll give it a grace, a few rounds here and there just to get back in shape. He's not the only opper that's done that in the past, but it cannot be too long.
But again, there's no good example of any oppers doing that, unless you're Saivu, unless you're Simple. You can
that's a counterexample, yeah.
You can do whatever you want. Device for that matter as well, walking into the building. You can do whatever you want if you're that type of player. Holzerk is not. It's also the fact of the matter that we're heading into Katowice, we're heading into the RMAs and potentially the major for complexity. So if you don't find your confidence right here, right now, then what are the odds of you being comfortable in Katowice? Right. What are the odds of you being confident at the RMAs? So for Holzerk, it was a great first half. I'm not going to take that away from him, but we need to see him on the op because he can do the damage with that.
Well, listen, it might very well be that we are over-dramatizing. This was only the first map. This was NIP's pick. Of course, that went their way. But we're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and when we come back, we dive into map 2 and we present it to you.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. already. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right, okay. And he can't believe it.
Oh my god. London calling indeed. The Blast Spring final announced, of course, and the Blast Spring groups here, the shortest way to make it to this arena. Nobody wants to go through the showdown. Nobody wants that kind of hassle in your calendar. Nobody wants to have to deal with that online best of 3. It's not a cool place to be. You want to do it through here. But the fact of the matter is, Jacob, Complexity are 13-round loss away from having to wave that chance straight through the groups.
Yeah, it's a rough position to be in if you're Complexity right now, especially when you consider how they finished up the 2023 season. They were looking great in Sydney. They were looking great at the Blast Fall Finals Royal Arena, but ever since, it's been a little bit strugglesome for Complexity. However, they're playing their own map. They're playing Ancient now, and we must assume that there's a reason for that. So let's see if Complexity can come in, show some of that possess, show some of that individual level. I want to see more from Elish, right? I want to see him take charge of the game. I want to see more from JT. He likes to call a fast-paced T-side. He likes to call some aggressive Counter-Strike. So come in now, take charge of the game if you're Complexity, and avoid, for now at the very least, going down to the showdown, because that is not a place you want to be if you're Complexity in the current shape.
Definitely. That would be definitely a problem for them, and you have to realize again where we are in the calendar. But I think there's more to Complexity than this first map. I really think we're going to see better from them. The likes of Floppy, for example, very quiet on the first map. We didn't really touch on him too much. He was a non-factor. On Ancient, he is going to be looking for these duels on the B ramp. It's going to happen time and time again. He's going to try to open up the defense. We need to see more from the Flop.
But you know what? Coming to think of it, when I look at NIP and I want to think of NIP, Config and Res were 2 of the best Ancient players in the world at certain points in their career. Res in NIP, Config in Astralis when the map came out and was updated the first time around. Config was the highest rated player for a couple of months in the entire world on Ancient. So if you're NIP, at least your individuals in Res and Config likes to play Ancient, but is the team ready for it? That is my question.
Is it too late for Complexity, or can a rebirth happen on this very map of Ancient? Jacob is pointing out towards the likes of Config, of Rez, to be the superstars, to be the carries, and maybe put the dreams of Complexity to bed. But we're gonna have to see. I'll throw over once again to my friends, the casters. Take us through this, bring us the action.
Thank you very much, boys. Excellent work as usual. The scene has been set. It's Complexity looking down the barrel of the Blast Showdown. No one wants to be there whatsoever. Their performance has been underwhelming so far, to say the very least. They finished 2023. They were looking promising. They're making deep runs in tournaments, but now just one more map away from going down last place here at Spring Groups.
Well, it's persuaded the people making the odds or a GG bet. It's favoring NIP now, even in spite of the fact that we're going into the map pick of Complexity. So I guess we'll see how this one plays out. I'm excited. Ancient, I think a really good map. I'm enjoying it. I reckon this could be a real tricky scenario.
Wake up, Floppy.
Yeah.
I need you firing on all cylinders at this stage, my friend. As we get into what could be the final map of the tournament for Complexity. They had an 8-4 lead, 8 rounds in a row in that first half of Vertigo, and they gave it all up. They couldn't get going. Hulzerg not finding a single frag in that second half, Anders. That was alarming, to say the very least, and as the analyst pointed out, Config is an absolute master of Ancient. It might be the pick of Complexity, but it's not like they've really got an amazing run on it. They've played it 7 times in the last 3 months and won 3 out of those outings.
Ooh.
So, we'll see what they can make of it. It's definitely not an open shut case.
No, it's not. Most especially if Config can keep up the level, right? He is really good on this map. He obviously had a lights out performance playing on Vertigo to begin with, so we'll see. Smokes are already airborne. They're going to be landing inside of the A-bomb site. Config put to the test already. Oh, but he's got S-Tag with him. The dualies getting the job done. This is so much damage. They're getting absolutely picked apart. S-Tag keeps it going. 4 kills. He could have maybe found a 5th if JT had actually been there. But my God, that's what you're dreaming of when you pick up the dualies.
Oh dear, oh dear. S-Tag looking for the ace. 4 kills found so far. JT remains. Is there anything that can be said? Can S-Tag close things out? Oh, he can't. But it's still a wonderful showing there in the pistol. The dualies, large and in charge, as there will be another pistol in the bag for NIP. Complexity now. No bomb planted. Has to be the Eco Anders, unless they want to go Tech 9s and Kevlar, which I do not recommend.
It's a bit of a shame. I don't mind that the smoke is over on this side. They could have smoked, obviously, towards Donut as well. But it's fine. They smoke CT spawn, but there should have been a flashbang, right? For the when you go to the swing against Donut like that, there has to be some kind of utility. Even in a pistol round, you could see what happens if you don't.
We've got a set piece here, Anders. This is a pocket strap. 2 smokes for short and long. Molotov on the bomb site. Oh, they're taking so much damage on route, though. Deny the plant, if possible. They've done it. So a cool little idea there. If they get the bomb down, it kind of pays off the debts for that invested utility. Doesn't really work out for them. They get a single kill. And
that Molotov plus HE?
Yeah,
they just
right.
Run up all the
it did
utility?
like 150 damage before they even breached the site. So that was a bit rough. No bomb being planted either. See, there was a chance of it going down. They did well to find a kill, but it is going to be 2-0. And coL in the hands of JT here. AK's otherwise not exactly fully equipped in terms of grenades either. This will be a rough round for Complexity. You have to rely on the individual prowess of their star players. We're looking towards a Liege, Hulzuk, Floppy, as they make their way in towards the A main position. JT smoked off, trying to reclaim territory. Doesn't work out.
But they might as well go. And it's a bit of a classic gambit, really, for NIP at the start of the round, right? Nobody at the A bomb site. We've seen it many times before, but now it's tags back. This is like the same successes in the pistol round. And that's going to be really worth it. Bit of a 360 jump coming out from Config, but it's not going to work out for him either. Bomb will be planted and...
save territory.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, there we go. Much more like it from Complexity. It was a bit of a bonus situation. You had MP9s, Famuses, coL's, but they got the opening frag there, NIP. Unable to really capitalize upon it. Good reaction, like you said, they might as well go, which they did. Just full send in towards the A site. If Estag gets at least 1 kill, they'd probably go for this retake.
Yeah.
But the fact he gets nothing and not really much damage inflicted, Floppy made light work of him. At that stage, you might as well just call it off and keep the money strong. This is another map considered T-sided, but not so much like Anubis.
I think that it helps, even if JT doesn't get a kill, it helps that he sees both players out on outside of the bomb site. Because,
yeah, that's the cue.
Yeah, he's got some information that there's probably not much happening over at the A bomb. At most, it's 1 player, right? So good stuff. They actually need to get themselves warmed up. Let's say facing elimination here.
Oh, it was the full 360 from Config, you're right. Good lord.
Wild and out, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Can't really control Config. Nobody can.
Oh, no. Once he's off the leash, that's it. Once he's feeling it, the strap book in your hand, it means nothing.
Just don't even
He ain't
try.
listening to that.
But I feel like Alex has a good understanding of that part. Like, you know.
It's better to utilize that sort of mindset. Like, if he's feeling it and he's in the zone and you're sending him on specific objectives, like, he'll get the kills. He'll find them for you. So when you try and restrain him and the team's struggling, that's when he can start to fall off. But so far, so good for Config. He's had some absolutely glorious moments today, especially in that first map of Vertigo. 2-1. But as we said, they save plenty of weaponry. The money's okay. They can reinvest into the round. Both teams will be struggling financially, though, if they give this one up. We'll see who comes out on top as we send 3 players once again towards the A side of the map.
There's an interesting nade that landed on those 2 mid players. It's complete, almost mirrored here. S-Tag trying to get back towards Donut. This is where he lost the fight last time. There's a little bit more backup, but actually he puts down that smoke. He's out in front. It's a good idea, but Grim hitting the headshot. They run into Config, and that'll be the end of at least 2 of them. Floppy trying to get his way through to get the shot on Rez, but it's too late. The bomb is lost on the bomb site, and it's a 2 versus 3 here. JT is miles away from the action. Plenty of time for them to try and do this, but yeah, it's going to be a hard fight at the bomb site to try and recover the bomb.
Another 7 seconds burnt away by virtue of the Molotov. Allows Config to reposition, but Elige is 1 step ahead of that prospect. Absolutely destroys Config, brings us back to a 2-on-2, a chance for another kill towards Temple. Alex comes out on top in the duel, though. Doesn't take any damage for his troubles, and JT, he's had some magnificent moments himself. That 4-man spray down on the A-bomb side of Vertigo, Anders, that was world-class. He'll have to find that sort of form once again to come out on top in this 2-on-1.
I think JT was top fragging for the team at the end of it, so yeah, he's done very well. This, though, I don't know how you could even make your way through. Molotov doesn't really do anything. I think it bounced back into the smoke for some reason. But yeah, he's running out of time here. Did he pick up the bomb? He did! Oh my god, he's trying to make the run for it, but...
Can he make it?
Head Trig is well aware. I guess
he can.
Oh, no, I'll take it back. I'm actually not sure.
I think he just makes it.
Oh, head trick. Oh, yeah, don't try with a knife. It's definitely not worth it.
That's an old Config classic.
Config would have definitely tried to knife him.
Oh, my. I think it was at the E-League event where Config tried that, and he got away with it, but it was in, like, map point, like a 1v1. The bomb was being planted in front of him. He went for the knife and almost fumbled it. But this time, it's absolutely under control. They denied the plant. And another great double kill from Config there. After S-Tech went down with nothing once again.
Yeah.
Config with a double kill. Bravely pushes through that smoke. Maintains control of the A bomb site. And they deny the plant to close things out. 3-1. NIP looking to eliminate complexity from the tournament here. Just a Tech-9 for Floppy. They've been trying their luck towards the A side of the map time and time again. Oh, powerful grenade. Ouch. Puts him in one-tap potential now for those M4s. That's significant damage. Smoking the double doors. Speculative spam. Needs to be careful, Rez.
So close to being a chance there for the T side to open it up. JT in a bit of panic. He goes down. Pistols out. Crisp headshots. Floppy being allowed to kill. Alex, though, doing fine to recover
that. That smoke.
There is a gap. They both know it. They're both aware. Good, good patience really on both sides. S-Tag to clean it up and Holzerk a minute to try and negotiate this one.
Possible. Would need a preemptive shot in towards the first position where Alex is residing. He's got an advantage in that sense. They've lost track of him. But like I said, a pre-fire is absolutely required here. Can't just check it. Can't be a lazy peek. Need to peek with conviction on this one. Which he did, but doesn't quite nail the shot. And it will be Alex to close things out. Streak continues here. NIP on their feet. CT side going very well for them. Only giving up a single round so far. Complexity starting to shrink here on Ancient. Their map pick. As once again, there was an opportunity here. Grim with a nice couple of headshots. Floppy with that Tech-9 making it work, but Alejandro holds strong on that side of the map, denies access in towards B and finds that final kill as well.
Very quiet in the complexity camp for a while here. Can't really blame them either. They're back with the pistols now, a couple of upgraded ones. Some armor on Grim, but that is about it. So yeah, maybe you can send him in second or first. You try and pave the way with the Tech-9 and try and even get the bomb plant on top. Although Holzerk's already gone down. God, this angle for head trick, just they can't do anything to really respond.
Bomb down. And you're right, this one has collapsed before it even really began. 5-on-2, Elige and JT, no Kevlar, no firepower. Just hoping they can find a kill at this stage, but Config's on an absolute tear right now. Carrying on that very strong form we saw on Vertigo, gets himself another couple of kills. Hetrick will join him in the proceedings. As Elige is left in the unenviable position of 5 versus 1, tucked in the corner. Config will find him and find himself yet another hat trick. Well done.
It's becoming a bit of a pattern that if you find JT outside of the B bomb site, you kind of know that the rest of them are probably outside of A. So curious to see if that's going to be a feature of some of the rest of the rounds here. If there's a chance that NIP will start to notice that trend and start to feel like, okay, this is maybe we go find him, see if we can guess the rest of the strategy from there on out. I think it's the 3rd or 4th round so far that they've done it. Wow, NIP. Definitely a big switch up for them. As a very tricky start on the first map on Vertigo. It could have gone horribly wrong. That's what it looked like for a while there.
Pretty much did go horribly wrong. They won the first 4 rounds. They gave up 8 in a row.
Yeah.
And you thought, okay, this team, they're done. Like, we're not believing anymore. But what a resurgence they had. The second half was an absolute catastrophe for Complexity. Holzerk finishing the first half with 16 kills and finished the game on 16 kills. After the comeback in the second half, he doesn't find a single frag.
Yeah, it was really inspiring what he had going in the first half. It's disappointing because he was bringing some heat to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to need it hotter than ever at this stage. He hasn't got enough resources for the AWP. I think just going back to set pieces right now is going to be the way forward. You're struggling in the duels. No one's really stepping up at this stage. Maybe this is some nice execution towards the bomb site. Nice damage. Good spam from JT. Trying to finish the job. Be careful, Rez. Oh, he actually dishes out equal treatment, really. Takes JT down to 64. Like I said, try and keep up with the set piece now at this stage. A load of damage inflicted by Rez, but it's down to Config once again. They line up for him, Anders. Oh, it's beautiful.
That is such a setup. That was Rez. He a little bit of a, I think, a flash to help out. Head trick and S.TAG through the smoke. He goes down. Elige able to catch him. And now it's just head trick left. Good spray. Oh no!
What have they done that for?
I have no idea. You have the bomb down. You're in a 2 versus 1.
Oh God, guys, yeah, that kind of encapsulates that moment. I get what they're going for. Let's challenge at the same time, but the timings were really off. They didn't seem to have an understanding as to where he was. I've got to see it from his POV. Config, he set them up for the round with a double kill. Oh, they're not really challenging together. They were transitioning, I think, towards the cave. And head trick picks up a glorious 2-on-1. And yeah, Elige knows that's a bit of a death sentence now. Staring down the barrel of tournament elimination in last place here in Group C. That was theirs.
It was.
It was a done deal.
And it was right off the back of what you said. Go for a set piece. Like, don't make it too good. They did what they did, and it worked to get the bomb planted. Now, out in the middle is Elige. He wants some revenge. Trying to hunt him down, but there's smoke everywhere. He can't see a thing. Otherwise, almost managed to turn the corner in time to catch one, and he will catch a kill anyway.
S.TAG,
same treatment, I suppose.
Finding some form here.
Look at Grim.
Grim.
If he can stay alive, oh, they're going to peek him. They're going to come find him. That's disappointing. Otherwise, it would have been a sick position.
Oh, sick shot from Holzerk. That's what they needed. Brings it back to a winnable scenario at the very least. They've got to deal with Alex, though. Oh, they line up again. And this time coming out on top. They can't afford to lose a 3 versus 1. S.TAG, with all that damage done, there is a conversation to be had, but he's pretty far removed. Looks like he'll be saving the AK-47.
Really did line up.
Yeah.
You could see it coming. The almost collapse. Going to be a second round for Complexity. Not an enormous amount of money on the NIP side, funnily enough, even though they've done a fine job. So that's probably something Complexity will be quite happy about. Also, getting a chance. That was a sick headshot. Norway not. Most active Counter-Strike country. Known for their expensive pizzas, really.
It's one thing.
Oh, they lose everything.
Oh.
Absolutely everything. S.TAG.
It's such
He's taking it away from them.
It's such a hollow victory when you've got all those resources finally posting an impressive round and they leave with 0 players. Like, it's fine. Like, they get the win. They'll take it. But the fact you've just... exactly, right? Everyone's just everyone's tilted. Everyone's wound up. JT, really nice performance there. They lined up again. There was a chance of disaster there. We got glimmers of it with S.TAG finding those final 2 kills. Definitely worth a timeout because their money's just been so poor throughout this first half. They can never really get established on the Complexity side. DJL looks calm and composed over there. He knows this is a great showing so far. There's been some very close rounds that got against them, but overall, they're looking strong. They're looking confident for this 2-0. Complexity, on the other hand, not so much. They do find their second round. Still plenty of Counter-Strike left to be played here on Ancient.
I mean, it's probably not, the timeout wasn't taken for this purpose, I'm sure, but it is kind of a BM timeout. Like, you take all their rifles, like, right, and then they have to kind of, like, sit and wait, just in that feeling of, like, there's, like, no one shouting, no one celebrating anything. You're just kind of like, oh, okay. We'll wait a bit longer.
They got that $3,500 per player, and you can see it's led them to a very weak setup, Anders. Barely any utility. Galil for Grim. Still no Horzerk Orb, and they're going for that fast A, but bear in mind, head trick, ready and waiting, takes down the first. It's an absolute shooting gallery for the CTs here. An underwhelming approach, straight up A rush. All 5 players, as they try to scramble away, retreat back towards T-spawn. The round's already over. That's not the call you wanted to see when head trick's ready in towards Temple with the AWP. S.TAG finally gets his double kill. And it's a very clean round here for an IP.
You're really banking on the fact that they're playing that hard mid setup on the CT side, and when they're not, you could see it's just absolutely devastating. I wonder what it was that trucked Elige. I don't know if it was the AWP, but otherwise he had no head armor, so
even him running up against, any of the M4s or the MP9, like he's going to be quickly out of the round.
Like we said, there were going to be multiple concessions there.
Yeah.
All 5 players went down in the round they won. Like, that's not great at all. You can't drop anything. Everyone's like taking compromises across the board, whether it be utility helmets. And as you mentioned, against the M4A1S, that's how Esther gets a double kill, because they're so squishy on the other side. His spray down, as long as he connects one bullet with the dome, it's going to be an insta-kill. What do you even do? Apparently that'll do nicely.
That's what you needed right from the start. Now it's obviously a little bit too late. 2 versus 5 here. JT trying to swing it back and doing some damage. I mean, some good headshots right now. 20 seconds. Need about 2 more shots like that. NIP surprised that it's got into this position to begin with. And actually, Alex kind of revealing his position a bit. 10 seconds. JT needs to find another one, and he just can't do it. It's a great attempt, to be honest, but it was too late.
No plan as well, Anders. They were fully invested. I think that goes without saying. We detailed that. But in terms of lost bonus with no plan, I'm really not sure what they can do in the next round. An absolute gift. The fact that it came down to a 5-on-2, the round was done. They did well to bring it down to a 2 versus 1 at least. They got something out of it. I just don't think they have the resources to justify a massive investment in this follow-up round. Yeah, Horzo can feel this one slipping away from them. And yeah, it's not the force buy. It's, I guess, a partial with the Tech-9s and Kevlar. But Config is going beast mode, Anders. He's just mowing them all down, tapping away with the AK-47. Give him the ace. Won't be able to find it, but the job is already done. Another easy round for Config. He's just in cruise control right now. The master of middle. They don't even smoke off red. He can't believe his luck.
He's one of the first players that really figured this out. Like, within the first couple of weeks, I think, of this map being out, he was so good playing the middle. There's a couple of players like that out there, and Config, one of them. Yeah. We're going through, like, the different stages of grief. Like, we've reached, like, acceptance.
Yeah, guys, it's all over. We can move on with our lives here. They've got a big stacked calendar, though, of Counter-Strike coming up. Obviously, with Katowice, the RMRs. This is not the way you want to kick off your 2024 campaign, is it? Like,
no.
Last place at Spring Groups. And you go down to NIP, considered one of the weaker teams at this tournament. Complexity looking to bounce back from a pretty disappointing close to 2023. There were moments of brilliance, of course, with Sydney and full finals, but they started like coming dead last at North American events against very questionable opposition.
Yeah.
And this would not be the way to kick things off for the new year, but we're not done yet. Maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Alex going with the cheeky MP9 Anders.
Okay.
What is that about? A couple of them here.
They definitely have enough money to buy something else, but yeah, I guess, you just go for it. Rez has gone down already. Floppy trying to see if he can flash his way in, but in the corner, they went ready for it. They got to be careful here. Nice catch from Holzerk.
Yeah.
3 versus 4.
Finally, somewhat of an advantage here. 4 versus 3. MP9 still in the hands of Estag. There's so much time on the clock. Complexity have to convert this one. There's no 2 ways about it. Lose this, I don't think they have it in them to recover this game. Oh, God, there was a moment there. I thought he was going to get the double kill through the smoke.
I was waiting for it as well.
JT is actually saving the day here. Like, he's the one finding these really crucial frags. And that should be it. Should be the operative word. Head trick of the AWP.
Yeah, I think one of the few ways this could go wrong is if that B defense pushes out and finds the bomb on Holzer, because he's kind of alone. But I think even that potential danger has been averted now as he's going back through T-spawn. A 3rd round to be picked up by Complexity. It's kind of late in the day to start to do this, but it's definitely not too late. I think you're right. If they get maybe the next one to add to it, it could be an interesting second half. There's still something to fight for. Bomb going to be planted here, but man, even in terms of the kills, they're really falling behind. It's the 2 Danes over on NIP that have been playing well. S-Tag at 12 kills, Config at 13. So they're putting in a bit of work. With the bomb planted, it's just a matter of running down the clock here, saving the rifles.
Yeah. Great to the AK-47 from the MP9. We'll take that. And it will be Complexity finding their 3rd at the very least.
1 more round. Get to it. It would be Overpass. It'd actually be really fun to see Complexity get another crack at playing Overpass. Like maybe a chance for redemption if they can get there.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. Let's see if it's realized at all. It would have to be one hell of a comeback now, Anders, and they haven't shown me much to suggest we're going to overpass, but that's a convincing round. Maybe they can find the final one of this first half and initiate the reverse sweep. Bear in mind, that's what NIP had to do on Vertigo as well. They were 8-4 down, and they came back and absolutely walloped them in the second half. So if they can find one more. That was not worth it. That was when he went for that spray through the smoke. And he obviously used, if he hit the silence M4, maybe it's more viable. With the AK-47, they just gave up his position, then they found a clean kill and kind of removed him from the equation. Final round, though, of the first half. Complexity spiraling on their map pick against NIP here. Config has been a real nuisance, a thorn in their side, to say the very least. Running through middle, though, they're trying to challenge him as he tucks away in the smoke.
Elise has gone past him. They've traded places. Config, when the smoke fades, I don't think Elise is going to know. He tagged him, so he surely does know, but no, it's too late. Config,
go on.
Taps, he wants more! And finally gains control of himself. That's a rare sight. You don't normally see Config back down from a fight, but he thought better of it, and it's the right move.
Wowee, ladies and gentlemen, this is an impressive round to close things out here in the first half. NIP absolutely dominate Ancient in the first half, posting a 9-3 scoreline.
Apex drawn out, in with another kill. ZywOo traded back. Cadian, the one-man army. 2 kills already to his name. 3 kills already claimed. And a 4th could be had. Ooh. Oh my God! Cadian from start to finish with bomb. But here comes Dupree. Quietly, creeping, lurking. And Cadian saw a sliver. Oh my God! Oh my God! 1v5!
And now it's Dexter alone back here with the Glock, and they're all coming for him. 1 versus 4 as he takes down Brokey. Another 3 kills to find, and he's getting a little bit overwhelmed. But look at how he's isolating the fight. He gets 1 more. And now the question is, can he find a bullet on Wops? He's right around the corner, and Dexter's hunting for him. The tables have turned. It's a 1 versus 4 clutch for Dexter.
m0NESY alone again. 1 versus 4. And there's no reason they should challenge him here. They have him locked in. Yes, it's on him to get to the bomb site, get the bomb down, and FaZe should have the discipline to not face this.
Rops has an op in cave, locking him in. Brokey has an op on the cross.
Yeah.
Oh, good bait out of the shot, but there's one on catwalk. Oh, that's quick. Oh, that's quick. Another one baited out perhaps, but Rops is moving up. m0NESY's aware. 17 seconds.
It's absolutely no way. Oh, he's back in the middle. No, it can't happen. Surely not. 10 seconds, he's backing off. Rops, can he catch him? There's a little peek, a little shoulder showing he's back at the bomb site. And at the very least, he's going to get the bomb plant here. Rops now out in the open. He's in a dangerous position. A little bit of a random Molotov. Misses the shot, and m0NESY, the clutch of a lifetime! I can't believe it!
Simple catches OC immediately, and Electronic also shines. Nitro, it's a good chance. Oh, and he gets 3 on Arch. Oh, he gets them all. 4 for Nitro, as the quick trade of Bit gets him back into the site and pushes all the pressure to m0NESY.
That was a key frag from Alexi. He took out ZywOo somewhere. Spinks nearly won that situation, but now they get comfortable into cold.
Bit secures his fallback. m0NESY's gonna give himself the flash to work with, and now he knows. Bit just fired off a shot. It's a warning as to what's to come.
Oh,
m0NESY gets the first. Smokes keep them back. 25 health for m0NESY, and both CTs on top of each other with no vision to this site. If he secures 12th off this, then that carry back in Copenhagen means nothing. He hears it. One drops, he's aware, he's on presence and sharp, and as he peeks wide, he gets them both! A taste of the full English! A 1v3 from m0NESY for map points!
Oh, eat it up, all that black pudding, baby! That's a round to remember for m0NESY.
One of these teams have to go home, and it is looking likely to be Complexity. NIP with a masterclass on the CT side. Config continuing with world-class rifle form as he finds a 9-3 scoreline here. It's not looking good whatsoever for the North Americans, and likely they go home in last place here, Anders, unless something magnificent occurs here in the second half.
I can't even imagine the scale of combat. They look so defeated right now. They had some devastating rounds. Obviously, they're running in a config. And now S-Tag playing well. I mean, it's truly gone off the rails for Complexity. They need to summon some strength that I don't know if they have in them. I think the level of frustration that you're seeing out of the individuals as well is definitely hurting the team here. 9-3 at the end of the first half. Now, second half coming up, NIP on the T side, and it'll be Complexity on the CT side. They obviously need a pistol round, and they got some dualies, at least one set for an whole circ there.
Has to be a pistol victory. No two ways about it. Complexity need this one. It's Elige to be tested first. Full speed ahead for NIP. As they dissect the map, they make their way in towards CT Spawn. Elige is trying to retreat. Kill starting to come through, and it's going to be JT tested. He goes down to Rez, but swarmed. He finally goes down.
That's the bomb, and the rest of them are kind of on the other side of the bomb side. What a weird round. I mean, it's still winnable here for the NIP side, but Complexity have the upper hand, at least for the moment.
Yeah, it's difficult to lose this one with the bomb down in that position. We have got head trick, though. If Floppy oversteps the mark, that would be their ticket back into this round. He holds tight for now. Does he dare explore further? He does not have to.
Well, you've got the weird shadows here as well. The floodlights kind of making it a bit of an awkward fight no matter what. Alex has joined them from the middle. He was all the way on the other side for quite a bit here. 40 seconds left. Good headshot. Elige going to get traded down to Alex. And he will get found. He couldn't even find another gun there to reload. So, unfortunately, but not for Complexity. They're happy about winning that round. It's a start.
It's the start of something that has to be great. Just what they needed. An interesting approach there from NIP on those pistol rounds. You don't see many teams going towards the Red Room, CT Spawn. They're going for that 8 split. An interesting idea, but held up as Complexity react accordingly. Shut them down in CT Spawn. As you mentioned, that bomb went down nice and early. Good close from Hulzak. No plant found, and presumably the full eco here. Alex will purchase the Desert Eagle. Surprise Config didn't join him. Down to the Glock as they send all 5 players towards the A side of the map. Elige, need to be careful, my friend.
Walking around the corner, though. Going to be able to trade him eventually. Always more dangerous when that first player is jumping, but... So, MP9... Probably not going to be able to do too much with this. I think the Deagle is probably the bigger threat. And they slow it down. They're really hoping that Complexity is so rattled that they might make a mistake, that someone's going to be a little bit too adventurous.
Every dollar you can expend out of their bank accounts is worth it. If you can just slow this down and they throw out a smoke or an HE, that's $300, right? And God, okay, that also helps.
It's a lot more than 300.
If you could nail those sort of shots, that's wicked. All right, well done. Alex will keep the dream alive. There is a slight chance they can win this round. Grim needs to be very careful here, not be caught out by the Desert Eagle or the MP9. Just needs to stay alive. First kill will be his, no problem, but the second is more challenging. A dink comes through, but thankfully JT will stick the landing there. Crisis averted, still a very expensive round, Anders. 3 players going down. Hollow victory once again. At least they denied the bomb plan.
That was a little bit scary.
Yeah.
I love the fact that Grim was aiming into the sky beforehand just to try and, make sure that he could catch them in the air, but obviously it didn't really work out. But, yeah, still, they win the round, even if it is expensive.
AK-47's been drawn, and look how low the money is on Complexity. If they lose this round, and there'll be double digits for NIP. They only have $1,400 on top of their very low reserves right now. This is another very important round. They all are at this stage, of course. Complexity with the first 2. Can they keep it up? Rez in towards Polly's pocket. Floppy with the double door smoke.
Rez deciding it's not worth it to stick around. He's feeling the pressure. Knows that there's going to be quite a few people out there, and over at the other side of the map, Holzerk just with an MP9. Elevated position, it's a nice spot, but S-Tag, what an opening.
I didn't think he had it in him. I thought S-Tag was done for there. That's a great shot. Smokes down towards CT Spawn. Temple, but Donut's always the hardest battle. Oh my config, though. Good Lord, what is that?
It's so ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, he's just absolutely deleted Grim from the server. Bomb planted.
I like the comedic timing of you saying it's a hard spot and him just instantly just clearing it like it was nothing. Oh, here we go, though.
Why is JT so good right now?
I don't know, but he's fighting for his team. That's it, isn't it? South African coming back into it. 3 kills in the round, but Rez, he's on for the flank. They're going to try and see if they can tap the bomb. They're still defusing. Oh, the lineup. Can he see it? Yes, he Rez on the spray down. Double kill for him. The timing could not have been better.
Oh, excellent work there. I was worried he wouldn't be able to see the diffuser. It was
Yeah.
an awkward plan there, but he could just see a sliver of his behind. Gets the spray down on both of them. And as I said, Anders, there's only $1,400 now for complexity coming through into their bank accounts. This was a very important round. One, they do not convert, but Config, God, that was a hell of a shot. Rez confirming the round there. That was a full commitment on the defuser. Have a look from his POV, this lovely shot behind him. And he gets it done. A sigh of relief for NIP. And it has to be the force buy. As I mentioned, the money's broken. They are going to need a miracle here to stand a chance in round number 16. It's a full A execution by the looks of things here. They break through this initial setup. You can see they're trying to bait in Elige. They're actually okay if Grim goes down. If he gets one, that would be ideal. He doesn't, but they probably overlook Elige. But I think he might have done something with this. Hello.
He's picked up the MP9. You're right. He might have. Everywhere. He ran into all 4 of them. I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do. He was trapped in there.
He gets himself $600 by getting the kill with the MP9, I suppose, but this is a full investment. How do you retake the bomb site with 2 pistols and an MP9?
Don't think you can. I think that's no answer.
Yeah, that's the answer. Yeah, you're probably right.
Oh, man.
And now, do you want to hunt? You know they've got next to nothing.
Probably not. Maybe if you would go as a team, you could sort of justify it, but I feel like they're going to be happy just winning this round. It's not like NIP have a lot of money anyway, so maybe just keep it cool like that. 11-5 is going to be the scoreline here. Complexity. The fact that they forced up into this round, I mean, yeah. All they're bringing is the MP9 and some upgraded pistols into the next one. Devastating turn of events. I mean, I know we're bringing it back to this a lot, but when we were talking about Overpass yesterday, I mean, we were calling it out in the moment, like how much those rounds meant where Elige got the double openings. But if they end up getting knocked out here today, it almost like it's going to mean even more, right? Maybe they don't win against NAVI overall in the best of 3, but the fact that they ended up losing those rounds is just so devastating.
Oh, you can see Elige had a moment there. If he gets somehow a triple kill with that unique position he found himself in, there's a chance, but that's what it had to be. It had to be a triple kill. One on the low HP player didn't really do much for them. They will save the little they had, Anders. It's not a foregone conclusion this round falls against them. Gonna have to pull out the novelty moves, the boosts.
This is normally done with a scout, right? If you're in a desperate territory, you scout this position. Deagle, I don't know, maybe you can. Forward on the ramp.
Oh, no!
Classic Counter-Strike timing.
S-tag, the moment you did it. Why? What was the Molotov going to do?
Lure them out, I think.
Yeah, I guess.
That's just how it is. Yeah, it's tempting fate, isn't it, when you do that every time? I do like this. Grim in a bit of a forward position. I think, again, he's trying to set up JT, who's got the better pistol for the job. So hopefully they don't check this one, or if they do, it's going to be a little bit awkward.
It's kind of rocked them a bit. Now they've seen that MP9. They've got head trick, low HP. And they're walking into the stack, Anders. They've made the incorrect call. But can they stick the landing?
They can smoke this off and maybe get the bomb planted.
If they smoke cave, they should be fine.
Yeah.
That's a big if, though.
Oh, they're walking out with nothing as Holzerk in the back, finding it. Huge stuff. Let's see if Alex can get the timing down right. He has to check every corner here. Oh, there we go. He did not spot it to begin with, but he'll make a quick work of it. Taking down JT, it's huge. That felt way more scary than it needed to be.
Yeah, right? With that Holzerk secondary kill coming in, that was a 5-on-3, and all of a sudden, it looked like they had a chance, but lots of quick kills coming through. Alex, of a captain's performance to close things out, checks every crevice of the cave. Manages to get 3 kills in total. That's going to be elimination point now for Complexity. They will now have to present a perfect game from here on out. 7 rounds in a row required. A tall and almost impossible feat considering the level of play that's been displayed today, but it's certainly not impossible. But let's have a look. Is there anything left to be said about complexity here at Spring Groups 2024? This would be a last place exit for them to kick off the new year.
Finally got some rifles back in, but yeah, the road back is just so long at the moment. It really is. Floppy taking a bit of grenade damage. Rez took some at the beginning too. JT being put under a little bit of pressure now. Might be more coming. Molotovs to the right-hand side, and JT, they're going to double peek him. He can't escape that one.
Yeah, that's so rough. He had the jump on them, but the Molotov just completely disintegrated his chances. They'll continue with their assault in towards B. Is this the round? It all comes crashing down as Complexity bolster their defenses. A Legion will find at least a kill. They maintain it to a 3-on-3. But still, that's an advantage for NIP here. But still a fighting chance. Floppy, half health. S-tag, this confirms there's been no aggression towards the Jaguar room. And it's down to Horzuk. Hasn't really had the AWP at all here, Anders. He's 6 and 13. He's been really rough in terms of the economics. Needs a quick kill here. Hell of an HE required. And now he's under a lot of pressure. Trade doesn't help them out too much. Just thins out the herd. Oh, Config, you wouldn't, would you?
Yes,
you wouldn't, would you? No, that wasn't required.
It's not, but it's a classic Config, isn't it? It's so wild. I mean, the fact that they even kind of expected it says something about their understanding of who they were up against.
Well, we've had a 2v1 for Headtrick already on this side of the map, on the CT side. If he can close things out right now, he'll be a hero. They've got no kits, no utility. He tucks in towards Brokey. They're assuming he's in Donut right now. Oh, there it is. Another 2 versus 1 for the young AWPer. He does it once again with the rifles. And yeah, those two, they deserve a hug, Anders. That was a great performance. Config, another masterclass here on Ancient. It's 2-0 in favor of NIP. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to the North Americans. They exit Spring Groups 2024 in last place.
Defying all odds and all predictions, NIP stand tall and strong after this best of 3, a 2-0 scoreline against Complexity. No matter the favorites, no matter the title, and no matter the end of 2023, in this very series, Jacob, the Ninjas were ahead.
Yeah, they were way ahead. That was a great series by NIP, especially when you consider how bleak and how lackluster they looked in their opening game yesterday. It was a complete different story today. NIP playing well. All the different players that we highlighted coming into the game showed up and had moments in the game. S-Attack on the first map, of course. Config continued to play well here in Ancient. So all things considered, that was a good, solid performance coming out of NIP. And yes, honestly, highly unexpected.
Yeah, strong punching power individually. The ability to find some of these openings from, I was going to say Nitro. Config, where the hell would I go with Nitro on that one? Man. I'm going to need some therapy on this. Config with the openings, he had a couple of these blinder moments where you basically see him 0.5 seconds until you're dead. He had those. We talk about the clutches. The casters were talking about the clutch. Of course, we end up on that Hetrick 1v2 where he very cleverly and simply plays it right. He doesn't overthink the situation, doesn't try and go fancy around the world, just gets to his dead angle, good crosser placement, good spray.
Yeah, beautiful from Hetrick as well. I feel like Config in this game, you could just see he was zoned in. You could just see that he wanted to fight. He wanted to take up the fights. He's the kind of player that is like, either you kill him or you get killed, by Config. That's the way it is. He will not allow you not to fight him at some point in the game. He's forcing the issue, he's forcing the fights, and when he's feeling it, it's looking good.
And of course, the emotions on the other camp are a polar opposite. Complexity take the door here at the Blast Spring Groups. They are going to finish last and be sent to the showdown. And we have a few departing words, courtesy of Grim.
Our first team being eliminated here will be Complexity. And certainly, I would say a surprise when it comes to this, Grim. For you guys, you went back to America, you compete for the RMRs, you hold your own and do what you need to do. But then we come here and I look at, say, Finland, then into Atlanta, and now here on these early exits. What is going wrong in the Complexity camp that was riding a high wave at one point?
I'd say, at least for a NAVI game we played yesterday, we were losing a lot of man advantages that we need to just, convert for sure. We're always 5v3s, we're playing super well in the early to mid round, but then when the late round happens, we just need to stay more composed and start formulating more plans that we're not doing now. Today, I think that we just didn't bring the energy that we normally do and need to in order to win this game. And they won a ton of the pistols, and we weren't able to get any momentum or any gun rounds strung together. And it felt like we won a round, and they broke our money, and it's hard to get back on the back foot. And we didn't give as much energy as we needed to, so that's happened there. But yeah, for NAVI, we definitely could have won. I think both those maps because we choked a little bit. I mean, we were up a lot. So, but I mean, yeah, we just need to we have a few days here before Kato that we need to just look at these mistakes and, do better.
And talking about these mistakes we're seeing coming in, is there a point where maybe the mentality is slipping as well? Because that was something you guys certainly worked on in the past.
Yeah, I'd say we need to play with a lot more confidence, when we had the good runs at Sydney in the fall final, we were definitely playing with a lot more confidence on everyone, And I say, yeah, it's a team game. If one guy's not confident in his spot, it's going to snowball out of control for everyone. And confidence is very contagious too. If one guy is confident hyping up the team, then everyone's going to be confident hyping up the team. And I think that's something that we locked a little bit today, and it showed in the server. So we need to get more confidence for sure in ourselves again.
Well, hopefully that confidence comes back soon, mate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it would be timely needed for Complexity to get a little bit of that confidence he's spoken about. The problem that I have, honestly, is that it feels they almost have to manufacture it. The results just aren't here. The timing is alarming. Again, we're heading towards a peak of importance when it comes to the Counter-Strike calendar, and this is very worrying for me and Complexity.
It's symptomatic for what Elise was saying coming into the tournament as well. The very first interview we had with Elise, he said that the skill ceiling of Complexity is very high, but the floor is also equally low. That's something they wanted to work on. That's something they wanted to address. We didn't see that in this tournament. We saw them play against NAVI yesterday. I think Grim is right saying that they should have won that game, or at least the first map on Overpass. They were leading, they were looking good, up 12-9, and all of a sudden they completely fall through. The ceiling and the floor is just too big of a disparity right now, and that's the issue for Complexity. As you said, Katowice are coming up. It's looking a bit rough.
I agree with you. Symptomatic. You have one good series or sort of a competitive series, but the problem is you completely disappear on that second one versus NIP. We have the bracket of Group C, which is going his little way over here. We see Complexity O2 taking, unfortunately, the smallest of door towards the showdown, which sets us up for G2 versus NIP in the lower bracket final, of course, and we have NAVI waiting in that group final to find their opponent. That's going to be a little bit later down the road this week, but the Counter-Strike is not done. We are done, but Tech Girl and Bubsky are going to take over the duty of accompanying you guys throughout this Counter-Strike journey. We thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for staying with us. We take a couple minutes break, get some water, and we see you right out there for Astralis Vitality.
Peace out.
You haven't lost a game since Messi joined, right?
No.
Have you lost a map?
Yeah, two.
2 maps, okay. That's unprecedented, right? It's someone to join a roster and have that sort of a run. Are you scared of the day that loss finally comes through?
I mean, it's CS at the end of the day. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of expected at some point we're going to have to, we might lose a series, but I think it's more how we respond from this. And I think, like Dan said before, we've got a really good group of guys that are like on the same page, and we've built an atmosphere and a team chemistry that at least for me coming into it feels great and to be a part of. So I think it's more how we respond if or when that happens that we may lose a series. That we respond well.
Maybe you never do.
Yeah, maybe
this goes on forever.
Yeah. I'm fine with that as well.
I'm going to try it soon enough then.
What was your focus on the start of this season? Were you trying to find some downtime, some vacation, or do you know you had a lot of work to do? Have you been boot camping? Like, what's been the philosophy coming into this season?
The good part is that we had a good break, a longer break than we used to have in the Christmas Eve. I'm here for a long time, and it's really important to have those breaks, like not thinking about CS and be on my side. But we started like 2 weeks ago to practice. We tried to grind the game, and the focus has been to maintain our level, because we know when you dominate a year, how tough it is to dominate the next one. And we saw like so many teams just crumble and just stop being as good as before.
Burnt out, right?
Yeah, I think that's also about the motivation. It's a lot of issues, and also thinking that it's still going to be the same, but you have a big target on your back. Everyone wants to shoot you, everyone wants to take your place. The good thing is we have some experienced player, like me, for example, that needs to remind the young guys that you've been insane for the last year, and I'm just speechless about that. But the young guys, that's why I said before, when they win, for them it's just a habit. It gets a habit, but you need to still work hard, and we even work harder to stay at the top. I would say that with the lineup we have, it's easy to come at the top. It's easy to win one tournament. Let's be honest, because we have so much firepower, so much talent in the team. But to stay up there, it requires way more. I know we can make it, but with young people, you just need to remind them most of the time.
Welcome back to the Blast Premier Spring Groups here. And we had a little bit of a shuffle around. Of course, Maniac and Pimp, they're off for the rest of the day. Myself, coL, and Babsky, we are here. And it is the winners match for a whole new group because we've shuffled the teams as well. Vitality up against Astralis. Of course, the winner of this, they get to move on to Saturday. They get a little bit of time to prep. The loser, they're not going home at least, but they need to keep fighting out. So not everything to lose, but obviously there's a little bit of pride on the line, Babsky, because this is a big matchup.
Exactly. All of a sudden we have a game. If you were to set this matchup 1 year ago, I would probably say 2-0 fast for Vitality. Go back to the hotel, get some food, get some sleep. But for today, I think there's actually a game.
You think there's a game. You think that Astralis can take it to Vitality. Why would you say that? Vitality is the #1 team right now.
They are the #1, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as yesterday. 13-0 against OG. That was an easy task for them for today. I actually think they have players of quality that is going to make it a lot harder.
Now, like you said, last year, if you said this, a couple of us would go, well, I don't know, Astralis, really? That this is easy for Vitality. But yesterday, whole different team, I thought, when we saw them here, the way they arrived, the attitude that we saw, and then, of course, the performances as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to look at a player like Star. I hope we are going to see more from him, because when I looked at this roster, I would be like, okay, blamF, Device, Stavin, Jabby, so many good quality players, but then we have all of a sudden Star popping off. He's been the best player on LAN for them in every single tournament so far. We see the Copenhagen Gaming Week, where he was delivering great performance against NIP, and we also see it at this tournament.
What do you think is the difference between last year and this year for Star?
I think it's the safety net of having such good players around you. I think it helps a lot, because all of a sudden you kind of don't feel you have to make the games. Now he's fine if he doesn't kill anyone, and if he does, it's a big plus.
Is it enough, though? You saw him in Copenhagen Games. We saw him yesterday. Do we really have enough to go on?
I think so, because it's the impact he has in the rounds. It's not just one kill and then plays the safe. He gets 4Ks, 5Ks. Like, he's really doing an impact on this tournament.
We're going to see how he has compared in the past to how he's done in day one. And obviously, like you said...
2 maps, obviously, but still 132... You can't say anything. He's not in the role where he has to kill all the people. He's in a very defensive anchor position in most maps. So it's so impressive to see him up here.
Have you had a chance to chat to him? Because I know that you get to talk to all of the players. I mean, what was his feelings coming into this and ultimately after yesterday?
That's actually the only thing. I'm friends with most people on Astralis. I've never really talked to Star that much. He was not really a part of the scene back when I played, but he came afterwards. But he seems like a great guy, and I know he's very... He doesn't care if he takes the bad roles. Like, he doesn't complain a lot, and I think it offers a lot to a team that is filled with Star players.
It is filled with Star players, and they all seem to pop off. This is an interesting one, and I'm going to recap something that it was a conversation we had yesterday, but I want to bring it back in, because obviously building into this year, lots of online gossip around the roster that was Astralis, how it came to be the roster you see now, obviously some moves from another Danish organization. And yet... despite all that noise online, what we saw yesterday is a team that looks comfortable. They look happy. There's a calmness to them. It's almost like it's working. Whatever this change was, all the drama surrounding it didn't matter, because it feels like it fits.
Yeah, I mean, the transfer with Heroic, you can say what you want about it. I don't think it went down the normal way of a transfer should happen, but they got to Astralis, and that's what they can think about the fans. They got 2 quality players. Obviously, they paid one of the highest price point or like buyouts ever paid in CS, so you can say if it's worth it or not, but I think for now they're actually a competitive team.
A competitive team that has a superstar, because of course Device, historically, any Counter-Strike fan, if you say Device, they know who you're talking about. He has such an incredible history, he has such an incredible reputation, and he's now playing extremely well as well again.
Yeah, I think we can look at his stats from last year. He ended at 11th, and he missed some of the biggest events last year. He didn't play the Major. He didn't play Katowice. He didn't play World Finals, but his stats were so good, and they still was relevant at most tournaments. So it's so good to see that he's now actually getting players around him with the likes of 3 other players in the top 20. It says a lot about the quality that they're going to bring.
This is the thing, right? Like you said, he didn't play those big events, and yet still sitting in the top 20. It just shows that there's so much quality still there that we haven't seen.
Yeah, he had the stats to go top 8, top 7, top 6, but he just didn't play enough maps against the big teams.
So I think that we could potentially like fangirl over Device for a while, but what we should actually do is just let him talk. So I think we'll do that. He's with Banks right now.
Now, for the Falcons game, that was a really solid game coming out from you guys, and it kind of felt to me like you never lost control of it. Was it like that for you guys in the server?
I mean, like, for me, it was one of those games where you could just, like, relax a little bit. The guys played really well. I think blamF especially had, like, the T sides on both maps were crazy good. So also a lot of credit to him. And as you said, like we didn't really lose control, and I think we kept like controlling the tempo as well of the game, and that's something we try to do. And obviously that's going to be a little bit harder today.
Let's talk about today, because it is going to be harder. I think this is be the real first test for you guys, right? But do you feel like your map pool is strong enough right now to deal with Vitality?
They're the #1 team in the world, so for us it's as you said, also a test to see where we're at. I think we can challenge them, but they also have like really crazy individuals and have played together for a longer time. So I would say like the odds are probably not in our favor, but it also gives us a sense of calmness going into the game, that we can just do our thing and try our best. And I think we can surprise everyone and take a scalp, but who knows?
You saw him, I mean, the tweet came up just before his interview where he said like he didn't even have to play that well yesterday because everyone else was popping off. And this is the thing, he mentioned it there as well, that they're obviously, they feel like they've got this together, the synergy is there, and it's just working. Why is it working?
Because all of a sudden you have players that can actually play CS on a tier 1 level. I don't want to be rude towards Poro and all these players, but they weren't to the quality of Device, but now we see Staven and Yabi also delivering.
Okay, so you've said it, now prove it.
Yeah, I think when we look at Astralis, why they are working all of a sudden, we see the T-sides all of a sudden working. It was so miserable last year. I remember so many overpass games where they would get 1 or 2 rounds, but yesterday it was a joy to watch. I think BlameF has been criticized a lot for his IGL role. Me personally as well, I didn't believe in him as an IGL, but we see it right now. They have like an 80 to 90% win rate at this event for the T side.
Can I be a little bit of a Debbie Downer here, though, and ask, is this a little bit of a honeymoon period as well? Because we've spoken, yesterday we spoke about it before the Falcons game, that there is the potential for some role clashes in this lineup. There is the chance that they're going to start butting heads
Exactly,
at some
but that
point.
was on the CT side. Like, I was scared about the CT side, that I think they're going to find their space. It was the T side that was most difficult in my mind to make up. Like, how are so many players going to be able to rotate on the map, make space for each other, but all of a sudden it works?
Does it keep working?
That's the real question, right? I hope for BlameF that he continues in his career. He's won so little compared to being so well performing compared to stats.
Can we also say, though, that Falcons didn't look very good yesterday? They looked a little bit shaky. So now, as much as we've hyped up Astralis, we saw them play 1 game, now you're going up against the best in the world, a team that looks super strong.
Yeah, obviously they're going against #1, and I don't think there's any case where Astralis wins this 2-0. I'm not saying that they're going to be the favorites, but I think it's interesting for the fans of Astralis to finally see a roster coming together and actually having a chance against the #1 team.
I think that I want to touch on that because there are fans at home. Obviously, like we've actually spoken about this off air. Like I grew up watching that Astralis, you know, the golden years. So obviously everyone is attached to that memory. And now I think a lot of fans felt a little bit hard done by. So is this an opportunity for them to get back behind this team?
For sure, and it's also a tough call to join Astralis. Like from Yabi and Staven being in Heroic, it's a completely different thing. Like nobody expects anything from you. If you win tournaments, it's great. If you fail, I guess it's okay. In Astralis, there's so many people behind the organization, also people writing to you in DM and so on. So it's a very much different atmosphere to be a part of.
You know which atmosphere everyone wants to be a part of right now? The winning one, which is that team on your screens. #1 in the world, ZywOo. They look so happy as well.
They are the best team in the world, and I also think if I remember correctly, it's 3 years since Device has beaten Vitality, and was all the way back with NIP. So it says a lot about how consistent they've been playing, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
Obviously, we saw them against OG yesterday. I don't think it was a good showing for Vitality because they were just doing the most minimal that they could. But they started their debut with the 13-0. Is it going to be tougher for them? Because I feel like this team, once they start, it's a bit like a steamroller. They just keep going.
It should be close, and I also think there was rounds yesterday where OG could actually have a chance. The 13-0 wasn't maybe the correct scoreline. I remember the pistol 2v1. I know Spinks make some nice shots, but they should theoretically win that round, but they lose it anyway. So I think Vitality, you can dance with them if you have the high heels on.
If you have, I like that. I was going to go with chinks in the armor, but I like the dancing with heels. I'll have to be a bit quicker on my feet now to figure out how to respond to you. You saw the VSOT was on your screens in a bit. What did you think of that, Babsky?
It's pretty interesting to see how they've taken Mirage into their map pool. It was formerly known as like the hatred map in Astralis, but with BlameF at the IGL role, I think he's kind of took a stance where he says, I like this map, so I'm just going to take the call and we're going to play it.
if you take a look at that overall, though, what type of CS are we going to see in the server?
We spoke about the veto before, and me and Maniac, so I hope it's going to be interesting. We thought it was actually going to be these maps, but we expected Astralis to go for the overpass, but they actually went with the Mirage instead. It kind of says that it's their current favorite map, and I hope to see them get off to a strong start.
The world's best is on one side, Vitality looking strong, looking confident, and they've got ZywOo in their back pocket. And on the other side, you have Astralis, a fallen star who's trying to rise back up. Babsky feels pretty confident that this is the lineup to do just that, but now the true test begins here at the Spring Groups. They are going to have to put up a show against the world's best. I can't wait to see it.
You and I both, Sam. I think I can say for everybody in the building tonight and everybody at home as well that this matchup has the potential for some fireworks. It's not necessarily, straight to the London qualification, but this is the kind of game where Astralis could put a dent in a Vitality that is playing excellent Counter-Strike on an individual level from top to bottom. Anybody who can dance with this Vitality wearing high heels, I think Bubsky said, is a team that I'm ready to praise.
Yeah, 4-1 odds on this game in favor of Vitality, which makes sense, but this is the kind of game where we see a really good trend in form from the underdog. So Astralis yesterday, in my opinion, earned the right to be able to say maybe they could take a map today.
Maybe.
I mean, that's how good Vitality are right now versus any other team in the group. I'd say maybe they win the series. So we'll see. I think that much might even be saying a lot. Some people might not think that they can get 10 rounds. And, well, we don't have much data for Astralis in general, but just a feeling, especially with Stair playing as well as he did yesterday, there's a chance.
Again, when Stair is your fifth piece, when he is being praised as the supportive element and he's hitting as hard as he did, there is most certainly a chance tonight for Astralis to do something special. A Vitality that every team, every person in the world has put on a platform while they were at the HLTV Awards show earning their trophies. Astralis have been in the trenches, training and looking to get their form to a competitive level, heading towards the major in just a couple months. This game, this day, could be one for them that they would celebrate early on in the season. But we can't get ahead of ourselves. We got to see what they can put forth individually. It looked good from top to bottom for both these teams. It's just one of those moments where the form on each end of the spectrum tonight could give us something special. But it's a big ask to compete with Vitality, and Flames makes that clear. First headshot's clean. He loses the control of jungle. And then suddenly we get this flood out from Astralis, met by Resistant. ZywOo, Apex, headshots galore. And it's Stair in the 1v2. Bomb not in his possession, but lots of time to figure this one out.
Yeah, a round like that to start it off. You can see like the time to death is so low. Everybody who peaked died within the first shot or two. So even if Astralis come in high confidence today, they know they've got levels that they have to come up against. But for Stair, there is a chance. Half armor, 84 HP. And a long rotation. That means maybe ZywOo doesn't see this coming. It's not every day he gets flanked.
Ooh, he hadn't thought about it, so Stair, beautiful timing here. No hesitation to go back around through T-spawn. And we've talked about Apex's individual levels as of late. 15 seconds for Stair, missed jump. Starting to get a little flustered here, panics to push, but he knows exactly where the CT's at. Hit the headshot and you're good. It's a labored attempt, but he gets there. Nice 1v2 coming out of Stair. Impact to end yesterday's game and to kick it off tonight.
Hey, I'm saying finding a timing on ZywOo is not something that's easy to do. So he pulled off that sort of, all you got clutch right there with the 1v2. Continuing on with some great success. And I think keeping the flame alive here for Astralis, who probably were pretty bright-eyed to start the day, saying, okay, let's see if we can really prove something. Yesterday we played against Falcons in their debut. That was cool, but nobody expected them to win easily. Even though we know we were good, it's this result that people will talk about.
We saw Apex going absolutely berserk mode yesterday in Connector, fighting top middle versus OG in that 13-0 Vitality posted. 15 seconds in OG's first gun round as they ran out top mid to get wrecked by the Frenchman. Be very curious to see if Apex can get off to such a hot start tonight as well. His level has just been so consistent. speaking to Vitality's new performance coach as well at the hotel, saying Apex out of the server right now is unstoppable. And Flames in the server has stopped the T's in their tracks, shredded as they tried to get into that ramp. The SMG just feasts.
You're kidding.
3 kills off Flames just like that.
They just won the round and lost 3 frags to an MP9. No trade back. Flames still alive and burning.
Blame F puts a quick end to him, but it's all for naught here. 40 health on Blame. He'll swap into the AK. Tantalizing save. Looking to keep some scraps from the buy that Astralis were hoping to convert with.
That's sad. Not much to say about this one. I thought they'd for sure win the second round and then maybe get to a rifle, but
it's a testament to the individual level of all 5 players on Vitality right now.
They got no bottom fraggers these days. It's remarkable because not only have they improved as a team, but individually, all of them have really gotten so much better. I remember there was that period of time with Hooksy where he said that JKS helped him, gave him a name routine, and then like that helped him get good for like 2 months. I wonder if there's some approach to the individual sort of practice that Vitality do that other teams aren't doing right now. It definitely starts with good signings. We know they got that.
Yep, no doubt there. I think that particular ramp angle, though, is just such a huge shadow advantage. Astralis walked 2 bodies in. Not to take anything away from the cleanliness of that MP9 spray, but...
I mean, that's also individual level, is your positioning, right? Like the macro of that round was play a ramp. The micro is the angle he chose to play it on, so that speaks to Flames as a player.
Apex not quite unleashed. Keeping an eye towards top mid. No window support here. It's just Spinks on Cat. Remember, the saved AK and Galil could still be enough to bring it back. But it's all about setting them up. They've rustled the feathers of Vitality in mid. They get some utility out of them, and now we're talking 5 players from Astralis grouped inside of B.
This is a pretty good moment, I'd say, for Astralis. Yes, they get smoked out, but there's no one actually in the site right now for Spink. So the clear is going to come out on the timing of the same smoke. So Astralis have to go now. But right now, Spinks is a little slow, so we'll see if he can help out.
Incendiary, perfectly timed.
Waited too long.
ZywOo's deep in apartments, soon to flank. Now the jig is up. They know exactly what's coming. Mezzi's on high alert with Spinks nearby to help. ZywOo starting to flank, but a nice deagle dink from Stair. SMG good for 2. Spinks lucky to get away with that second. There's a chance to put down bomb if Flames doesn't press his luck. ZywOo starting to run now as well. He could have gotten caught, but wins his fight versus Device. Sprays through into the bomb site, and we're talking Jabby on 50 HP down in the hands of Apex. Cleared on this quick retake. But Astralis, I'd say, still clean enough on the exit, killing Mezzi to get that bomb down. Small victory in this one.
I know. Tell me about that floor bang, right? Like, what the... That was some great deagling from Astralis on the entry. A little bit too slow on the approach, right? The protocols are sharp for Vitality. They're not going to make the mistake of getting caught off by pistols if they don't find an in-between timing. They needed to figure an in-between timing. Take some kind of risk. I think people need to get used to the idea that no matter what decision you're making, you're taking a risk. It's always only about how much of a risk.
You get out of bed in the morning. That's a risk.
Exactly. But you stay in bed, that's a risk, baby.
Oh my God.
Blood clots. So no matter what you... That's an argument against fear, right? Why should you even worry? That's why you got to get up and go for it. Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year. Scared money don't make money. And that's why they spent money. 5 Desert Eagles here from Astralis. Does that look like a group of scared players? No. That looks like 5 men that believe in their ability to take heads off shoulders, but will the mechanics connect? Ooh, they've crept out towards Tetris. Nice evasion here from Flamesy, not overcommitting to the duel. Gonna wait for those teammates to move over. And sure enough, 2 in jungle to help him out. There he gets it. 2 headshots eventually his. And it's Apex that ends up falling. Ooh, that spray gets away from him. And we've got Device now on a double kill.
Looks like the patience might have paid off. Slow play with the Deagle. But ZywOo here, the custodian on the cleanup. Jungle.
That's ZywOo for you.
There we go.
You think you have a chance. And ZywOo arrives. But still, 2 kills off Deegs, a little damage, keeping Vitality honest. And that is really one of the, it's one of the possibilities tonight that Astralis at least keep Vitality on their toes. And I'm going to place mentally for this team where I'm going to, I'm going to give them half points this tonight if they can even push Vitality. I don't want to have a loser's mentality 3 rounds into this game, but we saw what happened to OG. Just make Vitality look mortal is all I ask.
Would you be happy if they won a map?
I'd be very happy if Astralis won a map. For the sake of competitive Counter-Strike.
Like the whole scene. For the sake of the Copenhagen Major, Astralis needs to take a map today.
Pour la scène de Counter-Strike. Allez, Astralis. That's not the same ring to it.
I was like, how do you say Astralis in French?
Astralis. My favorite is always when French people say Counter-Strike. 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 It's cute. They try. Spinks trying to get frisky in middle. Pays off. Timing here is just a step ahead for Vitality. Flames in an awkward one as he does lose ZywOo. If you're going to let ZywOo die, you better pick up the slack. And he's getting squeezed from both points of entry, but he's doing a good job of just, again, evading these gunfights and letting his teammates' rotations come through. We saw it 2 rounds ago as Apex pushes bench. Flames being a real nuisance here. 10 out of 10 evasion to keep himself alive and 4 standing for Vitality as they take a 4th round win.
They're not just the best team in the world, they're the best team by far. So it's, they still haven't lost a series since, I don't even know what before that. There was a fall final. They didn't lost the fall final. They didn't lose at the world final. But when did they lose? They didn't even look at the last tournament before that. I guess it would have been the last match before that, right?
Oh yeah, I am Sydney.
Sydney, yeah.
Literally when they bombed out of Sydney, losing to Bet Boom and FaZe. And then they got Mezzy and they never looked back.
That's it.
This would be their 10th match win in a row. Starting to look at that FaZe streak from 2023. And the beauty of this win streak is it is entirely on LAN at the moment.
Yeah, with 2 finals wins over FaZe as well.
And not even like a best of 1 to pad the numbers, you know? This is all BO3s, all LAN, all Vitality.
And it was a real passing of the torch because it was the fall final that would have really sort of put a place for FaZe at the exact same time that Vitality took it away.
Desert Eagles not looking as successful as they were last time around. 3 dead, no contest out of the Danes. Bomb in possession towards top mid they'll go though. It's an invitation for Spinks to come clean up and he'll do that. A real good cat player Spinks is in the grand scheme of things.
Fantastic cat player, yeah. Who's a better cat player than Spinks? That's a good question. He's got to be the best right now. They could all just say, I'm the best in every role.
True.
And Mezzy's not like the best Well, we don't know how good. Basically, we don't know how good Mezzi is right now. He's looking really good.
He's got potential.
He's getting better. He's looking great. He was great in playoffs at the World Final as well.
And he's got the teammates to succeed around.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, sometimes you can't be playing your worst Counter-Strike when ZywOo is your teammate. It feels impossible.
Yeah. Well, for a while it felt like, when was he going to get teammates? And now he really does have 4.
And without Henry G, we wouldn't have Mezzi.
We wouldn't have Mezzi without Henry. That's a fact.
The Colossus really was ahead of its time.
Tell me how much he's making. That's what I want to know.
Flamesy going again for the aggressive A setup. Not alone either, so Jabby, ooh, double kill perhaps. He's got Spinks out here, but he won't win the second duel, so 1 for 1 they go on ramp. And there's no activation from Astralis in the meantime. They just stagnate top middle, waiting for BlameF's Molotov to burn out, letting Stare do his thing towards B. And Apex tries to throw a spanner in the works. Confirms contact, but no overcommitments here. Utility coming out of the Astralis approach. And vision for ZywOo over smoke.
Did they make a mistake? Whoa, they just walked by that. And ZywOo dies, actually, because he came off the angle for a second. Stare sees 2. That's 2 of 3.
Spinks on the fadeaway, getting a kill.
I mean, it's a free A site, surely. They've got window as well.
Yeah, BlameF's real deep. Here's this rotation. At least
He's
1.
actually going to hear 3 now.
Mezzi hasn't made sound. That should be 2 confirmed on ticket. Third player could end up catching them off guard, maybe.
Oh, man. I mean, Spinks is in the smoke. This is the right play for him. They let him get by. We'll see how Device paths it.
Oh! Throws caution to the wind. Didn't think anybody would have pushed out. Spinks getting active. Pays off already. Falls back through that smoke. Bomb needs to be retrieved. Stound picking up the kill before he goes for plant is big. First time it's a fake. Blame's got the cover. Nice wide peek, but that third player does indeed catch them off.
But he gave him bomb.
Just enough time. It's a fake.
What?
Mezzi goes. Oh, BlameF calls him out. A beautiful clutch from Blame.
Yeah, but how? He took a fast step.
Must not have heard it. Wasn't ready. Didn't expect it.
Who's
Big BlameF comes rolling.
Who's talking in the clutch? That's wild.
Oof.
I need to see the demo there to see if Flame was made a full step or not. Because, like, you know, he swings in a way that's perfect if Mezzi's already thinking about peeking or, like, peek right away. But the delayed peek after that? Maybe it was silence.
Maybe he didn't step, yeah.
I mean, it was pretty wide from my perspective.
Mechanics on display in that one as well. Device winning the op duel versus ZywOo as he just tried to jump across the gap. Those are the shots Device doesn't miss. Much more passive mid-play from Vitality this round. Nobody really messing around with the Astralis approach. BlameF's going to sit pretty at the bottom of mid, do his own thing as the pack heads towards B. But this is a stacked site. Apex is calling correctly, and Mezzi gets ahead of the peek out from the T side. 45 seconds, smokes down on both avenues of approach. Bomb goes through the smoke and down.
Uh-oh.
Mezzi keeping an angle on Jabby. I mean, BlameF's up in jungle. Stound's got ladder, but they don't have bomb, and there's only 30 seconds.
Yeah, this one's all screwed up. I think they maybe... Gabby was going to throw the bomb backwards and continue fighting or something, not realizing he had it, but now there's just no way to get it back. No plan in action except for preservation. They've got 3 good spots to save to maybe get kills, but this round is dead. Another awkward one here for Astralis.
This one stinks, man. Just as the game's getting good.
Yeah, and that last round, they didn't support Device properly when, you know, Blame here's 3 running through CT spawn to make the only play that they can. It was smart for Spinks to come through the smoke, but it was also something that was preventable. And instead, they had Device, you know, throw his own molly, run up into the site by himself. while Stown was still up and they had the top con smoke, so.
Nice, boys. Nice move. That one looks a little awkward when we get to see it back from Mezzi's perspective. Jabby just giving him a free kill with the bomb. I mean, that death is egregious no matter what, but to do it with the bomb is just, it seals the deal. Vitality go up 6-2 off the back of it. Silver lining, gun saved from Astralis, rebuy made easy. Stare and Jabby on Desert Eagles, but it's grenades in abundance. And instantly, we're gonna go 3 on ramp. Excuse me, make it 4. Here comes the hit, real quick. Spinks dives down. Met by a Molotov, though. Rotation coming over in the form of ZywOo. Damage looking good versus Spinks, but the Opper finds the first one, and just like that, Astralis have to change directions, but that was all the utility they had in the round.
Yeah, they don't have anything more. Doesn't necessarily mean that canceling is the wrong idea. It just means they've got a harder round now to look forward to. This will take a series of errors for Vitality to let this one go. And they're making the least mistakes right now.
Window boost's a good idea, leaving Blame, but gun barrel spotted. Ooh, he wins that, really. Even with the dink from Flames.
Big. They can scale because of that kill.
Talking about mistakes, well, there's a couple. Apex also falling, and Spinks down to half health from the utility, but mistakes go both ways. Nice double out of Spinks. 2 on the round. Blame F looking to bring it back with another one. And ZywOo's close. Flash comes in, blinded. He gets there.
Great flash.
Blame F with 3 on the round, and Astralis make it even despite that execute getting shut out.
Those were quick calls and a very sort of go-get-him attitude there from Blame to get inside of the window by himself. Blame someone who I think like 2 years before, I didn't believe him. I thought his rating was too high, his ranking was too high in the top 20. This year, or 2023, I definitely did believe him. I feel like he's improved so much as a player on top of having the same stats. I've seen the impact. I've seen him make more individual moves than ever before. And on top of all of that, actually doing a pretty damn good job calling, too. So there is impact right there. That's all about him, basically. This is the round they used all their nades on A ramp and went back to mid.
Yep. And it all hinges on that kill in window. Losing 2 to Spinks, but then just sitting on that angle, waiting for the wide peek and the flash to come out of Stare as well. Nice support. Great round. And you'd think as well, right? Praising Blame F for his calling. This is definitely a formula in terms of 5 players that make his job way easier as the IGL. I feel like at this point in Stown and Jabby's careers, they can operate on their own.
I think they can actually help Blame. I mean, they know more about the game at the top level than Blame does, right? They're both better players. Or they had Heroic as well. You know, a better system, I should say.
Yeah. 4 top 20 players of 2023. Representing Denmark ahead of the Copenhagen Major. Showing some resilience here at the tail end of this opening T-side. 3 to the board. Money on the line here for Vitality as well. If this B site holds strong, then the French are looking good. The Danes getting closer. Jabby single frag. Another towards bench, but it's an MP9, so Stown gets both. Just like that, he opens up the bomb site with a post plant that will look good on Stare. Falling back from Cat.
They have a window smoke. Oh, it's a freebie. Nice one, Stare. Okay. Fierce attack. Leaves Flames alone. And they're watching it.
Oh, got it. In the bag. Stown goes big. 3 kills on that one as he comes into the bomb site, making sure Mezzi's MP9 gets nothing done. That was a stack site with Apex, Spinks, and Mezzi. And Astralis still chew through it.
Now that's back-to-back rounds, sort of against all odds in that respect. Very good trade. I just love the scaling. I mean, they both kept going so quickly, Jabby and Stown. If anybody played selfishly there, then there would have been a chance for Vitality to stabilize. And now Vitality will have pistols. Not too shabby on the comeback here for Astralis.
Beautiful, considering this was sitting a 5-1 lead to Vitality. I mean, let's be real, that streak of rounds also made possible by the round 2 upset from Vitality's force buy. The Astralis convert cleanly from the pistol. They're looking at a lead after this T-half, but tied game best case for the Danes right now. But it is more of the same. On an individual level, Astralis look good across the board. It's what made their win so convincing last night. It's what makes this one possible this evening. There goes the solo A play. Vitality gonna have to cut their losses.
Well, well, well.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Concerning. Titillating. So great.
Didn't expect the dualies.
I love dualies so much. Yeehaw! It's just one of those things that, you know, like the revolver's a ridiculous gun.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a ridiculous thing to be in Counter-Strike. But the more you think about it, Berettas are also ridiculous.
So ridiculous, yeah.
The difference being, revolver's not viable, Berettas are OP.
Yeah.
Yeah, we play tactical shooters, Counter-Strike. Dual swinging Berettas.
Dual swinging Berettas.
Come on,
Akimbo.
Akimbo. The best Akimbos since the Model 1887 in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Is that a fact?
It's my opinion.
Can't remember which one I played. I actually played the first Call of Duty on PC when it came out because I didn't have any console. So COD will always be a PC game to me.
Back when Call of Duty was about boots on the ground.
Yep. I felt like I was there.
We need more FPS titles that have good campaigns. You know?
Last one was Titanfall
2.
Mm.
Titanfall 2.
I think everyone saw that and they're like, what's the point?
We can't beat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't beat it.
Why even try now?
Just give me a 10-hour campaign, you know? I don't need to sign up for like a 6-month escapade.
Yeah.
You can keep your side quests.
I don't want to pay for DLCs anymore.
Just final round of the half here. Astralis creeping out on A ramp and almost.
The spot is late, so that nade will hurt.
Almost finding flames.
That nade go low?
I think so.
They're also the ones who are really touched at the moment. The scout shot from Ticket.
Sure, why not? Out goes Blame F's down stair, barely standing. And Flames given a chance to just tuck down again underneath the Palace. ZywOo doubling back towards Ticket. Smoke's faded as well, but the silence across the map from Astralis. They're just hoping that A becomes understaffed.
This was definitely a face-it call. Doesn't mean it can't work. It is Mirage.
But let's face it, it's going to be tough to get through this defense. Especially with Spinks now having free roam of the A site. But that smoke grenade gives him like a bit of an invitation. Yeah, go ahead. Cross the Tetris for free. No one's going to hold you. Look, that's a bad smoke.
Yeah,
but Spinks, he reacts. And just when you think you have a thread to pull on,
it's a Greek gift.
The wool gets pulled over your own eyes. Javi's been found out. Nice clean headshot versus Spinks.
Selection.
And remember, it's just the scout on ZywOo, so not the best, but it's the under Palace player that anchors nicely. Flamesy getting his, and Apex is going to close this. That 6-6 half eludes them. A 7-5 lead for the #1 team in the whole damn world.
Londers and I have been spending a lot of time in Copenhagen lately. We decided we wanted to experience Denmark as Danes do. So we decided to hit the town, and this is what happened.
I'm here with Eric. Eric is going to teach us all about schnapps. Eric says water is boring, so we're going to go ahead and change water into schnapps. How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for around 7 years.
7 years, yeah.
And got
just a hobby?
Well, it has been for quite a bit of a hobby who are involved. I think we should start with our most popular one. The first one I ever made. Kaiserslautern Urten, or the herb
Kazakhstan Hund.
Kazakhstan?
Urden.
Nailed it.
Yes.
Okay.
It is a pond,
Sounds
and
delicious.
we are next to Christiania, and they sell herbs. Be careful, it's strong alcohol. This is around 40%.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Do you like it?
Yes. It's really good.
It's a good all-rounder. I think it goes very well with red meat. It goes with fish. Another snaps I think you should try is Moby Dick. It is a horseradish.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay. The white whale.
Moby Dick.
Oh.
It's strong,
I don't like that one.
but it has much more earthy taste.
I see why it goes nicely with foods.
It's very distinct.
Yeah.
Sure.
It
I like
is.
this.
And this is basically a baked apple.
Okay. Bottoms up.
That's right.
Nice, sweet and
Sting.
spicy at the end.
Yeah, this one sneaks up on you. I feel like the other sweet ones remain sweet. This one is sweet into a fiery texture.
Yeah, but it's strong alcohol. Has to burn.
It's good.
I like it.
Let's try something classical. This is the final.
It's the last one we're getting right to.
The grand finale. Well, thank you,
All
Eric,
right,
for
cheers.
having us and for sharing your schnapps.
It's light.
Very light.
This one will get me too drunk, I think. That one. That is episode 1 of Water is Boring. If you want to come here, you can get as many schnapps as you want, open face sandwiches behind us, and you can celebrate Christmas for almost 3 months. What else do you need?
Only in Denmark.
Well, we had high hopes for Astralis coming into this matchup versus the world's #1, and I think that throughout those rounds we did get a delivery. Okay, the slow start made possible by the round 2 force buy put Astralis on the back foot, but 5 rounds on this T-half is nothing to be ashamed of.
Not at all. Not at all. And it being a comeback makes it a little bit nicer. I think every team is going to have their flaws exposed when they play Vitality, especially in this form. So the fact that Astralis could lose those rounds and still come back in the half and have some mess ups, I think they got to be feeling pretty good about it, actually. So, and this game is certainly not over right now, but Astralis did pick Mirage, and we didn't see them play it yet. So, let's find out about that CT side, because Vitality will bring the pain here on the attack.
Yeah, Spink certainly did throughout the first 12. 17-7 first half.
Crazy.
You know, there's a little bit of slack left on the table by Apex and Mezzi this evening. Not off to the ferocious starts of yesterday. And this round, no different.
Ooh, they were ready for that.
B3 off of the top mid hold. Maybe they get the ball rolling towards the B side of Stair, drops it, but he's hanging on as he loses his rotator and Jabby. He's low health, and a jumping Glock will get the job done. A duel for device back market. Bomb uncontested. Flanks already coming through. And BlameF opts not to go catwalk. So 2 of the 3 retake avenues occupied. Flamesy looking for control of market. This could spell disaster for BlameF, but a clean 1-tap is huge.
And it's back on.
And they don't know about Stown. Flank finds its timing, and its headshots.
Wow, nice composure. The stand up and fight right there, and that's 2 for Stout in the end. That was actually quite difficult. Either one of them die, it's pretty much over. So the fact that Blame finds his timing, his 1-frame shot as he walks into the market, and then Stown gets the last 2. That does, again, speak to their individual level with this new lineup. And a nice hold to kick things off inside of middle. Impressive that Vitality nearly brought this back.
It's a round-winning decision from BlameF to not go catwalk and double up market instead. That trade doesn't happen, you're not getting in. And you can see how afraid of catwalk Vitality were in that post, leaving back towards bank.
That's a good point.
Or bench, excuse me. He was 1 step ahead, and it pays off for early momentum. But just like the first half.
You know why they were going to the bench?
Why?
Looking for Bubsky.
Welcome to the team,
He's
Bubsky.
on, yeah, welcome to the team,
Yeah,
Bubsky.
welcome to the
He's
team,
on
buddy.
site, so we can make jokes.
Mm-hmm. I'll say it to his face.
Yeah. Not scared of you, tall man.
Stare. sees more where that first one came from. This is exactly what they were looking for, but on the reload, Spinks slides through. Screw the pistol players, it's all about the AKs. And we've got Spinks and ZywOo alive, looking to thrive. Snapshot needed, not gonna happen. BlameF gets the better of him, and ZywOo too far removed.
Yeah, he was on a timer because I heard him hit the floor as he jumped out the window. Spinks definitely does a lot right there.
ZywOo, though.
Yeah, if there is a guy, there's just so little time.
It's like watching an apex predator. Can't help but feel for its victims. It's going to be a violent death. You pick off the weak ones first, grab Jabby off the extremity.
Yeah, they can go ahead, take even better positions. I think he's just saving now.
Ooh, missed the jump.
He's running, he's running, he's running.
Nah, he's done. He's called it quits. You know, he's going to keep hunting them. He's not going to rush through all of this.
Oh, if he made the jump, he would have gone for it.
He picked off the weak link, found a calf and Jabby over towards the jungle.
Mm-hmm.
And crawled back into his cave.
What animal is this?
ZywOo. It's a ZywOo.
Found a calf and crawled back into his cave.
Yeah.
So bears hunting cows now?
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Meat is meat. What else lives in caves besides Pimp?
Probably Henry G as well.
Henry G.
Yeah, that's a cave dweller if I've ever seen one. Easy. Go down the first two. Remember, ZywOo's AK still in play. Don't forget about it. Don't be getting all brave just because you've tied this game at 7. Missed shot from Device. Pistol getting close to the bottom of connector. That could suddenly be an opening for Spinks. Sure enough, missed shot. Almost gave him his chance. Keeping Astralis on their toes. Bats live in caves.
Yeah. I was just thinking about, like, walking things.
Spiders?
Too small.
Okay. Well, you're setting a lot more parameters.
Meteor.
Okay. Okay. First it was cave. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh.
He didn't see him. It's the perfect angle. And it's just a great setup here for Astralis. When he comes down it's down, but it's a great way to fight against this. And everybody activates now, leaving ZywOo alone. 34 seconds, 1v4, less time, less HP.
He's going to back up into Stare in a second. And Stare's got him from top mid. Little extra money made by the SMG. Ladies and gentlemen, since the first round of the game, Astralis are back in the lead.
If you didn't watch yesterday, you'd have no idea.
But it could happen.
But it could happen. And again, I mean, if they even win one map, I think that would be pretty impressive.
But also, if you weren't watching yesterday, what were you doing? It's the first day back of Counter-Strike.
What were you doing yesterday?
You've had no CS on LAN for a month.
Queuing against cheaters.
Playing Popple World or whatever. Palpable World.
Yeah. Playing Pokemon clones.
Stone gets caught on an island, and Mezzy has already found his way into Sandwich, so this is a lickety-quick split into the A play. Stare's defense looking good, but just simply too much pressure with Device taken off of it by the Molotov. Flamesy looking to chase through.
It's coming.
Device will get away, so I think the tempo here just kind of catches Astralis off guard.
Yeah, look at this. It's so much tempo, they don't even actually have the bomb.
That's a problem.
If there was some weird world where they pushed into it, that'd be interesting.
In the grand scheme of things, this is an issue. But
this is a symptom of a default that went too well, so they've got lots of time left over.
Oh no, I'm failing from success. Get that bomb and go.
Man, almost in audio range right there.
Right?
They're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Are they hunting us before they plant? It's Vitality. I mean, they don't make any mistakes. They're probably looking for us.
Do Vitality really make no mistakes?
No. But they make the least mistakes by far, yeah.
Right. Just keep.
Do they make no mistakes? I mean, obviously, literally, they make mistakes. Is it impressive how few mistakes they make? I think so. For like, I don't know who to compare them to. The thing is, they also don't. It's like we haven't truly seen an era in this game since Astralis. Like Liquid wasn't truly an era. Navi wasn't truly an era. FaZe didn't truly have an era. Like Vitality also truly didn't have an era. So that's still open.
Feels like it's just not something that can happen anymore. It hasn't happened for so long, it feels like it shouldn't.
I don't know, because they were all close. Like, arguably, like, Navi got sort of the closest, but they had, like, the Grand Slam Online. They had, like, a very sort of, kind of a weak field with, like, the next best team was Vitality, but there was really no chance there, and no other teams were that. So, but they got the major finish, and they had, like, all these wins. Only team to like win events in 2021 besides Vitality, who picked up IEM Fall, I think. So that was close, but it wasn't really, you know. It always feels like an era when you're in it, but after you zoom out for a bit, nah. Not quite. But I think that shows that it's still possible, in my opinion. I mean, Vitality, like, if they had just joined up their first half of the year in the end.
Yeah, and they're good to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, this is a weird one, man. Smoked off in window, BlameF doesn't see the connector approach, so they just lose Device, who's kind of looking a little foolish there on the box. And Stound's gone for such a long flank that there was no early warning. So again, Vitality just able to pummel a bomb site by surprise. Nobody has checked ramp yet. 2 backs turned. Did Flame see that? No. Or maybe, but either way, Mezzi goes down before he's able to react, and ZywOo's gonna make sure Stair gets peeled off ticket. BlameF 1v3. It just felt like Vitality were tiptoeing through a minefield, and they don't even know how close they were to being found out by that flank from Stound. If he goes underpass, he catches 2 of them going towards connector. The fact he goes all the way through apps, just a little too delayed.
I think there was other ways they could have fought that. I wonder, like, I respect Jabby for swinging a bit because it's unlikely to be up top, like on top of balcony in general, I guess. But I feel like he should have just held deeper for a second because they weren't approaching from Palace either. Translation?
Owned.
Owned. Still going.
Still going.
Yeah.
Still chirping.
Blame! It's A, mate! It's A! You lost again! Bro!
Gotta get in the head of the IGL on the other side.
Yeah. Death, taxes, and Apex talking shit.
Yeah.
The 3 certainties of CS. And now a sad reality here for the defense. It is pistols in hand, Blame on a Deagle, Stare on a Deagle, and Vitality sizing up an A site that does have pieces in place. It's Device on the same spot he was found out last round, but the hardware is just not here for the defense to hold off. Number is only the first part of the equation. Oh, poor Stound. Zoned deep jungle. Blame on the flank. Nothing. Not a single kill so far. Not a single kill at all. Vitality back to winning ways.
You ask me, I wouldn't let that connector play happen again. So the first thing I would do is take over mid control, maybe push 2 things at once. They could take over, like, B and mid at the same time and run the risk. Because I think they'll just slowly lose to a team with a very good T default if they try to play the standard like they have for the last couple of rounds. So no time to start playing like you're winning or like you're better here, Astralis. I think you still have to be a little bit more crafty than Vitality and not let the rounds happen to you. Last thing you'd want to see is them lose connector control and just lose. So, okay, well, that's why you play passive, boys.
Oh.
You don't just give up mid in the first 10 seconds. You should have hid.
Dude, we saw...
Just like I said.
We saw Vitality as CTs shred middle in the first 10 seconds yesterday. Well, this time they go right in, but it's not something they hold on to. That 5v3 evaporates. Stown and Jabby able to come back at it with a kill each. They go for the boost on bricks. There is no control anywhere other than mid right now for Astralis.
Oh, this is such a critical round.
Mezzi's gotten deep. Stare wants a glimpse of top mid, and Zywoo's just tucked in, finds the timing. Missed shot, goes back in.
Still gets away with that. Only him, I swear. They have the A site. Stown's coming in, and that's a good duel by him. Now, Mezzi, he's fast to CT control. They still don't know what's happening, so coming back for the re-clear in halls. And Stown will hear the molly. That smoke, I don't know. Is that...
Yeah.
Is that going to give him a chance to play?
It could. Spinks looking for the bomb plant. Feels like Mezzi's the one being set up for success here, but you've got the top of the scoreboard and the bottom of the scoreboard alive for Vitality.
Now, he's giving this info over to his teammate. Like, he can't be triple. He's not going to be triple, so...
Jabby's going to confirm that right here, right now. No Tetris, no ramp. Where is he? How have they gotten off of the bomb site? It needs to be this corner. Great wall bang coming out from Jabby. Mezzi comes in, had two backs turned. Nade goes out. Missed shots. Stown's got the angle. Jabby's on the 10-second defuse, and they retake this. That is all heroics pieces. That is 5 frags from Stown and Jabby in a 3v5.
That was insanely well played, and that's those positions are so atypical. I mean, that took creativity. That was really nicely done. That's about as hard as it gets, and they still pass the test. That's the kind of play that you couldn't get with their previous lineup. This is the kind of round you couldn't win. Now there is a chance again in this map.
Clean process of elimination in the retake. In hindsight, that bench smoke, something to think about if you're Spinks. He ends up doing nothing in that post plant. Hides in a corner and goes down empty-handed. Let's go Astralis as they keep things interesting. This is a team whose debut at BetBoom left a lot to be desired. Stown particularly ending that event, as I believe the bottom 5 rated player. Just disappointment cranked to a 10 for his debut in the Astralis jersey. Tonight, different story. 17 frags. An impactful round 19. And a lean towards catwalk here in the 20th.
Oh,
clean headshot from Jabby, just over the top of the smoke.
That's a big bounty right there.
He's still got Spinks alive and kicking, but losing teammates all the while. Apex, good blind trade through the smoke.
And we look at last rounds, right? I was sort of joking in the middle of it, but they went for the mid. Oh, wow, another good angle here from Stown.
Yeah, you're not getting into this B
And that's intentions known with 20 seconds. They cannot hit B anymore. It's going to be a tied game once again. Apex, do you have anything to say? And I said in this last round, they need to go into mid because they can't let them take over mid control. At the team with a better default, they're going to end up winning. And Astralis, they got the trades back later on, but it actually was an ugly start. But since they had that 2-on-5 victory, was it 2-on-5 or 2-on-4? 3-on-5.
3v5.
3v5 victory. They won that round that they needed to versus mid control to send Vitality in a different direction. Now they've made it 2 in a row. Playing active.
But active CTs, that's heroic, that's Jabby, that's Stown. And that's what we had in that last round. Not letting this Vitality war machine get rolling.
No.
Not sure if that's frustration or a mating call.
Bomb and spawn. Default set. Run boost? No, just a peek, and ZywOo's gonna go down for it.
Man, that's...
He hit his shot, though. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
Quicker to the trigger, but...
Device broke a leg.
Crosshair off point.
It's definitely a harder shot for Device as well.
Apex bottom middle. Finds Stown, looking the wrong direction, so free frag back. And remember, Device, 12 HP. Molotov, this is going to put him in a tough spot.
Wow, he's so aware of where it could be spread to. Not even concerned. 12 health.
He's good.
Cyclops in here at the top of mid, watching for the cross. And since he hasn't moved and they mollied it and there's no further pressure, there's a chance he gets the cross back. But another position past the minute mark where they've got to go back, get the bomb. No movement here from the T side. They were looking for one more clue, it looks like. And an upper B push. This is pretty tantalizing. I mean, it depends where the round ends here for Vitality, but Stair could either come up a hero.
He hears that, though, right? Apex running down into underpass?
Or a fool, depending on how this goes. We'll see. And it looks like it might be hero. He's deep in there. 30 seconds. They know it's A now.
Smoke to top connector. They're going to go catwalk. They're gonna redirect this last second, and Jabby, he'll find the spam through. They still don't know about Stair up in the apartments. Apex, he runs in haphazardly. Now you may maybe get to the site, but even that's a massive ask. They get slaughtered on the approach, and it's Astralis up by 1.
Yeah, well, it looks like they were nervous for the right reasons. Like it was an A attack forming, and then they're like, well, there's no pressure back. They're not responding to anything. Maybe they know. They go up Cat, but Cat's not an option. Stair's in deep in B halls with the push, so another good bit of prophylaxis here from Astralis, having a forward aggressive CT setup to complement their early mid control. Not just playing their spots vanilla and hoping they win. And Stair does have that confidence. He's alone on the B side. He could easily lose the map if he makes that push incorrectly, but he makes the right play and it works.
BlameF to underpass, easy pickup, as Spinks has cooled off in this second half quite significantly. No opening here yet. Single AK for Flames picked up. Apex visibly frustrated in the middle of these rounds. There's just nothing going for them in mid. Flames will catch a headshot. And then the nade lands. You will find nothing for free from this point forward. Astralis looking to secure this 12th, unless Flames...
Oh my God, he had a reload!
It's awkward. It is so awkward. That could have been a huge third pickup for Flames. It would have been the A site prime for the taking, and Mezzi's going to keep the dream alive here in the 22nd round. But the HP here for Vitality is just nearly non-existent.
Did he pick up that AK from someone else?
Yes, top middle.
Sabotaged one. All right. Stown. Could he walk into this Deagle?
No, missed shot. It hits, but it's not lethal. Stown gets both down, and that's 2 map points for Astralis.
He's had, very key impact the second half. Lots of great moves here from Stown. While roaming as well.
"21 bullets in the magazine." He reloads when he doesn't need to. He had 16 shots in that.
Oh, it must have been a missed key press then, because he was shooting first, right? Oh, man. That's a fumble. Not the round they were supposed to win, but maybe one they needed. 12-10 here for Astralis.
I mean, that third kill could have been huge. But it ain't over till it's over. Vitality back with rifles. Flamesy gets down beneath the smoke. Encroaches on connector. With support not too far off behind him. Again, Device wins this duel. Again, he drops ZywOo up to op.
Yeah.
On this CT side, he's got it in the bag. And another bit of pressure coming out of Stair. BlameF finds his kill. We're 3 frags away from Astralis taking map 1 in this series. Taking a map off.
This is almost like EG Heroic, right? From the beginning of last year?
I mean, I'm not going to call Astralis EG. But we were due for an upset at the start of a season.
If you were watching yesterday, you could see a map get taken.
And sure enough, on Mirage, their map choice, they are nearly there. Nearly. Openings go back the other way. Again, connector problematic, but again, the health is low here for what's left of Vitality. They go forward on the A play. Astralis, you've got ramp. Device swaps into an empty M4, needs the reload first. They're crossing over, exposed to the Tetris hold. Jabby's got himself both, and Apex may trade, but he's already pinched, and BlameF buys time. Damage comes through, and they close. 13-10, Astralis take the first map of this best of 3. It's not London on the line, but it is a white-hot Vitality that have been cooled off to start this best of 3. A 10-match win streak on the line.
Babsky, you hyped them up a lot coming into this. They've now taken the victory. I want to go all the way back to the start though. So before we got into this, you mentioned that you were quite impressed with the Astralis' T side yesterday. I don't think it was that good against Vitality.
No, today they only give 5 rounds, but we discussed beforehand their CT side was also starting to come alive, and we really see that the dynamic mirage with everybody being able to chime in with the dynamic plays, I think it worked out great.
Why did they struggle to get the ball rolling in the beginning?
I think it's also a little bit, when you're against Saiwu on the CT side, it's kind of difficult to move around. Also, Spinks playing extremely well. I think it screwed up a lot of their defaults.
How do they adjust? Obviously with Spinks, because that was a player that did extremely well throughout of this map, and there are other players in Vitality that can pop up as we move into other maps. So what does Astralis need to take from this when they're watching that? How do they need to change up their style?
I think they did everything by the book, you can say. I don't think you can expect to beat a team like Vitality with more than 3 rounds. 10 against 13, I think it's a very, very nice result if you're Astralis, and I don't think they're going to be too unhappy with it.
How were they able to turn this around?
Vitality?
Vitality didn't turn this around. How did Astralis turn it around? Because in the beginning, I didn't think that they looked very good.
No, I think it obviously starts off with the second round and the CT pistol. I think the second round where Star plays the B position and actually gets those 2 kills against AKs, which really is changing. And also the 2v5 we're going to see at some point.
We'll pull up that the 2v5 right now. So walk me through exactly what we're looking at.
We're looking at 2 former heroic players now in this jersey of Astralis. They get off to a really rough start, but Astralis realize in the middle of round, okay, we can't stay and just play passively. We need to get some trades out. So they go out to the middle area together and get the 3v3 situation. All of a sudden, we actually have somewhat of a round. Saiwu, as always, gets 1 kill, stays alive, and actually plays it really well. Should be a Vitality round at this point. But he manages to buy so much time. And the position here he's taking in Ninja, it's so bad considering that they know he's locked in. Last guy, Messi, in an awkward position, not really able to hit the first shot, and then he ends up in the 2v1. Not an easy task.
Were you happy with the comms that you were seeing from Astralis here on this specific map?
I felt the energy was there. We could even hear it all the way out in our halls that they were screaming every time they win a round, and we've not seen that from Astralis for a long time, so I think it's a very welcome sight.
Were you surprised, though, by Vitality? Because I didn't feel like Vitality looked as strong and as confident as they usually do. We saw glimpses of it at some point.
I still think we saw a couple crucial rounds going the way of Astralis, and that was the defining factor. But I still think that the Spinks played extremely well. We also saw a lot of highlights from his side. Also, Saiwu, as usual, delivering decently. So not too much to put a finger on for Vitality's side. I just think it was the small things that made the outcome.
What was Spinks doing right?
His aim. Like, he is the best aimer, in my opinion, together with Robs and Spinks for now. We also have a Dunk in the conversation soon, but we're gonna have to wait a little until we see him on the stage here. So I just think it's so amazing that Saiwu finally gets a body of his level to a team.
Do you like this lineup for Vitality? Is it working for you?
I don't think there's anything I would change. I think seeing Apex a little bit through this game with the emotions and so on can frustrate me personally. I would, as a teammate, be like, calm down, let's not build anything here. But it's worked for him so many times, so I should maybe just shut up a little bit.
I like that you say you don't like that and you'd want them to calm down. But I mean, does it work? Because I'm always curious. I think sometimes it does get into the head of the opposition every so often. They might not be able to hear him, but they can definitely see him.
Sure, but it's like a double-edged sword, right? Like, they can both be benefiting from it, but it can also be super frustrating to sit beside a teammate where he's constantly tilting. I don't think it's that bad with Apex recently, but I think he's a showman, and I love him for that.
Do you not think it's a Danish thing? You don't like it, but I mean, I feel like the team likes it a little bit, and maybe they got rid of the Danes now. So
100% they have discussed this beforehand. Like, Apex doesn't show up and just do it, and if everybody tells him, hey buddy, can you please tone it down? So it's obviously just their way of driving a team. I don't think it's bad. I would just personally prefer something else.
Why didn't it work this time, though?
Give it to Astralis, man. They played well. We have some players on this team that can finally challenge some of the names of Vitality. We say Spinks, but we also see Flames and Messi. Like, they've been some of the best players in the last couple of months.
Who was your standout for Astralis?
For now, it should be Star, but at this event, this match, we saw Star for first time really come alive in that Astralis jersey. For now, it's been mostly Star, and I think he is still the name for me to watch.
But why did you point out Starvin specifically as we see him now on the screen?
He finally gets that mobility that he serves. Like, he pushes a lot, gets a lot of duels, not really the last guy alive, always trying to take the first contact, and I think this is where he works the best.
Do you think, I asked you earlier, I'm going to ask you again, and I'm going to keep asking you, is it the honeymoon period for Astralis? Or do you think this is finally the opportunity for this team to figure out the missing piece?
On paper, it doesn't look like a honeymoon roster, but there's always this. Is it just the start? Is it just the groove getting going? I'm not sure. I think we're going to have to see until the major. They just qualified for the closed one. So I think this is going to also be a test for them, because obviously it's super easy to play against Vitality. You have nothing to lose. Device said that in an interview.
It's super easy to play against Vitality.
It's easy.
I've never played pro, but I really don't think it is.
On the mental side, it's pretty easy to play against Vitality. You're obviously going to go into that game and think, okay, Saiwu is probably going to spank us, but let's just have a good game. But all of a sudden, you're up with one game.
Fair enough. And it was their map pick as well. They were able to take it. They're going to be feeling pretty confident. But the question, of course, is can they keep that momentum going?
I would have a hard time seeing them win that Inferno. I think they're on a 7 or 8 winning streak on that Inferno game in Vitality. I think the Apex Flames B has surprised me so much. I think when I looked at the roster, I didn't expect it to become that good on Inferno, because I knew that Apex and Flames was going to play together, but all of a sudden it just works magically.
It's Vertigo next.
What?
Yes. They changed it up.
Okay, we got screwed behind the scenes. I'm just going to say that before throwing me under the bus, but Vertigo...
I'm not throwing you up. No, I don't think that you're being thrown under the bus.
No,
I think that the fact of the matter is it's a surprise, right? That's all. You always just presume.
Then I'm going to go a little bit more towards the Astralis side, because we're going to see Flames on that B side on the Vertigo, and I think on the Astralis side it's Yabi. So I think still Yabi is a little bit of a better player on the anchor positions than Flames, but I think we're going to have a look at it.
We'll talk a bit about Vertigo later on. What I do want to do is go back into this particular game. If you have to take one takeaway from what you just saw, what is it? And you can't say Astralis is great.
So who's the number one?
Is that it's always such a safe bet.
I'm a safe guy.
You're a safe guy. We're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to talk a little bit more about Vertigo. welcome back. Of course, if you've just joined us, let me fill you in. Astralis beat Vitality. It was Astralis' map pick, though, so we're now moving on to map number 2, and Vitality needs to even the season. No teams are going home, but they want to make their run all the way to the winner's bracket as quick and as painless as possible. Now, we are actually going to Vertigo, and that's a surprise for a lot of people, including Bubsky. You were surprised. You were like, it has to be Inferno, it's Vitality.
Yeah, me and Maniac, we spoke about the veto before, and we were sure it's going to be Mirage, Inferno, and Overpass, and we saw the veto in our eyes, and it was the maps. But all of a sudden, it's in Vertigo, and I don't complain. But I think the reasoning for Vitality not going for that in Inferno is that they've played it so much. They have that 7 to 8 winning streak. It gives the opportunity for Astralis' coaching side to get a lot of anti-strat in, and I think Vitality might be worried about that.
You think so? Or you don't? Because I mean, for me, and I'm again not a professional player, but sometimes Vitality is really good. I think if you're that good on a map, you kind of go, oh, we're not too worried about this.
Yeah, but it means a lot on this level. You can't just keep picking the same maps. We often see people picking 1 to 2 different ones all the time, and it's because they don't want to get anti-stratted. You can't keep doing the same thing. So Vitality needs some time to practice some of the maps that they are extremely good at to come up with new stuff.
They do have quite a deep map pool now, and then we're going on to Vertigo. What are you expecting from Vitality?
I hope to see that they are actually able to look into what Astralis is good at, because they have some stats on Vertigo so far with the new roster, so potentially abusing a little bit towards the B side. I know Yabi is a very, very good anchor player, but I think Spinks and the players on Vitality side is going to try to abuse that.
Has Astralis got enough time on this map as this roster for them to actually put up a challenge?
If you ask them, probably no. They would like 1 month, 2 months more of practice. But for us, they need to perform. They are going to be very close to making it to London if they win this game. So if you're an Astralis fan, I guess you hope they practiced Vertigo.
Do you like Vertigo?
Worst map in the pool, that's for sure.
I agree with you. That's my thinking, right? And I think quite a few people agree
even with
us.
the new smokes, I think it makes it even worse, because beforehand you can actually see over the smokes, but now it kind of blooms in an awkward way where you can't even spot over the A ramp. I'm just not a fan.
So obviously Vitality, we saw Apex earlier getting a little bit cheeky with the team trying to get into Astralis' head, trying to annoy them. Do you think as a team that was the decision here, was just to be super annoying as well and choose a map that they probably irate most of the Astralis players aren't fans of either?
I think they have a lot of confidence in themselves. I think they could go in into a map pool and pick almost anything with the amount of confidence these guys are running around with. Nobody really challenged them last year for the best team. The months where FaZe were extremely good, Vitality weren't attending all of those tournaments, so you have to put that into consideration. Vitality was the best team of last year, and they still are.
Are they going to be able to even out the series?
I bet for that 2-1 before going into the game, and I'm going to stick by it. I can't change mid-game.
So you don't think that Astralis is able to claim a victory on Vertigo?
No, I think it will be too early. They might have the quality of the players that they need, but for the time in teamwork, I think they're lacking.
I mean, you've got a little bit of insight into this team. How deep is the Astralis map pool right now?
For now, I think they're focused on a couple of different maps. I think Mirage and Overpass is one of them, but I think for the time being, they need some more time to really go into the major with that confidence of being able to pick more than 2 to 3 maps.
I mean, since we're spitballing here, which team do you think has the deepest map pool?
For sure, Vitality has the experience. Also, I think they have a better system for now. I think
would you say that if you looked at all the teams here at Blast, you would say it's Vitality?
Yeah, I think XCAS and Apex somewhat have made a system that is just plug and play. We see Messi coming into the roster, he performs almost instantly. He had a little bit of a rough start at the fall finals. Then we plug in Flames. He also joined the team instead of Dupree and also came into the roster and started delivering. I don't think these guys are too dependent. I think Saiwu and Apex are the must players for this roster, and the rest of them is kind of changeable.
Babsky seems to think that the series is about to be evened out, and we're going to find out as we head on over to Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, thank you, Sam and Bubsky, for your services. It is time to find out whether or not Astralis can truly pull it off. Our GG bet odds have Vitality as still the series favorites, understandable, as they are the #1 ranked team. Yeah. Vertigo should be good for Vitality. Again, I think it's fair to say that Astralis, despite their potential and their provable talent on certain maps, Vertigo maybe in over their heads.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe the upside here for Astralis is at least they have 2 wins in a row. They have probably a lot of confidence, at least, that they can play Vertigo like they did in practice. And we have no idea how much they boot camped it in the break. We also know that there are 2 pickups, like Gabby playing B here on CT side. That's a great thing. They got us down on the map. Heroic players on Vertigo is perfect. So they have the right upgrades to bring this into the pool. It's all about whether or not they're ready today.
It comes down to today. Yeah, that is true. I do like that.
And now what's on the line is ending Vitality's streak.
End it.
That's actually the most important part about today, I think.
Crush them.
Astralis, yeah. They would definitely turn some heads, and they know it.
Well, we got a flood of Astralis out middle. Ooh, good flash, but not able to capitalize off. Actually, it's a team flash, so luckily nobody dies from it. Mezzi and ZywOo recovered the round because that was looking bleak. Mezzi, another headshot, and welcome back, because that first map was not Mezzi's best, to put it politely. Jabby, a chance to clutch this. If he can get that bomb back.
Yeah.
CT's a little disjointed, so this one seems recoverable.
It's an awkward bomb to try to hold, so.
Plenty of time as well. And if he waits here, then the possibility of an A ramp push starts to creep into the back of Spinks's mind. And he has two options then.
You pulled off the angle. He gets worried about it.
Keep holding back on A, or do they get active?
What kind of fight does he open up? Two-player push. Maybe one looking to the side. Oh my
It's a headshot
God.
first. It's exactly what he needs. It's exactly what he needs, but the hope denied by who other than Spinks.
Spinks, baby. Who was the brightest light, at least for Vitality. Him and Flames are both good overall. I think it was a combination of a few things. Device winning a couple of key kills over ZywOo. Jabby as well. Sound making a lot of heads-up plays. That 2v4, 3v5, I should say.
Yep.
That took place. It definitely just wasn't one thing.
Yeah, it's a 3v5, but the third guy didn't get any kills. So it's kind of a 2v5.
I know,
you know, what do we call those?
No, we can't. You can't.
What do we?
Because you're playing like there's three, so even their presence means something. Technically speaking, you can just edit them out of the frag move, you know, and not label it.
Wasn't really any big ZywOo moments in that first map, eh?
No. He wasn't very good last map.
What was going on? What's happening?
I mean, four top 20 players on the other side, you know, so.
Oh, that's fair. That's a tall order.
Yeah.
Pack of players here sat at the bottom of ramp. Finally going to get this fight rolling. And it is met with resistance. Device will connect a headshot. Apex also last map wasn't able to get away with the same things he could versus
3v3.
OG. ZywOo's got short control. That should be the end of all this.
I don't mean to alarm anybody.
Should be, and is.
Okay.
Down they go. 2-0.
But yeah, Vertigo in CS2 is just Vertigo and CSGO, but worse. The new smokes are not working for the map right now. I've seen, instead of smoking down B the normal way at the top of the stairs, I'm watching some Donk demos, he's throwing them down one platform fully.
Okay.
So like the top of the stairs on the B side is just open, but it's just easier that way that people aren't boosting inside of your smokes. It's just less awkward. And you kind of have to play more confidently now because the smokes can get blown open at any time. It's just a bigger job now for the B side player, I'd say, on CT side. And A ramp is another kettle of fish because smokes aren't as powerful with the fact that they can get blown open here as well. So going down for deep ramp control is a lot harder. So we're gonna see that awkward meta of pushing down to re-aggress, which I obviously, you know how I feel about that.
I know you don't like it.
Yeah, for years I've expressed my discontent with that meta.
And yet we still see it.
Now we get it back.
I would say actually Astralis and specifically the three-man core of their A defense, once they're on CT side, BlameF was loving that
They're
play
pretty
yesterday.
comfortable with doing it, yes.
They were all over it.
And that's the thing. You still got to push something. You still can't sit back. That never worked. So that's why it's like the same but worse. Oh,
just beneath the boost.
Heard your fat ass falling off. just nade themselves? Wait.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Yep,
This team is falling apart right before our eyes.
Lose one map and it's all over.
Oh my god.
It might actually
really
be over on A.
is.
No way.
They made.
That was a ZywOo's team damage. It was an AK headshot at the end, so it doesn't actually make
They're not
a
even
difference.
taking the site, by the way.
Dude, they're just getting nasty headshots.
my
Dude,
God,
Device is a rifler.
They're not even taking A site. They planted on B.
Launders, I don't want to get ahead of myself,
Yeah.
but Astralis might win the major.
yeah. I already tweeted it, actually. So.
Did you? In between maps?
Yesterday, yeah.
Yesterday.
I said after the Falcons game, I've seen enough.
Damn.
So.
Well. It's working well. Oh, dude, it is nothing but headshots coming out of Astralis. They are feeling it.
Yeah.
Feel it now, Mr. Krabs. You know, I said yesterday that Vitality eventually have to lose.
They have to lose eventually.
It is better to lose at this event now, in this match, than it would be for a spot in London.
But the end of the streak hurts, dude. The end of the streak hurts. That's one of the few ways in which you're getting compared to other top teams in history at this point. It matters to them.
Lose one is okay. Just one. Just one. One for the road.
Yeah.
You know? There's no trophy on the line. You can lose this one. It's okay. Just go to
You know,
sleep.
like the streak doesn't continue, right? If you lose one,
Let it
right?
go. Just accept your fate. Let's see if Mezzi can hold anything
You're
here.
trying to,
Solo
like, massage
B.
it into happening? Is that what's okay, all right.
Willing it
Well,
into existence.
It's working.
He was alone on this bomb site, so no support. You can see the scramble coming out of the other players, most of which on pistols. Yeah, they got nothing to lose here, man. They're swinging for the fences, and they don't make it over the top. Shut down on the approach. They thought chaos would cause carnage.
Boy.
But instead, they get a calamity, and they get shut out of the B play. Astralis still winning.
I haven't heard of anybody looking for a couple of tickets to the Vitality downfall. Who's hating on Vitality?
I would say normally the people who hate the French most would be the English, but now that they've got Mezzi, there's like a buffer.
Yeah.
You know, so who else hates the French? Oh, the rest of the world.
True. It's all in good fun, though.
Yeah, I don't get it. I love Paris. The French are great. French are great. Great people.
Also, they're about as French as Liquid are Canadian, so...
Yeah, that's fair.
Which is very, by the way.
Yeah, if anything, honestly, this Vitality formula is just... Well, this round, it's not much of a formula. It's a bit of a puddle on the ramp. Nothing to show for that one. But Vitality is literally bridging the decades-long gap between the UK and France.
They're ending racism right here.
This is it. They're changing the world for the better.
Respect.
One round at a time.
Even if they lose, or less so?
Yes, because it's in our losses that we truly grow closer together.
Oh, okay, yeah. This could be the first loss
with Mezzi.
With Mezzi.
Could be. We can't get ahead of ourselves. But it is a 3-2 T-side lead, and the guns will bode well for Vitality. These last few rounds have just been so flat. Rifles should and need to make a difference, but Stown wins the duel towards mid, and you know Spinks, man, he loves to dominate top mid vertigo.
What the?
Stare just having a moment. Don't worry, bro, the voices aren't real.
Keep shooting.
Flamesy looking to swing out as the teammate has a nade in hand. Device not there to trade frag, so this is looking like a good amount of ramp control, and no trade frag on ZywOo.
Oh, bad smoke right there. See how useless these smokes are on the ramp right now.
At Apex, he's kind of lost track of Stown, who's now just a few feet deeper than they'd like. But they seem on high alert. They seem very wary.
And he's in a perfect spot. I mean, he doesn't even have to worry about an elevator player, and he gets Oh, he doesn't get info on that cross back to this. Oh, but he's got a teammate. Okay. Yeah, like Stound's position. How are they gonna?
Oh, that's how.
Okay. Just
you don't need to find him if you can react. And then off of the flash, ZywOo gets his double kill right back. Huge one from ZywOo. And as he gets smoked off an elevator, we've got Device to the clutch. Mezzi, nowhere to be found here.
Ooh, playing opposite defaults.
Oh, this is going to take some time for Mezzi to get into position. But like you said, Bomb, it's not for Device.
Yeah, there is potential for a stick now. ZywOo, holding back, just waiting, just in case.
We said ZywOo didn't really have his big moments. This round is critical.
Yes.
Guns for the first time in a few, and he makes sure that Vitality stops the bleeding.
Yeah, that was X Factor. The fact that he killed Stound, he was not ready for that put. Like, it's his first down to be on that wall at that timing. Like, how? And then the flash, that was really nice.
But he's got that lizard brain reflex, you know?
Yeah, that was a great shot.
Barrel stuffs him up close. And then poor Jabby. You know that flashbang's coming? Like, Jabby's got to look away. Like, this play here, he's got Jabby dead to rights.
This is so good.
What you going to do about it? Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide out on top mid.
Yeah, that was so good. Be Xtaz's first loss with Vitality as well, if it happened.
Yeah, this time around.
Been a good run from him so far. We haven't talked about him much. But that was also another thing. Everyone's saying, oh, you know, Zonic is the reason they won everything. They survived pretty well through a lot of changes. Magic, Sonic, Dupree. Very, very resilient.
And I do believe that's why Apex was IGL of the Year. Coach of the Year. IGL of the Year 2023. He came out in an interview and said, like, yeah, it's hard for me to get the respect I deserve.
Yeah. I think he has more fans than he realizes.
Yeah, I think it's more that. I mean, I love an Apex roast, but the respect is undeniable.
Yeah, right.
Jabby opens up. That's just Mezzi cleaned off the B site. Luckily, he wasn't there alone. Spinks on an instant trade frag. But that's going to indicate, I think, an opening towards middle. If Spinks isn't locking you out of mid, then who's there? Right now, it's ZywOo. He'll see that Stound has indeed pulled back. Bomb will be reclaimed on the route towards ramp. This is all of Astralis now occupying ramp and looking to follow through here with the exec. Utility looking healthy on both ends at the 50-second mark.
Yeah, this is where you need to have actually a reaction from the CT side. So ZywOo is that reaction, really, because they're not pushing the ramp at the moment.
But the site players can't afford to die because ZywOo's not close enough on this flank to really stop anything at all. Another smoke towards short. Flames playing in the danger zone. ZywOo comes around the corner. Nobody holding flank. BlameF takes a glance, but it's half-assed. And that's ZywOo just sliding in. He's got the timing here to a T. Easy execution onto Device and a pop-up towards the crane. Finishes down the short player, able to wrap. ZywOo's hitting him with the wall bang. It's 30 health for Stare, not enough. That play from ZywOo seals the deal.
Yeah, that's just perfect. And it's not after the exec comes in. That's why I like that. He just keeps walking forward. And also, he is really the only way to guarantee that, all right, they're not running back. And to make up for the fact that the CTs aren't playing sandbag, they don't have a double short re-aggression, they aren't playing on the site. Stacked up, they're just playing behind smokes waiting. Sometimes all you have to do in that spot is like not flash too much, right? You just, if you're on the A site and you're throwing too many grenades, that can be the only way that that flank can go wrong.
Was Spinks spotted?
He will be watched. Okay, but it doesn't matter. That's crazy.
Oh!
Hey, Spinks.
No way.
He's on a steamer.
This guy just chisels his way through 2 easy kills, both of them expecting his peak. Swing or be swung. And with that, Vitality looking at a 5th round win. Unless Jabby can get into his antics, the B site, but Mezzi's going to win the head-to-head.
Back in the game.
Mezzi will be important if this half starts to lean towards that B site a little bit.
Wait a second.
Oh, crash maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Hopefully.
Yeah. yeah.
Not that I wish it on him,
a little
but
older.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, maybe there is an age limit in Counter-Strike.
How old's Device? Actually, 26 or 27?
26 or 7? A young man.
He did a local LAN in Toronto. Shout out to Alex.
28.
Helping run the event. But it was so funny. He was just like, every player that was there was like, 19 or 20 years old, right?
Yeah.
And Alex would go, how old are you again? After they'd lose. How old are you again? Like, 20. He's like, well, you're on your way out anyway. Grilling him.
I do like that our player base is a little older. Counter-Strike player's been around mostly for a long time. I mean,
Yeah,
we need the fresh faces too, but
nah, it's nice. I think there's like a pretty perfect balance.
Yeah.
With top teams and the donks to the snappies.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I think there's a great balance.
Yes, sir.
Donk and Snappy almost 2 people apart.
2 people. 2 peoples in a pod. And a boost from Device over top. Will Mezzi get caught off? I just said he's going to have to be important as this game starts to lean his way.
Oh, they don't have a flash for him. That would be golden.
Ooh, we saw a little skin.
If they get this kill with someone else, he's going to literally run so fast into the site.
Spinks is here to help out. It's 2 defenders confirmed, and Spinks takes one down. They all just want to set up Device. And if they can magnetize the CTs further forward, then there's a chance. Sure enough. Spinks, ooh, he goes down. Device. Oh, can't manage the 3rd kill. You get a 3rd there on Zywoo, then you're talking. But he is still on his own, and he's worried about the mid-wrap. Here's both sets of feet on site. Flash comes over. Jabby's going to offer up a deagle kill. Ooh, getting a little sketchy, considering that is unarmored pistols. But 2 stand at the end for Vitality as they continue to grow that lead.
Yeah, nice kills. Lots of damage, lots of money, and got a jovial Astralis, which is good about celebrating the fact that it got close on a round they didn't really come into with anything. First time out for them. I mean, Vitality at least showed some teeth this half and caught back into it. But it really did feel like they were playing from behind for a second.
Nice to see Device at the top of the board now after that round. I think that yesterday, he just wasn't called on, really, versus Falcons.
Yeah, even in map 1, he didn't do that much. He came through the couple key rounds at the end. But
I feel like this is his most impactful half so far at the event. We're only 3 maps in. 4 now. But that's kind of
counting, nerd.
Yeah. 4, 5. Corner. Ooh, 2 smokes. Who's going to thrive between them? Flames decides to take the risk. But sorry, buddy, you are now locked in. You're not going anywhere for free. That's fine by him. He wants his fight. He'll nail it. Nade to the corner, but he loses his support, so suddenly this is a really tempting second kill for Astralis. If they can get him out of this, that's 2 of the 8 players down, and sure enough, he had nowhere to go and nobody to throw nades. Man advantage, Astralis on ramp.
Yeah, and that could have been okay if it's like 1 for 1. But there's a walk back, a drop down inside of the B site. The Ts are coming with tempo as the CTs are starting to leave. There's no re-clear on the A ramp, so they're doing this blind. Mezzi will pull guard. The T's come forward. This is a great opportunity, and they run maybe a little early, but the kill comes in.
Spinks can't manage to hold the cross. That's 2 frags out for Astralis. Even with that bit of a sprint that gave Mezzi the high alert, it is still just clean kills from every member of Astralis.
That was a That was like more like a heroic call, I'd say.
Zywoo, what are you up to?
I guess just walk in and...
I'll just walk in, win the round, you know?
They're pretty far from it.
They're very far from it. He is an incendiary, but he wouldn't expect them to have evacuated the bomb site, so...
That's respect. That's respect.
Zywoo at 11-5. Doesn't want to get too crazy.
Yeah.
Save it for the next one.
I mean, fundamentally speaking, Astralis could have taken that to A and it would have still been the right play. But that's why I say it sort of felt like a heroic call in the sense of that walk back on the rotation. It's not fast, but because they started walking fast, it felt very, very ahead of the time. And Vitality were not exactly clear about what they wanted to try to do. They dropped down to clear things out. Zywoo said, well, they haven't pushed yet on the A site, so they peeled back out of B. And then they just fought from regular positions.
Yeah, and Mezzi had a smoke grenade, so I mean, if he was even able to just smoke off bottom stairs...
That's a good point.
He would have maintained a good amount of map control, could have made that wishy-washy decision-making weird.
No, that's a good thing to point out. He might have been holding that for the thought that it's a retake smoke.
Instead, it's an irrelevant smoke, never gets thrown, he dies, and Astralis take their 4th win off of it. This time it's instant lower B control from Vitality, though, wasting no time to post 2. Apex and Device damaged early. As he hanging around here, frag grenade for the peak. Jabby sees nothing up top, but there is indeed 2 set up for this fight.
Oh, man.
Clean.
Yeah. With the nades on the A ramp, they were trying to elicit this push, and they got it when they wanted it.
Now, Spinks has an entire belt of utility. 4 grenades still to go. Looking to get a little use out of them. That'll hold off Blame F and the execute, but it is indeed a B hit coming.
Yeah, full kits.
Zywoo will help out by killing 1 on A, but can Spinks hold the line? Perfect frag grenade to finish off Device, and then he sidelines down Blame F and Jabby.
Damn, it's a perfect play.
Rock solid Spinks every time.
That's shades of what we saw yesterday on Inferno, running through the smoke. It's his own smoke. A perfect use of every sort of piece of utility and positioning that was afforded to him by that utility on top of the aim as well.
And yesterday he made a great argument for the M4A4 on that 4-player spray down A-site Inferno.
He said, let me steel man the position for the A1S as well.
Yeah.
I've got all the arguments. Just for fun.
Zywoo loving that one. Understandably, Vitality keeping Astralis at a distance here as they look to secure an 8th on the CT side.
This has felt like a long half. I mean, there's been so much that has gone on.
Yeah. A lot of nice mid-rounding, I think. Back and forth between sites. Ooh, Zywoo. Uncharacteristic little impact. 3 frags come out from Astralis towards A. Mid-hold is a 1 and done, and it looks like Astralis in the end do grab themselves their 5th. You know Mezzi's the B anchor. You expect him to swing. A little firework out of nowhere here for the Danes to keep this game tight.
And Device, there's a lot of voices on the team, like Stown just said, him and Yabi speak a lot about the team. Blame us, the IGL. You obviously give a lot of input and insight. So what's your angle been like for working on building this new roster with Blame and 2 new players?
I mean, for sure, I feel like naturally I've taken maybe a little step back on some aspects of the game. I think I also am a little bit more calm doing that now with the quality we've gotten. It feels natural. I also do think CS2 plays a little bit differently with the orbing style. I think everyone kind of needs to figure out how to be as impactful as they were before and not just go with a rifle, which is kind of exciting sometimes to just think like, yeah, fucked up. But yeah, sure, I mean, like, I'm just really happy to be a part of the team together with the 2 new guys. I think they have like a lot of potential and a lot of quality coming from their like philosophy of CS, and we're trying to make it all come together and make everyone feel as they are 20% of the team. I think that's really important to achieve like team success and not just glimpses of it. everyone needs to find their groove and their role, and some people take a step back on some maps and have a more influential role on other maps, and I think that's just where we kind of need to find out how everything comes together as a unit.
Has it been overblown the way people have talked about the roles with Stan and Jabby coming into the team? Or is it actually quite a big challenge to try to build a roster with them?
I think they've changed a lot, but I think what goes like unsaid is like Stair, who has transitioned into a completely different role.
Yeah.
And I think he's just killing it. Like, he has been a part of why I think Stan and Jabby both have like some of the same roles, and they can like have some sense of security in how they play, because he's changed everything. So big credit to him. I think he's doing amazingly. And as you said, of course, it's both new roles, but it's also how you play those roles. I think like, yeah, playing, let's just say, Door on Nuke can be played 20 different ways. So it's also about fitting into the entire structure and not just holding that position. So I think it's, as I said, a little bit like the philosophies coming together and understanding how you move as a unit around the map that makes or breaks how your role is played and how good it's played. And I think that's just something that naturally takes time. So yeah, it's just a work in progress, but it's also a really exciting work in progress because we have so much quality.
Device always the professional and absolutely inside the server for this second map. 14-7 is his score after this first half. I mean, 3 multi-kill rounds, just constantly up there, bro. 120 ADR.
And it was like 2 kills at once.
All
in
the
a lot
impact
of these
all the
situations.
time.
Very explosive. Very explosive.
Dare I say it again, man? I think the head-to-head between him and ZywOo's just in this series now still leaning to his favor.
Yeah, ZywOo's definitely not having an amazing series. He had a couple of good rounds in there, though, that half. But overall, it's a weaker Vitality. I mean, Vitality 13-0'd OG yesterday.
Yep.
They look like they came in with a proper start. They haven't had to heat up into the beginning of the season. So this speaks to Astralis' strength, and I think they've actually, imposed themselves on Vitality in a way that now they're a little bit worried. I mean, they've got to look around and try because, again, they've got a long streak. 2 tournaments straight, no losses at all. And Astralis, the team that everyone was doubting, who have honestly had, struggles for years to find a roster that has been anywhere near this good on paper. And it might be coming together for them. We'll see.
Very much leaning back in this pistol. Astralis looked like they wanted to give him the sight, but Stown says, I'll hold him back a little. Apex catching the trade frag on that one. Oof, over the wall. Try to press into him, and Spinks just connects between the eyes. We've got a flank coming out from Astralis at least. That is Blame F on the hold. But nobody's covering bomb.
Yeah.
Plant safe behind tower, you're good. But if you die here, then the rest of them have to peel back. They've figured out.
But Blame can run too, actually. I mean, this is a good position for Vitality, but it's not one.
And Jabby's still going to be a nuisance. You're not getting to that site without a fight. Jabby can't manage a second, but he at least evens this one out.
Blame ran early too.
He's close enough to still cause problems. The T's evacuate back around short.
And now they know it's a short play. Doubled up.
And Blame stays on sandbags. Easy execute on Flames. They didn't know about where Blame got off to. 4 health for Apex. Look how frustrated he is mid-clutch. Because he's sitting on 4 health, he knows he is doomed unless Jabby gets closer. No defuse yet. Jabby gets the kill. They jump on bomb. They've got 10 seconds, all good.
He actually almost walked away from that. If Apex didn't shoot back, there was a small chance that they don't have time to defuse. They're tilted about the way they lost this, but that's really well played. I mean, like when you look at Jabby super composed in that spot inside of middle, he's still making risky decisions at every step of the way. When he's in elevator holding that line towards the site, Vitality don't think he would be there because they had 3 of them and they could have fanned out.
All right, let's go, guys. Huh?
Yep, let's go.
Yep. Good side.
Yeah, it was a good side. We made some stopping mistakes, but it's fine. We go into our stronger side now. Just step up everyone together.
I wonder if they can understand him.
Yeah.
But
don't worry too much, lad. Just focus on your crosshair coming into this second half, lad. Win this round, I'll give you a chicken and a can of Coke. Or something like that. Something like that. Sorry, what were you saying?
A chicken pot pie.
Take it to Greg's. And Jimmy Jones. Jabby getting it on. Close on Tetris. You're not getting past Jabby. He's got Stown behind him. I love that, again, Astralis have just split this team down the middle. We've got X-Heroic over on B, and ZywOo's managed to get both of them. A little space here for his teammate to come and join him. That's the bomb carrier in Mezzi. But that flank from Stairs, the smoke fades, should be, or maybe not. Because ZywOo turns back around on smoke, catches his third. Up to 15 and 7. We were waiting for ZywOo to show up, and now he most certainly has.
We have a Molly and an HE here for Device. One in the open. ZywOo with another frag.
Oh, there it is. Give him enough time, and you are destined to get a piece of ZywOo.
He's collecting them like baseball cards. That's crazy.
That is the X factor. That's Mezzi's impact as well. He ran over, drops bomb, goes deep for control. ZywOo tethers off him nicely. 4 kills out of ZywOo. They know that is his round, his impact.
Yeah.
And Vitality shake him up early.
Ooh, that's a sick one, man.
It's the second time in this series the Vitality take the pistol momentum away.
Oh, okay. Little crane peek to rattle them up. It was just a deagling round, but now it's 5v4. At least they protect the gun fully. Walk-up's coming through, and another great shot back.
Short still a little sketchy, but Flames can go and clear it. There's a chance someone's in the smoke, I suppose, but they should have their guard down for now. All good. Call it quits. Let the 9th one go. And that was 5 sets of Kevlar, so still worthy of a save. ZywOo back where he belongs. Top in the charts here on Vertigo.
Showstopper. Chart topper. Big Papa. Best performance, Oscar.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I think I'd be good at that job. Just make it sound effects in the, you know, like a hype man. That's what they're called, right?
It said,
man?
Yeah. Yeah, I could do ad libs.
Yeah.
It could be your angle, like super late ad libs.
Yeah, just really delayed ones. Delayed ones. Moments of silence.
Think of great ones that just come out like a minute later. Not again.
I wonder if you could cast like that. If there was some kind of casting meta where it's just like hyper delayed reactions.
It's called casting from NA.
I respect the triple man boost, but they're not going to give you anything to shoot at here, Vitality. Leaning back on the ZywOo ramp hold. Cautious as ever, Vitality making sure that they don't fall victim to any shenanigans. The shenanigans are on the other half of the map, gentlemen. B is yours for the taking.
Depends on how the rest of this map goes, but ZywOo could have made this feel like a stomp almost.
Bomba plant.
The late reaction,
right?
Okay, yeah.
We'll try it out. We'll see. We'll see.
to say no, the game's not over. I also think that like Vitality's round wins are not impressive because of the teamwork on Vertigo here. It's been the individual level more so. That could all change right now, and they definitely have enough rounds. But I think, as for Astralis, I think they recognize the opportunity at hand to start the season off with a win. So they're definitely going to be working hard for every map, no matter what. And Vitality is more of a pressure thing. They're just supposed to win.
Yeah.
Never a fun spot to be in.
I mean, and all like the tail of Vitality as well was like we're getting this great individual uptick in Apex, who's not having negative events. In fact, you know, ended World Finals with like a 1.1 rating. Mezzi, his turnaround from Fall Finals to World Finals. We were all coming to expect domination from Vitality as they sat pretty on their 9-match win streak. Mid control unraveled for now. We get the quick peek out from behind green. This player in Device is able to hold off B-site because mid was so low, and they're lucky that there was no follow-through in middle. Smoke grenade kept that bomb back.
This is awkward from the CT side. I mean, B players are starting to come in now.
But everything this round just kind of got a little delayed. Mid gets turned around because of the smoke. B hold held off. Stair goes for the wide swing. That's 2 players confirmed on site, 1 unknown.
They have utility to pull this off.
Oh, great damage.
Oh, and they got 1 kill, but it's 2v2. Oh.
Nice return.
Spoke too soon.
Device over the top of construction, just peels the head off Spinks. Let's see it, ZywOo. Yeah. He locks in, expectant of a Blame F flank, and sure enough, he's correct. Deep down on the stairs. And a frag versus Device taking no damage. Trajectory of the nades, he knows what's up. Blame F in the open, and ZywOo from quad with a clutch.
Still hungry, still wants more. Working overtime now. Jesus. He kind of played that like it was still a 2v1 in the end.
Dude,
you know?
He saw the grenade come through and he was still looking at
worried
green.
About someone else.
He's thinking about next round.
Already thinking about next round, right? He's practicing for future rounds.
Yeah, that was weird. He actually for a second convinced me that there was another player.
I looked twice to check, just because it's him.
You're not going to get through that thick skin. It's a meaty man. On an MP9 this round. Ooh, yeah. That'll quiet him down a little.
Yeah, until ZywOo pulls off another clutch.
I love that Apex just lives vicariously through his teammates' performances.
Yeah, he gets to double down when it's him or when it's ZywOo.
But we always criticize teams that have pop-offs, and then once they start playing poorly or losing, then they get all clammed up and quiet.
Yeah.
I can say Apex is loud all the time, no matter how poor his individual level. Go for it, man. Confidence is king. See if that one Deagle sets up Astralis for an upset here. Vitality on the brink of securing an 8K.
Though.
Oh, okay.
They know that it's still all these players coming into the B site.
They know it should be stacked. They're ready for the fights. It's just lesser hardware here for Astralis. And sure enough, Spinks burns 1 and catches Stair and closes this one out. A 12th round added to the tally for Vitality. And of course, now with this damning of a scoreline, with as strong as a start that Astralis had at the beginning of the second map.
I'll say the story is definitely that this map was closer than the score would tell you. There was some crazy stuff out of ZywOo here, especially in the second half to make this gap as wide as it is, but
he's sitting on a 3.0 kill-death ratio.
He pulled out the special maneuvers here.
That's the clutches this second map as well, going the way of Vitality. Back on Mirage, there was 2 successful clutch rounds, both to Astralis, none for Vitality.
What's actually really cool is Overpass is the third map.
Ooh, sign me up.
Yeah, Overpass.
Sign me
2 heroic
up.
players and old Astralis, which is one of their best maps already. That's also another really cool one.
We're eating good tonight.
This matchup, these two teams, we get kind of the best of their map pools. Certainly feels like Astralis are going to be playing a lot more Vertigo. picked it once. They might lose it here, but I think they still have shown some good stuff.
ZywOo has absolutely turned this game upside down, and Astralis just can't keep up.
Yeah, this has definitely been best player in the world difference.
See if it comes back through on map 3. If we get there sooner than later, Flames the opening kill again. And ramp just really hasn't been a good time for Astralis. Device will slide down into the corner. ZywOo. You're not going to pull it over him. He's ready for the next one off of the nade. Knows it. There's his next victim. 2 kills for ZywOo. 25 frags potentially on this map. Stown decides it ain't over just yet. His A site holds strong. We've got the bomb still in the dirt. We've got a gunfight unfolding on A as Mezzi goes deep into B. Jabby climbing over construction. Mezzi's making this one weird.
Yeah, I mean, he heard about this.
Jabby could definitely offer something. We saw that 2v5 come through from these exact same players back on Mirage. We'll see if they can pull it off a second time in the series. Mezzi hangs on, gets his, and Stown is now in need of an ace. 3 frags deep.
Spinks late.
That's almost 4, but not enough. Not this time. Your Mirage may have been strong, but Vertigo cut from a different cloth. Vitality proved that this is going to be an uphill battle. We said it would be impressive if Astralis could take a map. Well, they still have a chance at this series. Overpass, anyone's for the taking.
We're going to a third map, and it's been a little bit of a brawl for these teams. This was much closer than I think a lot of people expected. Babsky, like you mentioned, Astralis hadn't even had that much time to play Vertigo, and yet they put on such a good show. So let's break it down as we take a look at both of these teams. Vitality obviously taking the victory, so we'll start with them. What did you think of their performance on Vertigo?
He's such a joy to watch. ZywOo, I think overall he's the main one popping off. I think there's a lot of rounds that is solely dependent on him winning them. So I think this is what we will like to see from ZywOo. And I also have a couple of clips that I want to talk over. I think we see round 14 where it really starts from ZywOo, how he's able to really dive into the game and really take over from the get-go. I think here we have a situation where Astralis actually gets in a good position. They get the trades, they 5v3, and then you think Steven has a great duel, but then ZywOo with the freaking Galil strafes on him and just puts him out of the server. Okay, then we have at least one guy behind him. He's going to be able to finish him. He gets out of the smoke and also manages to get that one. It's just the difference and the luxury of having a player like him on your team.
But you do have to give him the space to perform, right?
Yeah, he's a very much... I actually don't agree with that too much because I think he actually can create the space himself. I think if you set Symbol or Nico, I think you see a lot of players putting them out there for him. He's very willing to go first if he needs to. I think he's just a very complete player.
Overall, if you took a look at ZywOo, obviously #1 player last year in the rankings, what is it that you think he brings to Vitality, other than that incredible performance, that allows them to rise above everyone else?
I think he gives a confidence to his team that they will always get 1 round or 2 from him. I think this is the benefit of having him on the roster. I don't think there's anyone who's on the same level as him. And when you have that in your team, it doesn't put as much pressure on everyone else. Messi and Flames, they wouldn't be able to step in a team like this and be the star players if ZywOo wasn't there. So it's just a perfect combination.
As we look at some ZywOo highlights from Vertigo, it was a map pick that surprised you. It surprised a lot of people. What did you think of Vitality's Vertigo?
I think it was impressive. I think it was great. I would have expected the Inferno, but I like to see them change up the map pool a little bit. But I think in the end, it was the guy making the difference. I think Astralis could have made it closer, but the stat speaks for itself.
It wasn't just ZywOo, though. There must have been more that they were able to do here that you saw.
Yeah, I think the combination of Spinks lurk mid, obviously he's been one of the best in the world when it comes to lurking on this mid position, but I actually also think Astralis played some other rounds great. We spoke about their T side a little bit, but I kind of want to dive into a round where I think both teams play a good round, but in the end Astralis actually plays the double mind games and wins it regardless. So if we can get the clip up from round 15, is it round 10 or 15? If I can remember, let's just get it on the screen.
I think it's round 10.
You're correct. But here we see actually they're going for the A play. They get the trades in their favor, Astralis. And then Vitality realizes, okay, after we lose these kills, we need some information. They're willing to take the play. So after the trades are coming in, we see him get caught in the corner. And then they're actually going to push B for the information, which is a very good play normally. they get the information, but Astralis is quick to realize that this is too good to be true. We need to go back and realize that it's clear. They thought that Vitality played it perfect. They did. So it's the double mind games coming in. They run up to the B side, and there's only one single player here, and they trade it out.
Were you surprised by Astralis' Vertigo?
I was surprised that they had the structure to do a play like this. It's not easy to read it because there's so much stuff going on, like nades and all these sorts of things. And then in the middle of the round, you do the perfect timing to realize, okay, we need to go back because we think they're going to stack A now.
What else did they do right? Because it was a much closer scoreline than I think a lot of people expected.
I think they also played the team play better. I think there are a lot of situations where I would expect Astralis actually to win. We highlighted that round with ZywOo. BlameF behind him in the smoke. That's a win round normally, but ZywOo just does magical stuff.
I'm curious as to what you think of the performance overall now. When you take a look at what Astralis has brought to the table, what Vitality has brought to the table today in comparison to yesterday, what are you thinking about the teams?
I think it came down to the expectations. I also don't think you will have to disagree on this one. We saw Astralis yesterday play well, but it was against Falcons. But today we see it against Vitality as well. I think that is what is the most impressive for me.
So I do actually agree with you. I think that Astralis, this is I was about to say the real competition, and that's not fair because I do think Falcons has the potential to be the real competition, but it was their first debut on LAN. For me, Astralis looks really good. Going up against the world's best, they look confident, but there's like this weird dynamic now with Vitality where they're not as loud and as confident. We saw Apex, obviously, on map 1 getting a bit mouthy. That seems to have changed. They look confused almost, maybe is the word.
I think he got them back together. I think there were some rounds in the start of the game. I think we saw the pistol round. He even got confused a little bit or frustrated with that happening. But I don't disagree with you. But I think one thing that's really interesting is that when I spoke to Sonic about ZywOo, he says you have to count in as your opponent that you're going to lose 1 to 2 rounds per game or match against ZywOo solely. Like he's going to win you a 1D ground where he's going to go up that ramp, kill 2 free people, and then give you a free side. Like it's just something that happens almost every time.
Is there a way to shut him down though?
I mean, there's so many players that have tried over the years, but I don't think anyone has found the secret plan yet.
How do you now, we're obviously going to get ready for Overpass, and we'll talk about that in a bit, but if you take a look at what Vitality did on Vertigo, if you're one of the other teams that are watching this, because obviously with the major coming up, everyone's got eyes on them, would you say that maybe they don't look as strong and as undefeatable as we've said?
You can go with the angle that Vitality are struggling, or you can go with the angle that Astralis is really playing up to their best level. So I think it's difficult to judge.
And you're going with Astralis?
No, I actually think Vitality is not playing up to their best. But I also think Astralis is actually bringing some stuff that we haven't seen from this roster before.
I'm going to give you this, Bubsky. I've given you a hard time. I said that you were paid by the Astralis PR machine. I have been...
But I did go with the Vitality one for the 2-1 today.
You did, but I have given you a hard time. And the truth of it is, I'm going to say that... I'm not going to say sorry, because I've had fun doing that, but I am going to say that I think that you're right. Astralis is playing fantastic Counter-Strike, and maybe, just maybe, something magical could happen today for them.
I think many of us expected it to take longer time. I think when you saw them being signed, I would expect to be like, 2-3 months, then maybe we see a good roster. I wouldn't expect it from the first tournament.
It's very interesting. A map apiece for Vitality and Astralis. We're going to take a quick break so that you can get some refreshments, and when we get back, we're moving into Overpass.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my God.
Every time I see that promo for the finals, I get so hyped. I think it is going to be so exciting heading to the UK, Babski. We talk about this every single time we see it because I love to talk about how much fun those finals are going to be.
The arena events is why you play CS. Like I've obviously got cut off for playing a little bit with Astralis, but I've played some as well, and I think just the atmosphere that you bring to the table on these type of tournaments is just a different thing. I think we're going to be looking into Astralis being super hungry to get there, but they'll first have to go through Overpass.
Not just Astralis, Vitality as well. Both of these teams are going to want to be in that arena, and of course, what they need to do is win this match, because then they are one step closer. They can go back to the hotel and prep till Saturday. It's not all doom and gloom, though. The team that loses, they're not out of it just yet. They can keep fighting, but of course, winning is always the easier route through, right?
Yeah, and I hope it starts with the knife round, because we've seen Astralis on the T side of Overpass, and it's been miserable time and time again. I remember seeing some of the demos from last year with Glaive and BlameF on the roster. They got 1 or 2 rounds every single time, I feel like. So it's not been great for Astralis. I think with the new roster, they have a lot of potential to rebuild it, because they did once become very good at it.
Were you surprised that they left this in as a potential decider? Because, I mean, obviously, do you think that they're okay with that at least?
I think they're in a period of exploration. They need to find their map pool, they need to find their footing, and you only do that by playing the best teams and on their best maps.
Obviously, we saw the stats, though. I mean, coming into this, Vitality probably feeling a lot more confident.
Yeah, for sure. I think they have... Actually, Overpass was one of the maps that people tried to punish pick Vitality on, but they've shown time and time again that they are still very comfortable playing this map, but it looks like they're starting on the T side.
I'm also giggling because we obviously mentioned that they were looking a little bit, I want to say sad. I said they looked a little bit sad, but they're back to loud noises. Saw them eating some snacks during the break, so maybe that helped. And they're obviously now, they seem quite confident.
I would also, free snacks is the best. I'm also devouring everything behind the scene.
I mean, I don't think it's the free snacks, but they're obviously happy with how this has played out.
Oh, they're still knifing. I was so terrible at knifing when I played.
Really?
But it did look like Astralis once, regardless of what I said before. I thought they were already on the T side, but they didn't knife yet.
They didn't knife yet.
They even have the UK as Messi with the shank. Like, they should be able to get that guy.
I mean, that's what people from the UK are famous for, right?
Now they are, for sure.
We're getting ready to go into this. How do you think it's going to play out?
I'm going to go with the favorites. I still keep that 2-1. I hope and believe that's Vitality is the correct winner and the correct team to be placed in London.
So you don't think Astralis is able to cause an upset here?
With that CT side start, you're starting to convince me, but I'll stay true to myself and keep with the 2-1.
There we go. We're keeping to the 2-1. We still believe that Vitality is going to take it, but there is a chance. Astralis is looking pretty strong. We're going to head straight into game now.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, Sam. We haven't had a chance to flap our gums yet, okay? We got to talk a little.
Okay.
Okay, look pretty and whatnot.
Why don't you start with the odds?
GG Bet odds have this one favored as Vitality's third to win. Series could be theirs for the taking. I think I'm on par with that.
Last map.
Pardon?
It was so close last map.
Yeah.
It was 4 odds the first map, then it was almost dead even map 2. So, but I think all the odds have been kind of fair so far. We saw that Astralis really were up to the challenge
100%.
After yesterday, but we also have found that they are playing against the best player in the world.
Yes.
What the hell was that? ZywOo on Vertigo, X Factor every single round in that second half. Into now Overpass, an incredibly strong map for them, but a very curious one because I bet this is something that they have worked on, and I think it'll also be a plug-and-play upgrade. I think what I'm most curious about is seeing BlameF play CT side as he was playing coN. Very, very aggro, and I wonder if he's going to need to do that with this new Astralis lineup and what kind of aggro they're going to take.
You know, if we're still questioning the depth of Astralis, that's one thing. I think it's fair to be hesitant with some back and forth online results and with how long they've been out of being at the very top. But if there's one other thing beyond Mirage that I expect something special from Astralis, it has to be Overpass. And who better to test it against
than the world's #1. But if ZywOo shows up and does on map 3 what he did on map 2, they could already be out of this. Somebody has to go world class from Astralis. If only they had one of the best oppers in history.
They got the 2 best oppers in Denmark. They can do it.
There is no doubt in my mind they could do it. But it all boils down to today. BlameF inside of Connector versus Apex. Apex, you done. Shot to the back of the head, didn't clear his corner, pays the piper. But this does open the possibility of the B commit. You don't have any short control, but you've already got Spinks and Bomb out from Monster. Go for a plant, you've got money in your back pocket. Stound's trying to get him to chase in so that Jabby from the corner can kill him. Burst fire is not gonna work, Chief.
Getting baited.
And no bomb plants either. I mean, Mezzi sat down here with no teammates. They're on A, and he gets flanked from T spawn. So this one's starting to go south real quick. And this is majority pistols in the series going the way of Astralis.
Yeah, they're looking good on the pistols. There's some great movements. I mean, they tricked almost every Vitality player in that round. Whether it was Apex not clearing something out or that short push going south. Astralis look every bit as smart as them in some situations, which is just not what teams look like versus Vitality right now.
What's that burst clock all about, Spinks? What you doing, bud?
Yeah, something different. Just got to be different, eh?
I guess if you're pushing what you think is Stound on 5 HP.
Is that a good situation to put burst?
Well, I feel like, you know he's on 5 health, hit him with the burst. Shoots fast.
Okay, maybe that's what he was thinking.
Jabby in the corner. Didn't see it coming. Ooh, pistols chasing quickly. Glock's getting the better of BlameF. And Device will mop up a couple, but now his gun's empty. Luckily, help from Connector. 3 kills for Denmark's #1 op.
Historically, there's only one good burst Glock player on Earth.
Who's that?
It was JW.
Oh, yeah, that's history, all right.
He would like aim at the feet and then all the way up to the head. And it worked. Versus armor.
Well, now everybody's got armor, everybody's got guns. The show is on the road. No off immediately for either team. Molotovs gonna keep ZywOo at bay. Man, we already talked about, even on like the old Astralis with the less star-studded roster, the whole Device, BlameF, upper A setup. Now you've got Stound in your Connector. Like, we get it, guys. You're stacking talent. This half of the map seems rock solid. Let's see if they can put it into practice. ZywOo.
Yeah, there's also 0. I think there's no demos to watch. Well, let's see. They played in the RMR.
Oh, he's playing with grenades, but anticipating BlameF to get up to his usual antics. Good call out there, holding off the long push. Stound slides out. He gets a duel versus Connector. But don't forget, there's a third player in this puzzle. Device is losing support on both ends. He's going to have to do something himself. He will catch ZywOo off guard. Knows that front bathrooms is occupied. Clean second. No way. Device. Solo 3-man hold.
The full disengage. He clears this out. Does he flip around? Apex right behind him.
30 seconds to the clock. Spinks or Apex is going to have to grab bomb back, but they're still so cautious about the approach. This was all Device.
Yeah.
To set it up as possible. Can Jabby close it out? Time is an issue. Jabby sliding outwards, gets the bomb plant, or rather the carrier, and Spinks will recover it with enough time. Spinks versus Stare in a critical 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the bomb's going to get planted A side, especially with that push coming in, but Spinks is just wondering if he's just going to get pushed and die, and Stare, does he walk too late? He does.
Spinks now on high alert, loves a headshot. He's got the advantage of the cover. Goes for the duel, tags him down a bit. Stare just stranded out in the open, but he still wins.
Wow, the double dink.
And Astralis are gonna close it, all thanks to Device.
Damn, yeah. Yeah, all thanks to Device. And the situation almost went south even with that 3K from the top of bathrooms.
That's Astralis' second 3v5 of the night.
And there have been unlikely rounds going back and forth. I mean, on Vertigo, we had Vitality win a lot of rounds that they shouldn't have as well. It's made for a great match so far.
Nice!
it did not feel like Stair was going to win that. Spinks looked like the one who was confident with the swings coming out with that double dink.
All right, feeling fiery. Apex on nothing but a scout. We've got pistols behind him, but it is a whole pack of players in this forward setup. It gets Flames. Flame, 3 kills. Oh, no, excuse me. It's down to here.
Oh my God.
The help out. Nade goes too deep. Not a problem. BlameF cleans up from Fountain, gets that third in the end.
4-0.
I'm telling you, you could just feel that they're ready to fight on overpass.
Dude, they worked hard on their overpass with their last lineup. That, you know, wasn't very good, obviously. And I think it's their CT side that was like very stand out to me. And now, as you pointed out, I mean, Blame was already doing aggressive CT A side stuff, but now they have Stown and Con, where he was trying to play there aggressively, but he can still do A side stuff. Let Stown have Con entirely to himself. There's a lot more trust, I think, with the two new players, than there was with Borup and Buzz from before.
Yep.
Where they used to just stick him in B and say, okay, just like,
good luck,
all hold it down together.
Little spam damage coming through, warning of what's to come. Now Device swinging the big green. But he's down on B site right now, posted close monster. Dealing with a little bit of a flashbang problem. No resistance as they get into the bathrooms. You know, usually by this point, they've already fought BlameF, Stown, and Device. But minute mark, half of bathrooms belongs to each squad. Device still waiting, patient as ever. And the patience pays off, nullifying Spinks at the start of this map, 1 in 5. Flamesy around Divider.
I just love when you watch Device hold an angle. You know he's got the advantage. He got shot, but it was still his.
Yeah, even in CS2. BlameF from the corner, good to go.
Damn, okay.
Not getting past him. Broad shoulders, holds the line, makes sure no entry available for Vitality. Even the save seems dangerous as the CTs look a little closer. ZywOo knows this one's already gone.
Yeah.
5-0 start.
Wash, 5-0 start.
This, we're getting somewhere.
Seriously. I did one unlucky or bad on ZywOo.
That one time he blew it on overpass, right?
It was on overpass, yeah.
What was his
score
1 in
14.
1 in 14.
It was truly unlucky though.
Not even a sliver of bad?
It was actually 100% unlucky. 1 frame dead every single peak.
Came into today, showed up at the studio, and recognized this was a big chance for Astralis to start to bury what was a pretty sad start to this project. Sad for multiple reasons. Sad for the performances that they were able to put forward at BetBoom, or the lack of performance. Sad just in the way this team came together. It wasn't one of celebration for the Stown and Jabby combo.
It wasn't a beautiful PR moment.
No, the whole entire move just kind of, you know, it had this certain negative aura all around it.
Yeah.
We lost Heroic after a great year from them in the move of all. We heard Bubsky yesterday on the desk say that speaking to Stown, like he just had to get off the internet. Couldn't deal with the messages coming his way.
He's not built for that.
And not everybody is. And I think for the first time in his career, really, actually, not the first time, he's had other moments too, but for, you know, this was a big one, right? To turn your back on Cadian, when I feel like the public had kind of built them up as like this brotherly love that was going to last forever. There was just a lot of negativity around it, and you can bury all of that. Bury all of it by beating Vitality on LAN in a best of 3, the first best of 3 loss that this 5 has had to deal with. You are 8 rounds away.
At the end of the day, if you win, it makes up for everything else.
And that's the beauty of it. I remember even when he came out with that like PR statement that apparently wasn't PR but was his own words.
Yeah. I mean, look at our toxic GOAT symbol.
Yeah.
Won so much.
It's like,
just like this.
Just stop worrying about it.
Just love him in the end, you know?
Don't worry about the noise, man. Just
keep winning.
I don't need you to be a good person. I just need you to be a good player.
Yeah. Goes with anything in life. People care about your product. That's it.
Yeah. So we know that this one would be the best possible way for Astralis to start 2024.
Yeah.
And after years of waiting for this organization to return to their former glory, you win this matchup, you have a great week to start the year. I think I speak for a lot of people when I say, okay, we're watching. With all that said, ZywOo's still in the server. But it is a slow start coming out of Vitality. ZywOo, Spinks, Mezzi, 2 kills between the 3 of them. 5 rounds into this game. Ready for the peek. Oh, he does not miss. When he is on the angle, he does not miss. One common trend between Mirage and Overpass, 2 maps devices had ZywOo's number. BlameF not going to get away with the same corner this time. Caught Apex with it in the pistol. Gets found out to the deagle of Mezzi. And there's still some legs to stand on here for Vitality. That's 3 AKs and a couple pieces of utility at 45 seconds to work.
Still, they'd have to bottle it. 40 seconds, just the amount of... they have a smoke, but they...
It just got thrown. Jabby throws it down.
Okay.
But he's actually up towards A, so it lands, and they flash right before it.
And they see everything.
That flash and fight does cost them Stared. Stoun's here on his own. Beautiful headshot.
Flash does nothing.
Completely counters out Spinks. Apex Flames on the approach. Everybody's here now. Stacked up bomb site. There you go. Smoke at the perfect moment. Flash with a peek behind it. All the info, and then the headshots. 6 rounds flawless so far.
Yeah, super well handled. Good from beginning to end. All their timings are right. And yeah, since this like workshop they've done, they the only game that Astralis had played with this lineup was at the Copenhagen Games Week. Like the sort of like
where they played for fun.
They played for fun. Like I think they got like an appearance fee and just
no
played
prize
for fun.
pool.
And Device got 32 kills in that map. They won.
And he's not going to stop here. Another one for Device. Oh, Device on A site overpass. It's never gets old.
Yeah.
The fact that it just allows BlameF to play down in connectors, Stound to float around on bathrooms.
Yeah, Overpass was a key part of the map pool for Astralis, and they really invented this map, I think, for everyone else. And, yeah, Device opping it was the guy to watch if you wanted to figure out how to do it correctly. Now, Overpass in the map, that's a lot about this monster smoke timing. How many you've got to refresh it, and what happens when the exec comes in. Everyone's got a different way of looking at it. Like, if it's Kerrigan, he waits wood wall, jiggles twice, waits for a flash, and then swings as they're entering. Some people like to double up left side monster. Playing back is usually not an option unless you have a lot of grenades to work with, like mollies, so they can't run through. And I think this is the perfect way to settle into this. Oh, but Stare gives that one away.
Blame pulls one back at the same time, though, so nothing's for free. Stound on short's going to catch him off. Nade in hand. ZywOo, great trade frag. So ready for that one. A frag grenade here from BlameF could soften him up nicely, but they dodge the damage from it. Nobody's up in heaven. Nobody towards Graffiti. It's a fast flank back around on Monster, but ZywOo wins the duel faster to the trigger, and BlameF will his flank catch them off. He is right up there alongside Device. Mirrored score lines. And the T's opt to go deep on Graffiti. They seem aware of it, and Blame not even going to take the chance. Vitality get there first by way of what else? ZywOo.
ZywOo, yeah, seriously. The beginning, middle, and end. Man, it's so funny seeing Device aim like that, because like he just will not flick if it's not a comfortable flick. He always like lines it up nicely. ZywOo just appeared on the screen. He needed the flick right there.
Like, bro, we're not playing golf, man.
Yeah.
Shoot. Like, shoot.
But he does. He does. He really does. He goes at his own pace. He's got new tennis balls on the walker.
Yeah. Tell that to the tortoise in the middle of the road.
The tortoise won, though, right? In the end, that's the whole point.
I think that's a lie that they tell slow kids.
This fictional story.
Yeah. Like, listen, Jimmy, we're gonna hold you back in second grade again, but
What
remember.
was wrong with turtles and rabbits, by the way? Tortoise and hare, like it's just the hipster versions of very normal animals.
Also, turtles aren't that slow.
Disgust.
Tortoises are.
Disgust.
Land tortoises specifically are quite slow.
Well, it won, so.
It's because the hare had a drinking problem. ZywOo's not slow. ZywOo be on that trigger, but how many rounds can he post versus this, what has been rock-solid defense, this trio of Device, Blame, and Stown? Again, you'd be a fool to write off Vitality, but they're definitely feeling the wrath of a strong Astralis start. This one's quicker. Blame F's real deep on long. Device won't hear a thing. Blame's going to spot it as a bullet whizzes by him. He's going to bank on Stown, rotating upwards. They double for the Bathrooms control, where honestly Vitality haven't thrown a thing.
I think Blame did scare them, actually, because
no rush.
They were not fully approached yet, and the rotation is correct here from the CT side with the overstack on A. They're not going to squeeze for control, but they're readying in position to stop the attack from multiple fronts. B side has been completely evacuated. Again, it's the right call. So Vitality, do they get hard countered? Oh my God. Again, like we saw last round, ZywOo in a bad situation, in traffic, getting the kills. Will he continue with this?
Getting the ball rolling, that's for sure. Blame F tries to stop it as the Bathrooms players start to peek out. Stairs just engulfed in all the util and had a chance there. Gap on smokes, down on the off. No second kill as ZywOo continues through, puncturing the defense and surely getting this bomb
They
down
had multiple
soon.
outs. This was another one, an early flank here from Jabby. They're not looking at it just yet.
No one's watching at all. This is 2 easy kills.
Wait, they
but he
didn't hear
doesn't know about the third.
Bathrooms.
Doesn't know Mezzi's there. Now he does. Up close, the gun's starting to go dry. Swap to the AK, and Mezzi uses that as a chance to get back on site. And as he falls back, he gets a glimpse of what's to come. Jabby 1v3.
Oh, he's eating them. No crumbs, baby. Nicely done from Jabby. What a clutch.
And we haven't had to really talk about Jabby. It's been a lot more Stown. He slips in behind them. Stabs him in the back. Third frag. Mezzi just couldn't get away from this fight.
Wow. Monster play. Sick to watch. The pirouette as he picked up the gun on the way back to Bathrooms divider. Mezzi was just getting toyed with. Whoa. And that's that would have been 2 in a row. Whoa, whoa, whoa. ZywOo looked tilted right there. His head is in his hands.
Really?
Yeah. That's a dumbass team. I swear to God, I've just been working every day and can't hide it no more, man.
Been years of this shit. I think the reality of the situation sinks in. You're trailing by 6.
He basically won that round. And there must have been a ghost comm right there, because they're all staring at CT spawn. Why?
Yep.
There's 3 of them. But it's true. They needed 4 to kill Yabby.
Pistol and an SMG sprinkled in. It's a save after this one if Vitality can't win this round. I mean, Astralis, they're gearing up for a double-digit CT side. Very
very possible. Jabby with a big moment when Astralis were finally in a pinch.
But still, there's an opportunity here for Vitality because that was a clutch.
Of course.
Very low on money.
They're going to go for the B site. We haven't seen too much of a contest down on B. Stown stopped them last time. He is not here. Jabby, nothing.
Ooh.
It's Mezzi with a chance to shine. As we continue to look down the scoreboard.
Yeah. This
Jabby in the last round, Mezzi in this one.
Suddenly looks like quite a risky setup with no information on short.
Ugh.
And only 2 players in the B site with the forward aggressive push. So they have to save. I mean, this is actually too expensive for Astralis. It's a good way back in. Going for a hunt, though. Ooh. Every kill is one you don't have to deal with next round because Astralis are not buying.
And the beauty of like the top teams at the moment, right? We talk about Vitality and FaZe, and when you think about FaZe's run, even when CS2 first came out, how many comebacks, how many close
Every map
matches.
was a comeback.
And so we haven't really seen Vitality pushed. That's the whole thing. Even in Grand Finals versus FaZe, it's blowouts. Astralis, the first team to push Vitality in a 3rd map for quite some time. So let's see what they're made of. You want to maintain this win streak? You want to be a clear, convincing #1? You got a CT side of Overpass ahead of you, and you've got Mezzi with a double entry here to at least get you a second on the T side. But I think problematically, pistols have gone to Astralis the majority throughout this series.
Yeah, it's a big stat. And that's something that FaZe were good at too, right? Or was it the opposite? They win despite. I don't know. Everyone was a comeback.
But they've moved Device down to B. Is that the solution? Is it really that easy? You take your A players, you put them on the B site, and boom, 5v2.
I was going to say that he does sometimes start B, but usually he's not peeking monster. He's starting B on the pillar through that new erosion where there's the rebar sticking through it, and you can see short.
Mm-hmm. The erosion.
But this time...
This isn't even that deep of an angle, right? Just playing barrels.
Yeah, but he'll just peek on it right timing.
They'll give him one back, but Stown activates on short pipe. Spinks is dead. Apex left. And this one's convincing. And if Vitality wanted to dodge force buys, they are right back into economic problems.
Damn, that's the AK. That's the op that was saved. Top bathrooms. Device had to get both kills. One totally blind as well. Turned that into a round. This series has had so many big individual moments for both teams.
Boys! Boys! Putain!
Not even exactly sure what that could infer. I mean, that's how high level the communication is over on Vitality. They know what he means.
It's just
by that.
advanced, man.
They know what he means by that.
It's just advanced. Rounds to go. Force buy in. Money ain't jack for Vitality. They got an uphill battle in this second half. Do what you can here while you can. Spinks given a duel, but both players get away pretty fully healthed. Bomb still sat back by T-Spawn here. Vitality not making too much of a rush of this. 50 seconds to go.
I want to say
CTs get
still
active.
vulnerable. Yeah, Stout. Okay, they know Blame is here, and they know that Stair is low as well. But there's now a conglomerate here over outside of bathrooms. They get spotted too. Lots of damage dealt, but not the kill until now.
Dude, Device is just not missing. ZywOo's gonna hit him with the Deeg, but the damage is done. ZywOo wounded, but still able to get a second. Now, Bomb is still back towards long at 30 seconds on the clock. ZywOo has already put forth 2 1-Deeks to even make this round somewhat doable. Oh, a third from ZywOo. You want to feel the impact? There it is. And as Stair gets into the corner of sight.
He knows he could be here.
It's his chance. Sure enough, takes the head off.
But as he falls away, he's only working with 17 HP. Apex said, boys, we'll show him what it's like to play like a man. Apex slides in behind Dice, commits to the plant, lower HP for Stare. A single shot will get the job done. Stare comes around and closes out. No chance, even despite ZywOo's best efforts.
Some of his nicest moments have been in the clutch. Stare is definitely not perfect in all of his spots right now, but he had such a great day yesterday and more than a couple of clutches today. I don't exactly know how many, but it's at least 2.
These were sick
in this series. Man, who did the most right there?
And still not enough.
Yeah.
2 huge rounds where you're getting a 3K from ZywOo that you don't convert.
No kidding.
The entire formula for Vitality in recent months has been always winning rounds like those. ZywOo creates your opening, and we've praised his teammates for their consistency.
This series is almost over right now. It's 9-2 here on map 3. Got 1 round left in this half.
Managed to limp through with decent buys. Despite the economic pressure, Vitality trying to make the most of it. Again, we go into that immediate 4-player B stack coming through from Astralis. Feels like they've kept that pressure high, and they're going to keep doing so. Pressing out through Monster with multiple bodies, dealing with Apex instantly, and no return frag, no chance for Vitality to get one back.
Man, this map these days, you don't need that many T rounds.
Another peak, another fight, another point of contact that Astralis take on their terms. And at this point, they're not just leading Vitality, they are beating Vitality. A little closer to the B site, Mezzi looks for his opening. Got a double kill last time on the approach, but he gets smoked out of it and taken down to 9 HP. Stare on the close wall falls. Still a chance for Vitality, because ZywOo and Spinks are in the pocket. Missed shots out of Jabby as he dives the water, and he needs that teammate. But still, Device far off. Another clutch, perhaps to put forth.
And the bomb is going back around through short. This is crazy.
He slides in between it.
I mean, he can't expect this flank. There's no way.
Nade's gonna soften up Spinks. He's doing this slowly but surely.
He can't figure out there's a flank.
And it's not gonna matter. Spinks gets the headshot in the end. Another one added to the tally. But is 3 enough, or to Vitality eat a loss tonight?
just said that if they had Zipix, they'd win.
I said no such thing. In the last 9 matches that Vitality have played in CS2, all of which best of 3, they have won every single one of them, and they have only lost 2 maps, one to Cloud9 and one to Complexity. They have hoisted 2 trophies. They have taken over the rankings. They became the world's best team of 2023, and they took FaZe down a peg. Now they need to embody FaZe Clan and show us some resilience.
It's fine, it's city side map. I just win a pistol, but we need to wake up as well, boys. Yeah, of course.
Just listen to me, guys. You know in the past, you did sick comeback, right?
Yeah, it's time.
You just need to believe, round by round, okay?
That was like the abridged version of the Taco Tells a Story, I think.
Round by round, says Xtaz. Astralis, your GG bet favorites to close out this series with their 6-round lead, but Spinks is onto something. CT-sided map.
Big time.
Round by round. Starts with a pistol, and they've got him blind. Spinks himself posts the double. Blame returns it with 2. And already we've got short control held onto by ZywOo's Berettas with a smoke in front of him. He needs Mezzi on site to do something, and he'll at least offer up 1. They could go for the boost, and Astralis could go for A.
They could be pushing, yeah. I think they've got the inkling to move, and I think actually ZywOo's going to smell this as well. Chance for him to clip one off. He'll see him walk by. This is crazy. I mean, they're walking because they don't know they were spotted, but ZywOo, he can't walk any faster. They start running now, and he can't give himself away. They've got some speed on the walk, but it's going to be a plant. They're going to plant for bathrooms. Hardest possible situation. Can the best Berettas player on Earth do this?
No utility for it. BlameF takes a piece up on Truck. He's locked into this fight. CT starting to get jumbled, and BlameF shaves Flames off of it. ZywOo opened rounds, now he's got to close one. And Device in this kill metrics throughout the night has had ZywOo's number,
God,
but they're playing with pistols.
He's playing from the stairs.
All the way back.
He actually spotted already and saw there was no tap. Device is down the stairs in this clutch and knows that ZywOo's going to come this far forward. There are levels right now.
Trying to draw him down into the dungeons. Device chased all the way. ZywOo outplayed as that rotation to the A site just got away from them, and he falls in the end. Device posts another clutch for Astralis, and they have themselves a 10th round, momentum, and a map in their back pocket.
No kidding. And man, credit to them. You got to give them their... You got to give them your respect for winning all these pistols the way they've done them as well. There've been some creative maneuvers. It's come down to mid-round situations that are hard to figure out the way out of, and they've done it.
Launders.
They've had more mid-round success, I think, between multiple players than Vitality. For the most part, for Vitality, it's been ZywOo to have incredible plays, but almost nothing as a team.
That is their 3rd 3v5 of this series.
Damn.
And one that could be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that might be a bridge too far, man. Astralis. This is like rubbing butter on my eyeballs right now. I'm just... Scrub-a-dub that butter on my eyeballs right now.
Oh, my eyes can barely believe it, but Astralis are indeed 3 rounds up from taking a series off the world #1. No better way to begin your year. Scout shots off the mark from ZywOo. Connector pressure from Stair. Spinks dead with nothing. Second guy here will get the trade. And Flames could also go for the exit. Gets the reaction out of Stound. Jabby kill towards Monsters big. Flames nothing more than the first. And just like that, down to the 2v4. Bomb still back towards spawn, but Apex and ZywOo, a massive ask when both bomb sites could still be prime for the taking. And if this bomb goes to B, ZywOo's been found out and successfully stopping one towards A. This is a great chance for Apex. 4 and 12 on map 3, but the bomb is alone. If he stops this bomb, ZywOo can come and save him, and he will do exactly that. As he swaps over to the Deagle, we've got 2 Ts extending out and ZywOo sprinting in. 15 to the clock. Apex, can he stay alive? Not for enough. Not for enough. Stound puts it down, and it's 11 to Astralis.
Oh, that was so smart to split up in that way to make sure they dealt with that target at the same time they could take the bomb back with their player who was still on site, and ZywOo is feeling the tilt right now. And he has allowed to, man. It has not been his fault at all. This is almost like 2021 levels, just this match so far, but it's been pretty rough, especially after yesterday. I don't really know how you can explain this discrepancy in performance for Vitality. It is only one bad day. There's that, but that can't take away from the win. What Astralis have done tonight has been really special.
And we also heard in that listening in, right? Spinks saying, CT sided. Xtaz saying, comebacks, boys. And ZywOo being real. Guys, we also need to wake up.
Yeah, and that's the fact. That's the fact. If you got two eyes, you can see that it's simply been individuals that can't keep up at the moment.
Ooh, this helps. This definitely helps. Spinks, ZywOo's right-hand man, posts a 2K on the aggression out from Monster. Because you've got to do something. You can't just sit back. In their faces they get. And falling to the bomb site, they go. Just trying to buy as much time for Apex, Flames, and Mezzi to get online. 5-5 and 6 frags apiece. This would be another 3v5. And I feel like with this kind of a lead, you deserve to take the chance. They're getting closer on the bathrooms. Flames pistol behind Dice. Spinks, remember, he's low. It's good damage coming out of ZywOo. Stown catching the only frag so far, gets himself a second, and ZywOo just sitting pretty on top of the bomb. So this feels far too gone. But it is Stown, and he does have time, and he did just get that third kill. He's got about 5 seconds to spare. Both the CTs close enough to the bomb site. It would be a miraculous way to get 12, and with bomb in hand, he's done. 3 kills from Stown will rack up some damage, but Vitality have a lifeline.
Just hope that flash shoved them back and they'd have a chance to maybe go for the plant or maybe go for a fake. But it's a deeper truck angle. Straw is still very much locked into the idea that a comeback can take place. And they should be. Some of the biggest comebacks in CS2 happen. CT overpass versus a lot of top teams. Best way to finish on this map is fast.
And with the pistol round win, they could have done exactly that.
Yeah. That being said, I think they're worth their salt on this map. I think that their upgrades that they have on paper make perfect sense on overpass. We've already seen them, I think, reap the benefits of having Stown on that CT side as well as Jabby as well. So I think here on T side, I mean, I can't see them just losing flat out unless their boot camp went terribly, unless they really didn't give that much love to overpass. They couldn't make something click. Vitality have to reach some next level.
The kind of level that the world's #1 should be able to reach.
That's true. That's true.
The reality of that OG matchup to start the year was it wasn't even a contest. All we wanted from Astralis tonight was to make it close, to push Vitality in some way.
But
like so many others failed to do.
Which team has 4 top 20 players? That's what I got to ask you, Connor.
It would be Astralis.
So Vitality will have to pull the upset.
Which of these teams has won anything?
I mean, Vitality the best team right now, but Astralis is the best team ever, so.
And the PR machine lives on.
His device with one hand.
Yeah, okay. Man, they're giving him a lot of space on bathrooms. This has got the makings of one of those rounds where the A site just crumbles with nothing. Except the defenders are Spinks and ZywOo, so you'd think that it's impossible. Flashes come over, but no frag from Spinks. And ZywOo, he'll get into the cover of the smoke with a teammate on the truck. They didn't get in as they would have liked. And now this is a stacked bomb site. But the nade almost finished off ZywOo, and the uncertainty starts to peel Flamesy and Mezzi back down towards B, but they're not going there. Astralis reroute from long.
Man, yeah, the double fast rotation can be heard.
No utility here for the CTs, none whatsoever. And with Apex back on Dumpster, these players have gotten out. ZywOo, he's low HP, and his teammates have offered him nothing. Mezzi comes back up from Dumpster. Can he be the savior? He peels Stare off of the push towards bathrooms, but then BlameF from inside sight.
Mezzi tries to get out, tries to continue, but no chance, no cigar. 12 is secured.
With a save. He did that with a save. None of them could frag.
Nothing. Spinx dies empty-handed. Apex gives them the long cross for free. And then what ZywOo has to deal with is 3 players in the open, all the space to trade.
It's a nice one out of Blame F on both fronts.
Great call as well from Blame to pull off of the A site to go long instead of B. You saw the uncertainty it created for Vitality, and they just couldn't keep up. So now they'll be working with double Deagles, 2 MP9s, and an M4. Not today.
Only Robs.
Jabby down to half health, but that's fine by him. 5v4 set up for Astralis. The depth of the Danes is still a question mark, but the certainty of their Mirage and Overpass cannot be understated. This is the winning formula for this new team. Stound, Blame F device, topping the charts. And not just beating, but dismantling Vitality on this deciding map. CT is looking for some kind of a fight, trying to press out, looking to hang on for dear life. And the trade comes out from Spinx, but the trades are even better. Astralis have managed to get into sight and to plant with 2 of their best players still alive, and ZywOo on the approach. He's had to do everything, and he has had moments, but his teammates tonight have let him down. And as he tries to get into this site, he should be dead. He is indeed. Astralis defeat Vitality, ending their win streak shy of 10 and putting their name in the lights at the start of 2024. Who is the newest contender? We ask ourselves each season. Finally, Astralis connect.
Babski, I have given you a hard time. I said you were unpaid by Astralis to say good things. I told you it was the honeymoon period. I have consistently played this down. I just want you to know right now, I believe.
Welcome.
The Astralis dream is alive. It is kicking, I believe.
Welcome to the team. I think nobody expected this. Even myself, I expected them to at least take it to 3 maps, but dominating them in this fashion on 3rd map. What a game.
And dominate is the word. We spoke so much about what to expect here, and they just came in and did the unexpected. Even ZywOo just wasn't capable of shutting Astralis down.
Nobody from a Vitality side was able to play a good game on that overpass. So many small clutches went in the way of Astralis, and that is often the thing that makes the game go their way.
Of course, it's not all doom and gloom for Vitality. They are still in the competition, but now they drop into the lower brackets. For Astralis, they got a nice chill all the way through to Saturday. You see them now in the huddle. And this is something we've spoken about over the last 2 days, the spirit in this team, the camaraderie. I have not seen Astralis like this in a long time. Different players coming in. Everyone always looks a bit miserable. Right now, everyone looks pretty united.
Yeah, we have to go all the way back to the Astralis era to see a team united as this Astralis lineup, and I owe it so much to Device. I think he's fought for this so many times. He's been in an IP, he's been in a mess, and now finally he gets that cherry on top. He gets in the 1st place in the group. What a magnificent performance by him as well. Also,
for the 2 newcomers to Astralis, they got so much heat.
Yeah, the Stabby.
The Stabby, yeah, I mean, we were calling them Stabby, but look what they've been able to do. The move works for them. This is the lineup. This is the Danish dream going into the major, right?
Yeah, I spoke with Stavn and Jabby, and they thought it was hard to come into a team and be welcomed in that sense by the entire community. But I said to them, people will forget once they win. Obviously, it's a shame that it had to happen the way, but when they start winning, people will only look at that, and we see it today.
I am talking like they lifted a trophy. I mean, they won one game.
Okay.
We're going to calm it down a little bit. But I was getting hyped because it is exciting for us when we take a look at Astralis and what they're able to do here. Let's walk through Overpass, though. Babski, what was it that Astralis did right?
I think they have so many rounds where they just get that slight edge. I really want to talk about round 8, where they get such a good play on the CT side. They realize what is happening. We see Jabby on short here pushing when they see the info on A. They have a great play here from Vitality. They do a perfect A execute. We see all the smokes coming in. They force the CTs out of the positions. They get the open duels. they win the trades, and they have the side. But due to Yabi taking that offensive position in the early round, they actually get such a... he gets so early into toilets that Vitality doesn't realize. And we see now has the perfect timing. Gets the first here, gets the second as well. Messi trying to hold it back from the right side, but already skipped. Messi also not looking too cool in that clutch, not really able to take the duel. Should have probably done that in the first time around. Gets a bit awkward here in the end, but Yabi with a great shot.
How does Vitality come back from this now, though? Because you're the number one team, you've got the number one player, you've just gone down to Astralis. You're probably not going to be feeling very happy.
No, but I wouldn't worry if I was Vitality. They are still the number one team in the world. This doesn't change anything. It's a good game by Astralis, but Vitality has so much history to claim this, and in the lower braid, I don't fear for them.
Any other standout moments when you took a look at Overpass?
Yeah, exactly, because there's also the round 11 where Star also brings to the table. We spoke about him a little bit, and I think he plays this clutch so interesting. A good deagle from Vitality's side, and then Star pushes to the left of the smoke. He gets that kill, uses the smoke to cover his footsteps, goes into bank, and we see here Apex is all about, okay, he's CT stairs, but Star has moved all the way to the right and gets him in the side. He's low HP, plays it perfect, and really works out.
No other favorite moments?
Oh, we also have that CT pistol coming in from Saiwu. It's so rarely that we see people down in Connector on the T round. I think we see Device. He's realizing, okay, I have to play the afterplant. We see it coming into a 1v1. FlameF actually gets a really good kill on Flames here. 1v1. Saiwu, no kit. I think FlameF maybe calls it on the dev cam that he sees there's no kit on the back of the model. And then Device goes all the way down to Connector because he realizes that Saiwu is running after him. It's so weird to see people down here in the afterplant.
I needed to set that up for you because it was too good not to have a look at. Obviously, we now take a look at Astralis as a whole and a team that is now on this winning streak. And something that I think was interesting for me is the pace at which they're playing in the server. There's a level of confidence in the pace and the way that they plan things and the way that they're playing each round.
Yeah, and everybody's contributing. That's the thing. Like, often rosters, we say Saiwu, Spings, and then sometimes Messi on Flames. But here it's everyone. Like, we see Star, we see Yabi, we see Staven. They're all consistently contributing to the goal of winning a game.
This is a bit of a tough question to ask you, so I'm not actually going to ask it to you because I do believe that we have one of the Astralis players with Banks right now.
Astralis take down the number one team in the world, and they do it in what was an epic series. A little bit of a falter, I would say, when it comes to Vertigo, but I'm going to start with the positives of Mirage. We see a back and forth in there, but then it's your CT side that was an absolute lockdown. Was there something you guys wanted to change? Because they started off their T-side campaign pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, our CT side at the end was a bit more dynamic, I would say. We were pushing BFs and ramp a lot more when we lost mid instead of just trying to re-push mid and wait for them to come for us. We just tried to play the game, I would say. Yeah.
And then when it comes to going on to Vertigo, okay, this is where we start to see, okay, this is Vitality fighting back in some way. What was it in your eyes that let you guys down this time?
I think the T side was actually good. It was pretty close, also more close than the result maybe. And then the CT side, we win the pistol. And then the second round is just, that's not good enough. That's not good enough.
Was that like crushing for you guys?
It was tough. Yeah. It was a tough one because, we should win that easily. And it was just like really stressful on TeamSpeak. So we just managed to talk these things through when we lost that map, and then we did good here.
An Overpass, looking at this, again, it's this CT side dominance. And what I want to say is quite impressive. What I'm seeing here already is, despite a short amount of time together, it seems like the teamwork here is like the best of both worlds from Astralis and Heroic. Does it feel like that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's the start and it's a honeymoon or whatever you say. But yeah, we are trying to like figure out the same philosophies to think and play the game on our CT sides and T sides. And yeah, I would also say Vitality didn't have that much time, but they just won tournaments instantly, so everyone just thinks they've been together for 2 years.
So you're going to spring final then? One more game, that's all you needed?
Yeah, I mean, we play on Saturday now. We don't know against who. We will find out.
Let's see how it goes for him. Thank you very much, Mr. Yabi.
You said it there. I want to ask that tough question to you real quick, Babski. They haven't been together very long. So why is this Astralis lineup so confident together?
I think they just deep down believe that they have the players to go to the next level.
It's going to be interesting with the major around the corner. I know all the Danes here are very happy. We're in Copenhagen right now. Everyone's going. Astralis is back, and they are now the top of the group right now. They will obviously wait till Saturday to find out who they're facing off against. Will it be Vitality up against either OG or Falcons, which is the map we're about to get to? One of these teams is going home. One of them is sticking around to go up against Vitality. Both of those sound horrible.
It's never fun leaving a tournament early, but it's better than sitting on the bench.
Fair enough. It is. Oh, you know that very well, don't you? I did it. Okay, we're going to go to a break. When we get back, we'll be moving into our final game of the day.
It's
Two teams now fighting to stay here at Spring Groups. This is an elimination match. One of them is going to the showdown. One of them is keeping their life in the group stages. It is OG up against Falcons, and let's not sugarcoat this, Bubsky. It's a very difficult matchup to analyze because we haven't seen a lot of either of these rosters.
No, obviously we only know the Falcon side. We know some of the players from the ins, but this is not ins. It's a new project. It's new players, and it's going to be very different.
Very different, and obviously the big talking point that we spoke about yesterday, we're going to speak about again, he's on your screens, is Boros. He has to perform because he is the one player that a lot of people had question marks around.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said yesterday that there was rumors about Nico joining the roster at some point, and I would expect him to be the replacement of Boros. And then there's the Boros who was good at some point, so I can still see why are they going for him. He is a talent in some aspect, but is he at the level of tier 1? That is what I'm questioning.
We've got a head-to-head now on your screen of his career and then day one specifically. Here's the thing, I've heard and I've read interviews on HLTV. I've heard Snappy talking. I think he spoke to Banks. Zonic obviously was on HLTV and they all said the same thing, which is there's a lot of talent here. They've been speaking to Boros. They believe in him and he's obviously on the roster and he's playing today, so they do. Can he fill the shoes that it's not even filling someone's shoes. He's got to build those sneakers from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him. We spoke about yesterday, there's not too much firepower on this roster. He is going to be the firepower. So if he's not able to push it to the next level, there's no room for a guy like Boros. I'm not trying to be too harsh on him, but when you expect the rest of the roster is like a top 5 team, then Boros also needs to go up to that level pretty quickly.
On the other side, you've got OG. So they start the season, they start the whole year of CS2 with a 13-0 loss to Vitality. On top of that, though, I don't want to pinpoint that specific thing because that was horrible, but they've also now today found out, and I'm sure they knew before, their coach is going to be leaving them in the next 2 months. There's so much instability in this OG, brand new roster, young players, but all this instability, that's got to be pretty difficult when you jump into the server.
As you said yourself, when there's a lot of young players on the team, you kind of want that one guy to lean on, and Roka had that experience. He had a lot of years, but maybe his CV wasn't the best, and that's why I'm actually confused. Why is he joining Astralis? Because we've been shaming OG for the last 2 to 3 years for being absolutely useless. And then when you compare that Roka is now going to Astralis, it's kind of like weird. Maybe it's the last option.
I just want to explain to anyone who's listening at home or watching, Babsky is probably one of the nicest guys I've met, and we were having this conversation off camera, and he didn't want to be, you didn't want to say that, and you just said it. You said OG's not being good enough the last 2 years, and you were still defending them. So I'm, one, yay, welcome to the dark side. We have cookies. But two, I agree with you. Maybe what OG actually needs is for Rugger to be gone.
Yeah, I think it's fine to have a full overhaul of this team. Last time I was impressed by what OG was coming with was the original lineup with LXCB, with Mantu, and all those type of players. But since it's not been that too great.
We can talk more about OG. We wanted to talk about Heavy God. There's lots we can talk about, but no one wants to hear us talk. What they want to hear is Scrawny and Launders talking. So let them do that.
Yes, I mean, listen, it's good to be self-aware, Sam.
We get a lot of words in, though.
Yeah, our words per minute is quite up there. GG bet odds favoring Falcons in this matchup. When I look at this head-to-head, I look at 2 organizations that have completely contrasting philosophies. OG try to make something happen with some of the little investment as possible, right? Always trying to pick up underdogs, always trying to pick up free players. And then you have Falcons, which is literally built by money.
Built by money.
That's the entire point. They've bought as great players as they could afford. They were in conversations with Nico. They have put forth this product that is meant to win. This is not a team that they bought for group stage exits. This is a team that they have paid for in order to contend. And obviously it's still a fresh team, so we're going to give them a little bit of time. But if you show up in your second match of the year versus OG in the struggles that they currently have with no coach, and you don't just dominate, what's all that money really worth?
It's a good point. It's a good point, but you got to get through Heavy Goud.
Yeah, that's true. Some things are more important than money.
Heavy Goud.
Heavy Goud.
But we didn't see him really play that well yesterday, so hopefully he plays a little bit better today. Because watching him play some of the online games is pretty impressive.
From my assessment, man, he just felt kind of nervous, and it was really his first real LAN. He just wasn't going for some of those mid-round plays that look so great in the RMR qualifier. But right now, it's not looking good either until Heavy Goud gets himself a couple kills. There's a little bit left. Just a little something, you know, a pistol ace versus all of Falcons. And then there's this question of Keto as well, because Keto had a 0.15 rating.
He's the IGL.
Versus Vitality yesterday.
He's the IGL, that's why.
He had a 0.00 map as well.
Calling's hard. Because I said Fiku, because I thought it was Fiku.
Yeah.
But it was something conversation about, oh, I think Fiku could maybe call in the future that someone said. Oh, this. Son, pay up. You know what I mean? Pay up for this flank.
I'm making money.
Actually, my prediction for this game is some Pius is going to farm him today.
Good.
Yeah, because Sunpius is a punish mistakes opper. He's like the most device-like opper, I'd say, of all the up-and-coming oppers that I've seen. Or a relatively established but not like veteran.
Give him 97.
Who's the most device-like opper besides device in general, would you say, for you, that you can think of? It's kind of weird because he's like that blueprint opera, but there's not actually a lot of operas like him.
It's still kind of unique.
I would say Sunpius is probably the closest that I can think of right now.
That's pretty high praise, man.
Well, I mean, like, you know,
stylistically,
there are like Matt Damon lookalikes, but they can't act, right?
Hey,
so I just mean,
I'll take what I can get.
Hey, he was number 6. He was ahead of devices here.
You had him at?
I had him at 11, I think, because he choked a little bit in some big matches. He didn't have a great major.
You hate Spain.
So. Whoa! I love Spain. Okay.
Boros.
I love.
Really?
I love paella.
Only one off the FAMAS. Speaking of Sunpius, there you go. A little farm for him and a magic treat for the road. When I think about the fact that this team is the core of ENTS, to me, ENTS were one of those teams that when given a chance to beat up Tier 2 opposition, you know, Snappy plays fast and Snappy gets aggressive, and they are players that do like to bully.
Yeah,
you know, they love a chance to just beat up a little brother.
The fast strat doesn't work. Do it faster.
And this is one of those moments where I think, like, you know, so that's 3 players in Madden, Snappy, and Sunpius that I consider like bullies versus Tier 2 teams. And then you think of Boros, who has so far at this point made a career on dominating lesser opposition.
Yeah.
I think this is a game where Boros feels no pressure. I think this is a game where the 3 ENTS players should feel no pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure. You should not be feeling pressure in this matchup.
Wouldn't you feel more pressure because you're supposed to win?
No, because it's so significant of a lopsided mismatch, in my opinion, that, like, if you feel pressure versus OG as Falcons, you don't have what it takes to be a professional.
Damn, okay. That's pretty messed up.
In a studio environment with no crowd, with no trophy on, come on. You're going to let OG send you to the showdown? If you do, you should have to return Falcons their money.
OG have sent a team or two to the showdown, let me tell you.
Not this OG. OG with Flamesy, OG with Degster, OG, that OG, okay, we can have a conversation.
Who were these players before OG? Let me ask you that.
It's his first LAN, bro. It's his first real LAN. Okay, Heavy God's gonna have 3 nice rounds tonight, but I'm sorry, dude. Keto's gonna finish this map with 4 kills.
Whoa.
And you know when you're getting wrecked, when you can't maintain a control of a map, then that's when your calls start to go to the wayside as well.
You're not invited to TI next year. I'm just saying that right now.
I'm not hurt by that. I'll make it.
This guy can't even spell Dota.
You know, I used all of my romanticism on the Astralis upset. I'm coming into this game as a realist. And maybe a bit of a dickhead.
Fair enough.
I wish them the best, but like even the OG that had more experience when they brought in like Fasher, you know, like OG just hasn't made. I don't think OG has made an inspiring move now.
Heavy God?
Flamesy left. It's a great.
Nexius actually not bad or anything. I mean, I don't know.
Not
bad. Yeah, I think they're pretty much in line with previous pickups in terms of stature, and then they also have. They were pretty good recently.
I just don't think you can continue to spend no money in this space.
That's very
and
fair.
Expect to win.
That's very fair, especially when
there's a limit.
Next year there's no partner. You gotta really like compete with some very pricey, seasoned rosters for sure. That's very good.
I'm also not gonna sit here and be like I am a super fan of Falcons, where I think spending all of the money is the way forward either. But there's a balance. There's a balance. And the disbalance versus Pistols is apparent. 4-0 start here for Falcons.
Yeah, that's true. It's not really viable next year to go with that strat. But yeah, a lot of teams have gone through, a lot of players have gone through OG sort of like successfully to another team.
And also that's another one for me too, is like, well, now you don't have Rugga either. And Rugga would have been, I imagine, a part of the scouting process for some of those previous players, because who else in the OG organization is really diehard Counter-Strike, scouting, formulating talent and whatnot. Like Rugga, for me, definitely played a role there. And now you don't even have that. The best thing he could have probably done as he was going out the door was get them Heavy God.
Heavy Gal.
This is like Zonic securing Mezzi before leaving Vitality.
It's parting gift.
Rugga is Zonic 2.0.
Rugga is Zonic 2.0. So much crazy stuff being said today.
Yeah, I'm off my rocker. I ran out of meds.
Just eating anything now.
Come on. But shut me up, OG. Let's see these guns thrive. They're coming into the 5th round of the map with 1 kill between 4 players.
I would say the problem for me is maybe the keto calling. Like a good IGL foundation, that's how Mouse escaped becoming a farm team, right? That's how they became a team that like, okay, we're gonna like...
The coach IGL combo is so strong.
Yeah.
Damn, Zonic really gonna yell through every kill of this map, huh?
That's good.
Good, yeah.
And like you said about like Apex, at least just yelling all the time. Zonic was a guy who was trying to get pumped on the down rounds yesterday when they played against Astralis.
Yeah, I think suddenly the loss to Astralis yesterday from Falcons, contextualized by Astralis beating Vitality, and nothing to be ashamed of. And again, Heavy God's going to win 2 or 3 of these unthinkable rounds. If he plays like he did for OG in the closed qualifier.
And we're not even going to get excited about it, because we already know what's happening, so...
I'll get a little excited. I want to yell his name a little bit, you know, because he's going to... This is his... It's a training ground / tryout for greater things. If you're a Heavy God, you don't say no to an invitation to come play Blast Spring Groups. Regali, well, it's kind of his his right-hand man, so now that's both of them coming through with a little something. They've at least created an opening and a post plant, and Regali comes off that plant with a real chance now. Just nail Snappy to the wall, and he could just turn this 1v3 on its head. You thought you were talking about Heavy God? Meet Regali. Battle of the Oppers. Sampaius dunks the nade on top, comes at him with the pistol. Can he close it? Oh, it's not pretty, but he gets there. And a round win is a round win.
The nade was perfect to make that as hard as possible for Regali to hit, and then it came down to Old West, Wild West pistol shootout right there behind default. And it definitely got messy. Luckily, that works out for Sampaius. That's a very nice attempt.
If OG are going to make more of those rounds seem possible, then I do think it is great to be reminded right here of Regali's potential as well.
Yeah.
2 highest rated players for OG in their major run thus far. They did indeed qualify to the RMR itself.
Yeah.
And that is mostly thanks to Heavy God and Regali. But Magisk just extends through the smoke. They're going to go for the B hit instead, where Madden can just lean back, spray towards top ramp, and set up Sampaius, but a missed shot won't make things any easier. Fiku can't go for the plant just yet. Snappy getting in on the action. He'll drop Heavy God, but then turns his blind side to Regali. As the bomb is on the ground, the flank comes through from Boros, and unfortunately here for OG, they just stalled out in the bomb site for a little too long.
The timings on the flanks have been so good.
Nicely done. Falcons playing hyper active.
Very fast. So the one good potential round was that clutch attempt, and now 6-0, looking at 7-0. It's about to be a late night till Falcons soared.
You have a favorite bird?
Nice, Pablo! Nice! Let's fucking go!
I was about to make a joke, but I don't think my girlfriend would appreciate that.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not really a big bird guy, actually. I think they're kind of creepy.
Agreed. I just tries
Yeah,
to
we're
get
on the
away
same
with
page with that, right? Like flying dinosaurs.
Yeah, I hate birds. Can't stand them.
Not cuddly. Falcons are cool, actually. I mean, if there was one, you know, pretty grand.
We forget that sometimes Keto can also have a round with a pistol. Keto with a Deagle can win a round. Keto with a Tech 9 can maybe get a bomb plant.
Oh.
Okay.
Going
This is
through
like
it.
one of those crazy one-offs where you catch Falcons slipping because they've got momentum of the 6-0. See if they can win the disadvantaged retake. Oh, yeah.
Gave it to
Viku
him.
caught keto in smoke, looking for his third on the round. Can they set up Heavy God? He's all that's remaining. Stuck in the smoke with a deagle in hand. Looks to come out and catch Boros, who's crossed over as Sunpius has kept it quiet. Sunpius jumps through, offers an M4 over. Heavy God, there's a kit in play, and sure enough,
Heavy God!
There's his first. A 1v2 from Cave, set up by Keto. And 13-1.
Get sit on.
Clean Tech 9 taps. I'll give him that.
And they're ready to capture that energy. 1-round win, and they're here.
Good.
We didn't see that yesterday because they literally got 13-0'd one game. So they've been waiting on this.
Yeah, they had to play 17 rounds before they were allowed to celebrate.
We got Vladdy looking very stately here, standing behind OG. New coach. New permanent coach, actually, it seems like.
Yeah, true.
That was supposed to be a substitute. They went for the full-on upgrade.
And for those of you who don't know Vladdy's past as well, like I wasn't aware that she used to also stand behind Hellraisers back in like 2013 as well, right?
She also played.
Was a decorated player as well. Vladdy ain't no noob. As she bleeds for OG, who have established their first round win. But I do think it comes by way of a little rambunctious Magisk mid-play last round, kind of opened the door for the B floodgates to open. Sunpius is feeling the pressure as Donut fell early this round. And he stays locked in on A main. Molotov's not going to be a problem for him. Magisk, again, kind of sliding through these smokes. It costs him as Nexius comes out from Donut, but again, the fast flanks. And we've praised the timings of Snappy and Boros on flanks. Again, Fiku just not ready, just not looking at the possibility of that. A CT press out gets Heavy God down for the count, and now what's left of OG's relegated deep on Donut. If Regali tries to press the issue, he's got multiple players here to fire at, and that's just too much for him to handle. Nexius 1 frag deep in the round, 4 to go in front of him. Gets mad and real low, cleans up Boros, but 3 will stand from Falcons, and that 1 round from OG is all they'll have for now.
Yeah, it stands on an island, that clutch that they picked up. The full flanks have been very fast, and with a lot of conviction here from Falcons, they just have a lot of control on these rounds. I mean, they've been ending pretty quickly as well with the fast plays coming out, and Falcons have been every bit as ready for the fast ones as the slow ones. It's an A-main flank on all of these plays. Is Keto the only German now to have a chance to get to the major?
Is Keto now the only German? JDC's out. Bigger out. Any other notable Germans that
It would be an way underdog, eh? Otherwise,
have to be, yeah. Or I mean, there's probably there's got to be one guy I'm not thinking of,
right? Swanee.
Swanee's out. Let's see. Favin's team got eliminated. Active Germans.
Germans, where you at?
But watch Big turn everything around and qualify for London next week. Watch him do it.
True.
Watch him do it.
True, true.
Never count out. But we remember Big is best at Blast, they say.
You say that, yeah. And it definitely rings true.
I am the they in this equation.
I mean, go look at Nexius' stats. Tell me they're not pretty good.
They're okay.
He's not playing. He's not played to teams at this level yet.
Yeah, I mean, he went and played IEM Sydney with Mouse. That was his first Tier 1 LAN events.
Yeah.
And he did okay.
Some good rounds and some bad rounds.
And considering that was also a Mouse that was like kind of on the fritz, you know, it's like
shell shocked.
Yeah, poor guys. It's not, you know, you never want your stand-in to be in a team that's in a rocky state like that.
Yeah. Looking for German?
Well, I came across Kioz and got excited for a second, but obviously he's
French.
Belgian. He's French. Yeah. Highest rank German on HLTV is obviously the big team at 18th.
We're on German watch right now.
None of them.
Might be keto. Might be keto.
It's gotta be. The only Germans in the top 30, all on big. We'll continue to scour the depths of the internet for more Germans, and we'll get back to you guys. We got a little prolonged technical issue here as Boros' computer is on the fritz, and we need Boros at his best if they're going to continue to keep OG at bay. Don't go too far. It's elimination on the line. Welcome back. Falcons versus OG. Both these teams have lost their opening games. OG getting dismantled by Vitality yesterday on Vladi's birthday, have now jumped back into the server and meet the money team that is Falcons. Team Falcons, to be precise. Leading 7-1, if you guys are just tuning in, what you've missed was a Heavy God 1v2. He's sitting pretty on 9 frags, but systematically, Falcons looking better. They're super active. They're clearly playing with confidence. Individual decision-making has been full of risk, and that risk is banking on the confidence that each of the individuals of Falcons are simply better. And in most contexts, they're not wrong. Heavy God, though, if you let your guard down, he'll piece you up. It's just a matter of getting into situations where you can ask him to go for the clutch. Regali opens shop with the 5v4 on the B site. We've got top mid control of Nexius, but he is so stuck into this fight, he's gonna have to try and get himself out by tooth and nail.
One more behind him, though.
Boros will get that. And Sunpius locked in, just has a little bit of cover. Wow. 2 kills and a real chance at dropping Heavy God as well. He has sectioned these off perfectly, but a missed no-scope. Heavy God 1v3, shut down by Madden, who doesn't waste any time, takes the wide angle, and gets Falcons their 8th.
I gotta appreciate that from Sunpius. Those are moments like that where I'm like, he's like Device. He's got such a good sense of timing and very calm at the same time. Like the wide swing out into not just like an instant flick, just kind of felt like, all right, they're gonna get nervous here. They're gonna peek me incorrectly. I got a chance to go a little wider. Nice cleanup at the end from Madden. Well played in mid from Nexius in that situation.
Yeah, I like that.
The double push out of Donut was a bit too much.
Definitely showed a little promise.
That was probably like the best looking round from OG, at least.
Ooh, all in B rush, huh?
Wounds wise.
Armor pistols get destroyed at the top of the ramp. Marco on for the multi-frag, milking it with the MP9.
I feel like such an unlikely name for a Dane.
Marco?
Yeah.
True. But that's what they called him.
They, his parents.
They, his parents. Or maybe he's changed his name. I don't really know what the process is when you want to change your name. I've always wanted to change my middle names. Can you do that for free, or you got to pay for that?
Well, like Kanye West changed his legal name to Ye, for example.
I like Connor. It's just the middle names that...
You could just change yours to Con.
Change it. Oh. Ooh. Okay, hold on.
That was a bit awkward inside of mid. Yeah, that was not the cleanest take.
Yeah, you're going to pay the piper this time.
Jesus.
Clean headshots come through from OG. But again...
They wanted to cancel their mid control. But...
You know, it's the kind of risky moments that Team Falcons are putting themselves in that they've kind of earned with this 9-1 lead, but you get a little overzealous, and suddenly OG are going to get a second.
That was a well-oiled round there for the catch on the punish, as well as the transposition into the A site with CT control. Like, map looks really good right now, but $1 short and a day late here for OG. It's a second round out of a potential of 3 on Ancient. As you just said, Falcons, they can afford to lose this.
They can afford a lot. Ooh, missed shots. Keto gonna put him down. That's 2. 1 to go. But that's, I think, 2 rounds now where there's a moment here that Matt just gets a little zany in middle. Also, I think Boros...
This huge mistake here. I don't know what this was, but one
the
pulled
smoke
back.
throwing nades.
Yeah. Late on the cave push. Left alone on the mid nades.
Again.
Second molly. I don't know. There's just a jumble of a communication.
It's the type of mistake that you can afford at the tail end of a matchup this lopsided. But it's also the kind of mistake that cost them their opening game yesterday. We're not asking Falcons to be perfect out the gate, but I am asking of them to be clearly better than OG. Now just stays in cover, gets that mid-round fight instead, and Heavy God, nicely done, not letting him get back into a safer position. Snappy at the bottom of ramp versus Fiku. He gets tagged up. Aim punch almost costs him there as the op was on the hunt. But he'll get into the cave. Got a smoke left on Snappy, a flash for Sunpius, and Boros crosses paths with Heavy God.
They will not look at each other. Heavy God just gonna walk out.
Madden just swings with the 5-7.
There's a flank coming in. It's actually Boros not coming in through mid, which is something they just have to think about. And Regali's running through spawn. And this will be heard now from Boros.
He should have Fiku. We'll clean that one up. Here's the run over. So again, it's the same 2 players that put forth the first round almost for OG. That clutch that could have been between Heavy God and Regali. Nothing to save for. Final chance in this half. And bomb plants in the open, no cover. I mean, Mom does not go down. Heavy God's gonna have to rip some heads off. He is capable, but Sunpius scoped in, gets that 10th for Falcons. 8 rounds the difference as they make it very clear the gap between these two.
Londers and I have been spending a lot of time in Copenhagen lately. We decided we wanted to experience Denmark as Danes do. So we decided to hit the town, and this is what happened.
Welcome to Blast Master Chef, also known as Grandmaster Chef, the show where me and Corndog travel all over the world. I'm Londers. Here we're in Denmark, and we'll make local food better than the locals do. That's the whole reason they hired us. We're gonna make some sandwiches. We have some photos for inspiration, so we're gonna grab those and take a glance at them, and then we can't keep those in front of us. You look at that and then use that to try to make the sandwiches the best we can.
So the point of this as well, right, is that I have to eat Mohan's sandwich and Mohan has to eat my sandwich.
Yeah, which is fine.
Which makes me nervous.
Neither of us are scared to do that.
So open-faced sandwich in Denmark, I know this much. It starts with a piece of bread.
That has to be the foundation.
Yeah, not 2 pieces of bread. So while you cut up your onions, man, I'm gonna run people through the classic Danish ingredients. These are the Danes' specialty. It's not quite pickled pickles. What is this?
You wanna take a guess?
I don't know.
That's fun to play with.
Don't eat that much.
Oh my goodness.
I made a mistake.
What's the problem?
I think a bed of lettuce is a mandatory part.
Come on, man, don't do that to my dinner.
Don't worry about it. Just don't make eye contact with it.
We have to always remember cheese is a crucial, pivotal part of the Danish open-faced sandwich.
Yes. Mohan, no one's looking at us.
So what?
For a reason.
Why? Because you're gonna... I don't even want to look at you, man. That's weird. Okay. So that... You didn't put the cheese on, man. Put the cheese on the sandwich.
No.
For me. Oh no. Why? Why did you make that face? Is it spicy? It's like habanero cheese or something? That was for me. I mean, you're eating a lot of... I mean, you could save me, but I'm not gonna save you, son. We finally finished making our sandwiches. We're gonna go for the tasting. We're gonna swap plates here. Connor, you go first.
All right, we're going in.
Don't forget the cheese.
Oh my God. Oh. It's good.
It's good? Yeah. Are you crying? Are you happy? No, you're not crying.
Your turn.
Okay.
You like that, you idiot? Not bad.
I like it. It's easy to eat. What do you rate mine?
A solid 6.5.
Be nice. What the hell? All right, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. That was Blast Master Chef episode 1. And we'll be back with episode 2 very soon.
There was never an episode 2, Blast Master Chef. I thought those sandwiches were horrible.
Horseradish. My God. Habanero cheese.
Yeah, man. That was in 2020, 3 years ago, Launders. You filmed that?
Really doesn't feel like that long ago,
Dude,
but it looked like
kids,
it.
Children.
Yeah. Speaking of children, Nexius.
Vladdy's having a good time.
Yeah, that's good.
Somebody said something funny, and that's important. Because you may lose sometimes in life.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean you can't have fun.
That's right.
10-2. And Team Falcons take to the offense quickly through the donut room they'll go. And Nexius not going to be able to... Whoop, I take it back. I was going to say stop anything before the plant, but killing Magus will at least give him man advantage for this retake, where Keto's got the smoke and the kit. Madden's going to peel one off. It is 4 players pushing through this CT lane. Far too much for Falcons to handle. Bomb tap, and Sunpius plays his hand from long. Oh, he kills Keto. The P250 doesn't need the headshot.
Yep.
You just whittle away the HP. And Heavy God in the 1v2 tries to hold it off, but Sunpius is simply better.
Just a bit too much. And I like the calling style here from Snappy. Not that it's any different to what Snappy's used to, but it's just fast. It's decisive. And it's also aggressive. And I think you said them, especially versus teams that have been ranked lower than them in history.
Oh, yeah.
They always make sure that you know. They don't do a feel out period.
They are
you feel them out.
Real gatekeepers because they know what it's like
It
to
was
grind
them
at the top.
and Heroic, who I think Heroic had the highest win rate versus teams lower ranked than them, and then I think that became ENCE. And funnily enough, they both have that same attitude where it was just like ultra hyper aggression.
I think it is successful.
Yeah.
It's a successful formula for smothering lesser teams, you know, guys who just want to play proper Counter-Strike, have been sat in the workshop, formulating ideas.
To play like this on LAN. This isn't good practice.
Let me execute.
It's so funny when people say that in scrims, because like if you can't even stop them from doing that.
Who's trying to hold him back, but Madden's ahead of the Deagle. Keto got one. And it's the whole team trying to trudge along. Ooh, double nade coming out of Snappy. Softened up by Boros and Madden. He'll blow him to smithereens. It's Heavy God and Regali again in a 2vx. But outnumbered, outgunned, and out-HP'd. Nothing more here to be proud of. Team Falcons taking that 12th one by storm. That'll be 10 map points to close out Ancient.
I just want to say that you were completely wrong. Keto has 5 kills right now, not 4.
Ooh.
So maybe you should stop making predictions.
Yep. I'm an idiot. That's me.
It was grim as Connor forecasted.
Yeah, and I didn't.
About over.
Yeah, I didn't want to be.
You didn't?
Rude.
Now you're not going to own it. Okay.
No. I just didn't
That's
like.
even worse.
I just don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. It's
All
not.
respect,
It's not the individual players. It's just the reality. You know, it's. I still question. It's just. Oh, as an org, they're not making moves to win games. You got to spend a little money.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
You got to spend a lot.
Yeah, a lot nowadays, huh? But also, unfortunate, obviously, Flamesy leaves. He doesn't even, Vitality don't even have to buy out Flamesy from OG, so, and they bench Degster. Madden, he'll finish up on Keto, and this is all on the shoulders of Fiku to try and hold back the map 1 loss. Magisk, a quick execution, and Falcons come into their game tonight doing exactly what they need to. Proving that this is not a waste of time nor money, that we didn't lose ENCE for no reason, that the addition of Boros and Magisk to this core with Zonic behind them will turn heads, and they will do it quick. It's one map in the back pocket, and Vertigo up next.
Looks better from Falcons, considering what we saw yesterday.
Way better on every aspect. Obviously, it's also a worse team, but it looked convincing. We also see the stats line here from Sunpeos and Boros.
Boros was the question mark that we've been putting up each and every time, saying that this player needs to perform. What did you think about him on that map?
We spoke about him a little bit before the game. Like, he is the one to watch for Falcons. We have seen the top level from Sunpeos. He also shows it here. We know Magisk is a really good player. We know Snappy and Madden is also really capable of taking it to the tier 1 level. But it's Boros who's the question mark, and he delivers in this game. I think he highlights what his strengths is. I think his aim is obviously one of them, but he shows it in multiple rounds.
I do think it's important to highlight the fact that we didn't see Falcons on LAN up until yesterday when they got here to spring groups, right? So they haven't had a chance. We haven't seen them. Not only have we not seen them on LAN, but we also haven't really seen them in officials because they haven't had to play, picking up that ENCE core, which means yesterday was the first time as a lineup that they were sitting here having to compete. That's a very different situation to sitting in a boot camp. So maybe we can give that loss, because I think there was a lot of expectation on them. We can give that loss to them saying, hey, this is like the first time you're just getting used to each other.
They also left big teams. They left ENCE, they left Vitality to join this project. So obviously the expectation is high, and for Boros to sit beside that must be a luxury, to have so much experience on the left of you and behind you and also to the right.
It's also, you made this comment, and I'm actually going to use this now, where we were talking about the fact that it's the first time we work together, and it's a bit like a first date, because you got to feel each other out. So is for the team, right? First time at LAN when you're all sitting there, you kind of got to, I'm presuming, feel each other out as well.
Yeah, I just fumble around my words on the first date, so I don't really know what you're talking about.
He's nervous. That's what happens, ladies. If you take him out, he's not going to talk to you. So Let's talk about one of those players that came from N, Sun Pius. He was such a superstar last year. He is such an incredible player and such a ball of positivity as well. And now, finally, today, on this map, we got a chance to see a little bit of that sunshine.
He's kind of underrated. We spoke about many players last year, like Shiro is amazing AWPer, but this guy was, in my book, the second best AWPer, or third best AWPer after Monacy and Saiwu. He got that 6th placement on the LTV as well. I think many people were surprised, but I think it's very deserving.
So Falcons, I mean, they're looking good. It was OG's map pick as well, but Ancients is something we've seen a lot of these players on. This was exactly what we were expecting from them, right?
Yeah, and I also think Snappy was the perfect guy to set up Nerds in the middle area. I hope he's going to be able to replicate that with Boris. He was so aggressive on the T side, like flashing out through the middle, taking the timings, and I hope Boris is going to live into that role.
So we've spoken a lot about Falcons, but let's move on to the difficult conversation, which is OG right now.
It's not an easy task being an OG player. It's not been ever since they signed the first core, right? They've had great pieces here and there. You also mentioned it before. There's been good names on this roster. Mantu, Alexi, Valde has all been prominent players. But for now, it just seems like it doesn't work out.
The problem is they get these interesting pieces, and the problem, they need to build an entire team. They need to build the whole chess set, and they just seem to be struggling. So what is it that's holding them back?
I think they are being left in this problematic view that players are leaving OG, and then there are not enough good players to attract other players. Like they're not able to keep the interesting ones. Like I think Dexter was one that people would like to play with solely because he could carry games, but they don't have him anymore. So I just think it's going to be difficult. But one guy I like is the guy to the right, Heavy God. He come from Endpoint, and Endpoint is the factory machine.
How is Endpoint? How is Endpoint doing this? Because Endpoint seems to just produce some magic time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, if we compare to where the other players have been, we see Nerds. He's been the best team in the world at some point with Ends, almost. And then we see Messi, at Vitality, we see Flames. Like, these are top quality players, and they've been able to produce those time after time again. And I think Heavy God is next in line. He's had equally good stats with the Endpoint roster, and now he's ended up an OG.
He was also, I mean, the 2 rounds that we saw OG take there, he was responsible for those victories.
Yeah, and he's also going to be that player you want to play with. Like, we spoke about them not having many players that attracts other players. He's going to be the one. Like, if I get an offer, I don't. But if I did, I would be like, okay, Heavy God is a nice player to play with. He has skill. He is able to improve. But the rest of the team, I'm not so sure.
Here's the thing. We're standing here at Spring Groups. They're fighting for their lives. Obviously, if they lose this, they have to go to the showdown. But this team, there is an expectation because they are part of OG. You've said, we keep talking about Heavy God, but what is happening with these other players? Does there need to be another shake-up after the major?
Yes. I think even before the major might be.
Before the major even?
If they fail the armor, it's not going to be a good journey for OG. Obviously, some of the players are going to cut. I'm just not sure who is bringing something to the table here except Heavy God. I think Regali has some moments where he's interesting. Kito as an IGL, I'm completely confused about it. He's always been at a very like, okay, we sent him in first. This is obviously a joke from way back, but I remember when he got into FPL back in the day, like people call him Keto Peanut Brain. But you evolve. But yeah, I just think there's a very weird sense of scouting for these players. I don't think there's any system. I don't think there's any vision of where we need to go. If they want to take it down a notch, then I would happily hear them say in an interview, hey, we're taking this extremely slow. We don't have any expectations. We want to build into 2 or 3 years, but it's just becoming very slow.
I don't want to throw more fuel on the fire, but as much as a roster change may be needed, they got to get a new coach in 2 months before they can do that. So OG has a mountain to climb, and they also only have 1 map standing between them and the showdown. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll talk a little bit about that map. Welcome back, and you are watching a matchup of two interesting teams. OG with a relatively new lineup, and then the newly formed Falcons, the team that everyone was speaking about last year. Lots of rumors going around about who would be joining them. We get to see them for the first time on LAN. Now, just before the break, we were talking a bit more about OG because they just haven't had a very good showing here at Spring Groups. It hasn't gone well. And now, if you take a look at the world rankings, well, you can also see how many times they've gone through all these changes.
Yeah. I mean, I remember OG coming into the scene. They signed some interesting players with their Lexi, their main suit, the Valde, and it was a good project. It was one you felt like, okay, they would make playoffs. But ever since, it's been a freaking mess. Like, nobody knows what the hell is going on, and we don't know who has the responsibility. From sources, we know that Roger had a lot to say, but all of a sudden he gets the chance out of Astralis. So what the hell is going on?
I think this is the tough one for me though, because I want to be sympathetic to the players, right? This is a young group. I think it's around the average age is like 21, 22 for this team. So this is a young group of players who want this opportunity to prove themselves. And I said it earlier, I'll say it again, it's the instability, right? Now you've got to wait for 2 months because your coach has announced he's leaving, but he's not leaving for 2 months. You can't make any roster changes during that time because you've got to wait for the new coach to come in. It kind of feels like you've just been put in Counter-Strike purgatory, really.
Yeah, and I don't know why. Why is he even there? Like, for me, as a personal player, I would never want my coach to be like, he's not committed to me. Why would I be committed to what he brings to the team? Like, he's not going to go the extra mile for the team. Obviously, he has a big history with the team. He's probably been there for 2 to 3 years. But, like, why don't you get a new one in? Get someone else. Like, try to make it work with the guys long term, because this is a long-term project. Roger is not going to fix this short term.
I don't think there's more to say on it, and we're not going to say more on it. We're going to speak a little bit about Vertigo and the Falcons lineup. We're going to see, obviously, yesterday they played Astralis, and it didn't look as good as we would have liked from Falcons. A little bit of a different look for the team today, but a different opponent.
But it also gives a different perspective, right? Because yesterday we didn't know how good Astralis was, but looking today, I think it was very fair that the Falcons lost 2-0.
Fair enough. And obviously, as they get ready here, Vertigo for the core, this is a map that they play well, that they know well, Babski. So are you expecting them to 2-0 this series?
I think everything else would be a disappointment for the players of Falcons. They expect to beat a team like OG 2-0.
They look really happy as well, because yesterday they did not look happy.
I mean, when you win, you're always happy.
That's a fair point. And we are, of course, getting ready on your screens right now. Sam Pius, the player that we spoke about, all looking really good. So final prediction for you, Babski, you're definitely going with that 2-0?
Yeah, you want to go for the score as well?
You can throw a score in. Okay. I'm going 2-0. I believe in Snappy. I always have. I believed in him yesterday as
13-4.
well. 13-4. You think OG can get 4 rounds?
A pissed around from Heavy God.
Wow. Wow. Okay, there we go. There's your scoreline. If you have those, I mean, share them as well. That'll be interesting. I just feel like we've been so tough. I'm Vladdy obviously standing behind OG as well. She's got such a big thing to fulfill here as the team manager, having to step in as coach.
Obviously, no expectations on her side. Like, we can't say anything bad or good about what she's doing. She's obviously a stand-in in a completely new role.
I can say something good because I've seen her and I know her. I know that she'll be good at motivating these players. She's going to be good at trying to speak them up. That's something that she's good at. She's such a positive force in that regard, while also maintaining a good logic. She understands Counter-Strike, so she's going to be fair on that. But again, I feel like we threw everything but the kitchen sink at this team and now expect them to perform.
Yeah, and it's also hard. Like, it's definitely not the energy that is lacking on OG side. We can see from the outside that obviously they're not happy because they're not winning, but she isn't able to fix in-game stuff. And the issue with this team on OG side is that the level of the players isn't high enough to compete against Falcons on this level consistently, and she's not helping that fact.
Just to be clear, of course, Raga isn't here because he's dealing with a family emergency. He's not, the Astralis move has nothing to do with the fact that he's not here. He is actually, I think his wife's been ill, so we send her our well wishes and hope for the best. But ultimately, I think it's fair to say that Falcons is going to take this one. That's where Babski and I are standing. Scrawny, Launders, how about you?
What the hell? You guys are writing off OG just like that?
I wonder where they got it from. Wow. Maybe the hate's contagious, Connor.
I wouldn't say it's hate. Hate's a strong word.
Keto's going to get 4 kills this map.
That's
I can't
almost
believe in a
true.
team that will pay for good players.
Okay, it's not hate. It's toxicity.
It's toxicity.
Yeah, it's a little toxicity.
Remember, guys, toxicity is a choice.
It's true. It's true, and it was sprinkled in at the start of this series because I wanted the expectations to be realistic. Falcons have designed this project to win. and they can't afford early losses to a team that is kind of in this weird flux and is honestly just as new as the team that sits across from them, right? If Falcons is this fresh roster that we give a little slack to for that reason, well, yeah, maybe I should be fairer on OG. They are trying to implement Nexius and Heavy God, but they don't have the tool for the job. The implementer in their head coach is not in attendance.
Yeah, they need and I think like with a proper IGL, I think the perspective on this lineup changes quite a bit between Fergali, Heavy God, and Nexius.
No doubt.
At least they're new.
Let's get it on.
That was like 40 damage right there.
I hope for OG's sake they can make this one a little more competitive. Fingers crossed for them.
Why don't you be honest for once in your life? Just say how you feel.
Nope. Then can't let the mask slip.
Very smart. You passed the test.
Senpai's got this one locked in. Oh, hits him with the gush on the drive-by. It's a mid to CT A-Wrap, and they're going to find it wide open for the taking. How many rounds OG getting this one? And answer honestly for once.
Yeah, honestly for once. Say 4.
Okay.
Yeah. Falcons, I think they're pissed about the Astralis Vertigo last time.
For sure.
And they got a Vertigo to prove.
I think the best thing that Falcons could do, the thing they need most, is just a nice, easy stomp to start the year. You know, playing Astralis in their current form, that was just a tight match. And a match, I mean, Falcons didn't get completely ran over.
Versus Astralis?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a little bit closer than it appeared, but it really... I think I predicted the day pretty well in the sense of, okay, Astralis did show us that they were really good versus Falcons, so... And then Falcons will probably run over OG.
Actually, I did forget that Falcons got 13-3'd in one of those maps. The Vertigo game had some good rounds.
Yeah, yeah. The Vertigo one, though, that was the Falcons pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
The writing really was on the wall that that Astralis were in a strong form.
Yeah.
Magisk gonna feast on some easy pickups. Singular. Oof. That's a team kill in the middle. Unlucky. MP9 or Mac-10 looking for some money.
Uh-oh.
Careful now. Oh, the fadeaway, because it's Heavy God.
Heavy God.
But you'd I mean, Heavy God's actually gotten all these kills.
Heavy Goat.
Any damage in this one made possible by Heavy God.
Just such a great name.
Skinny Devil. It just doesn't, doesn't have the same...
Your name's Scrawny. Scrawny Gowd.
Scrawny Gowd. Let's go OG! With the guns. They are a little more lethal. Little ramp hold. Get out of here. Clean double kill out of Nexius. Zones him. Regali's stuck behind the sandbags. Senpai's dead to the trade frag. And we got Boros in a 1v3 here.
Let's test that mental. Boros in a 1-on-3 with lots of time.
But no bomb right now.
But the bomb is below, right? So
on the other side of the footbridge.
Yeah. So he can try to play this in a few different ways. Let's see if the first kill goes right. It does. Oh, but a perfect timing here for Fiku to come in and clear that.
Nice. A round early on. First gun round out of the defense. First round posted to the board.
What you were hoping for. But you also promised us 3 good Heavy God rounds. We got that one big clutch.
Yeah, we had one. That's true.
So we're
2 more to go.
Rent's due. I still can't kind of decide how to describe him. Like when I've seen the good rounds, I wouldn't know how to describe the style of player that he is. Or like when I make the comparison of that Senpai's plays a lot like Device. I don't know who that rifler is that Heavy God's kind of going for, where he fits into this team exactly. Is he a faster player? Is he slower? But is he more like a twist? Maybe more explosive? Not exactly fast, but pretty explosive. Something like that, probably.
Piku's got something cooking. Madden's a freebie. Knife him.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, listen. It's the safer thing to do.
Anything could happen.
You never know when there's a second player on the other side of the box and then you look like a goofball. And I feel like in this matchup, you can't afford to take those risks. keto, double headshot on the B ramp approach. Suddenly, Falcons not looking so tough. Snappy from the bottom of the rafters, though, returns the favor, and then keto bites off a little more than he can chew.
Yeah.
And this 2 versus 5 is suddenly a 2v3 instead, and they've kept enough health, 69 apiece, to manage something. What else you got to offer here? Snappy and Sunpius. Working together for quite some time at this point.
This is where Snappy goes, listen, I know we've only played together for a week, but we can do this. We put our brains together. Show some good chemistry here.
Right side green smoke, and a clean spray from Nexius, hitting that. Bit of damage on Sunpius to take him down to just 11.
Nice saving.
He's gonna let this one slip. OG, a second tied game, 4 rounds in.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty solid round. Nice swings out of keto. Got a little scary when he jumped up wood wall, but the first 2 kills were clean. And I like the Heavy God energy on land, too.
Pushed mid, guys. Behind me.
I feel like there's a lot of stories to be told in CS with people meeting each other for the first time, like in person. You know, especially for some of the players who are like not speaking English as fluently, we don't get to hear from them as much. What it's like to come to like a tier 1 LAN for the first time. You know, I feel like it's such a special experience.
I think the teams on the fringe, like going to your first RMR.
Yeah, insane.
Life change. Like, I mean, imagine Bad News Eagles, for example, before they made their first major.
Yeah.
It's always like, to me, that's the classic tale.
Core memories.
Yep.
In your life, honestly.
Anybody showing up to the RMR
Like,
is some of the most pressure in the world.
I still remember my first local LAN I played at. Like, every first is like so big.
Ooh. Nice nade. Very nice nade. That was right in the pocket. Softens him up nicely. Tenderize that meat. Dolly drops a couple on the approach. Guns can trade hands, but they're met by utility at the minute mark, and they don't need to force the issue here just yet. I think it's fair to expect Snappy should be able to outcall keto every day of the week. So sometimes you take that time, allow for your opponents to make mistakes.
Oh yeah, someone actually tweeted and said Slacks was another player who's German who is potentially
got a chance. And one of the new Fnatic guys as well.
And there was one more. I just want to get those out of the way before I forget. One more German.
Of course, Slack's playing on M80, which is why we didn't think about him, because he's playing in the NA region.
Oh, right.
That's why we didn't think about him.
That's cool, actually.
That's my out.
And then QB from Fnatic. Got out the legal CS, thanks for that.
Ooh, front-facing duel for Magisk there. 8 seconds, he had the bomb, and he decided to take that fight versus who else than Heavy God. Fiku's gonna get it down. There's no time to plant. They've won it. Heavy God presses out from connector.
Second big play of the night.
Magisk could have crossed behind the double boxes, but instead he gives him a little skin, and Heavy God not gonna let that slide. I'm not gonna say that's one of Heavy God's big moments. He's still got 2 in his back pocket.
Huge moments coming up.
But that is still impact. Here's Magisk stopping to fight. At the 9-second mark. Ooh, and Snappy just steps into the crosshair. OG are in the lead. And they got money behind them. And they got pistols in front of them here in round 6. Game on. Another good grenade. Variations too, you know, one corner box, this one off the top of the box.
They're playing pool.
Billiards.
Snooker.
Madden. Nice deagle from the depths of the ramp. And again, you face these fights, you will give them something to pull on.
2 guns to grab.
Snappy on the M4 now.
Ooh.
They've got short control as well, so Fiku out in the open here thinking he can duel, but now it comes down to the short peek, and Regali doesn't get the instant kill he'd hoped for. They've got this CT pinched. Heavy God arrives in time from the flank, and Regali's gonna lock it down. Another Regali Heavy God 2vx closed out for OG.
Yeah, that's good. I like the way that they fought on the ramp. And it's hard right now to figure out what to do here on CT side, but second time that Falcons have picked a map, and they didn't have any success versus Astralis yesterday in terms of winning, besides some good rounds. Here versus OG on map 1's the best we've seen from them.
Nexius has always been good for one off these plays, and again, it's just variation coming out of OG's ramp setups. Madden just got by him. Oh, he could slide behind 3. Huge moment here for Nexius.
Yeah, there's still both A players alive. One on sandbags. Oh my God, Sunpius.
But he's behind 4 now. Drops bomb, and Heavy God comes in with 1.
And they're confused.
Nexius goes deep down ramp, trying to stay away from this, as Falcons will inevitably come to reclaim it. Sunpius catches Heavy God up on A. This needs to all be Nexius now. At least he still has the bomb, but the longer he takes to get his next kill, the closer they are to reclaiming it. He tries to smoke him off, eats damage off the nade, and it'll be desperation if he presses through. It's being watched by Sunpius, or so it was. Snappy's gonna, nope, not die. Other side of the plant guarantees it. Sunpius ends him. Big moment for Nexius, but all his teammates died.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for him. We were watching the right guy. He was doing the right play. He got in the middle of it, and he certainly wasn't selling his teammates. There was nothing actually happening on the A side. I think one died in middle, so provided everybody else chilled for a second, he could actually have won this round. But instead, it became too difficult. Not enough help right there. Falcons back in the game. I think that's Madden to catch that punish on the ramp to kick it off.
Oof. Keto's life won't be easy this round, but it does set up the M4 perfectly. You get all that damage on a pistol that you know is running for his life. Oof. Nexius comes through with the 1 deke. They got something going. That M4 is still in the mix. Regali, that's his second before Madden takes him out of it. But there's that flank up ramp. It's Heavy God again, gets the dink off. So close. Can Fiku close? Madden on the full bar of health, could walk bomb up along the railing. And Fiku will never see him with that smoke up. He's worried that's exactly what's happened, but by falling back a little bit, this smoke now makes his job that much harder. And it feels like the utility has just limited Fiku's possibility of winning this 1v2.
It's possible. I mean, at least like for him, Magisk is low, but he's not willing to make a crazy play at the moment. Respecting the utility as the digits get punched in. Fiku pushing up. Maybe a chance for 1 clean shot. Can he get it? I mean, he could read this setup without seeing it for sure. And there is 1. And now he probably knows.
Oh, Madden. I like it. Get active.
The crane smoke and yeah.
Don't waste any time.
It's nice.
Madden's one of those guys who I think in CS2 was coming into his own back on Ents.
Yeah.
Had a little uptick. Rifle, you know, rifle play looking better and better.
Yeah, I mean, Madden's someone I've always associated with impact. You know, he's like, I think he's got a lot of supportive positions. He could be used with a bit more freedom, but with the team that he was on, it sort of made sense.
That was a full force. That was a full force.
He's right. It was. It's all the money in the last round from OG. Nothing to work with here.
Did he have an abacus? How did he know that? Some mathlete?
Must be. He's been doing this long enough.
I just watched the Mean Girls remake, by the way. It was a musical.
Sorry about that.
Watched it with my mom.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a little nicer.
Yeah. They
Wednesdays.
They made it again, like scene for scene. I mean, I guess the excuse was it's a musical, but
yeah, that's a movie that did not need to be remade.
It was such a great movie,
and it also didn't need to be remade into a musical.
It was definitely a perfect movie. Yes, it will not be beaten. Yeah.
A couple of USP kills that shouldn't be happening. Yes. No. Boros swipes him away. 5-4 here to Falcons as they're starting to get through what was a decent challenge from OG out of the gate.
Ents are kind of like Regina George to like teams that are worse than them. Bullies. OG in the burn book.
That's what they called it, right?
Yeah.
Yep. You know, Lindsay Lohan, honestly, she had some bangers.
Yeah.
Freaky Friday, Mean Girls, Herbie.
Whoa,
Yeah,
Herbie.
Herbie, man.
Wow.
That's a throwback.
Didn't know you were a pop culture guru like that. As far as we knew, Connor only watched his first movie in 2021.
No. I was all about it, dude.
Damn.
Yeah, gun round coming out here for OG. They had to wait for it. Hoping to tie things at 5, but that little gap over construction is going to cost Fiku surely. Yeah, 3 players slip over top as Regali opened the window for a moment. And now, unfortunately, it's just the 8 players left with the bomb going down on B. They got to call it quits.
Gotta walk away from that.
6-4.
Such a strong kill to get, you know, from your Magisk underneath the Grail. Were great right there. I mean, Heavy God wanted to fight himself. Magisk was just so willing to set up for that. He was like, come on, peek me.
Whew. I feel like, you know, we talked about Ents and we talked about Boros being people that like to kind of bully that tier 2. It did feel to me like sometimes when Magisk would get a chance to unleash on a lesser opposition.
Yeah.
Like, I can't point to him as an example of it as clearly as the others, but I know he's into it.
Yeah.
If Snappy
he's
said,
not an eco hunter, but he is a bully.
Yeah, if Snappy said, yo, Magisk, do whatever you want right now, I think he likes that. That's why I think he'll actually fit in quite nicely with this Ents core. I mean, Magisk is already so great at kind of plugging and playing with whatever roster you throw him on.
And he's just straight up so young. Like, he's like a veteran in terms of how much he's won, but he's still 25.
Nice shot from Nexius. Ooh, nice shot from Heavy God. Deagle's coming into fruition. Snappy knows better than to take that fight. A whole pack of OG players on the other side of that entrance. Control the AKs, grab bomb, get yourself up to the A site. But at the A site, there is also another threat in Keto. Top middle for Boros, pushing deep to the CT spawn, making sure that this rotation can't happen. And when you knew that the majority numbers were on B, Keto's 5-7 still causing problems. Man advantage actually off the back of that one. And Boros preoccupied with the CT fights. He could get caught by the mid guy. Yes, sure enough. It's gonna have to be a Madden 1v2 with 2 frags on the round already. Or Falcons have let OG slip through with another. They grab the 1 AK available top mid. No smoke to block off elevator. I mean, Madden knows if he goes for this plant, he could just get charged down, but they don't swing fast. Guns up for Madden.
Time to lock in.
That's both sets of feet running outwards. Now he knows, gets the first one, but the trade frag's there. And again, in a 2vx, it is Regali and Heavy God to keep OG somewhat alive.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. The ones you would kind of expect, I mean, the Heavy God sort of new to the mix. Regali, we known, Regali came into a very bad situation, I would say, on OG. Like, not set up for success. And they still are sort of lacking that IGL that would make more sense, I think, of the players that we currently see. But Keto, I'd say, doing a serviceable job as an IGL. So at least for now, it's good to see moments coming out of the younger players. I was about to find out that Magisk is actually the tied for 4th youngest player, okay, on OG. Or on Team Falcons.
Really?
Sorry, 3 of them are 25. Snappy's 31 or whatever.
And Boros is 20?
19.
19. Okay.
Nexia's trying to get away with it again, but by the time he sees anybody, they're already dead. keO lines up 2. Not the first time we've actually seen that peek down ramp get a double kill. So Falcons pack gets pulled apart, plucked on the A ramp. And this is OG tying things up as we head to the second half.
Is that an advantage or disadvantage, the fact that now it's a new game? That you get to, with a brand new roster, have to figure out a new game? Or would you rather it be CSGO with all the other lineups being the way they were and understanding the game very well and having more time and chemistry together? Would you rather play CSGO or would you rather play CS2 with a new lineup?
I think for the long term, it's an advantage. But for the short term, it's for sure a disadvantage. I would say that a team that comes in with a full base that can work out the meta and add new stuff constantly will have an advantage over a team that is brought together where a lot of the base needs to get down before you can actually develop and be ahead of the meta. So I would say in 6 months, it's an advantage, but for now it's not. Obviously, people will say that, yeah, we are 3 guys from in, so you should have a base, but it's not really the same because we obviously have to move some positions around now. Also, when we split up in ends, kinda, it was actually towards the tail end of CSGO, and we went to a few CS2 tournaments, but that was pretty much without prac because of the circumstances back then.
What's your experience now coaching in a game that, well, I have to be honest, when I watch people play CS2, they're still playing CSGO in a lot of ways. Some of the changes are very sort of small. So from your perspective as a coach, how much in-game time are you spending just to feel how the game is versus how much time are you watching how people are playing the game today?
I think I'm watching a lot, but I think that, and me and Marco also talked about it, that you kind of get, you're still living that world where you are looking a lot about, okay, this would work in CSGO, but you actually don't know if it's going to work in CS2. And I think the theorycraft thing is going to be more important. But right now, as Marco said, we're building a house while living in it at the same time. And I think a lot of the teams has had a head start. Right now, we are working on the basic things with this lineup. So we don't really have that much time to theorycraft, and we're getting straight playing, Blast first, and then we go straight to Katowice, and then after that it's RMR. So for me, my focus has been on just to get us as ready as possible on 6 maps, and not really looking into, okay, let's theorycraft. And I think that goes for a lot of teams, but I think we will see it, and most likely, especially for some of these tier 2 teams who don't travel that much, that they will come up with some new stuff. And then I've always had it like that. You can use a lot of time on theorycrafting, but looking at other teams who did the prep for you, so you can steal that. That is also, stealing strats from teams. That is definitely also a solution. But my focus point right now is just to get these 5 players together and make us as strong as possible.
So OG put one foot in front of the other and managed to walk that score back to a 6-all tie. Heading into their T side here on Vertigo, Falcons map choice twice now since they have debuted as of yesterday. We saw them lose it to Astralis, and they'll be looking to wrap this one up quick. We just heard with that interview, obviously, Zonic saying, we want to get these 5 players online and working together as fast as possible. Then we can think about strats. Then we can think about, evolution. First and foremost, get the base in place. And it feels like that has been the case, more or less. I mean, a few weird rounds lost within this 6. 2 of them to Lesser Pistols. That Regali, Heavy God, late round 2vX has been a problem for Falcons. But we'll see now that they're on the defense of their map pick if they can just shut this one down.
Yeah. Well, Snappy's one of the, Snappy said they basically had a few days of practice with this lineup, so
Fiku just took 20 damage falling down the ladder.
I would have died, so. Whoa, that angle works. That's crazy setup. Wow.
You just got.
My God, I mean, that was basically 4 bullets.
Oh man.
Setup's dirty. Just gives them the best of both worlds with those angles. Another one. Laser beam out of Boros.
Ooh.
They can get loud too.
That one That one's going to send a message. That's like 9 bullets total. Indiscriminate screaming. Yeah. Yeah, Madden likes to get rowdy. Give him that.
Oh my God, 3 things.
Ooh, Sampaius leaning back, cleaning up versus Pistols. Him and Boros. Gonna go to town on this, make a little bit of extra money, get that 2-round lead, start strong. You know, I was always a critic of kind of like the ENTS formula and the fact that they just never got loud and excited. They never tried to play into the crowd. You'd see them on stage. They were never trying to play with the crowd very often. The one person who I do feel like kind of felt muzzled compared to the, because you don't want to be the one guy yelling.
Why not?
No, because nobody else does it, you start to feel a little weird, you know? I don't know.
I agree with that. That's weird.
I feel like if 4 people don't yell.
Daphne.
Oh, yeah, they cut his ass.
They cut his ass.
Sorry.
Yeah, worst mistake of their life.
Now he put a hit on him. Yeah, Madden's gotten more comfortable with it.
I don't think it's a choice. If you've ever played on a LAN, you find out if you're the guy who yells or not.
I yell.
It's not the same when you're in pain.
Sorry, Regali. These rifles aren't even going to get anything to shoot at. keto trying to slip the net along the short side. With bomb right behind him, it's not a bad place to be in. Sees the trajectory of the util. This timing from keto could definitely catch Snappy off. Ramp player is exposed. Madden, easy cleanup. Back turn to Snappy. And he will get there in the end, dropping bomb and leaving Heavy God 1v4. Flash comes out, he gets his headshot. Nice clean one there. Still working with only 46 HP, knows about Madden, but again, that crunch, that crossfire.
That use of sandbags is so good.
Just the end of OG.
Yeah, it's covered. I mean, if they come up the back of him on sandbags, they can just kill him 1-to-1. But he's covering the wall walk up, so even though they smoke deep on short, if you're past it, it was more of a bait than anything else. And he got the ramp guy.
Back to the Tech 9 armor. Oddly enough, it's rounds like these that OG have been able to pull out of the hat. So, don't let your guard down. When Heavy God's got the Deagle. Heavy Deeg.
Deagle God.
Just getting off the bomb site. Anticipates the follow-through. Sure enough, that whole pack of players were looking for him. Excellently slowed down here by the B defense. Nade on the money, but Regali
big dunk
catches him off with the Tech 9. Now you've got one stranded on quad. There's nowhere to go here for Magus, so he tries to take the fight, and that's a second Tech 9 kill coming out of Regali. A 3K off the Tech 9. Again, these pistols prevail.
That's crazy by Regali.
In what world?
Position. But Madden's 14-9, and now it's a 1v2.
There's his 15th. Go for it.
Yeah, don't waste too much time. There's actually a chance here. He's got another molly.
And the kit. Smoke worries him that somebody could be up close. Time now going a little too far. And he's going to pull the plug on it. He'll kill Regali at least, but time decides this one. A triple kill from Regali's Tech 9 gives OG a 7.
Yeah, that's a sweet round out of him. Well, what they learned is they should have just mollied him out. But they didn't want to waste it because he only had the Tech 9.
Also, Magus did such a good job of getting out of danger originally, but then he put himself back in a pickle by playing quad.
You know, in Denmark, they got to pickle him twice.
Ooh, I didn't get to see that one, but...
That's the evolution of smack talk that you want to see. That's like, I'm a seasoned vet getting bored or winning too much.
I feel like that's
level.
like
I love that.
that's something Apex would pull out.
Exactly.
Yep. I love how it wasn't even that enthusiastic either.
Yeah. Was anyone else even happy?
No, it's just a little half-baked. Half-baked something or other. I raised the red flag, man. Those pistols, something about them. OG playing with nothing to lose.
We get Vladdy's first map.
Uh-oh, you're missing your ramp smoke.
Oh.
Missing your ramp smoke.
It was through the smoke.
What is it?
Or
your first day on the job?
Who missed it?
One of the CTs.
One
of the A players who doesn't have a smoke.
Oh, well, Sampaius normally throws the ramp smoke.
No, he doesn't have a smoke. There's Snappy's landing now. Let's blame Sunpius.
Wow, you
Is
hate
that smoke weird too?
You hate Spain, huh? No, it's a deep,
Okay, no,
deep
it
short
landed.
smoke. They used it last time, remember? But Nexius.
Up on the angle. If he gets a third. Man.
Go ahead and
I think
save.
they save here. Yeah, they're gonna call it all. OG.
Never trust the ramp smoke.
OG have broken the door down and managed to get within one. If he couldn't clear a couple kills, it'd be great, but nah, Boris down beneath him. These are the kinds of rounds that makes you start to believe in OG a little bit.
Could be Vladdy's first map on LAN as a coach that she wins.
Terrorists win.
With OG.
Belated birthday gift.
Yeah. Delayed gratification is a good thing.
Well, she even forgot that she used to stand behind Hellraiser.
That's true. We had to remind her. Yeah, she's like, I'm doing this for the first time. We're like, what about with Hellraisers in 2014? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
One round game.
I'm OG. I'll slow this down as long as I have to. Nope. He's going to eat damage in response as well. Down to 62 health.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of a level up here in the default. We recognize both of them, how important this round can be.
Oh, wow. Watched by Madden.
I feel like he was just checking it too. That's crazy seeing it from his perspective.
Madden hits the laser beam on that one. And then just as they think to take a bit of control on B, and Matt just slides through the side of the smoke with that.
Yeah. It's a smooth transition.
Heavy God's watching.
For the clear.
Matt just got him. Nice wallbang trade frag from Fiku with an underhanded flash. Makes it hard for Sunpius to hold the line. One goes deep, but he'll peel the second off the push. Fiku hanging on to quad. Waste of a smoke, no big deal.
Quad
Fiku,
dead.
He's fallen, and Regali is in a 1v4 with Snappy breathing down his neck, flanking up the B steps. Ooh, nice turn. There's a chance. 20 seconds.
Yo,
Regali.
Give him a chance. You know about him in the clutch.
6-second shot, fake plant, and then Boros is just going to run him down. But damn, you can see the makings of something special.
Yeah, his aim definitely gets better in the clutch. He's one of those guys.
Just far too many Falcons up.
Call.
Madden, this laser beam.
I'm going to call that unfortunate. It was a smart check from Madden, but just like not even a chance to shoot back. But that is the risk of lurking around smokes right now in CS2. That is part of the game.
Nice.
He's ready to be so mad.
I was going to say his teammates are still alive, so he's got to internalize that one until the round's done.
Nice.
It's as crazy as it feels, Snappy. That shot was disgusting. The round leaves OG a little strapped. They're going to try to press again around the smoke.
Boros and Madden locking him out. This time ramp, total stoppage. And Falcons looking for a comfortable 11th round win. 5 alive, ramp is theirs, and Boros with a pop-off.
Yeah, this team's just a whole lot louder now, which is great. Just more fun.
These are the rounds you can get loud about because there's not a single opening from start to finish to OG.
Let's fucking go!
It's got a good yell, actually.
Vladi calls a timeout.
It's like, chill down, guys. Didn't win yet.
Guys, they've got 8 rounds.
Yeah.
Hard fought rounds as well. OG have put forward a far more respectable fight in the second map than the first, and that's kind of the, that's the tale of their matchup versus Vitality as well. I'm not going to sit here and say that they really had a chance to win Inferno versus Vitality, but they definitely made Vitality sweat. They killed Apex and ZywOo towards Banana multiple rounds. They made them take a step back and think about their competition. 2 blowout maps to start each of their best of 3s is the fastest road to the showdown here at Spring Groups. And that's what awaits OG if Falcons pick up 2 more rounds. And this one looks like a shoe-in versus Deagles. No Kevlar, so down they go. In an instant, deleted by Boros in mid. Heavy God quad fight is all Magisk all day. 4 map and match points.
Looks like we've got some promising rosters to start the season off. Astralis and Falcons, and we're talking about, big contenders here in terms of looking to win entire events. Otherwise, they're failing. That's the bar. Don't know who's going to pull ahead in the lead, and already a little bit shaky for Vitality. I mean, they're still #1 in the world. It's just 1 loss for them, just a bad day. Apex's tweet, I thought, was actually like a joke, but he was pretty serious about it, worst we've seen from Vitality in some time. And himself.
Yeah, responsibility on his own shoulders, too.
I think definitely everyone pitched in to leave ZywOo behind on that series, but it is just 1 series.
But it comes at a very interesting time because Falcons versus OG has now given them a chance to warm up a little, to improve on their opening versus Astralis.
Right.
And if what they have ahead of them, a wounded Vitality.
Wounded Vitality, imagine.
Team Falcons versus Vitality in the first week of the year.
NAVI's smacking his lips right now.
I love when a good story comes together. Well-timed hit here on the B site. Magisk just gave away some real estate, and they're going to slide right into it. He tries to take a piece out of Heavy God, and it works. Boros set up for the multi-frag.
24 and 14.
Nade to quad as the bomb is stranded. Molotov will deny plant. Boros peeks back to mid and loses his head. Good play from Fiku, and Snappy's going to go down with nothing, so OG aren't done yet. They got 3 players up in this post plant with still this nice late mid control, but that goes down. Madden uses 1/3 of his health for the first fight. And last time he didn't go for this. He didn't follow through with the commitment on the retake. Let's see if he does. 1 behind boxes, the second behind Tetris. Saw a shoulder there of Keto, gets the headshot on Nexius, but he can't kill all 3, and so OG live on.
Pretty good positions. I mean, Boros with the 2K to start things off, but I mean, a great answer back out of OG once they got to quad. Very solid refrags overall.
I didn't see why Magisk backed up the way he did.
Keep it fresh.
But OG got a little lucky with that one. It just slipped right in. In the wise words of Heavy God. A wise man once said, do what you gotta do.
early fight B, but nobody there. Boros and Magisk and Sunpius. So trying to adapt here with a heavier lean to the B side of the gate. And honestly, it could be the perfect call. Sunpius, he'll strike down Keto in an instant. That solo snappy A setup, soon to be tested, but they rotate pieces back in place, so it's just the perfect positioning for Sunpius to start the round. And a missed shot on his second duel could afford OG a bit of space on the A site. Sunpius is repositioned with a teammate in front of him. Nexius trying to hold the angle, but he does slip out from elevator. Madden dies through smoke as a blinded Nexius comes out with more impact. And OG have done a great job of reclaiming a round that could have just fallen flat for the loss.
Yeah, a small timing missed from Sunpius, and now a 4v4 retake.
Snappy tries to press along smoke. Nexius working with the site cover. Short player's not here to help out. Snappy can charge forward, but Nexius gets the headshot. Boros back in with the quick trade. Evened out, but remember, Sunpius low health, and they'll call it quits. OG double digits.
Ooh, wow, I mean, it was a timing that Sunpius was like holding on the A ramp, but he didn't hold for that long. And then to not be ready for anything else, I mean, that's a bit of an indictment on Falcons. They had a decent setup, but they can't have one thing go wrong and everything else fails. So good from OG to keep that pressure high, and they didn't sit around and wait either. They took that one opportunity on a time and got the op weakened off the angle to rotate, and then they started laying down the utility.
Can't waste time when you're facing match point. Nicely done by Nexius. He is solid. I didn't see too much of him at Sydney. I know his numbers were there, but yeah, shout out Nexius.
Yeah, he does some interesting plays. It's not like vanilla, which is good.
Exactly. He's got a little character. I think anybody in, you know, OG's situation right now, let's just be, it's just not ideal. They know it, we know it, making the best of what they can, but worst thing you could do is start playing boring Counter-Strike 2.
The only crime is to be boring.
Fact.
Yep.
That and assault.
Heavy gowd.
Yeah. On the assault will be OG to the B site. We'll see if Magis can hold him back. He's got Boros and Madden clearing out middle right now, so very little support to be offered here to the anchor. Nothing. Flash is great. Boros comes through with one shaved off top construction. Smoke grenade starting to go up. How badly do they want to hold on to this bomb site? The numbers are here for OG. Nexius in a sea of smoke. Both teams just spraying point blank on this. Who's going to come out on top? Sunpius with the op catching Heavy God. Regali's barely standing. Fiku trades frags back.
They hit him.
2v2, Madden softened, and Sunpius still trying to find another. All of that chaos in a pocket-sized gunfight up close on green. But Fiku falls back off of the ledge. Regali's going to try to play close, and a smoke grenade on top of the bomb could cause real problems here for OG.
Now they
this is
forward.
for the match, and Fiku's forced out into the fight. It's a 10-second stick, no kit on either two. They're desperate to get them off. Regali swapping weapons, but time with
Someone
no
had to
kit.
get on it.
This goes
there's a kit right
all
there.
the way. 24 rounds needed.
Wow, there's a chance for overtime. OG been fighting hard. The second half has looked so much better, and Keto, look at him. He's getting emphatic. He's got something to say. I mean, the troops are showing up. There's a lot to work with, I think, at this point. They're keeping up with the aim for Falcons, who are clearly not perfect right now. And this B-side is definitely an opportunity.
And this is the kind of result that I think, even regardless of whether this goes to overtime or even if they close at 13-11 right now, it undoes some of the hype that came off of that ancient stomp. Picking into Vertigo back-to-back maps. They would have loved a convincing result this evening. There was also so much carnage on that smoke fight. It's like 3 smoke grenades on the bomb site, everybody fighting, and did he die? Oh no, okay.
We won. Nice, man! Let's go, man! Let's go!
Let's go, Blondie. They're shooting pretty good right there, and that's a weaker buy here for Team Falcons. Snappy on an MP9. Sunpius op has been key, though.
Ooh, the fight's coming at them.
It could end here on the ramp for sure. Oh, it's weird, but it's still good.
They get there. A team kill. No, not now. Heavy God catching Nexius. Matt in perfect spot, but his gun's empty. Oh, the recovery they need falls into the hands of Heavy God.
Bomb is starting to walk back towards the B site. That's where they found their early success. Holding the flank right now, and Fiku's starting to peel off as well. No ramp regression just yet, but surely it's coming in time. I mean, Sunpius is stuck here alone, so they've got to come look for the clues. If OG come back to A, that would be a huge mistake. And it looks like the CTs are just going to start to peel away early. Mad just running around. T's have not started moving yet. Even if they hear the footsteps, they can't go too quickly. But, I mean, you know that the reclear is coming on A versus any good team.
It's all coming now.
Yeah.
They've just abandoned A.
They just need to go up on these frags, and that's just perfect from Boros. This will be tough.
Yeah, it's going to take something spectacular from Fiku or from Heavy God, both swinging with AKs. Flashbang disrupts them, but they catch Magis. Can's busy. Oh, they catch Magis.
And he smoked behind him.
Boros starts to flank. Heavy God exposed to it, but he just gets away with the plant. OT on the line. Fiku kills Sunpius. And Boros, 27 frags on the map, but he needs a clutch to close this. Keep Falcons out of overtime. And as Heavy God bounces back and left, Boros reload, gets away. Fiku in front! Oh. And he stops them! The whole entire comeback shut down. Falcons survive the test. A 29 frag map from Boros as OG are sent packing to the showdown.
That was cerebral. That was nicely played. Every individual move right there from Boros. I like that he gets a chance to close it. We've seen a lot of him in the early round. We know he's all about the aim, but right there, he showed what he could do in the 1v2. Tragic situation for Magis. I think he would have been tilted.
Yeah.
That went to overtime.
A little bit of stress sprinkled into the Falcons' second matchup here at Spring Groups, but a win's a win, and a match versus Vitality is what they've earned next.
Yesterday, we said the question mark is around Boros. Today, we said the question mark is around Boros. And now, I'm going to say, I think that Boros, he did good there. He did real good.
He closes it with style. What an important round to win at the 2v1 at the end. And I also see Magis' reaction. He's so used to winning against teams like this. He's not comfortable playing two maps against OG and it going this close.
OG got more rounds in that map than they've had the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they played good for once. I will have to give it to them. They played really well in some of the rounds. Obviously, we're going to have to look at what Falcons did, and it wasn't perfect all the time, but OG still played a really good game.
I love what we can see now and what you can see on your screens, the celebration, the rest of the team obviously is supporting Boros, giving him those high fives. Yep. This is the thing that we were looking for. I don't think it was an impressive amount of Counter-Strike from Falcons, but they won.
It can be a defining moment for Boros' career, this. I think it's a pretty easy one. It's what he used to dealing with these type of teams, but he wins this 2v1. We see in the start Snappy having a real rough time. I would actually expect him to come off with one kill and get off easily, but he doesn't manage to. The trade with the AKs and Madden here. I thought the round was over, but he really only gets one for this situation. Not a good look. And then they have a perfect situation, 3v2. I would imagine normally Falcons close these rounds, but Magis doesn't play it well. He gets caught off and he gets into a position where he's not able to escape, but Boros in the end saves it all.
He does save it all, and he saves Falcon's spot here at Groups because that is what was on the line. They will now face off against Vitality. Unfortunately for OG, they are going to the showdown. So not all opportunities are lost to answer the phone if London calls, but for them, it's going to be a bit of a struggle.
Luckily, they're going to have a lot of time to practice and get those defaults into play.
Banks is with Regali now. Let's hear what they have to say as they exit the competition.
OG will be eliminated here when it comes to the last Spring Groups. And Regali, you guys obviously are going through changes. You're trying to put this roster together, and you have a tough group as well. I want to start by looking at this Ancient, though, and it did seem like you guys fell flat. Even on rounds you could have won. The score's a bit deceiving, but it wasn't what we expected to see from an OG. What was wrong at this point?
I think we played
with fear, just like we did yesterday. Maybe it's just because it's like first LAN, but I don't really know. Like we couldn't find the grip on the clutches. Like sometimes you need to rely on individuals to finish up the rounds, and unfortunately I couldn't do it back then. And then yeah, I mean Nikki clutched once, but we didn't bounce back, so that was weird for me. I don't really know. Like we played too fast-paced, but we didn't like swing with intention to kill. I think that's the best explanation.
A swing and a miss sometimes, but you say, okay, there wasn't much of this energy in the first map. In the second map, you guys got going. There was a huge chance here. We're hearing Heavy God shout. Was that where you guys had like no pressure?
Yeah, like we thought, you know what, let's just play our game and have fun actually, for once in this tournament. And so we did, but yeah, unfortunately, yeah, we lost the clutch in the end here again.
It was a close clutch, so, and certainly some chances of in it. Let me just look at this OG and what you have. You made it to the RMRs, yeah, so you got that, and that's a positive step forward. But how much time or how much more do you guys need right now for us to see some more out of you?
I mean, at least get a full month of practice, because it was a lot of pressure with the qualifications to RMR and stuff like this. Like we didn't really practice. We had the bootcamp of like 3 weeks, but we played the quals.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just think for now, like until RMR, I think we will be obviously better, and we will put work in a lot.
Well, good luck in the future. Good luck in the RMR as well, mate. Sorry to see you go, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Banks. Of course, like you see on your screen right now, OG Esports is eliminated. Falcons lives to fly another day.
I mean, he said the right words. They're going to work hard for the RMR because this is going to be their next focus. This was not a good tournament for OG. A lot of circumstances wasn't optimal either, leaving the coach behind all of a sudden. So there is room for improvement, but we are hopefully going to be looking at a better OG at the RMR.
So we did say goodbye to 2 teams today. Let's take a look at all the action that you may have missed if you woke up a little bit late. So this bracket, of course, the one you've been watching, the big surprise here was Astralis beating Vitality. Babski believed, even though he didn't put Astralis as his prediction.
No, I put Astralis as a... No, I said Vitality would win 2-1. I expected Astralis to put up a fight, but they put up more than a fight. They actually managed to win against the best team in the world.
I just got to give you a little bit of a hard time. And of course, Falcons stayed. They will now have to face Vitality. But earlier today, I think that the big shock for a lot of fans was Complexity going down 2-0 to NIP.
Yeah, they've not been looking good after that CS2 event with Sydney. We see Eliza last year, they've placed 6, and we also see the Challenger one where they finished bottom half of the tournament. So it's not been looking too shabby for the guys over at the North American side.
Did you expect NAVI to beat G2?
I had a 50-50. We had that in predictions. We'll find that at some point. I don't think it was surprising to see NAVI potentially beating the likes of G2. I don't think G2 is to their former strength. I don't think Nexa is the same player that JKS is, and I think it's going to take time for them to find their rhythm.
I think it's important to note that the bench warmers, we've been instructed by Mr. Banks that we can, between Babski and I, we can choose whoever we want so long as it's NAVI.
Yeah, and today it helped us out. I would not have gone for the Astralis one today, but I think I'm pretty happy with the predictions today, even though we lost 2 lives. But
we might have lost, but look, we're tied for first with...
The rest lost 3.
There we go. So we're doing well as a team. Predictions are... I don't take them seriously. I can't.
It's impossible. I've also stopped doing the Hail TV one because I'm always getting screwed over.
Yeah, we don't... No, we can. The GG Bed ones I like because I just like beating the other talent. So, Babski, Mr. Banks, our team, we're in it. Let's move on, though, because this is always the good one. The traded play of the day. We've got 3 here. Babski, you're going to talk us through exactly what we're looking at?
I mean, we have a couple of good plays today. The great day of CS. We see Monacy starting off. Personally, my favorite. Even though Navi G2 misplays it, we kind of see his quality. He is one of the players to watch for this year, and I'm not going to be surprised if we see him top 3.
The baby goat, and then of course we had Bit from Navi.
Yeah, he's always been a capable rifler. His aim is obviously his strength. The 69% headshot rate in this game comes from situations like these. He is so good when it's all in duels.
This is my boy JT, both of us from South Africa. So we say goodbye to him, but he's in the lineup here.
Yeah, and he's also a player who's built upon his game. He wasn't the best player coming 2 or 3 years ago, but he's really built on top of it, and I think he's the most interesting prospect coming out of North America when it comes to the IGL role for a long time.
The most interesting prospects out of North America, but originally from South Africa. I'm going to throw that in every time.
He left the South American scene. I remember the Bravado times, but he came into North America with the extra shot and all those good days.
So you've claimed him here. I'm not allowed to even...
I think the North Americans have claimed him.
They try. They've got to claim everything. Look, they claim the whole of Liquid, and most of that team is not American. Bubsky's like, I'm not getting involved. Fair enough. We have the Mask MVP check-in with Bangs now, so let's find out what he's got for us.
Oh yes, it's day 2 of our Maersk MVP check-in, and when it comes to this, obviously we've only seen 2 groups play, so there's a limited pool to look at, still plenty of games and players to go, but m0NESY, we featured him yesterday, so today it's all about the Wu. Mr. ZywOo may have not got the win, he got beaten by the team performance of Astralis, but his individual level and his dominance was there, just as we know and love. Now, he may be coming into this world as the #1 player in the world, but right now, he also seems to be coming in with, I would say, more of an ego. He's wanting to take more fights, and this game, he seemed to be, I would say, a player who wanted a lot more. He was feeling this frustration. You don't often see this from ZywOo, so maybe in games where it's getting close, maybe in games we're going to see this year, he's going to want it more than ever, and that's a ZywOo I do want to see. But will he be our MVP? We'll have to wait and see.
Thanks so much, James. We have had some epic CS. Astralis is back. That's the main takeaway that we got. NAVI is a team to keep an eye out on. And obviously tomorrow, though, we've got even more action. So we're going to pull up the groups now that you get to see a whole new bunch of teams. FaZe, Gamer Legion, Spirit, Liquid. I mentioned them earlier. This is the first time we get to see that lineup on LAN.
So many interesting teams in this pool. I'm so sad to not see the full strength of Spirit, but Liquid is going to be super interesting. They've not looked good in the qualifier, so I'm really going to be interested. Is it going to change on LAN?
Group D as well will be featured. So these are the teams that you'll get to see. Heroic, for me, is the one that I'm going to be looking at. I'd like to see how this plays out.
I agree with you on that one. I'm also figuring out that Heroic would actually go through from this bracket.
You think Heroic will go through?
Yeah, I think they're underrated. I think they have that recent experience from playing officials, and I think it will help them out.
We'll find out. Of course, this is the schedule, so all the action you can see. For me, the pick of the day, if I had to choose, I would have said Spirit Liquid if it wasn't for the fact that we don't get to see the full Spirit lineup.
I'm going to go with the Cloud9 versus Heroic. I think Cloud9 has been on an uprise, while Heroic is coming in with a new interesting project.
We'll be on that tomorrow, so we get to have some fun. Make sure that you get lots of rest, because tomorrow all the action continues right here at the Spring Groups. We'll see you then.